After the cataclysm, the earth lay in ruins. Scarcity of food, a dearth of resources, and chaos reigned supreme that a young man, emerging from a region yet to be planned, turned his back to the swirling sands and ventured alone into the Ninth District in search of a livelihood. Little did he know that fate would lead him to form bonds with a few friends, igniting a rise amidst the turmoil and embarking on an extraordinary journey. Prologue: The Seven Deadly Sins. The cataclysm that in the wake of the abrupt calamity, the land was left scarred, species mutated, food became scarce, and living conditions deteriorated. An era was utterly obliterated, and civilization vanished without a trace. Approximately 300 kilometers west of the 9th Special District, in an anarchic zone of urban planning on a nameless street, a 23-year-old young man hurriedly walked with his head bowed, clutching his tattered clothing. The street was dilapidated and unsightly, with the underground sewage system having collapsed many years ago. Makeshift outdoor toilets emitted a foul stench, connected to a row of dilapidated storefronts. The entire area was dimly lit, and one could occasionally spot groups of people, predominantly women, with few men among them. This young man, named Chinyu, stood at a height of 1.82 meters, with a robust physique. Today, he found himself unemployed and was determined to purchase a formal resident identity for the 9th District, marking the first step of his plan. Once a handsome young man with striking features and an amiable disposition, Chinyu now appeared somewhat disheveled. His unshaven face bore a hint of stubble, his hair clumped together, and his clothes were stained with grease and grime, rendering him inconspicuous in the crowd. As he strode purposefully, he glanced up at an intersection, preparing to return home from the left side. "Hey, young man," a clear, melodic voice called out as a woman dressed in a faded dress and a coat tugged at his sleeve from the roadside. Chinyu paused and turned to look at her. "What do you want?" $30, she replied, raising 3 slender fingers, glancing back towards the dilapidated storefronts as she spoke softly. "Let's go there to I can't afford it." Chinyu laughed and resumed his pace. "Wait," she said, pulling at him once more. 25, would 25 work? Chinyu scrutinized her for a moment, shaking his head. "I have no money." "Not interested in me?" "There are others inside." "Honestly, I'm broke," Chinyu insisted, shaking off her grip. "Let me go, I need to get home." The woman bit her lip, her small hand still clutching his arm, and after a long silence, she whispered, 2 bowls of rice will do, but it has to be measured with my bowl." Chinyu furrowed his brow. "I told you, I have nothing. Let go of me." She remained firm, her eyes pleadingly darting towards a group of 7 or 8 children nearby. "I have 3 kids if I don't make any money tonight. I can't feed them, please. Help me just this once. Even a bowl of rice will do, and he'll kneel for you." Chinyu regarded her coldly. How long has the world been like this? In such an environment, if you can't provide for them, why bring them into this world? The woman was taken aback. With a forceful shake, Chinyu freed himself and continued onward. After standing still for a moment, the woman hurried back to the storefront, breathlessly exclaiming, "That man has it, I saw what he was carrying in his clothes." About half an hour later, Chinyu returned to a dilapidated 6-story building. Ascending the old, dust-laden stairs, he entered his modest dwelling on the 5th floor. This building housed only Chinyu and his friend Xiao Zhuang. Many of its outer walls had crumbled, and under normal circumstances, it would be deemed a candidate for demolition. Yet in this era, the concept of home was merely defined by one's presence, unrelated to the conditions of the dwelling. Chinyu chose this place for its lack of electricity and water, sparing him the burden of exorbitant living expenses. The interior was stark, featuring a bed and 2 rickety cabinets, devoid of any form of entertainment, save for a tattered military magazine dated 2019. Upon entering, he shed his filthy coat and retrieved a polished canvas bag from within his clothing. With great care, he approached the bedside, picked up a broken bowl, and began to scoop out enticing white rice, calling out, "Xiao Zhuang, is dinner ready?" "Not yet, I just got back." A young man of similar age emerged from the back room, his skin dark and features resolute. Just as Chinyu was about to converse with Xiao Zhuang, a thunderous sound of footsteps resonated from downstairs. He froze for a moment, quickly concealing the bag and bowl in the cabinet, and stepped towards the entrance, which was merely a dilapidated wooden door. In less than 10 seconds, 7 or 8 children under the age of 10, accompanied by dozens of men and women, appeared in the stairwell. The stairs were outdoors, cracked and worn, and the sudden surge of so many people rushing up caused the already fragile building to tremble. "Don't rush up like that. The stairs might collapse," Chinyu shouted, raising his hands. "Uncle, I'm hungry. Uncle, I want to eat." The children, each clutching a small bowl, stood on the stairs, their dirty faces gazing up at Chinyu. "I'm hungry too. Did you have dinner at home? If not, let's eat together," Chinyu replied with a playful grin. The children's innocent eyes and simple thoughts contrasted starkly with the adults behind them, who had shed the most basic pretenses of humanity. A burly man with a shaved head stepped forward, commanding, "Get the food if you don't. You won't get down to—" "I don't have any food." Chinyu waved his hands dismissively. "I'm just as hungry as you all are. If I had it, I wouldn't just keep it to myself." "Stop talking nonsense, we saw you with food," the burly man barked. "Hurry up, we'll take just half." "None." Chinyu shook his head. "Go in his room," the man's deep voice ordered. "Uncle, I want food. Give me something to eat." The crowd surged forward, causing the already precarious staircase to sway dangerously. Seeing the throng, Chinyu's vision blurred with anger. He lifted his right leg and, drawing a knife from his filthy trousers, pointed it at the crowd, shouting, "Damn it, you think I'm just a lone wolf who's afraid of death here? I have food, and I'll break this knife if you want it." The crowd paused momentarily, but the burly man coldly replied, "There are children in front, you might as well stab them first." "Damn it, Chinyu was momentarily speechless. Go inside and get the food," the burly man commanded again. As his words fell, the people on the steps surged forward, and the children quickly surrounded Chinyu, pleading, "Uncle, give me something to eat. Uncle, I haven't eaten in days. Get away." With a knife in hand, Chinyu desperately shouted at the children, "Otherwise, you'll really stab someone, I will." Inside, Xiao Zhuang, witnessing the commotion at the door, stepped forward to block Chinyu and called out to the crowd, "Let's all calm down and talk this through." The starving children, undeterred by fear, clung to Chinyu, while the adults pushed forward, forcing their way through the gaps. Chinyu, robust and imposing, took a step forward, blocking the doorway and glaring fiercely. "I'm only looking out for myself. Don't push me." The crowd continued to press towards the entrance, ignoring his words. Chinyu, being pulled aside by the shorter children, found himself unable to truly stab anyone, thus only struggling against the approaching adults. "Uncle, just give me a bowl of rice." "Get lost." A child, no more than 10 years of age, was tugging vigorously at Chinyu when the latter forcefully shook off his arm, attempting to break free. To his astonishment, the child collided headfirst into the crowd, rushing towards them, losing his balance, and tumbling through the gap in the iron railing, landing on the ground. Below da-da. The child's terrified scream echoed hauntingly through the air. Bang! The sound of his body hitting the ground reverberated from downstairs. Chinyu and Xiao Zhuang stood in stunned silence, breathless as they gazed at the iron railing, momentarily at a loss for what to do. The crowd fell silent, and the staircase returned to a state of calm. "Child, that child has fallen," Xiao Zhuang shouted urgently. Dozens turned their heads to glance downstairs, their expressions blank, and within mere seconds, they collectively shifted their gazes back. The child's mother, however, stood frozen for a moment before dashing down the stairs with a wail. Chinyu was taken aback. "Food. The child has fallen. If we don't give them food, they won't let him go. They've robbed him." The outcry was deafening, a menacing force. Yet not a single person among the rest turned to check on the child who had fallen below. Instead, they continued to press forward, crowding together. Xiao Zhuang stood at the entrance, his eyes wide as he surveyed the throng of people. He understood full well that if he did not shed some blood today, he would certainly have to fight for his life. Thus, he licked his lips and shouted, "Fine, you all are impressive, I concede. They'll get you what you want." Hearing this, Chinyu immediately grasped Xiao Zhuang's arm, commanding in a hushed tone, "We cannot give them anything, not even a morsel." Xiao Zhuang stared at the mass of people outside, his eyes bulging as he replied, "The food has already been spilled. If we don't give them a taste, they won't leave. Giving them a taste will lead to greater trouble." Chinyu replied with utmost seriousness, "Better to risk everything than to relent." "Rubbish!" Xiao Zhuang disagreed vehemently, insisting, "You're the only one with a weapon, but with so many people outside, do you really think you can control them? If you can't, we will definitely be robbed. Can't you see how desperate they are? Just listen to me, you'll go back and get the weapon." "Xiao, don't you see? The child has fallen, yet they still haven't left. These people have lost their senses." Xiao Zhuang pulled away from Chinyu's grasp and whispered, "We've already eaten enough. We've exchanged everything that can be exchanged. Giving them a bowl of rice is not a huge loss for us, so I don't want to gamble with our lives. The grain is mine. I have the right to decide how to use it." Chinyu was rendered speechless by this declaration. Xiao Zhuang straightened up and shouted at the leading burly man, "The planning area has its own means of survival. Take the rice, and don't cause any more trouble. Just get out. You won't starve, they'll leave right away." The burly man nodded. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhuang retreated, striding back inside to fetch a large bowl of rice, which he placed on the ground with a clatter. "Get lost." Dozens of eyes were fixated on the rice, all gleaming with greed, yet none dared to step forward. The leading burly man remained silent for several seconds, then pulled out a cloth bag tied to his waist and poured the rice into it in one swift motion. "Get out," Xiao Zhuang urged impatiently. The crowd lingered at the doorway, the burly man sizing up the two, sweat beading on his forehead as he secured the rice bag to his waist, yet he did not leave immediately. "Didn't I tell you to leave? Do you not understand?" Xiao Zhuang frowned and urged once more. After a moment of silence, someone in the crowd shouted, "Damn it, if he can give us a bowl of rice, there's at least a whole bag of rice. Gilmore, there are too many people, this won't be enough. Give rice. Otherwise, let's just rush in and take it what's there to discuss." The shouts and curses reverberated through the six-story building once again, and this time, some in the crowd stealthily drew knives, their expressions dark as they glared at Xiao Zhuang, devoid of gratitude. The leading burly man spread his hands and spoke in a low voice, "You see, these people are starving mad. I can't control them. Otherwise, why don't you bring out the bag of rice, and we'll take half." "Damn you," Xiao Zhuang snapped, drawing a knife from his own pocket. "What are you doing? Want to fight? Are you afraid? We're starving to death anyway. Why would we fear knives or guns?" The crowd showed no fear of Xiao Zhuang, pressing forward behind the burly man into the room. Xiao Zhuang was at a loss. Standing frozen in place, he wanted to act, but lacked the confidence to subdue the frenzied crowd, yet standing idle would clearly mean he could not protect his belongings. Crack, crack! At that moment, Qin Yu pulled out a large caliber revolver, nearly 8 inches long, from the cupboard, quickly chambering around. Upon seeing the gun, the crowd instinctively halted. With an emotionless face, Qin Yu retrieved an entire bag of grain from the cupboard and tossed it onto the floor, proclaiming, "All the food is right here, anyone who wishes to eat may come and take it." The crowd fell silent. "Who do you think you're scaring?" the burly man retorted, his eyes reddening. "Starving is death. Do you think we fear a worthless gun?" Qin Yu tilted his head, pointing at the grain bag with his left hand, exclaiming, "The grain is right here. Extend your hand if you wish to take it. Come on." The burly man hesitated for half a second, then turned and shouted, "There are so many of us, he has only one gun. I don't believe he can kill us all." With that, the burly man stepped forward, reaching for the grain bag. Bang! The gun fired, the mechanism clicking into action. The burly man was propelled back half a meter, blood spilling onto the floor, a gaping hole torn in his chest. With the gun still in hand, Qin Yu coldly declared, "Without food, you may starve to death in a few days. But whoever reaches for the grain first, I will shoot him dead." Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances, speechless. "I have 2 more bullets, do you want them?" Qin Yu suddenly bellowed. The crowd retreated 2 steps in unison. Qin Yu advanced, bending down to unfasten the grain bag tied at the burly man's waist, softly instructing, "Xiao Zhuang, grab the stuff, we're leaving." Xiao Zhuang hurried back inside at the call. With the gun still raised, Qin Yu commanded, "Form 2 lines and clear a path for me." The crowd remained unmoving. Qin Yu lifted his gun, aiming it at the nearest person, shouting, "Will you clear the way?" That person hesitated for half a second before swiftly stepping aside, prompting the others to follow suit and clear the path down the stairs. 5 minutes later, upon reaching the ground floor, Qin Yu found the mother cradling her injured child, wailing loudly. After a moment of silence, Qin Yu tossed the rice he had given to the burly man, saying, "They'll be coming down. Soon you should hide the food." The mother blinked in surprise, quickly accepting the grain bag and responding, "Thank you, thank you. They'll bow to you with food. We won't have to die." Qin Yu led Xiao Zhuang away, swiftly disappearing into the night. Around 3 in the morning, amidst the vast expanse of the Gobi Desert, Qin Yu divided the grain, tossing some to Xiao Zhuang as he said, "Having taken your share, let us part ways." Xiao Zhuang, bewildered, questioned, "Is it really necessary? Wasn't it just a difference of opinion between us?" "I didn't mean to." Qin Yu interrupted with a wave of his hand. "Xiao Zhuang, if people do not share the same path, it's best not to forcefully unite. It could endanger both you and me. I'm heading to District 9. Take care of yourself." With that, Qin Yu turned without a trace of nostalgia and set off toward his new beginning, the 9th Special Zone. Within the military camp to the left of the planning area, a burly black man flashed a broad smile, his fluent Chinese inquiring, "Did you hear the gunfire inside? Should we go take a look?" "Look, what a joke. Here, every day is a struggle for survival, and people are dying left and right. They even dare to ambush military vehicles. Who do we think we are?" An old man, lazily sprawled on a rickety wooden bed while puffing on low-quality tobacco, responded, Chapter 1, A New Arrival. In the northern part of Asia, District 9, Songjiang City, Qin Yu stood inside the office building belonging to the Public Security Bureau of the city, specifically the precinct in the Black Market District. He smiled and asked a middle-aged man, "Is it ready?" Come in." The middle-aged man waved his hand and turned to enter the office on the left. Yu adjusted his clothes at the sound and stepped in after the man. The office was not particularly large, around 60 square meters. Yet behind the desk sat only one individual. He appeared to be in his 40s, sporting a distinctive mustache, with an imposing visage characterized by pronounced facial features. The middle-aged man approached the desk, placing 2 stacks of documents in front of the mustache man, and said softly, "Director, this is the last one." "Medical examination?" the mustache man inquired, picking up the documents. "Yes," came the reply. "All right, you may leave." "Understood." After a brief exchange, the middle-aged man exited, while Yu took 2 steps forward, standing before the desk in silence, observing the mustache man as he examined the documents. Inside the office, the mustached man frowned as he scrutinized the paperwork, softly reading aloud. Yu, 22 years old, 75 kilograms, 1 meter, 82 born. Before the era, originally from H Province, J City. That's not far for Songjiang now, is it? Prior to joining, you live in the planned area, parents missing, presumed deceased. No relatives? Why is your record blank? I simply have no record, Yu replied with a smile. Surviving the planned area was tough. I did whatever I could for food. Who has time to build her some? Huh. The mustache man chuckled. Before you came, you could have at least fabricated a couple of things. It doesn't look good to have a blank record in the system. All right, we'll fill something out later, Yu agreed without contesting. The mustache man continued to scrutinize the documents and asked, "No record means no military service. Do you have any experience with firearms?" Yu shook his head without hesitation. "Know any history of criminal offenses?" No. After a moment of contemplation, the mustache man slowly set the documents down and looked up at Yu, a smile creeping onto his face. In that lawless, unrestrained place of the planned area, managing to scrape together enough to purchase a work and residency permit for District 9, you, my friend, have some experience. Not really, Yu grinned. Just a bit of luck, met a few benefactors. The mustache man lifted his cup and regarded Yu, nodding in a token of acknowledgement. You seem quite spirited. Yu smiled, keeping his thoughts to himself. The mustached man placed his cup down and, with a serious demeanor, advised, "The situation in District 9 is quite unique. Although it falls under the jurisdiction of the United Government, it possesses significant autonomy and differs fundamentally from the 8 major districts. This area is home to a mix of ethnicities besides us East Asians. There are quite a few black and white individuals. The social environment is incredibly complex and uncertain. Regions, there indeed exists chaos that we aspire to change, but are currently unable to. As a law enforcement officer, you must adapt to this environment from all angles." Understood, Yu nodded solemnly. "Furthermore, regardless of your past experiences, when you're under my roof, you must tread carefully. If you bring trouble or seek confrontation, I will deal with you swiftly," the mustached man warned, his tone flat yet serious. "Director Lee, I'm here to help you avoid trouble." Yu chuckled. Ha. The mustached man chuckled as he tapped on the touchscreen phone on the desk, leaning down to speak into the microphone. Moments later, a male voice responded, "Hello, Director, this is the first criminal investigation team. Where's Yuan-ko?" Director Lee inquired. "Team Yuan is out of the moment. Send someone to collect a new recruit." Sure, that's all." Director Lee smirked as he locked the drawer after tossing the small bag inside, then pointed at Yu, adding, "You're still young, but you carry yourself quite well." "That's about all I have." Yu feigned modesty, scratching his head. Noticing that Director Lee didn't leave immediately for lunch, he engaged him in a bit more conversation. A few minutes later, a plump young man, around the same age as Yu, entered the room with a straight posture, saluting and stating, "Report to Director Lee. Officer Lin is here." To escort the new colleague back to the team, Director Lee patted Yu's arm, saying, "Work hard. I hope to see you recognized by the end of the year." Understood, Yu nodded. "All right. Off you go." Director Lee gestured to Lin, instructing, "Make sure Yuan-ko looks after this young man." With a diamond, Yu had managed to chat with Director Lee for less than 10 minutes longer and received a mere reassurance of care. It seemed that was all there was to it. In the corridor, the chubby Lin walked alongside Yu, engaging in lively conversation. "Where are you from, brother?" "From the planned area, from that hellhole." Lin seemed taken aback. "That's quite an achievement." "A bit of luck," Yu smiled. Lin nodded, choosing not to pry further. In these times, with scarcity of food and hardship in survival, everyone likely harbored secrets of their own. As they walked briskly, Lin introduced the basic operations of the precinct. This functional department is primarily responsible for criminal matters in a given area, encompassing public safety and case investigations, but it does not handle household registration, residency permits, or immigration procedures that in essence, it resembles the district offices from before the era, albeit without distinctly refined functions. For instance, the department Yu was in not only tackled major criminal cases, but also managed basic public order. After roughly an hour, Lin guided Yu through the 5 floors of the precinct, familiarizing him with the armory, interrogation rooms, public case areas, training rooms, and the cafeteria. Throughout their interaction, Yu observed that Lin was quite affable, effortlessly striking up conversations wherever they went. He also exhibited remarkable patience, providing detailed answers to all of Yu's inquiries, appearing at least on the surface to be a warm-hearted individual. Around 2 in the afternoon, Lin brought Yu to the communications department to purchase an internal phone. However, upon glancing at the counter, Yu noticed only one outdated model available at an exorbitant price. "What brand is this? I've never heard of it," Yu remarked as he examined the phone before turning to Lin. "Forget it. They'll wait until I settle down to buy one elsewhere. It's too pricey here." Lin chuckled, glanced at the young man behind the counter, then leaned close to Yu, whispering, "You might as well buy it here." "Why?" Yu asked, puzzled. There's no particular reason the communications department is under the jurisdiction of the police chief, yet the mobile phone counter is privately contracted. The owner is a friend of Captain Yuan, which is why all the new recruits purchase their phones here, Lin remarked, blinking his eyes. "Since you're new here, it's best not to seek any special treatment. Although this phone may not be very durable, it doesn't require interfacing with the communications department system. Once your information is entered into the main system, you can simply input your name and badge number to get it working." Having lived in the unregulated planning area for several years, Yu was well aware of the essential nuances of human interactions. Thus, when Lin nudged him with his words, he ceased his resistance and reluctantly turned to the clerk, saying, "Then please help me get one. Thank you." Why the reluctance? Because Yu was an exceedingly frugal individual, loath to spend even on a pair of socks without demanding a warning. It was precisely this nature that allowed him to manage his finances astutely in crucial moments, enabling him to come to the 9th Special Zone for employment. After acquiring the phone, Lin led him away from the police station and toward a general goods store across the street. It was early August. Although the sky was clear, the air remained as frigid as winter, with sporadic patches of white snow still visible on the streets. "Does it snow continuously in the Special Zone?" Yu inquired. "It has been snowing for 3 years," Lin replied. "Damn, it's unbearable," Yu sighed, shaking his head. As they conversed, they stepped into a sizable general goods store. Upon entering, Yu scanned the surroundings, brushing off the small specks of mud on his trousers, and remarked with a smile, "This store is quite large, yet there's hardly anyone here. Feel free to browse by whatever you need," Lin said, taking a puff from his e-cigarette. Yu wandered around the shelves, but as he did, his brow furrowed deeper. After meandering for over 10 minutes, he hadn't picked up a single item. "Why aren't you getting anything?" Lin approached from the counter to ask. Frowning, Yu looked at Lin and asked, "Dude, are you a plant?" "What do you mean?" "The prices here are at least 30% higher than outside, and a lot of it is counterfeit. That I squeezed a comforter, and it felt like it was stuffed with steel. Well, it hurt my hands, man. The merchandise may not be great, but all the new folks from the police station shop here." "Why is that?" Yu asked, puzzled. "Because this store is run by Captain Yuan's cousin," Lin whispered. "It's the designated procurement unit for the police station." Yu's expression crumbled at this revelation, and after a moment of contemplation, he replied, "May I ask if Director Li also shops here?" "Now you're just being difficult." Even if Director Li dared to buy, Captain Yuan wouldn't dare to sell. Lin rolled his eyes and explained, "Only newcomers shop here after 2 months. There's no need to keep buying from this place. That I won't buy anything. Isn't that just taking advantage of people's gullibility?" Yu declared without hesitation, "Let's go, take me to another shop." Lin was taken aback. "You've already spent a lot of money. Does it really matter at this point?" "Trust me, everyone shops here. Don't be special. That I'm buying a phone that should be enough to please the captain," Yu said, striding toward the exit. "Hey, Xiaoyu, just listen to me. Are you getting a commission or something? Trust me, it's for the best, just buy a little." "Buy what?" "The toilet paper feels like razor blades after one use. I need a Band-Aid," Yu retorted, completely disregarding the discussion, and walked out. At 4:30 in the afternoon, in the dormitory building of the police station, outside the entrance to the first criminal investigation team's room, Lin cheerfully called out to the few people inside. "Third brother, I've brought in the new recruit." Inside, 6 or 7 young men were gathered around a round table playing cards. The leader among them looked up at Yu as he heard Lin's voice and said, "Come in." Upon entering, Yu surveyed the room, noting that it was less than 30 square meters, yet it housed 6 sets of bunk beds, totaling 12 beds, along with 2 shared metal lockers and numerous personal belongings. IT appeared rather cramped but was generally tidy, lacking any particularly unpleasant odors. Chinyu, let me introduce you. This is Third Brother, the leader of our action team. Chi Lin gently indicated the man's identity. Third Brother has been with us for 3 years. His skills are exceptional, and he is Captain Yuan's right-hand man. Third Brother, this is Chin Yu, our new brother. Hello, Third Brother. Chin Yu smiled and extended his hand. Third Brother, sporting a buzz cut, glanced at Chin Yu as he turned his head, holding a card in his hand. He merely nodded in acknowledgement before asking, "Where are you from?" "From the unregulated planning area," Chin Yu answered truthfully. Third Brother paused. "The planning area? What were you doing there?" "Helping a boss deliver goods, mainly daily necessities." "On the run?" "That's not too difficult." "And oh no, I was just driving it." "Ah, a driver." Third Brother's surprise had faded, replaced by a lazy tone as he continued. "How did you get into the police station?" "A friend put in a good word. I joined at my own expense." Chin Yu replied, "Ha, you bought your way in?" Third Brother said, now focused on his cards. "All right, wait for Captain Yuan to come back for arrangements." "Chi Lin, let him take the bed by the window." "Sure." Chi Lin turned to Chin Yu and said, "You can take the bed over there." "All right." Chin Yu picked up his belongings, which he had stored at the guard station, along with the newly purchased daily necessities, and began to walk toward the inner room. "Hey, wait a moment," Third Brother called out as he noticed the items Chin Yu was carrying. "What is it, Third Brother?" Chin Yu turned back. Third Brother glanced at the bag of daily necessities in Chin Yu's hand, asking, "Where did you buy those?" "I can't recall the name. It's just a shop next to the unit," Chin Yu replied casually. Third Brother continued playing cards, expressionless, and turned to Chi Lin. "Did you not inform the newcomer where to shop?" Chi Lin felt a pang of awkwardness at that moment. He didn't want to appear disloyal by implying that Chin Yu had ignored his advice. Yet he also didn't want to take the blame without cause. After a brief silence, Chin Yu quickly interjected. "Chi Lin mentioned I should buy daily necessities across the street, but the prices were a bit steep, and I didn't have much money left, so I went to the shop nearby." "Right," Third Brother said, taking his time before replying. "Ah, no worries, just organize your bed." "Okay." Chin Yu nodded and walked inside, bending down to unpack and arrange his bed. Chi Lin stood beside him, assisting with the setup while quietly advising new recruits usually take the upper bunk by the window, as it's drafty over here and it gets quite cold at night. Later, you can use your jacket as a blanket for a while until more newcomers arrive. "This is nothing. I've lived outdoors for months." Chin Yu dismissed the concern, focusing on his belongings, discreetly pulling out 2 boxes of Chinese cigarettes and handing them to Chi Lin. "What's this?" Chi Lin asked, taken aback by the unexpected gift. "I saw you smoking an e-cigarette earlier." Chin Yu smiled and replied, "I don't have much to offer, so I thought I'd give you these 2 boxes as a thank you for helping me out today." In this era where even meals have become a challenge, cigarettes of this type were a luxury, especially those from before the epoch, which most smokers had never even laid eyes on. Chi Lin, holding the 2 boxes in astonishment, exclaimed, "You managed to get this in the planning area? Chinese cigarettes? I haven't seen these in years." "Even poor places have their advantages," Chin Yu grinned. "I'll take care of my own stuff. You go about your business, and later, I'll treat you to something to eat." "Thanks, brother." Chi Lin, not one to be polite, quickly tucked the cigarettes into his pocket. The very moment the two were conversing, the third individual suddenly turned around, tilting his head to gaze at Chin Yu with a smile, exclaiming, "Oh, you still have some solid goods in hand?" Chin Yu was taken aback, not anticipating that this person had been observing him all along, and he stammered in response, "A friend gifted it to me." "Indeed, a fine item. We have yet to encounter such a thing," the third individual remarked with a cold smirk. Chi Lin, momentarily stunned, quickly retrieved 2 boxes of Zhonghua cigarettes, bending slightly as he approached, saying, "We're all brothers here, let's share a smoke." "Here, everyone take one." Chin Yu handed a cigarette to Chi Lin out of gratitude for his companionship throughout the day, feeling somewhat embarrassed, but he did not believe he owed anything to the others in the room. However, seeing that the third individual had noticed and made a point of it, he considered that he would continue residing in this space and did not wish to create an awkward atmosphere. He pondered for a moment before reaching into his bag and producing a box of Zhonghua. By the card table, the third individual pushed Chi Lin's arm aside, declaring, "This cigarette is too good. I've never smoked anything like it. Not used to it." Chi Lin stood frozen at the remark. Chin Yu found the comment somewhat prickly. He frowned and returned the cigarettes to his bag, resuming the organization of his belongings. The third individual tossed down his cards, a smile lingering on his face as he turned to Chin Yu, stating, "We have a rule here. When a newcomer arrives, they must work 3 consecutive shifts. Tomorrow, the day after, and the day following, you'll be on duty on the streets. Is that clear?" Upon hearing this, Yu looked up at Chi Lin, who seemed to avoid his gaze, and he quickly understood. Brother San, how will the shifts be arranged? It's a continuous rotation. You'll be with the team during the day and on the streets at night. The third individual took a sip from a cup. Is there any overtime pay, perhaps? Yu inquired further. There's no such thing as overtime pay in our crew, the third individual replied without lifting his head. Liu, let's just go with the 3 days. I'll arrange for someone to cover for you, so you won't be alone for 2 of those days. Chi Lin hesitated for a while, glanced at the Zhonghua cigarettes in his hands, and finally mustered the courage to interject. You're quite the righteous one, Xiao Qi, a young man seated to the left of the third individual teased with a smile. We're all brothers here, we help each other out. Chi Lin responded with a grin. The third individual set down his cup, pointing at Chi Lin. Once he receives his uniform, you'll explain the shift arrangements to him. Understood, Chi Lin nodded. Brother San, I cannot take this shift, Yu suddenly declared. As soon as the words left his mouth, an eerie silence enveloped the room. The third individual licked his lips, tilting his head to regard Yu. If all newcomers can take the shifts, why can't you? My heart condition makes it difficult for me to endure late nights. Not a problem, I'll prepare some quick-acting heart pills for you. You'll manage the 3 days, he insisted. I've stated that I cannot take the shift, Yu replied with a smile. You insolent brat. The third individual's expression darkened after being rebutted twice by the newcomer. Do you think you're special? If everyone else can, why can't you? Brother San, we're all brothers here, what's with the hostility? Let's keep this civil, haha. Chi Lin stepped forward to mediate. Bang. The third individual struck Chi Lin's shoulder with a fist, exclaiming, What do you think you are? Who gave you the right to speak? Who considers you a brother? Chi Lin, clutching his cigarette, lowered his head, caught in a bind, unsure whether to continue speaking or simply walk away. With 4 others in tow, the third individual advanced toward Yu, tilting his head to inquire. Next week will be your shifts whenever you're due for a hard episode, that's when it will end to do you understand? Chapter 2. A sudden confrontation in the dormitory. Yu squinted at the group before him, succinctly responding, I understand what you're saying, but it's not my responsibility. I simply cannot do it. What is the matter? Do you have influential relatives in your company? The third man grinned widely, grabbing Yu by the collar. You just arrived and already want to make a scene. Can you handle it? Don't touch me, Yu retorted. Huh, are you a cactus? I'll touch you. What will you do about it? The third man, robust in stature, raised his right arm and delivered a swift punch towards Yu's temple. Yu swiftly sidestepped, seizing the man's wrist with both hands, while his right leg executed a swift lateral kick. Bang! The resounding noise echoed as the third man was hurled onto the bed, his head striking the iron railing with a jarring thud. Beat him, he shouted, clutching his head. Bending slightly, Yu leaned into the lower bunk, grasping the collar of the third man, and instantly raised his right knee, aiming it squarely at the man's temple. Bang! The impact sent the third man's head snapping back, colliding with the wall with a resounding thud. Keep hitting him. If anything happens, it's on me, he growled. With that, the others surged forward. Yu, however, nimbly extricated himself from the bed, retreating 2 steps and positioning himself in the corner between the windowsill and the bed. His body slightly bent. The third man rose, deftly retrieving a telescopic baton from the wall, advancing toward Yu while muttering, You little brat. Thinking you can stir trouble right after arriving. At that moment, the ajar door swung open, revealing a woman clad in a light green police uniform, her voice booming. What's going on? The group turned in unison at the sound of her voice. The third man froze, wiping the blood from his forehead, and immediately smiled. Sister One, I heard the commotion from the corridor. What are you doing, trying to kill someone? The woman, in her early 30s, was slightly shorter in stature, but strikingly attractive, with an oval face and large, expressive eyes that sparkled with vitality. It's nothing, just a new kid here. We were chatting. The third man grinned back. The woman surveyed the chaos in the room, her expression tinged with irritation as she glared at the third man. Why are you so domineering? Did he offend you just because he knew? No, I asked him to take a shift, but he refused and insulted me. The third man explained, lowering the baton. You've been playing cards during duty hours. I've caught you a few times now, Sister One remarked, rolling her eyes at him and reminding him with an exasperated tone, if you cause any more ruckus, don't blame me for keeping a record of this. I understand. Sister One, the third man nodded vigorously. Sister One, uninterested in entering the dormitory, called out to Yu from the doorway. Are you the new recruit? Yes. Yu confirmed with a nod. Why haven't you collected your uniform yet? I went just now, but no one was there. Qin Yu replied sheepishly. Sister Wen shot him a sharp look. Nonsense, I was in the office the whole time. Qin Yu was taken aback. Oh, then I must have missed it. Come with me to get your uniform, Sister Wen instructed, turning to leave. All right, Qin Yu replied eagerly. Bending to pick up his belongings as he called out to Qi Lin. Come with me, will you? At this moment, Qi Lin was uncertain about how to confront the third member, so upon hearing those words, he promptly followed him outside. Inside the dormitory, the third member sat up, rubbing the large lump on the back of his head, and spat a mouthful of blood onto the floor. That bastard can throw a punch. He is quite ruthless. Are you all right, third brother? The third member remained silent, lowered his head, and pulled out his phone, dialing a number. Hello, are you in the office? It's nothing urgent. I just wanted to ask if that Qin Yu, who joined our team today, has any connections up top? None? Are you sure? Understood. In the corridor, Sister Wen, with her hands clasped behind her back, inquired of Qin Yu. Do you have someone backing you? Qin Yu was taken aback. No. If you don't, then be honest. The environment here is quite complex. Sister Wen cautioned with a stern yet warm reminder. Avoid unnecessary confrontations and focus on your work. It won't kill you. Thank you, Sister Wen. Qin Yu nodded in appreciation. Sister Wen ceased her conversation, leading Qin Yu to the first-floor storage room, where she selected a set of standard police uniforms, a set of tactical training gear, a pair of handcuffs, and a baton before gracefully departing. In the main hall on the first floor, Qi Lin glanced at his watch and remarked, I need to deliver some materials soon, so I want to be accompanying you. When you return, try to be conciliatory. Avoid stirring trouble. The third member has Captain Yuan backing him. If you offend him, you won't have a pleasant time later. Huh. Understood. Qin Yu replied with a smile. If you're free tonight, let us have dinner together. Yes, if I have the time, I'll come find you. Qi Lin readily agreed. After a brief exchange, Qin Yu gathered his belongings and returned to the dormitory. However, by then, the third member and his companions had already left, leaving only two others who coldly regarded Qin Yu before resuming their conversation on the beds. Qin Yu glanced at them and nonchalantly returned to his bed, efficiently organizing his things, paying no heed to the other two. As the evening approached around 7 o'clock, having finished packing, Qin Yu noticed that Qi Lin had yet to come for him, prompting him to consider a solitary stroll to familiarize himself with the surroundings and perhaps enjoy dinner. He swung his legs off the bed, retrieved a waste pack from beneath his pillow, and stepped outside. Oh, excuse me, Qin Yu exclaimed as he unexpectedly collided with the hurried Qi Lin. They exchanged a moment of surprise before Qi Lin quickly explained. I was delayed by an impromptu meeting. What about you? I thought you wouldn't show up. I was just about to go out for a walk and grab something to eat. Qin Yu smiled and greeted. Let us go out together for a meal. I have a friend who needs to discuss something today. Is that all right with you? Qi Lin inquired. Of course. Qin Yu responded after a brief pause. I don't mind. Let us go together. Great. They conversed a few more words before descending the stairs together, where they encountered another young man at the entrance of the dormitory. Qi Lin's friend, known as Li Fugue, nicknamed Old Cat, was said to have some connections with the police chief. However, the nature of their relationship was unclear, as they seldom interacted, leaving those on the periphery uncertain about the intricacies of their bond. Moreover, this individual is rather eccentric. The most outrageous act he has committed was drinking excessively and openly soliciting while on duty, even insisting on a public audition, which inevitably attracted the attention of the inspection team. In the end, however, he was merely reprimanded and faced a suspension of half a month. Ironically, two colleagues, who had always been at odds with him, bore the brunt of the consequences and were directly persuaded to resign, stripped of their positions. Despite his somewhat unrefined name, Lao Mao possesses an impressive appearance. If Qin Yu's countenance embodies a resolute spirit with an air of youthful vigor, then Lao Mao exudes a roguish charm, reminiscent of the once popular Zhang Yishan. Upon their meeting, Qi Lin succinctly introduced them. This is Lao Mao, a friend who has been quite considerate of me. And this is Qin Yu, our new intern from Team 1. Lao Mao, with one hand casually tucked in his pocket and a mischievous smirk, inquired, I heard you stirred things up with Lao, San, and the others right after arriving? Brother, do you have a bit of temper? Not really. Just had a minor argument. Qin Yu responded vaguely, sensing Lao Mao's somewhat blunt demeanor. I find them bothersome too. They should just do their jobs, Lao Mao scoffed, criticizing Team 1 as a group of misfits indulging in trivial pursuits. Qin Yu, taken aback by this statement, glanced at Qi Lin, who scratched his head and explained, That's just Lao Mao's nature. He speaks his mind. Where shall we eat? Lao Mao asked. I just arrived, so I'm not familiar with the good places. Qin Yu replied softly. Who has treating? Lao Mao queried with a sly look. I'll treat. Haha. Qin Yu responded with a smile. Oh, you're treating? Let's head to Urgi then, Lao Mao declared, waving his hand. Let us not. It's quite expensive, Qi Lin interjected. Is it going to cost you? Lao Mao retorted with a sidelong glance. Don't worry, I still have some change. It should be enough for a meal, Qin Yu thought to himself, feeling a pang of sympathy. In these times of scarcity, especially with essential agricultural products like vegetables and grains being luxuries, dining out is something most impoverished individuals can only dream of experiencing once a year. Yet, Qin Yu understood that as a newcomer, he needed to forge friendships. And unavoidable social expenses were part of that, especially now that he had secured stable employment. After deliberating on where to go, the trio walked along the road for about 2 kilometers until they discovered a restaurant called the Little Tavern. Standing by the roadside, Qin Yu glanced at the restaurant's facade, instinctively patting his pocket, feeling another wave of regret. Let us go, Lao Mao called, stepping up the stairs. Suddenly, an ear-splitting roar of an engine erupted from the roadside, and an old-fashioned SUV screeched to a halt at the entrance. The three turned to look, and Lao Mao, astonished, remarked, "What kind of family drives a gasoline vehicle?" In this year, gasoline vehicles have become exceedingly rare modes of transportation, as much of the land is transformed into desolate wastelands, either frigid or laden with lethal radiation. The extraction of oil has ceased, rendering it an exceedingly scarce resource, which explains the astonishment of the old cat. After parking the off-road vehicle by the roadside, 4 men and a young woman disembarked, striding toward the restaurant. Let us proceed inside. Qin Yu, having witnessed a fair share of the world in the planning zone, cast only a couple of glances at the gasoline vehicle before turning to head toward the restaurant's entrance. However, the old cat remained rooted in place, his gaze fixed intently on the young woman among the 4 men, exclaiming, "Stunning, beautiful." Upon hearing this, Qin Yu turned back, casting a glance at the old cat's rather lecherous expression, and sighed. Let us go. She arrived with the men. Among the 4 men, the young woman blinked her beautiful eyes, surveyed her surroundings before lowering her head and saying, "I need to use the restroom." "Don't cause trouble. Hurry up," admonished a short, middle-aged man, his tone gruff and tinged with a hint of Japanese accent. Buzz. Meanwhile, Chilin's phone buzzed twice in his pocket. He pulled it out and glanced at the text, his expression shifting to one of complexity as he looked at the advancing Qin Yu. Chapter 3. Unreliable Li Fugue inside the restaurant. After Qin Yu and his companions settled at table, the old cat ordered 3 dishes of Chinese cuisine, 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable, accompanied by a half-liter bottle of the cheapest white liquor. "There's no need to skimp on my account. Order a couple more dishes," Qin Yu feigned politeness. "Never mind. You just arrived and Haven Tea received your salary." "This is sufficient," the old cat replied, though somewhat awkwardly, his intentions clearly benign. Rubbing his somewhat dry and cold palms, he looked up at Qin Yu and inquired, "I heard you're from the planning zone?" "Yes," Qin Yu nodded. "It must be challenging over there?" "Not particularly," he replied with a smile. "People just fear change. Once you adapt, it's the same everywhere." "That is true." The 3 young men shared a camaraderie, and with the old cat and Qin Yu being jovial individuals who enjoyed jesting, they quickly grew familiar. During their conversation, Qin Yu noticed a detail. Qi Lin, both in his body language and tone, seemed to be somewhat obsequious toward the old cat, adopting a notably submissive demeanor. Once the food and drinks arrived, Qin Yu raised his glass and declared, "Now that we are seated, we are friends. As a newcomer, let's keep in touch and look out for one another. There is not much to look out for. In this day and age, if you have the capability, you can thrive anywhere. If you lack it, no one can assist you," the old cat replied matter-of-factly, then raised his glass, grinning as he added, "But it's indeed advisable to stay in contact. Given your audacity to confront old San and the others, we can certainly be friends." "Ha ha." Qin Yu chuckled. "Cheers. Cheers. Cheers." The 3 raised their glasses and downed their drinks. "Come, let us pour some more." Qi Lin wiped his mouth and picked up the bottle to refill the old cat's glass. "Brother, about that matter I mentioned last time, can it be arranged?" The old cat rolled his eyes at the sound. Holding a small piece of beef with chopsticks, he jested, "You are quite cunning, aren't you? Xiao Yu's treating. Yet you seek favors from others. How is it that all your wits are so self-serving?" Qi Lin, unperturbed by the remark, scratched his head and replied, "Isn't money tight for me? Damn it. When has it ever not been tight for you?" The old cat continued, frowning as he chewed. "Sigh, regarding that matter of yours, I inquired, but there are currently no vacancies in the civil service. If you aspire to join, you must pray earnestly. But you lack the funds for that. So just wait a bit longer. Chinyu, taken aback, inquired curiously, why must it be the civil service? He is simply timid, the old cat retorted with a smirk. Last year, the inspector reported that in 6 months, we lost 35 men. The current state of affairs is chaotic. He feels insecure in the first team and seeks a more manageable position. Oh, I see. Chinyu showed no signs of surprise. For the security here was infinitely more comfortable compared to the area awaiting development. The old cat turned to Qilin, his gaze laced with disdain as he admonished. Qilin, you must grasp this principle. The environment has changed. If you do not strive and give your all, when will you ever rise? I managed to get you into the civil service. Without connections, you will eventually be pushed out. Their essay saying, ISNT there? Times create heroes. Let us not even speak of distant examples. Just consider Yuan Ku's elder brother. Before the 9th Special Zone was established, what was he? But when chaos ensued, he rose to prominence. And now in these streets, no one dares to provoke him. He has married 6 wives. Who does he rely on? No one, right? I cannot compare to him. Qilin grinned sheepishly. I just want to live without illness or disaster, to provide for my mother and sister. And this is your only aspiration? The old cat replied, somewhat exasperated. I brought you to the first team, hoping you could seize opportunities to make your way. But instead, you spend your days washing socks and serving tea. With your attitude, it's no wonder they occasionally take a swing at you. You lack even an equal standing. How can you cultivate connections? Is this how friendships are formed? Qilin bowed his head in silence. Alas, with such a spineless character, your father named you Qilin. I am so exceptional, yet my mother calls me Li Fu Gue. Where is the justice in that? The old cat shook his head with a sigh. All right, let us not dwell on these matters any longer. Let us chat about something else. Chinyu interjected to lighten the mood. With that, Qilin refrained from bringing up the job transfer again. The three continued to drink and converse, and time flew by. As the clock struck 9, Qilin glanced at a new message on his phone and promptly said, I have some matters at home. I must leave now. We shall meet tomorrow. Not even for a little longer? Chinyu asked. No, I need to head back. Allow me to see you off. No need, I can manage on my own. Take care. It's nothing. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Qilin hurriedly departed with his phone, while Chinyu remained with the reluctant old cat to continue their drinking. The old cat remarked, to share a drink together signifies friendship. Chinyu, with a hint of rosy hue on his face, encouraged in the future. Let us show some respect to Qilin. Am I berating him? My intention is to inspire him. The old cat, visibly animated, emphatically tapped the table and stated, a person who remains perpetually submissive will never rise. Do you comprehend? Chinyu, pondering the words, nodded thoughtfully. In the police force, he is my sole companion, and I can see his distress. The old cat, choosing to refrain from further discussion, shook his head. Enough about him. I have some serious matters to attend to. What matters? Chinyu inquired, taken aback. I observed that young lady from earlier. She likely shares no romantic ties with those 4 men, the old cat said. Blinking and whispering, I believe it's time to make a move. Chinyu, somewhat bewildered, asked, which young lady? Goodness, how are you so oblivious? The one who just alighted from the car at the entrance, the old cat grinned, revealing his excitement. She is quite striking. She reminds me of that former star. Jun Ji-hyun, tall with long legs. Chinyu, exasperated, responded, Buddy, be cautious. Times have changed, and things are quite chaotic now. No worries, no worries. I shall give a try. The old cat rubbed his palms together, mischievously rising, and made his way toward the table near the window. Outside, Qilin stood by the roadside, taking 2 deep puffs of his e-cigarette. After much internal deliberation, he finally decided to call Chinyu. However, as his thumb hovered over the screen, he remembered that Chinyu's new phone had yet to be synced with the communication system, so he could only access the old cat's number. Inside the restaurant, the old cat adjusted his hairstyle and approached the table by the window, smiling as he addressed the young lady. Hello there, beautiful. Are you dining out with family? The young lady, initially gazing out the window, turned back with a puzzled expression upon hearing the old cat's call. Is there something you need? Well, haha, I'm a director for a television star program, and we're conducting auditions. Would you be interested in learning more? The old cat inquired, spinning a web of fabrications. As he spoke, a short middle-aged man across the table cast an odd glance at his companion and muttered in Japanese, delivery? His companion, glancing at the old cat, frowned slightly. It's not code. During their exchange, the young lady regained her focus and, with a bright smile, responded, Is it truly for the television station? What a coincidence. I'm studying hosting. The old cat, taken aback by her enthusiasm, brightened his gaze and exclaimed, "That's wonderful. Do you have your contact information? Please share it with me, and we can discuss this privately later." As he spoke, he had already retrieved his phone, which he had prepared in advance, and handed it to her. However, this phone was for personal use, not the one mandated by the police force. The young lady accepted the phone and began to enter her number when, bang, the short middle-aged man stood up, seized her arm, and frowned, returned the phone. "We're here to eat." "Sir, I'm quite interested," the young lady replied with a smile as she looked up. "I said to return the phone." The short middle-aged man reiterated firmly. The old cat cast a sideways glance at the other party, smiling broadly as he said, "I truly work for a television station. Please don't be anxious. I harbor no ill intentions." The young lady hesitated for a moment before promptly returning the phone to the old cat, cheerfully remarking, "Then let it be, my apologies." Observing her understanding demeanor, the old cat's heart swelled with joy, but the sudden intrusion of an unrefined goblin dampened his spirits, prompting him to open his mouth to negotiate further. "Never mind. Thank you," the lady insisted. The old cat, momentarily taken aback, stared at her for 2 seconds before replying with a grimace. "If it's not possible, then so be it. My apologies for the disturbance." A minute later, the old cat bent down to take a seat across from Chinyu, his expression peculiar. "Did someone get caught?" Chinyu inquired, as he picked at his food. The old cat blinked and discreetly nudged Chinyu under the table with his foot. "Look down," he urged. Chinyu, taken aback, glanced down at the table, while the old cat, with his right hand holding the phone, whispered, "Look at the screen." Upon hearing this, Chinyu directed his gaze toward the screen, where the dial page displayed the number 959,595 being entered. "What does this mean?" Chinyu was somewhat bewildered. The old cat rubbed his face with his left hand, looking down as he replied, "Damn it, we've stumbled upon something." "What do you mean? Those 4 men and the lady are definitely not together. She just kicked me under the table." The old cat retracted his phone and took a sip of his drink, adding, "But I can't discern their intentions. Something is definitely amiss, and that lady is asking for our help." At a nearby table by the window, a short individual glanced at his watch, his expression stern as he whispered to his companion, "Was the person who just arrived a mere coincidence, or was it a test?" "Hard to say," the companion replied, shaking his head. Observing the bewildered expressions around him, the short man nervously swept his gaze over to the old cat. "Time's up. We're leaving," he declared. "Agreed." The companion nodded, his voice cold as he addressed the young lady. "Do not cause trouble. Come with us." The young lady's fair forehead glistened with fine beads of sweat as she stole a glance at the old cat before nodding in acquiescence. Not far away, the old cat, feeling agitated, rubbed his cheeks and quietly asked Chinyu, "What should we do? Are we going to intervene?" Just then, an electric vehicle came to a halt at the entrance of the restaurant. Chapter 4. The Reluctant Action of the Third. Initially, Chinyu had no interest in the quartet of men and the lady, but upon the old cat's remark, he cast a sidelong glance toward the window. The 4 men were uniformly clad in suede jackets and work pants, their feet shod in worn leather boots, their gazes sharp, and their exposed skin slightly reddened. "They don't seem to be from the special district," Chinyu noted, looking down. "How can you tell?" the old cat asked, intrigued. "They are dressed too heavily, and their skin shows signs of frostbite," Chinyu replied succinctly. "They seem like local ruffians." "What do you mean by ruffians?" "Those who make a living on the edge." Chinyu scratched his nose. Upon hearing this, the old cat felt a twinge of uncertainty. "If we act recklessly, can we truly stand up to them?" "Did you bring a sidearm?" Chinyu inquired. "I came here to eat." "Of course, I didn't bring one," the old cat shook his head. "Then I suggest we hold off on intervening," Chinyu said, frowning thoughtfully. "Let's call the team." As the two engaged in a rapid exchange, the 4 men had already led the young woman to her feet and commenced settling the bill in preparation for departure. "Damn it, they are leaving." Old cat, his hand trembling slightly, raised his glass, nervously stammering, "Shouldn't we follow them? Are you some kind of Neza with your wind and fire wheels?" Chinyu replied, exasperated. "They arrived by car. We can't chase them on foot." "Are you joking?" "I forgot," old cat admitted, stealing a glance at the 4 men. Chinyu furrowed his brow and added, "If those 4 truly mean business, they are undoubtedly armed. Even if we leap out, we won't be able to stop them." Old cat felt a surge of anxiety. Despite being part of the frontline task force, these individuals were of a caliber far beyond his own. Dangerous tasks were never assigned to him. Thus, he often found that the firearms issued were much more effective than those he carried himself, and he had never participated in any large-scale operations. Nevertheless, he turned to Chinyu and said, if we were ordinary citizens, it would be one thing. But dressed as we are, we cannot simply turn a blind eye when we encounter them. You need to think of a solution quickly. With no weapons and an unfavorable numerical disadvantage, and with no time to notify the team, Chinyu lamented, I have no idea what to do unless a miracle occurs. At that moment, the restaurant door swung open, and 6 burly young men entered. After surveying the surroundings, the leader, Lao San, called out, Chinyu. Instantaneously, both Chinyu and Old Cat turned, their expressions a mixture of astonishment as they exclaimed in unison, what a miracle. Lao San, clad in a light green police uniform, approached with 5 of his comrades, tilting his head and puffing on an electronic cigarette as he scolded Chinyu. You just arrived and you're already dining out. You've got quite a stash, haven't you? Come out, I need to speak with you. Lao San, are you here to investigate? Before Chinyu could respond, Old Cat stepped forward, grasping the other's arm and inquiring. Lao San looked bewildered. What do you mean investigate? Didn't you come here with me? Old Cat's expression reflected his confusion. Indeed, I heard he was here, Lao San replied. Then how many men did you bring? Are there any of our brothers outside? Lao San grew increasingly perplexed. What are you talking about? Are you out of your mind? I ran into him by chance. Why would you hide this from me? Old Cat slapped his arm, urgency in his voice. Are we apprehending them here or outside? No, it seems we are not on the same page. Lao San pointed at Chinyu. I came to find him. Old Cat paused, subtly indicating the 4 men by the bar. Aren't we here to apprehend those fellows? Apprehend them? What's wrong with them? How coincidental. Beads of sweat formed on Old Cat's forehead as he murmured. Those 4 have taken a girl hostage. And we just ran into them. Moments ago, Chinyu and I were discussing how to handle the situation when you showed up. Let us restrain them here. We have enough manpower. Lao San appeared utterly bewildered, stammering, I came to find Chinyu. Isn't the Urgi restaurant in your team's jurisdiction? Why are we still discussing finding him at this moment? Old Cat whispered, you decide how to proceed. I can't determine anything. I wasn't prepared. Old San was feeling utterly despondent as he cast another glance at the 4 individuals. He had no idea what their intentions were. The moment Old San and his companions entered the room, the quartet had already spotted them. Observing the police uniforms and recognizing the presence of Lao Mao and Chinyu, they felt an immediate sense of unease. Exchanging furtive glances, the 4 swiftly positioned the young woman in the center and lowered their heads, preparing to make their exit. Stop dawdling. What's the plan for the apprehension? Lao Mao's heart raced as he urged Old San and the others. Old San, overwhelmed with despair, took a step back. This is a situation you 2 have instigated. How can I possibly devise a plan? You are the primary enforcers. We have nothing on us. Primary enforcer, my foot. Old San exclaimed, turning to his fellow officers. If we encounter them, we cannot ignore it. Lao Mao is reckless. If we slip away, he might file a report. What should we do? Little Hu suggested, notify the team, and the others should disperse a bit. Old San instructed, lowering his gaze. Go up and conduct a spot check. Demand their residence permits. If they lack one, they must provide proof of entry into the special zone. If they show any intent to resist, open fire. Am I the one to conduct the spot check? A young man, nearly burst into tears. Let Lao Mao handle it. They're not in uniform. You go. Damn, this is hopeless, Gua muttered, steeling himself as he stepped forward to block the path of the 4 men. As the police of the Black Street, show me your residence permits. The 4 halted, their expressions devoid of emotion as they regarded Old San and the others. The young woman, caught in the midst of them, was drenched in sweat, her fists clenched tightly. I'm speaking to you. Show me your residence permits, Gua reiterated. We are here from the planned area to procure goods. The short middle-aged man spoke softly. We do not possess long-term residence permits. Show me your proof of entry. Gua extended his hand. All right. The short man bowed his head and reached into his pocket. Old San, seasoned and astute, took note of their attire and instinctively took a step back, feigning to place his right hand behind him, intending instead to grasp his firearm. As the short man's hand slipped into his pocket, the young woman suddenly screamed, Help me, they are kidnapping me. Don't move. Just as the words left his lips, the companion beside the short man flicked his sleeve, gripping a military-grade grenade tightly in his right hand, shouting, If you move, you all die. In an instant, chaos erupted within the restaurant, diners ducking for cover and scattering in every direction. The short man yanked the young woman back, his expression unperturbed as he said, Cover me. I'll exit through the back door. Old San, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, placed his right hand on his holster, pointing at the armed man while calling out, "Calm down, brother. If that thing isn't armed, that's one matter, but if it is, that's entirely different." Bang! No sooner had he spoken than Lao Mao sprang into action, seizing a liquor bottle from the table and smashing it against the adversary's wrist with a resounding crack. Swish! The middle-aged man staggered back, his demeanor ferocious, and without a moment's hesitation, he hurled the grenade into the crowd. Qin Yu suddenly lunged forward, grabbing Lao Mao by the collar and retreating several paces. Boom! A resounding explosion erupted, creating a massive crater on the ground, and countless fragments of bricks soared into the air. 2 tables were obliterated, and 3 officers were struck down by shrapnel and debris. The 3rd officer, lying on the ground, shouted loudly, "Take cover! Shoot that one with the grenade!" Bang! 2 gunshots rang out, but just as the 3rd officer attempted to rise, a spray of blood erupted from his rear, and he collapsed once more with a thud. Damn it, damn it! In a panic, he felt his backside, and upon seeing the blood gushing, he glared and cursed, "Old cat, you truly are a motherless wretch." Chapter 5. The Abyss, the King of Hell Dances. In the aftermath of the explosion, Qin Yu shook his head, the scent of alcohol on his breath, and asked Old Cat, "Are you all right?" Thank goodness the 3rd officer and his team arrived. Otherwise, we would have been done for. You can't deny that they are indeed valiant warriors. Old Cat, still shaken, wiped the sweat from his forehead. Noticing that Old Cat seemed fine, Qin Yu promptly pushed him aside and turned to a colleague not far away, whispering, "Give me your gun." The colleague, crouched behind a wooden table, glanced at Qin Yu with a look of sheer terror, clearly bewildered. "The gun now," Qin Yu reiterated, his voice low yet firm. Regaining his composure, the colleague instinctively tossed the weapon across the floor without a second thought, then resumed his position, remaining still. The firearm was a Model 2911, resembling the 1911 but enhanced with a larger capacity, containing 9 rounds, a standard issue for frontline officers. Although Qin Yu had never handled such a weapon before, having only seen it in magazines, the mechanics and feel were familiar. He inspected the gun, habitually ejecting the magazine for a check, then smoothly racking the slide in one fluid motion. With the gun in hand, Qin Yu crouched and stood up, taking 2 swift steps to adjust his angle. He positioned his left arm as a brace and, gripping the gun with determination, decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! 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 The back of the middle-aged man who had just thrown the grenade exploded, and he collapsed instantly. Indeed, Qin Yu chose not to merely incapacitate, but to eliminate, as all adversaries were armed and dangerously aggressive. Showing leniency could result in further casualties. After firing 3 shots, Qin Yu did not glance elsewhere, but bent low. Bang! 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 A volley of bullets flew towards him, causing debris from the wall to scatter. Listening intently, Qin Yu leaned forward, lunging outside to fire off 2 shots. But the gun was empty. Meanwhile, the 2 assailants, displaying remarkable reflexes and skill, coordinated effectively. One provided cover while the other kicked open a window, escaping through it. They opted for the window rather than the door, uncertain if more officers awaited outside, thus employing a surprising tactic. Seeing the 2 flee, Qin Yu refrained from pursuing them and instead ascended the stairs to the 2nd floor, weapon drawn. In the main hall, the 3rd officer sat on the ground, clutching his backside, staring in astonishment at Qin Yu, who had chosen to execute without hesitation, leaving him somewhat dazed. "Wow, is Xiao Qin truly this ruthless?" Old Cat exclaimed as he rose, calling out to the 3rd officer and the others. "Chase them, help Xiao Qin. He is on his own." The 3rd officer shot Old Cat a sidelong glance, his frustration boiling over. He felt that his dejection was directly tied to this Li Fugue. Encountering him could only spell trouble. On the 2nd floor, Qin Yu hurried towards the back door, peering down through the window. Through the glass, he observed the short, middle-aged man dragging the girl across the street and into a dilapidated alley of aged buildings on the opposite side. After much contemplation, Qin Yu clenched his teeth and muttered a curse. "Damn it. No backup? It's just me left. I must take the plunge." With a loud crash, Qin Yu flung open the window, braving the chilly wind that rushed in, and leapt down. Upon landing, he unleashed the full potential of his physical prowess, crossing the road in under 3 seconds, positioning himself at the mouth of the alley, his gun raised slightly, finger poised on the trigger. Bang! Bang! The sharp crack of gunfire echoed. Not far away, the short middle-aged man, upon hearing the shots, quickly pulled the girl to hide against the wall of the alley, furrowing his brow in the shadows. "Are the brothers from the planning district here?" Qin Yu called out. The short man lowered his head to inspect his firearm and responded in halting Mandarin. Yes, the streets outside are starving us. We come into the city to earn a living. Where are you watching us from? We're not watching. It's just that trouble found us. Chinyu replied honestly. Can you raise your hands? I have tickets in my bag. Just say the word, and you can take them. The short man licked his lips. Chinyu blinked. I understand the streets are cold, but given my attire and the trouble I've encountered, I can't simply ignore it. I don't want the tickets. Just leave the girl. The man hesitated. I have a goldfish in my pocket. I'll take the girl, and you can keep the tickets in it. Not an option. Chinyu decisively refused. Fine, I'll leave the girl. The short man hesitated for a moment, then pushed the girl gently. You move ahead, slowly at first, then faster after 3 seconds. If you don't comply, I'll shoot you. Chinyu licked his lips and peered into the alley. Come over. After a moment's hesitation, the girl stepped forward, and the sounds of footsteps within the alley became increasingly chaotic. 3 seconds later, she quickened her pace. Chinyu hesitated briefly, then stepped into the alley, waving his hand and calling out. Hurry up. The girl looked up at Chinyu, her eyes filled with urgency as she shouted. He hasn't tea left. Just as the words left her mouth, the short middle-aged man emerged from the shadows, raising his weapon towards the alley's entrance. Bang, bang, bang. The rapid gunfire shattered the night, causing the girl to cover her head with her hands and crouch down, screaming. A second later, a dull thud echoed from within the alley as the short man collapsed. Chinyu stood protectively in front of the girl, cautiously refraining from advancing further into the alley. Instead, he raised his arm and, without hesitation, fired 2 shots into the bandit's head. Ah! The girl screamed, still clutching her ears. Chinyu ignored her, stepping forward to kick the man's head before glancing at the graze on his shoulder from a stray bullet, letting out a sigh of relief as he cursed. Damn it, that was close. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out from the alley's entrance. Chinyu turned to see Lao San, holding his backside, standing under the dim light, where Lao Mao and the others. Amidst the chaos of gunfire, they dashed to the left. Breathing heavily, Lao San turned back and asked, Did the bandits kill anyone? Chinyu blinked and stepped forward, glancing around before suddenly grasping Lao San and pulling him into an alley. What are you doing? Lao San was taken aback. You want to confront me, don't you? Chinyu asked, his face devoid of expression. Lao San froze, recalling that he had intended to confront Chinyu at the restaurant. You wanted to talk to me about something, right? Let us discuss it here, Chinyu inquired, narrowing his eyes. What do you mean? Chinyu raised his gun to Lao San's head. Have you ever been to the designated planning area? When the military supply trucks pass by San Kanzi, even the devil must disembark to pay respects. I emerged from there alone. And now you think you can instruct me on the rules? Lao San was momentarily stunned. A gunshot rang out, shattering the air. Moment lato, Lao San kolap, gasping. His eyes wide in shock. Chinyu tossed the gun onto Lao San's body, declaring, from now on, we shall tackle such perilous tasks together. Do not provoke me. Next time, in a moment of fear, I may not know where the gun will be pointed. Having said that, he approached the girl and asked softly, What trouble have you encountered, sister? An hour and a half later, within the precinct hospital, Lao San lay on the operating table as he connected a call. Yuan team. He greeted. Where are you? Yuan Ku's voice was icy. I'm at the hospital. Did you encounter a case at the restaurant? Yuan Ku inquired again. Yes, Lao San replied. Immediately boasting, we were on a routine patrol and stumbled upon some desperate fugitives from outside the district at Urgi's restaurant. I sensed something was amiss and approached for an inspection, only for them to draw their guns. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, I engaged them, and the main culprit along with an accomplice were neutralized on the spot, though 2 managed to flee. No worries, the district has already issued orders for their capture. Yuan team, I heard from the precinct that the main suspect, someone named Matsushita, has been on the system's radar as a notorious criminal for 4 years, with numerous murders to his name. Don't you think our team is rather impressive? Not only did we encounter him, but we also eliminated him, resolving a backlog of cases in one fell swoop. Yuan team, you must advocate for me with the chief. Capturing such a major criminal is no small feat. I've served as a second-level police officer for 2 years. It's time for me to ascend. Moreover, this case was handled by our team, which brings prestige to the entire precinct. Prestige my foot, Yuan team retorted. Are you cursing at me? Did I? I genuinely wish I could end you with a bullet. Lao San was flabbergasted. Matsushita was brought in by my brother. Just as the job was wrapping up, you had to play the hero. Yuan kiskivi kositet. You truly are a useless fool. No, Yuan team, let me explain, Lao San stammered, attempting to clarify I was just bragging. The truth is, I was going to confront Yu, but unexpectedly ran into that fool Lao Mao, who mentioned a case. Beep beep. Yuanka had already hung up the call. Chapter 6. Climbing up by stepping on Lao San. Within the Precinct S office building, in the inquiry room of the first team, Yu twirled a pen with his right hand and gently inquired of the young woman before him, "Are you feeling any better?" The girl brushed her hair ends, her eyes appearing somewhat dazed, and a look of lingering shock adorned her face. After a moment's hesitation, she nodded. Noticing her state, Yu rose and walked to the water dispenser, pouring her a cup of warm water. He placed it on the table and said, "Drink some water. If you feel unwell, you should consider getting checked at the hospital." "Thank you, but I don't think I need to go to the hospital. I have no visible injuries." The girl picked up the cup, offered her polite gratitude, and took a deep breath. "You can ask your questions now." "Very well, I shall begin." Yu resumed his seat, taking out a notepad to record the information. "What is your name?" "Lin Yinlei." "And your age?" 20. "Gender?" Lin Yinlei appeared slightly bewildered. "Can't you tell?" "I must inquire. As the body camera is recording," Yu explained with a smile. "Female. Location of residence?" Lin Yinlei hesitated visibly. "Fongbei City." "Ah, you are from the capital of the special zone?" "Yes." "What brings you here? Work or relocation of residency?" Although Yu had no prior experience in interrogation, the straightforward forms provided clarity, and he was cautious to avoid any mistakes during his first inquiry. "Work." Once her basic information was confirmed, Yu began to address the case details. "You have been kidnapped. Where did the incident occur? Do you know who your captors were?" "I'm not certain. I just..." Lin Yinlei was about to elaborate on the case when the office door suddenly swung open, and Director Li entered with Old Cat and others in tow. Yu turned a glance and promptly stood to greet them. "Director Li, what brings you here?" Director Li, hands clasped behind his back, responded, "What are you discussing?" "Just verifying the basic details." "Greetings, Miss Lin." After nodding at Yu, Director Li extended his hand courteously to Lin Yinlei. "I'm the Chief of Police, surnamed Li." "Hello." Lin Yinlei nodded and shook his hand. "Someone from the online broadcast is here to escort you. You may leave now." After a moment's consideration, Director Li added with a smile, "We will handle the case. The remaining suspects won't escape justice." Yu felt a surge of curiosity at this statement. For Director Li had not been present in the room moments prior, yet he seemed to know the girl's name and appeared intent on releasing her without further questioning. Thus, Yu scrutinized her more closely. She stood approximately 1.7 meters tall, with a graceful figure, despite some dirt on her face and disheveled hair. Her exquisite features were undeniable. Old Cat had remarked that Lin Yinlei resembled the formerly popular Junji Hyun, but Yu found her even more captivating. Her eyes were larger and more expressive, and her figure was proportionate. Most notably, her skin was remarkably fair and translucent, reminiscent of a porcelain doll. In this day and age, it was rare for someone's child to be so well-preserved, seemingly without lifting a finger. Clearly, Director Li's unexpected visit and the decision to release her without conducting a thorough inquiry carried significant implications. After a brief exchange between Lin Yinlei and Director Li, they all proceeded downstairs together. 5 minutes later, they reached the ground floor. A pure electric sedan came to a halt, and several middle-aged individuals alighted, engaging in cheerful pleasantries with Director Li before hastily departing with Lin Yinlei. Yu cast a glance at the pass affixed to the windshield, noting it belonged to the publicity department of Songjiang City. As the crowd watched Lin Yinlei depart, Director Li stepped aside to make a few phone calls, then turned back to call out, "Come to my office." "What's going on?" Yu inquired, turning to Old Cat. Old Cat scratched his nose and replied in a hushed tone, "You've really stepped in it this time. Just after arriving, you've already caught the higher-ups' attention." "Ah, but it's to be expected. A capable person is bound to make waves wherever they go." Upon hearing this, Yu felt a sense of assurance. A few minutes later, in the office, Director Li patted Yu on the shoulder and sighed. "I told you, you possess a certain gravitas. But I didn't anticipate you would shine so brightly upon your arrival. It was merely coincidental." Yu grinned, showing his teeth. "Indeed, quite fortuitous." Director Li, unable to conceal his joy, paced around the room, jokingly exclaimed, "This Matsushita is entangled in numerous significant cases that the Bureau has earmarked for capture." However, he had been in the planning district for the past 2 years, rendering the higher-ups powerless to apprehend him. Yet, he has faltered in your hands upon his return. And tomorrow at the meeting, I shall have the pleasure of boasting at the Bureau. You've given me a reason to take pride so soon after your arrival. Truly commendable." Yu listened quietly, refraining from interjecting. Ah, Director Lee sighed as he leaned back in his chair, lighting a cigarette gifted by Chinyu. His expression tinged with regret as he continued. Had this matter involved someone else, they could leap from a third-level officer to first level in an instant, easily ascending to group leader without issue. But your situation is a tad more complicated. You've just arrived, and the data entry system has barely been operational for 24 hours. Should I push for your elevation now? It might stir some discontent. Old Cat interjected. Defending Chinyu, merit ISN team merely bestowed. It is earned through relentless effort. Who was it that pursued Matsushita? Who was responsible for his downfall? Who rescued the hostages? These facts are glaringly evident. Why fear idle gossip? If you heed others, you wouldn't dare to act as a director anymore. Director Lee, usually composed, shot a glance of embarrassment at Chinyu and promptly chided Old Cat. Old Cat blinked, falling silent thereafter. Young Chin, the accolades are yours. No one can take them from you. However, the circumstances within the Bureau are somewhat intricate. Given your recent arrival, should I forcefully promote you, it might yield adverse repercussions. Director Lee stated, his expression impassive as he regarded Chinyu. But time is on our side. We shall proceed gradually. Director, you have already assisted me greatly. I am content. Chinyu smiled. It is of little consequence. Within a month, I shall have you transition from intern officer to third level. Tomorrow, I will arrange for someone to draft a case report to send to the police department. I anticipate that securing a third-class merit award will pose no challenge. Once the commendation arrives, your promotion to second level by year's end will be a logical progression. Director Lee pondered for a moment before continuing. As for now, you cannot assume the role of group leader due to your brief tenure. You lack familiarity with the team, and suddenly being appointed leader would not earn you their respect. Here's what we'll do. I will speak with Yuan Ku to appoint you as deputy group leader. This position will be determined internally and will not be entered into the system, nor will it carry an official title. However, once you acclimate, I will secure a formal position for you when a vacancy arises. Additionally, this case will reward you with a bonus of 3,000, and, at the end of the month, you will also receive the title of Outstanding Individual. Thank you, Director Lee. Chinyu was inwardly elated by this outcome and promptly saluted in gratitude. All right then, let it be. Director Lee waved his hand and said, you two may leave now. Rest early. With those words, Chinyu and Old Cat departed together. Just as Director Lee took a sip of water and was about to rise to head home, the phone rang. Hello, Lee. I would like to inquire about the report on this case. How should we address the situation regarding the third party? Should we consider Captain Yuan's factors? Director Lee pondered for a moment. I have heard a bit about his situation. That lad is not apprehending anyone at the restaurant. Let's emphasize that. The following noon, in the hospital, what does the higher-ups say? The third party asked a colleague while lying on the hospital bed. The medical expenses for the injured will be fully covered by the department, and we will also apply to the police department to secure a collective third-class merit for our team. As for financial rewards, aside from Chinyu, each severely injured participant will receive 5,000, while those who were not injured will receive 3,000. The colleague replied, his head hanging low. The third party was taken aback by this information. What about Chinyu and Old Cat? I'm not sure about Old Cat. The colleague shook his head. But I heard that Director Lee has promised Chinyu a promotion to second-class officer by the end of the year, along with a personal third-class merit application. Moreover, the office has already informed the team that he will be appointed as deputy team leader. Upon hearing this, the third party's head buzzed, and he exclaimed, is there no justice left? Is Chinyu perhaps Director Lee's illegitimate child? I put in the most effort and suffered the most injuries. I thought we would all meet at the martyrs' cemetery. Yet the one reaping the benefits is this rookie? Why should the department apply for a personal third-class merit for him, while I only receive a collective third-class merit? Look at the bullet wound on my backside. Had I not dodged quickly, the bullet would have pierced straight through me. And now the department offers me a mere 5,000 bonus. What does that mean? I ask you, what does that mean? You asking me is of no use. The colleague rolled his eyes in response. Someone in the team has spoken up for you. But Director Lee shot it down immediately. The criteria are rigid. The credit lies with whoever takes down the target. Moreover, it's clear to the higher-ups what we were doing at the restaurant. Enough. The third party retorted, weary and lying back on the bed, muttering, my mother always said I had bad luck. The third party was indignant, feeling that Chinyu had stolen his deserved credit. However, in truth, Chinyu was also somewhat wronged, as the principal beneficiary of this incident was not him, but rather Old Cat, who had not even been mentioned by Director Lee. A first-class officer had swiftly been promoted to third-class police chief. Simultaneously, without any fanfare, Old Cat quietly ascended to the position of deputy team leader, with the application for personal third-class merit approved within a day. Few within the department were aware of this matter. Yet those who had heard of it were privately speculating about the relationship between Old Cat and Director Lee, as well as Chin-Yu. Simultaneously, he lamented that relentless effort could not rival a fortunate fate, and that fortune itself was no match for those who wielded control over their destinies. On the day following the resolution of a minor upheaval, Yuan Ku, the supporter of the third brother, boarded the train back to Songjiang City. Chapter 7. An Audience with Captain Yuan. Although Chin-Yu had tasted some success in the Songxia case and received commendations from Li Si, his standing within the team remained unaltered. In fact, among the 45 members of the first team, the majority regarded him as invisible. Aside from Chi Lin, Old Cat, and a few colleagues on the periphery who were somewhat cordial, the core members of the team met him with cold indifference. If only outsiders treated Chin-Yu this way, he might have been able to endure it, but the roommates he shared his living quarters with also subjected him to a form of cold violence. While these individuals refrained from provoking him, they also ignored him entirely. Whenever Chin-Yu entered the room, silence would descend, where the others would collectively vacate. As soon as he left, they would return, resuming their card games and conversations. Their treatment of Chin-Yu stemmed from his offense against the third brother, rendering him a thorn in their side, and his immediate appropriation of credit was bound to incite jealousy in some, whereas others might regret antagonizing the third brother. Chin-Yu felt no such sentiment. His inherently cool demeanor made it difficult for others to penetrate his emotional barriers. Furthermore, he did not believe that ingratiating himself with others would facilitate his acceptance into any circle. He felt that existing in such an environment, excessive weakness would foster an insatiable sense of entitlement in others. If the third brother could suppress him once, he could do so 100 times. Today he had endured 3 extra shifts without complaint, and tomorrow the third brother might very well impose a 4-day shift on him. If this continued, he might find himself washing others' clothes and managing the dormitory's cleanliness, an intolerable situation for Chin-Yu. Though he remained unfazed by his colleagues' cold treatment, enduring life in the dormitory had become increasingly uncomfortable. After all, living under the same roof while harboring disdain for one another, exchanging nothing but frosty glances, would undoubtedly affect one's mood. The Songxia case had brought Chin-Yu an unexpected windfall of 3,000 yuan, which he had not anticipated, prompting him to decide to rent a separate apartment. Since he could not get along with his peers, it was best to avoid them entirely. However, unfamiliar with the local housing market, he sought Old Cat's assistance in finding a place, one that was reasonably priced, equipped with electricity, and suitable for habitation. Old Cat, recognizing Chin-Yu's resilience and straightforwardness, readily agreed to help him. The following day, as Chin-Yu entered the office to arrange for his transition into his new role, a voice suddenly called out from outside. "Chin-Yu, Captain Yuan wants to see you in the cafeteria." Upon hearing this, Chin-Yu turned around, intending to inquire further, only to find that the caller had already departed, showing no inclination for further conversation. With a chuckle, Chin-Yu donned his coat and exited the office. In the cafeteria, after consulting with the staff, he raised his gaze to find Captain Yuan seated by the window. Yuan Ku stands approximately 1.78 to 1.79 meters tall, possessing a slender physique complemented by fair skin and handsome features. His enchanting peach blossom eyes, slightly downturned at the inner corners like a crescent moon and gently uplifted at the outer corners, imbue him with an irresistible charm, giving the impression that his eyes are perpetually smiling, instantly winning people's favor upon first meeting. "Hello, are you Captain Yuan?" Chin-Yu inquired. "Ah, yes, nice to meet you." Yuan Ku replied with a warm smile, rising to shake Chin-Yu's hand. "Originally, I should have come to greet you the day before yesterday when you arrived at the team, but unfortunately, I was away from Songjiang and only returned today. I heard you attended a meeting in Fongbei. Have you settled in well?" Yuan gestured for Chin-Yu to take a seat. "Yes, I've completed all the necessary procedures." Chin-Yu responded, sitting across from Yuan Ku. "That's good to hear." Yuan Ku personally poured a glass of water for Chin-Yu, his expression cheerful. "I heard about the kidnapping case. You certainly made a name for yourself among the team leaders." "It was just a stroke of luck," Chin-Yu replied with a smile. "This morning, I had a conversation with Director Lee, who briefed me on your situation," Yuan Ku said, naturally steering the conversation toward the main topic. Typically, when criminals like Songxia are apprehended, the primary investigators receive recognition, and those below the rank of chief may be promoted. Therefore, Director Lee suggested that you should be appointed as a group leader and promoted to a second-level officer. However, given that you have only just arrived and this incident occurred so soon, it seems a bit coincidental. If we were to push for it, it might raise eyebrows. Thus, after discussing with Director Lee, we decided it would be prudent for you to wait a bit. There's no rush. We have ample time ahead of us. Yes, Director Lee mentioned this to me. I'm not in a hurry either, Qin Yu replied, aligning with Yuanke's sentiments. Having just arrived, it's best to acclimatize to the environment first. Rest assured, what is meant for you will certainly be pursued on your behalf. As the two engaged in cordial conversation, the restaurant staff brought forth 2 plates of hot dishes and 2 plates of cold dishes, featuring not only beef, but also some rather expensive vegetables. This gesture made Qin Yu appreciate Yuanke's generosity, as he appeared to be an open-minded individual. During duty hours, we can't drink. Let us keep it simple, Yuanke said, refilling Qin Yu's glass of water. This is quite sufficient, Qin Yu replied. Let us eat while it's hot. Absolutely, Yuanke responded. And they began to eat, Yuanke discreetly observing Qin Yu. He noted that this young man, who had emerged from the planned area, was unfazed. While he did not eat ravenously, he also exhibited no signs of awkwardness. Xiao Qin, I'd like you to join the third group, Yuanke stated after a brief pause. The previous group leader was dismissed due to misconduct and corruption, leaving the position unfilled. You could serve as the acting group leader. Qin Yu was taken aback. Isn't that inappropriate? Director Lee mentioned I would be the deputy group leader. Acting group leader is essentially at the deputy level. Yuanke clarified with a smile. Moreover, Director Lee's original intention was to promote you to a second-level officer. Once your title is confirmed, we can drop the acting designation. Thank you for your support, Captain Yuan, Qin Yu expressed gratefully. Xiao Qin, while this rank isn't solely mine to give, the position of captain is indeed a collective recognition from everyone. Without a team of 40 or 50 brothers backing me in this case, how could I, Yuanke, engage in conversation with Director Lee? Yuanke spoke with succinctness, exuding a sense of camaraderie and righteousness. Now that you are here, you are one of my own. You support me, and I shall take care of you. That is only fitting. There is no need for formality between us. Should you encounter any matters, feel free to bring them directly to me. I will strive to secure what you rightfully deserve. We share the same pot of rice, albeit in different roles. Ultimately, we seek to navigate this chaotic environment a little better. Qin Yu initially believed he had offended the third brother, perceiving himself as a thorn in Yuanke's side. He thought Yuan might not confront him openly, but would surely throw him a pair of metaphorical shoes to wear to assert his authority. However, he was taken aback by Yuan's straightforward words today, devoid of any bureaucratic pretense or convoluted expressions, which warmed his heart. Team Leader Yuan, since you have expressed yourself so candidly, let me raise a toast to you with water in place of wine. Qin Yu, not one to overlook a gesture of goodwill, lifted his cup and earnestly stated, from now on, in the first squad, I will do my utmost to fulfill my duties. With that, the 2 men downed their drinks in unison. Setting his cup down, Yuanke wiped his mouth and looked at Qin Yu, saying, well then, we've exchanged pleasantries. Let us discuss matters of work. Of course, please proceed. This morning, a wanted notice came from the police station, indicating that several notorious criminals have arrived in the planning district and may surface in the black market. This task has been assigned to the first squad, and I have returned to organize our personnel in preparation for their apprehension. Yuanke furrowed his brow as he addressed Qin Yu. However, I have another significant case that requires manpower to tackle. Since you're new and lack experience with major criminal cases, I would like you to lead Team 3 on this matter. What kind of case is it? Qin Yu inquired. It pertains to drug trafficking, Yuanke replied after taking a sip of water. Recently, a large quantity of smuggled drugs has appeared in the black market, some counterfeit while others come from unofficial channels. This issue has largely gone unchecked, as where there is demand, there's a market. With our resources already stretched thin on major cases, there is little manpower to control the situation. However, 2 major pharmaceutical companies in the northern capital have jointly pressured the government, claiming this situation is adversely affecting their market. As you know, in turbulent times, those in the business of saving lives wield greater influence. The higher-ups, left with no choice, have exerted pressure downwards, resulting in our leaders at the Songjiang Medical Department incessantly contacting the police station. The police, in turn, have been pressing Director Lee, as the primary area of illicit drug circulation lies within the black market. Consequently, Director Lee is nearly beside himself, declaring in meetings that we must completely eradicate the drug dealers from the black market within 3 months. Are they truly serious about eradicating them? Or is this merely talk? Chinyu asked, blinking subtly. Yuan Ke paused, his expression revealing a hint of surprise as he responded, They are indeed serious. This is not mere rhetoric. We must achieve a thorough cleanup. Will Team 3 have sufficient manpower? You will begin your work, and once you uncover significant leads, our first squad will concentrate our efforts for a decisive strike. Yuan Ke replied softly. But until we have those leads, we will still pursue those major criminals. Understood. Chinyu thought to himself, fully aware that upon donning this uniform, he must adhere to the commands of this place. It was an unyielding rule, and he currently lacked the authority to choose otherwise. You are well aware that the current crackdown on counterfeit drugs by the joint authorities is unprecedented, aimed at safeguarding the interests of pharmaceutical companies engaged in research and the welfare of numerous patients. Thus, the trafficking of smuggled drugs, regardless of their authenticity, carries the death penalty if the quantity exceeds 5 kilograms. Yuan Ke furrowed his brow and cautioned, You must exercise caution in your endeavors. The case must be resolved. But the safety of both the team members and yourself must also be ensured. I understand, came the reply. I will send the materials to Team 3 this afternoon. Please familiarize yourself with them promptly and get to know your team members as well. If necessary, you might want to break the ice by treating everyone to a meal. After all, they're all young and easy to approach. Yuan Ke stood up, intending to settle the bill, but suddenly turned to Chinyu and added, Oh, I almost forgot to mention, the third one has quite the temperament. Sometimes he acts or speaks without thinking. Do not emulate him. I will arrange for the two of you to sit down together. Let bygones be bygones. Chinyu was taken aback. That could be troublesome. Huh. I will settle the bill now. It's almost time to get to work. Yuan Ke smiled at Chinyu before heading toward the cashier. Chinyu watched Yuan Ke's retreating figure and softly murmured, He certainly possesses a generous spirit. In the afternoon, just as Chinyu was about to return to Team 3, Lao Mao notified him to rush to 88 Tongbai Road in the Black District as a new residence had been found. Checking his phone, Chinyu felt he had ample time before his shift began and promptly stepped out. After approximately a 15-minute brisk walk, he arrived at the entrance of 88 Tongbai Road, but did not see Lao Mao. Instead, he heard someone call from behind, Are you the one who cannot distinguish between genders? Turning at the sound, Chinyu saw Lin Yinlei standing below the steps in a fitted wool coat, her face adorned with a radiant smile. The fear she had displayed the previous day was gone, and she stood against the brilliant sun, resembling a figure that had stepped out of a painting. At the entrance of the courtyard, Chinyu greeted her with a smile. Lin Yinlei, what brings you here? I came to look at the house, she replied, casually brushing her hair. What about you? Coincidentally, I am here to view the residence as well, he replied, momentarily taken aback. Is that so? Lin Yinlei blinked her sparkling eyes. Don't your officers have dormitories? Ha, the dormitory is too crowded for my liking. I thought I would rent a place instead. Oh, Lin Yinlei playfully nodded, extending her hand in greeting. Since it's such a coincidence, let's get acquainted. I still don't know your name. My name is Chinyu. Thank you, Chinyu. Lin Yinlei's initiative to engage him was primarily to express her gratitude. Chinyu understood her thanks stemmed from him saving her life in the alley. Thus he responded with feigned modesty. It is my duty. You need not be overly polite. Lin Yinlei regarded him with newfound respect. A salute to you. Shall we go in together and take a look? Chinyu, despite his previous reservations, found himself drawn to attractive women. Now that his circumstances had stabilized, he felt a slight urge to converse more with the charming lady. I've already seen it and secured the place. My colleague has gone shopping, and we will leave once she returns. Lin Yinlei responded warmly. If you choose to rent here, we might meet again. Once I receive my salary, I shall treat you to a meal. With a chuckle, she added, but first, I need to see if the house suits my needs. I'll work at the network station, and I will certainly have dealings with the police department in the future. Until we meet again. All right. After a brief exchange, Chinyu stepped into Courtyard 88. He had not yet had the chance to ask Lin Yinlei for her contact information before she departed with a female colleague. Inside the courtyard, Old Cat sat on a stone pedestal, waving and calling out, Chinyu, over here. Upon hearing the voice, Chinyu hurried over. I heard you talking at the entrance. Who were you speaking to? Old Cat casually inquired. Did Chi Lin come as well? No. I just ran into that girl who was kidnapped the other day and chatted for a moment. Old Cat was taken aback. You encountered that girl? Where's she? Don't act. as if you're about to devour her. She has already left. What is she doing here? Old cat, intrigued, continued to ask. Who was she with? What did she say to you? She works at the network station, not far from our police department. So she came to check out the house and happened to run into me. Yu replied, somewhat impatiently. Why do you need to know all the details? Did she rent a place here? It seems she did, he added. Old cat furrowed his brow in contemplation, then suddenly turned to Yu and asked, Hey, are you still in need of a roommate? I can cook. You're quite the character, Yu replied, speechless. She truly captivates me, my friend. Old cat rambled on. Why don't we co-rent? We could live together, I tell you. Let us discuss that later. I need to check out the house first, Yu urged. We need to hurry. I have to return to the team soon. All right, let us go. With that, the two of them stepped into the main hall of the house. The property Old Cat showed Yu was approximately 30 square meters, furnished with some basic furniture and freshly painted walls, presenting a clean overall environment, albeit at a somewhat steep price. The landlady was asking for $300 a month, with payment required every 6 months. This price was indeed on the higher side, but still reasonable, given that Courtyard 88 was situated in the heart of Songjiang City's government district, adjacent to the television station, network broadcast station, police department, and transportation authority. This proximity was likely why Yu and Lin Yinlei had crossed paths. Their workplaces were not far apart, and even if they did not meet here, future encounters were inevitable. The current currency in the 9th Special Zone was the newly issued yuan, while the globally recognized currency was the Alliance coin issued by institutions under the United Government. Of course, the EU region had its own currency, the euro, but that is a matter for another time. The exchange rate was approximately 1 Alliance coin to 6 yuan. Since the yuan had only recently been issued, its purchasing power was exceptionally high, roughly 10 times that of the previous renminbi. Thus, 300 yuan equated to about 3,000 renminbi. Presently, Yu's monthly salary was merely 500 if he were to rent this house. After accounting for food and other expenses, he would have little left at the end of the month. This scenario reflects the plight of the lower class in the 9th Special Zone, where the cost of living rises daily due to dwindling resources, resulting in a surplus of individuals vying for limited positions and consequently low incomes. Why was Qi Lin so intent on securing a position as a secondary officer? It was simply because a higher rank would yield a corresponding increase in salary. Lao Mao noticed that Qin Yu had taken a liking to this apartment, yet he felt a twinge of regret over the monthly rent of 300 yuan. He leaned in and whispered in the police force. Aside from timid individuals like Qi Lin, who are solely focused on being sycophants, most people do not rely entirely on their salaries for sustenance. I can see you're not entirely virtuous either. You will surely engage in some illicit activities down the line. Do you have any under-the-table income? Qin Yu asked with a sidelong glance. Indeed, how could I not? Came Lao Mao's unabashed reply. What sort of illicit income do you possess? I specialize in extorting those who owe money. If they don't pay, I deal with them accordingly. Lao Mao answered shamelessly. Qin Yu was left speechless. Stop pondering it. Just rent it. I can come and stay occasionally, Lao Mao urged once more. After some deliberation, Qin Yu concluded that he might not find a better or cheaper place in the near future, especially since this courtyard was indeed quite close to the police station. Thus, he hesitated for a moment and replied, All right, I'll rent it, but just for 6 months. After work commenced in the afternoon, within the modest 50-square-meter office space, 9 young officers stood in uniform at attention. Yuan Ku, with a cheerful demeanor, addressed the group. Let me say a few words. Although Qin Yu has only just arrived, he has decisively eliminated the notorious criminal Song Xia and successfully resolved a kidnapping case. Therefore, after careful consideration by the department and the team, we have decided to appoint Qin Yu as the leader of Team 3. The crowd exchanged glances for a moment before erupting into enthusiastic applause. Qin Yu's commendation for third-class merit had already been submitted to the department, and his rank would undoubtedly rise in due course. So I urge you all to harbor no reservations. As I mentioned before, as long as you prove your worth, you will have a place in Team 1, and I will certainly promote you. This applies to everyone equally. After concluding his address, Yuan Ku gestured for Qin Yu to step forward. Introduce yourself to everyone. Hearing this, Qin Yu stepped forward, clad in a neatly pressed light green police uniform, with 2 crutches slung over his shoulder. He saluted and announced, I am Qin Yu. I look forward to your support in the future. Among the crowd, Qi Lin stood in stunned silence, a bittersweet feeling gnawing at him. Just a few hours prior, he had personally welcomed this newcomer into the team, yet in less than 2 days, he had become his superior. This sensation was indeed unsettling. I will reiterate, once you don this uniform, you must adhere to the rules of this place. Although Qin Yu is new, should anyone dare to bully him, engage in nonsense, or disrupt our work, do not expect me to remain amicable. Yuan Ku warned with a smile before turning back to Qin Yu, saying, all right, you all chat among yourselves. Understood. Qin Yu nodded. Thank you, Captain Yuan. Don't mention it. Yuan Ku replied with a flourish as he departed. Within the office, Qin Yu glanced at the others and casually retrieved a box of cherished Zhonghua cigarettes from his pocket. With a warm smile, he addressed the group. I happen to have stumbled upon this fortunate opportunity to become the leader, but my experiences may not measure up to yours. Therefore, I will rely on your assistance with the cases ahead. Come now, let us all relax and enjoy a smoke. Qin Yu's words were merely a polite opening, intended to foster camaraderie among the group. However, unexpectedly, a relatively older youth standing on the far left of the crowd seized the cigarette from Qin Yu's hand, adeptly tearing open the packaging and exclaiming, Brother, you've got quite the stash. How did you manage to procure some fine tobacco? Taken aback, Qin Yu responded with a smile. A good friend gifted it to me. The individual engaging Qin Yu in conversation was Zhu Wei, a veteran of Group 3, who had been employed for 4 to 5 years. Due to his somewhat blunt manner of handling affairs, he had yet to ascend the ranks. Nevertheless, had Qin Yu not arrived, he might have been considered for the position of group leader, given his seniority and decent rapport with Yuan Ku. Zhu Wei extracted a cigarette, lit it, took a deep drag, and then passed the pack to the others. Please, have a seat, Qin Yu invited. Suddenly, Zhu Wei playfully slapped Qin Yu on the arm, laughing heartily. This stuff is quite enjoyable. It has a certain feel to it. Brother, you're straightforward in your dealings. No nonsense, huh? While the sentiment was harmless, the slap landed directly on Qin Yu's bruised arm. He had been grazed by a stray bullet during a confrontation with Matsushita, and it was still healing. Ouch! Qin Yu flinched in pain, furrowing his brow as he stepped back and turned to Zhu Wei. Wei Gu, the leader has an injury. At that moment, Qi Lin had already unconsciously begun referring to Qin Yu as leader. What is wrong? Zhu Wei asked nonchalantly, looking at Qin Yu. Where are you hurt? Qin Yu glanced at Zhu Wei and replied with a smile. I got grazed by a bullet while dealing with Matsushita. Just a graze? That's nothing. You can just get some medicine at the hospital later, Zhu Wei grinned. No need for a shot. It's not life-threatening. If you get shot now, half a month's salary will be gone. Hearing this, Qin Yu narrowed his eyes at Zhu Wei, but remained silent, merely urging the others to take their seats. Once all 10 members of Group 3 were seated, they began to converse softly. Through this initial dialogue, Qin Yu gathered a general understanding of the dynamics within Group 3. Including himself, the group comprised 10 individuals, 3 Thais, 1 foreigner, and 6 Chinese nationals. However, the 9th Special District, located in the former northeastern part of the country, had Mandarin as its official language, and since they had resided there for quite some time, their Mandarin was quite fluent, albeit with a slight northeastern accent. After some simple communication, they began to diligently study the data on drug trafficking organizations. As night fell, after inspecting 2 dilapidated police vehicles assigned to Group 3, Qin Yu returned to the office only to find it empty, save for Qi Lin and the foreign brother, who were sifting through the clue files. Where is everyone? Qin Yu inquired. Zhuge took them out for some business, Qi Lin replied. Qin Yu furrowed his brow. We agreed to focus on the case. We have a meeting tonight. Why did he suddenly take people out? He seems to have gone to attend to some personal matters, Qi Lin answered. It's not even quitting time yet, and he leaves without a word? Qin Yu murmured, his expression devoid of emotion. Qi Lin remained silent for a moment, not responding. Qin Yu furrowed his brows while seated, gazing at the desk phone, his fingers softly tapping on the surface. What did Zhu Wei mean? Was he attempting to play the role of himself? On the very first day of officially leading the 3rd team, Qin Yu was already faced with a test. Chapter 9. The Wind Rises on Dirt Street. At 5:30 in the evening, Qin Yu, Qi Lin, and their companion, Black, had finished their meal in the cafeteria when Zhu Wei returned with others. Oh, you went out? Qin Yu inquired from his chair. Zhu Wei, gulping down water, casually replied. Some brat was causing trouble for my family, so I took my brothers to check it out. It's all sorted now. After a brief silence, Qin Yu nodded with a smile. All right, then let us discuss the case. Are we all working overtime tonight? Zhu Wei set down his cup and sauntered over to Qin Yu, asking nonchalantly, Got any cigarettes? Give me one. I'm out. Finish the whole pack, Qin Yu responded. Damn, you smoke pretty quickly. Say some of that good stuff. Zhu Wei opened his drawer, took out an e-cigarette, and took a puff, then asked, "So, are we working late tonight?" "Yes. Team leader Yuan has instructed that we need to expedite this case," Qin Yu affirmed. "Let us put in some effort tonight. Get a feel for the drug dealer's operations." The others remained silent at this, prompting Zhu Wei to plop down on the desk and add, "No need to feel around. The drug dealers operate openly on Dirt Street. We'll catch them for sure." Qin Yu paused for a moment. "Are we guaranteed to find them if we go there?" Zhu Wei scoffed. "Come on, if it weren't for the higher-ups giving us a heads up, who would care about these drug dealers? They're brazenly selling drugs on Dirt Street. I've encountered them many times." Team leader Yuan mentioned that the drug control here in the Special District is quite strict. "How do they dare to sell like this?" "Our 9th Special District is different from others," Qi Lin explained. "It was established later and is the only special district composed of so many ethnic groups, making the situation more complex. Last year's chief executive election saw military conflicts in Songjiang and Fongbei. It was quite chaotic." "Oh," Qin Yu nodded and asked, "would it be feasible to sweep the streets directly?" Just as Qi Lin was about to respond, Zhu Wei interrupted. "What is the problem with that? Let us seize the opportunity while the crackdown on drug dealers is still fresh. We can gather a few leads, and that will make the case easier to solve." Qin Yu found Zhu Wei somewhat unreliable. He seemed rather blunt. So, he turned to Qi Lin and asked, "Do you think it's appropriate to investigate directly?" "I'm not familiar with the situation over there," Qi Lin admitted, scratching his head. Zhu Wei laughed, scoffing. "This kid Qi Lin knows how to dodge work. Whenever there's trouble, he avoids it. How would he know the situation over there?" Although the comment was a bit harsh, Qi Lin merely smiled and remained silent. "Xiao Qin, you're new here. Follow my lead, 1T steer you wrong. Let us head out tonight and gather some leads. It'll be easier afterwards," Zhu Wei insisted, completely oblivious to his own position. "Let us get moving. I'll go sign for some firearms at the armory." The others, accustomed to following Zhu Wei's commands, promptly stood up. Qin Yu sat in a chair, his gaze fixed on Zhu Wei, who made no attempt to deter him. He merely murmured, "All right, let us go and assess the situation." Zhu Wei jumped down from the desk, a smile spreading across his face as he playfully slapped Qin Yu's arm. "Brother, with the arrival of the 3rd team, you've struck gold. None of us are the kind to shy away from matters. If you handle things transparently, Brother Zhu will certainly rally everyone to support you." After being playfully struck, Qin Yu clenched his teeth and cast a glance at his arm. "Damn, I forgot about your injury." Zhu Wei, momentarily taken aback, stepped forward with concern. "Are you all right?" Qin Yu met his gaze and replied, "It's fine. You go ahead and fetch your weapon." "All right, I'll head off then." Zhu Wei turned to leave. Qin Yu observed Zhu Wei's retreating figure, his brow furrowed in contemplation. "Captain, Zhu Wei is not like the others. He harbors no ill intentions. He is rather carefree, enjoys jesting, and often causes a ruckus," Qi Lin remarked softly. "Don't take it to heart. You may have encountered individuals like Zhu Wei in life, those who, regardless of your temperament, frequently engage in excessively audacious jokes. They exhibit a carefree demeanor, never treating themselves as outsiders, and navigate social interactions without regard for others' feelings. When one attempts to confront them in anger, they persist with a grin, dismissing the situation with a remark like, "We're merely having a laugh. Why so uptight?" and continue unabated. In ordinary social circles, one might choose to distance themselves from such individuals, opting to ignore them in the future. However, for Qin Yu, this was not an option. Zhu Wei was his colleague, and they were required to collaborate closely on a daily basis. Avoiding him was out of the question. Yet, Zhu Wei's indiscriminate antics and tendency to overstep boundaries, often commandeering the leader's role in front of ordinary officers, posed a challenge for Qin Yu's ability to work effectively. Compounding the difficulty was the fact that the members of the 3rd team were all Zhu Wei's friends. Engaging in conflict with him upon arrival could easily incite internal discord. What to do? As Qin Yu pondered these dilemmas internally, Qi Lin observed from the sidelines, curious to see when a newcomer would confront Zhu Wei. He wondered whether, after confrontation, Qin Yu would still maintain his composure as the leader of the 3rd team. At 8:30 in the evening, 2 police vehicles came to a halt at the entrance of Soil Ruin Street. Qin Yu and his companions, dressed in plain clothes, disembarked and strolled leisurely into the street. Soil Ruin Street represented the most chaotic area of the entire black market district, home to thousands of residents lacking stable employment, yet possessing living rights. Along both sides of the street, in front of every establishment illuminated by pink lights, stood at least 7 or 8 women, posing suggestively and beckoning to passers-by. In the dark alleys, one could frequently spot individuals under the influence of narcotics, their vacant gazes scanning the street. These individuals, without a stable abode, might resort to petty theft one day and robbery the next, struggling to secure sustenance or a fix, just as they might experience a fleeting sense of happiness. A heavy snowfall could bury them in the icy shadows of the alley. Having encountered numerous such individuals in the designated planning area, Qin Yu's expression grew numb, and he simply lowered his head and continued walking forward. After traversing nearly a kilometer, the group finally halted in front of a storefront devoid of signage. Zhu Wei scratched his nose and whispered, "This place solely sells drugs. It appears rather deserted." Qin Yu turned his head to scan the surroundings and murmured, "I am not well acquainted with the situation here. If we act directly, can we successfully take them away?" Qilin pondered for a moment and replied, "We should apprehend them while they are engaged in buying drugs. That would be our best opportunity." Qin Yu stood by the roadside, furrowing his brow for a long time, and expressed his lingering doubts. Given that they dare to conduct business so brazenly here, do they not have any precautionary measures in place? I fear that if we attempt to arrest them, we may only end up startling them. Upon hearing this, Zhu Wei's expression turned impatient as he retorted, "I have already informed you that no one has intervened in this matter before. If you wish to clear it out, it must be executed with an element of surprise. Once you conduct your covert investigations, they will undoubtedly catch wind of it, and at that point, the obstacles to solving the case will greatly increase." Qin Yu, lacking experience in living in the 9th Special District and being no seasoned investigator, contemplated for a moment before turning to Lao He and inquiring, "Zabi, do you think we can apprehend them?" Indeed, this matter had previously gone unchecked. Lao He, with a somewhat foolish demeanor, responded, "However, if we were to conduct prolonged undercover surveillance, the information is bound to leak. There are no secrets within the department." After a brief silence, Qin Yu immediately instructed, "The police vehicle is too conspicuous. We cannot drive it in here. Lao He, Xiao Lu, take the car to the back street. Once we complete our operation, we will leave in the vehicle." "Understood." The others dispersed to check their firearms and bulletproof vests. Qin Yu reiterated, "As soon as someone enters the opposite store, we will rush in." "Huh, you even came in a bulletproof vest? You truly are cautious," Zhu Wei teased, rolling his eyes. "These drug dealers have no standing in the underworld. During my patrol days a few years back, I often dealt with them. They are quite fearful." Qin Yu shot Zhu Wei a cautious glance and firmly instructed, "Let us focus on the task at hand." Half an hour later, 2 young men accompanied an elderly man, swaggering into the storefront. Qin Yu concealed himself in an alley, using a walkie-talkie to inquire, observe through the glass, and see if they are here for drugs. After a brief wait, Qilin confirmed, "Yes." "Let us move," Qin Yu shouted immediately. "They've entered." As soon as the words were spoken, 8 individuals charged from 3 directions towards the storefront, forcefully pulling open the wooden door and storming inside. In the dimly lit hall, the 2 youths and the elderly man stood beside the counter, currently engaged in packaging drugs, while a burly young man, puffing on an electronic cigarette, looked on in astonishment at the entrance. Zhu Wei stepped forward, gun in hand, and pointed at the burly man, commanding, "Police! Put your hands on your head and step aside." Coming to his senses, the young man hastily retreated, inadvertently revealing the handgun at his waist and failing to comply with the order to put his hands up. In such a chaotic environment, any reckless behavior from the criminals was possible when confronted by law enforcement, prompting Zhu Wei to act swiftly. He yanked the young man's collar and, without hesitation, swung the butt of his gun towards the man's head. Bang! 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 Zhu Wei struck the young man repeatedly with the gun, landing 6 or 7 blows. But the young man continued to struggle. In a moment of urgency, Zhu Wei seized the young man's hair and slammed his head against the edge of the counter. Blood streamed from the young man's head as his eyes rolled back, and with a dull thud, he collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, the sound of heavy footsteps echoed from above as a bald man clad in a military coat hurriedly descended the stairs. His eyes, wide with astonishment, swept across the room before he seized the walkie-talkie and shouted, "Damn it, the second store has been raided. Everyone, get out here." An unsettling silence ensued, briefly suspended in the air. Suddenly, the street erupted with the thunderous sound of footsteps as dozens of individuals surged forth from the nearby houses, armed with knives, metal pipes, chains, and firearms, blocking the entrance of the storefront like an overwhelming tide. Qin Yu, observing the tumultuous crowd outside, felt a chill run down his spine, reminiscent of the chaotic scenes during the grain robbery in the planned district. Instinctively, He disengaged the safety on his pistol. Through the glass, Zhu Wei witnessed the unfolding scene. Beads of sweat forming on his brow as he swallowed hard. When did the crew grow to this size? This is quite alarming. Chapter 10. In the realm of dirt and dust, I reign supreme. Inside the storefront, the bald man draped in his military coat stood atop the wooden staircase. His gaze icy as he surveyed the burly young man on the ground, felled by Zhu Wei. In a low voice, he inquired, "Whose dog was let loose to dare disturb my establishment?" A fine sheen of sweat broke out on Qin Yu's forehead as he turned to the entrance, noting that over 20 individuals had already barged in, effectively sealing their escape. "We are officers." Zhu Wei regained his composure, producing his badge from his pocket and holding it to his chest. "Anyone unrelated, remain still. We are here to investigate a drug trafficking case." The bald man let out a derisive chuckle. "Who here is selling counterfeit drugs?" Zhu Wei, gun in hand, pointed towards the counter and declared, "We witnessed those individuals engaged in a transaction. And you think that seeing makes you the law?" The bald man remained unmoved on the staircase, gesturing toward the crowd at the door. "Ask them who has seen anyone in this room selling drugs." At his words, the throng of over 20 remained silent, brandishing their weapons as they advanced, encircling the three groups in the center of the living room. Zhu Wei, embarrassed, stood frozen, at a loss for words, growing increasingly intimidated by the menacing figures that had surged in. After a brief hesitation, Qin Yu stepped forward to speak. Just then, the burly young man, who had been struck down by Zhu Wei, abruptly sat up, clutching his bleeding head and cursing, "You bastard, how dare you hit me here? Don't move," shouted a young man beside Qi Lin. "Don't move? How about you?" The burly youth sprang to his feet without a moment's hesitation and swung his fist, striking Zhu Wei squarely on the head with a resounding thud. "With a broken gun, are you trying to intimidate me?" Zhu Wei staggered back several steps. "Do not retaliate. This is an assault on law enforcement," he warned. The three groups, still somewhat coordinated, rushed forward to surround the burly youth upon witnessing Zhu Wei being struck. "I just assaulted you, what of it?" The robust young man had nearly been struck down by Zhu Wei moments ago, and now, his anger surged as he turned and seized a box cutter knife from the counter. With a swift movement, he lunged forward, shouting, "It doesn't matter if it's just you few. Even if Fat Li sends 500 more, if I'm displeased, none of you shall leave." With a fierce roar, he brandished the knife toward the crowd. Qi Lin had been evading the chaos, but to his astonishment, the first target of the young man's thrust was his direction. Upon noticing the knife, Zhu Wei immediately sidestepped to avoid the attack. "Damn it!" Qi Lin cursed as he realized he had no time to evade, instinctively arching his back to protect his vital areas. Just as the blade was about to pierce Qi Lin's body, Qin Yu squeezed through the throng and seized the young man's knife with one hand. Grasping the blade, blood gushed forth, cascading in a stream onto the floor. Qi Lin, shaken, took 2 steps back, his eyes wide with disbelief as he looked at Qin Yu. After a brief, tense silence, the young man, eyes wide with fury, barked at Qin Yu. "So you can grasp a knife with your bare hands? Are you invulnerable then?" With that, he attempted to stab again. Qin Yu, with lightning speed, clamped his left hand around the young man's wrist and called out to the middle-aged man on the staircase, "Brother, we did not come seeking trouble. We received reports about counterfeit drugs being sold here. We had no choice but to investigate. However, upon entering, your brother brandished a weapon, leaving my colleague no choice but to respond defensively." The bald man, draped in a military coat, bent down to sit on the staircase, pulling out an electronic cigarette without responding. Qin Yu maintained his grip on the young man's wrist and continued with a smile. "I have just arrived in Songjiang and am unfamiliar with the depths of Tuzhou Street. Since this is a misunderstanding and there are no drugs being sold here, may we take our leave? What do you say, brother? Since there are no drugs being sold here, why did you resort to violence?" The bald man, exhaling vapor from his electronic cigarette, inquired with a smirk. Qin Yu paused for several moments before replying, "Brother, it is precisely because of your presence that we have food on our tables. We all rely on each other, and life is tough for everyone. It would be best if no one made things difficult for the other, don't you think? What can you do if I make things difficult for you?" The young man challenged, his gaze fierce. The bald man, still puffing on his electronic cigarette, turned his head to spit out a yellow phlegm, remaining silent. After a brief pause, maintaining his smile, Qin Yu addressed the bald man, "Brother, while we may not solve any cases on Tuzhou Street, outside of it, you still need to conduct business, right?" Upon hearing this, the bald man's arm hesitated for a moment before he finally spoke. Let them go. The young man retorted. Just like that? Did I get hit for nothing? He glared at Chin Yu and the others, shouting, if you want to leave. Strip off your tops and frog jump out of Jia Street. Don't push it too far. Guichi, typically reserved, shouted while gripping his gun. With a sharp response, Chin Yu turned to grasp Guichi's arm, his expression serious as he said, jump if you must. What's the big deal? Guichi, feeling frustrated, retorted Captain Chin. If we don't leave, will they fare any better? Damn it, there's so many of them. I'll have you listen to me. Chin Yu glared and shouted. Guanqi gritted his teeth and remained silent. He removed his clothing and hopped out like a frog. Chin Yu turned back and called to his companions. On the stairs, the bald man suddenly whispered, with so many in this line of work, why are we the only ones being investigated here in Jia Street? Chin Yu was taken aback and replied, we received some reports, and the higher-ups sent us to look into it. I'm not quite sure what is going on. The bald man slowly stood up and walked upstairs, turning his back to Chin Yu as he said, Jia Street is a bit chaotic and bullies the weak. Avoid coming here unless necessary. With so many people outside, if each one stabs a knife, how will you find the culprit? After finishing his words, the bald man vanished up the staircase. 5 minutes later, 8 police officers, including Chin Yu, stood bare-chested in a line, hopping like frogs towards the outskirts of Jia Street. Dozens of young men on the roadside, wielding weapons, watched silently. Almost every window on both sides of the street was wide open. Some were smoking, others with arms crossed, all indifferently observing Chin Yu and the others as they bounced towards the periphery. It was unclear how long the silence lasted when suddenly someone shouted from the right side of the building, come again, and we'll kill you. The roar echoed through the night for a long time. Immediately after, a barrage of glass bottles, medicine containers, and debris rained down from above. Run! Chin Yu was the first to shout, and the group scrambled away into the darkness. Inside a storefront on the second floor, the bald man sat on a dilapidated wooden chair, frowning as he asked the burly young man who was wrapping a bandage around his head, have the brothers dispersed? Yes. They've all left, the young man nodded. Call a few brothers over to move the goods, the bald man instructed softly. For the next few days, don't distribute any products. Let's lay low for a bit. The burly young man was taken aback. Are you afraid? Third uncle? No. Those few were clearly inexperienced little officers. Do we really need to be wary of them? What are the current prices of the drugs outside? How many poor patients in Jia Street are relying on us to survive? If I shout, thousands will rush out to support us. Do we need to care about their expressions? Do as you're told, and don't make things difficult for me, the bald man said, arms crossed, his words succinct. Quickly go fetch a couple of brothers. Aye. Sighed, the more I do, the more timid I become, my heir muttered indignantly, but ultimately yielded to his third uncle and went out to call the brothers to move the goods. On the outskirts of Jia Street, Chin Yu first put on his clothes, then pulled a medical kit from the car, clumsily wrapping his injured hand with bandages. Beside the vehicle, Guanqi, eyes wide, cursed, damn it, the law enforcement can't outdo the thieves, and in the end, we got our clothes stripped off. Hopping out like a frog is too humiliating. If this gets back to the squad, we'll be the laughingstock. We should have backed down. We should have kept our clothes on. What could they have done to us? At that moment, Zhu Wei, filled with bravado, scolded Chin Yu. You're just too timid. Let me tell you, there's no way to handle cases like this in Songjiang. You are the team leader. You need to take charge when it matters. Chin Yu clenched the gauze tightly between his teeth and raised his head to address the crowd, saying, gather around. I have something to discuss. What is it? Guanqi inquired. Come here. Chin Yu barked, his brow furrowed. The others exchanged glances, their spirits visibly low, and approached Chin Yu with a hint of impatience. They checked their ammunition, and those without bulletproof vests retrieved them from the vehicle, while Lao He and Xiao Lu continued to manage the car. Chin Yu, with a stoic expression, issued orders to the group. The others listened, their faces betraying confusion. Minutes later, inside the storefront, Ma Lao Air was directing 3 brothers of similar age at the back door. The vehicle will take a while to arrive. Once you finish loading this room's goods, head over to the 3rd store. There's still some items left. Where should we move the goods? Someone asked. First, bring them back to the warehouse. Ma Lao Air replied nonchalantly. Third uncle is just too timid, always fussing. If it were up to me, I'd leave the goods here and let them sell. Just then, a sound of footsteps suddenly emerged from the left side of the back door. Ma Lao Air turned, cigarette in hand, to find Chin Yu clad in a light green bulletproof vest, wielding a half-meter-long riot shotgun, charging towards him. Damn it! Thud! Chin Yu's gaze was icy as he lifted his right leg, and kicked Ma Lao Air in the chest. Whoosh! Thud! Ma Lao Air was sent flying half a meter, crashing into 3 boxes of goods and landing in a daze. Don't move! If you do, I'll shoot you. Guan Chi aimed his gun at Ma Lao Air's head. Without a moment's pause, Qin Yu burst through the door into the storefront, heading straight for the second floor. Inside the second floor room, the intercom crackled with static as a running drug dealer shouted from below. Third uncle, those people are back. Third uncle, momentarily stunned, rose to reach for his gun. With a swift motion, Qin Yu chambered around and called out, glancing at third uncle. The terrain of Tujia Street is too complex. We've been trying to escape for ages without success. Brother, you need to come with us and show us the way. Third uncle looked at Qin Yu in astonishment. The return of the gun? Chapter 11. Just as one is about to soar to greatness, their hand is broken. Inside the second floor room, Qin Yu had no time for third uncle's hesitation. He delivered 2 strikes to the opponent's head, and Zhu Wei promptly placed handcuffs on him. Let's go, hurry. Qin Yu urged, dragging third uncle down the stairs while calling out, no need to chase after the small fry. Those captured should be taken away immediately. Do not waste time. As he shouted, Qin Yu and Zhu Wei had already pulled third uncle out of the storefront. Meanwhile, Ma Lao Air restrained outside. Bit Chi Lin's palm in a frenzy, shouting, grab your weapons. Those police officers are back. Commotion erupted in the street, prompting surrounding drug dealers to grab their weapons and rush out. However, Qin Yu had made prior arrangements. Seeing Ma Lao Air shout, he swung the gun stock in a wide arc, delivering a resounding blow to Ma Lao Air's mouth. Ouch! Ma Lao Air writhed in pain on the ground, spitting out 2 front teeth and injuring his lip. Move to the side, Qin Yu commanded as he stepped through the back door of the storefront, gesturing impatiently. Stop dawdling. Just take 5 kilograms of contraband to ensure they receive the maximum sentence. What are you doing carrying boxes? Are you foolish? The bumbling old black man, upon hearing those words, discarded the box and swiftly grabbed 2 bags of antiviral medication, hastening into the alley across the road. The street was teeming with people, dozens of individuals charging forward with great urgency. Bang! 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 Qin Yu fired 3 shots into the crowd, yet astonishingly, they did not disperse, but instead surged forward like a frenzied mob, returning fire. Damn it, these drug dealers are reckless. Qin Yu found himself cornered at the alley's entrance, realizing that his gunfire failed to quell the chaos, and he promptly turned to flee. Mere seconds later, as the throng passed through the narrow alley, 2 piercing screeches of brakes echoed. Get in the car, shouted the old black man and Xiao Lu, who were at the wheel of 2 vehicles. Qin Yu and his companions did not hesitate, shoving Ma Laonyo, San Shu, and 2 accomplices into the police vehicle, then leaping into the bed of the truck. In the dark streets, police vehicles fell into 2 categories, 7-seater SUVs and 5-seater pickup trucks. Only high-ranking officials like Director Li were entitled to ride in sedans, which were rarely seen patrolling. In these times, practicality reigned supreme, with scarce resources to indulge in ostentation. Fortunately, the design of police vehicles was quite utilitarian, featuring a truck bed for additional passengers. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for everyone to squeeze into the cabin. With a roar, after everyone boarded, the old black man slammed the accelerator to the floor, speeding towards the outskirts of the dirt street. Throughout their rapid escape, gunfire incessantly erupted. The vehicle was riddled with bullets, and the 2 Thai brothers seated on the outer side suffered varying degrees of gunshot wounds. Damn it, no need to dodge. Whoever's in front, ram them. Qin Yu shouted from the truck bed. The old black man, fearful to look up, kept his head down below the steering wheel, repeatedly ramming into the crowd until they finally began to scatter. After racing with full power for over a minute through the dirt street area, they finally broke free. Qin Yu glanced back at the hundreds still pursuing them, wiped the sweat from his brow, and remarked, if this place isn't managed well, who knows what the future holds for Songjiang. Just then, a sharp crack rang out above his head, followed by a jolt of pain. Impressive, brother, Zhu Wei exclaimed, slapping Qin Yu on the back. You've got guts. That was a fine retreat. Qin Yu frowned and shot him a glance, but remained silent. Later that night, around 10 o'clock, within the police station's office, having stitched up his injured hand in the infirmary, Qin Yu stepped into the interrogation room. Ma Laonyo lounged casually on the floor, casting a sidelong glance at Qin Yu. You've landed yourself in quite the predicament. It won't be long before the consequences catch up to you. Thump! Qin Yu raised his foot and forcefully kicked Ma Laonyo in the head. Damn! Ma Laonyo's head collided with the wall, stars flashing before his eyes. 500 men won't do, will they? Thump! On Dirt Street, you think you're the toughest? Thump. The boss, huh? Thump. 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 As Qin Yu continued to hurl curses, he delivered several forceful kicks to Ma Lao Air's head until the latter collapsed to the ground. Unconscious, with blood streaming from his nostrils and convulsing uncontrollably. Bring some cold water. Quickly douse Ma Ji's boiling blood. Qin Yu shouted back to Lao He. Without hesitation, Lao He fetched a bucket of filthy, ice-cold water from the restroom and poured it over Ma Lao Air's head with a splash. After less than half a minute, Ma Lao Air's eyes began to regain their focus. Qin Yu stepped on Ma Lao Air's calf and leaned over, demanding, "Do you wish to witness a frog jump?" At that moment, Ma Lao Air looked at Qin Yu with a hint of fear in his eyes, too intimidated to respond defiantly. "Kneel!" Qin Yu suddenly bellowed. Startled, Ma Lao Air instinctively recoiled. "I said kneel." Qin Yu pointed to the ground, his gaze fierce. Ma Lao Air, bewildered, stammered, "Please, don't make it too humiliating, all right?" Upon hearing this, Qin Yu immediately raised his right leg. With a thud, before his foot could connect with Ma Lao Air's head, the latter hastily dropped to his knees on the floor. "Kneel and frog jump. I'm not satisfied. You cannot stop. If you do, I will kick you," Qin Yu stated, gripping Ma Lao Air's hair and articulating each word with emphasis. "Do you understand?" 2 minutes later, Ma Lao Air, gritting his teeth, began to frog jump on his knees within the room. A real man does not suffer losses in front of his eyes. "Damn it, I admit defeat." Outside the door, Qi Lin inquired, "Staying late for interrogations tonight?" "No need. It's time to sleep," Qin Yu replied, shaking his head. "Let them stew overnight. Tomorrow morning, we will interrogate those 2 youngsters for evidence. Otherwise, Ma Lao Air and that so-called third uncle will undoubtedly remain silent. These 2 clearly have been in this business for quite some time." "Understood." Qi Lin nodded before asking, "Will you return to your newly rented apartment? Shall I give you a ride?" "No, I will stay here tonight," Qin Yu responded, shaking his head. "I will manage for one night and get to work tomorrow morning." "All right." After exchanging a few more words, Qin Yu turned and headed to the washroom. In a certain entertainment venue on the dark street, Yuan Ku answered a phone call, his eyes widening in astonishment. "Is that true?" Qin Yu led a team to capture people on Tuzha Street and succeeded? Haha, this kid truly surprises me. Chapter 12. A fierce tiger observes the world. The following day, at 8:30 in the morning, Yuan Ku sat in his private office, smiling as he addressed Qin Yu. "I want to indulge in insincere pleasantries. Each person involved in the case last night will receive a 300 yuan allowance, sourced from the Team S funds." Qin Yu, momentarily taken aback, immediately gave a thumbs up. "That's commendable. Hurry up with the interrogations. I await the results." "Certainly," Qin Yu nodded. "If there's nothing else, I will take my leave." "Wait a moment." Yuan Ku opened his small cabinet and retrieved a pair of new leather boots, asking, "What is your shoe size?" "Size 43. "Perfect, we were the same size." Yuan Ku placed the shoebox on the desk. "A friend gifted these to me, but I haven't worn them. You can take them. But these are quite expensive. What is a pair of shoes? Just take them." Yuan Ku waved his hand dismissively. Qin Yu glanced down at the shoebox, suddenly realizing that Yuan Ku's generosity was not merely talk. As long as you achieve your goal, the benefits he can secure for you will essentially be attained. "Thank you, Team Yuan." "No need for thanks," Yuan Ku replied with a smile. With a sigh, Qin Yu departed, clutching a shoebox. In the following 2 days, the brothers of the third team devoted all their energy to the interrogation work. However, to Qin Yu's surprise, his uncle and Ma Lao Air proved to be exceptionally resilient. Although the 2 henchmen had confessed, these 2 remained either feigning madness or refusing to utter a word. Interrogation was not Qin Yu's forte, as this was not a well-planned area, rendering many of his experiences and tactics ineffective. When it came to the interrogation of criminals, the other members of the third team clearly had more extensive experience. Thus, he decided to delegate the task to Lao He, Guanqi, and others, patiently awaiting clues and results. On Thursday afternoon, around 3 o'clock, while Qin Yu was engaged in casual conversation with Qi Lin, Lao He, and Xiao Lu in the office, Zhu Wei, having indulged in a bit of alcohol, swaggered back in. "What the hell? No interrogations. Just taking a break?" Zhu Wei slurred, grinning widely. "Yes. We just took a short rest." Qin Yu nodded in response. With a habitual flick, Zhu Wei playfully tapped Qin Yu on the head. "Go sit over there." Qin Yu shifted slightly, smiling. "Why do you always have to mess with me? Why do you keep tapping my head? What's wrong with giving you a little tap? You're about to be promoted, acting all high and mighty now?" Zhu Wei teased. "How come you're out drinking during work hours?" Qin Yu casually inquired. "I mean, Even if your body can handle it, can your wallet? Drinking can be quite expensive. Friends are plentiful, and social engagements are unavoidable, Zhu Wei replied, crossing his legs. My family is pressuring me to marry, and they introduced me to a girl. I went to meet her and had a drink. Oh, Qingyu nodded knowingly, deliberately pulling a Chinese cigarette from his pocket and lighting it with a lighter. What the hell? You said you were out of cigarettes. Why do you still have some hidden from your brother? Zhu Wei exclaimed, craning his neck in mock anger. Come on, give me one. I'm out. This is the last one, Qingyu replied after taking a puff. Stop bullying the team leader. Those cigarettes are pricey. Why do you keep mooching off him? Guanxi chimed in lightheartedly, then grinned, extending his hand. But I'm different. I made a breakthrough today, so theoretically, you should reward me with one. If no one was inclined to joke around or act foolishly, perhaps the entire team would refrain from engaging with Qingyu. However, with Zhu Wei's antics, who often playfully teased Qingyu, everyone felt a bit more at ease, regardless of the occasion. I really am out, Qingyu insisted, pushing Zhu Wei away. Come on, don't be stingy. Just give me one. Zhu Wei reached for Qingyu's wrist. Leader, don't be selfish. Share it with everyone. Half a cigarette each would suffice. Lao He added as he approached. I truly have none left, Qingyu said, leaning back in his chair, attempting to evade them. Seize it. Zhu Wei exhaled the scent of alcohol, gripping Qinyu's arms with both hands, and bellowed, come on, hold him down and pull the cigarettes from his pocket. Share them all. Damn it, this kid has no sense of decorum, arriving here and being so stingy. Old Zhu, don't mess with me. I truly have none left. Qingyu replied with a hearty laugh. Quickly, hold him down. Xiao Lu restrained his legs. Zhu Wei continued to rally his companions. The atmosphere escalated, and, apart from Qi Lin and the two injured Tai brothers, all members of the third group surged around the chairs, reaching out to pin Qingyu down and seize the cigarettes. Enough of this. I genuinely have none. Qingyu chuckled while playfully shoving the others. The robust young men joined Zhu Wei in the playful chaos, as if they had never experienced smoking before. Qi Lin, laughing, stood up to fetch some water. Damn it, I won't let you off easily. Hurry and produce them. Zhu Wei pressed down on Qinyu's arm and reached for his pants pocket. At that moment, Qinyu suddenly seized the police dagger from the desk, pinching the blade between his thumb and index finger and thrust it downwards with force. With a sharp sound, the blade pierced through, leaving Zhu Wei frozen in place. Don't mess with me. If you keep it up, I'll stab you again. Qinyu called out with a grin, gripping the dagger's tip as he aimed for Zhu Wei's thigh. With another thrust, the dagger embedded itself in Zhu Wei's leg, causing him to stagger back 2 steps. The other group members froze at the sight of blood, while Qi Lin stood in stunned silence, observing Qinyu with wide eyes of disbelief. Goodness, what happened? Did it really go in? Qinyu feigned surprise, then stood up, lowering his gaze to inspect the wound on Zhu Wei's leg. Are you all right? Zhu Wei, in considerable pain, grew agitated and pushed Qinyu away. Are you out of your mind? You don't play around with a knife. Qinyu, still wearing a smile, replied, I told you not to mess with me. My strikes are neither light nor heavy, yet you continued to joke with me. See where that got you? The room fell into silence as the others absorbed his words. Their earlier playful demeanor replaced with seriousness as they regarded Qinyu. Don't mess with me again, got it? Qinyu chuckled, placing the dagger down and helping Zhu Wei to his feet. Let us go see the medic. After a moment of hesitation, Zhu Wei, no longer angry, followed Qinyu to the infirmary. Following this small uproar, no one in the third group dared to tease Qinyu excessively, including the usually brash Zhu Wei, and no one continued to treat him as a mere newcomer. From his vantage point, Qi Lin observed how Qinyu dealt with Zhu Wei, realizing that while Qinyu appeared friendly and cheerful on the surface, he might be harboring thoughts entirely unrelated to the current situation. One might assume familiarity and friendship. Yet Qinyu could convey, through an unexpected means, that one had crossed the line, all while preserving their dignity. Simultaneously, Qi Lin recalled how the domineering Lao San had refrained from troubling Qinyu ever since the kidnapping incident, leaving him to ponder the implications of such a change. Qinyu privately resolved his issues, and it was from this moment that Qi Lin began to realize that perhaps it was individuals like Qinyu who could navigate such a convoluted environment. Daring, meticulous, possessing an understanding of human nature and worldly affairs. After enduring a decade of trials in the planning district, perhaps what awaited him was the opportunity to soar here. After parting ways with Zhu Wei in the infirmary, Qinyu recalled that he had rented a house. However, he'd been so busy in recent days that he hadn't even visited, prompting him to call on Old Cat and head to Courtyard 88. Meanwhile, in a warehouse on Dirt Ruin Street, a man of approximately 60 years, leaning on a cane, remarked, "Chinyu? I haven't heard of him before. I had someone investigate." He knew. He just arrived and already apprehended Xiao, Air, and Demin. He must have someone backing him. After pondering for a moment, the old man turned and commanded, "Take some people and look into this Chinyu." Chapter 13, A Friendship Built on Honesty. In Courtyard 88, Old Cat was perched by the window of the left side house, his wide eyes scanning Lin Yinlei's room. Why hasn't she returned yet? In the right side house, Chinyu shouted, "Could you lend a hand here? Did I invite you over just to enjoy the scenery?" "Stop shouting, I'm coming." Old Cat replied enthusiastically as he crossed the courtyard and entered Chinyu's room. "It's just a rented space. You usually come back only to sleep. Do you really plan to turn it into a palace? Just tidy up a bit. Since you live alone, shouldn't you keep a bit cleaner?" Chinyu waved his hand dismissively. "Help me sweep the floor. It's covered in dust." "What? You want me, a deputy captain, to sweep your floor? Brother, you're getting a bit too inflated here. I'll treat you to dinner later." "That sounds better." Old Cat, notoriously lazy, rarely helped out. So his assisting Chinyu today was indeed a rare occurrence. The two worked seamlessly together, with Old Cat mainly directing while Chinyu toiled away, continuing until 8 or 9 o'clock without a sign of Lin Yinlei's return. Why hasn't she come back yet? The primary reason for Old Cat's visit today was his desire to see Lin. "Stop eyeing her. She is not your type." Chinyu rolled his eyes. "Let's eat. Then let's go to the second sister's place." "Forget the second sister. I'll just grab some late-night snacks to tide us over." "What late-night snacks?" "Instant noodles, of course." "Convenient. Damn it, I help you move, and this is what I get?" "Instant noodles are cheap. Are you eating or not? If not, you can head home. We've worked all night, and it's tiring." Chinyu shot back with a sideways glance. "You really are something else. All right, I'll throw in some sausages. And it's settled." Chinyu laughed as he stepped out of the house. The small courtyard housed 5 families. The female landlord resided in the inner courtyard, rarely emerging. The remaining 4 households, including Lin Yinlei and Chinyu, occupied the left and right sides of the main entrance, while the last 2 families lived in adjacent outbuildings without water or electricity, seldom seen. After purchasing food, Chinyu returned, boiled water, had a simple dinner with Old Cat, and prepared to retire early, intending to resume the interrogation of Malayer Air in the following day. "All right, dinner's done, you can head back," Chinyu said as he removed his coat, casually addressing Old Cat. The Old Cat let out a hearty belch and declared, "Forget it, I'm not going back. I shall stay here with you tonight." "Brother, how can we possibly sleep on a mere 1.5-meter bed?" "I shall embrace you," came the nonchalant reply. The Old Cat, too lethargic to clean up the remnants of his meal, plopped onto the bed with a thud, discarding his 2 foul-smelling shoes. "Are you out of your mind?" Chinyu inquired, slightly taken aback. "Did you come here for Lin Yinlei or for me?" "Hey, have you ever been with a guy?" the Old Cat asked, lying on the bed with an air of curiosity. Chinyu was momentarily speechless, caught off guard by the unexpected question. "I'm asking you, have you? Have you?" Chinyu retorted. "I've only seen others do it. I've heard it can stimulate the prostate." The Old Cat began to ramble on with the story. "Shut up," Chinyu interjected, feeling a wave of nausea. "Are you going back or not?" "I'm not going back. It's too late. I'm staying here." The Old Cat yawned and carelessly shed his clothes. With no other option, Chinyu could only wash up briefly before joining him in bed. However, there was only one blanket in the room, rendering the situation somewhat awkward, especially with the Old Cat's previous remarks lingering in his mind. Did they catch the drug dealer? The Old Cat, now facing Chinyu, had closed his eyes and was beginning to drift into slumber. "Yes," Chinyu nodded. "They captured the 2 ringleaders." "Huh, that must have delighted you on Ko, huh?" The Old Cat sneered. "That scoundrel, all talk of righteousness, yet he engages in the most unscrupulous deeds." This was not the first time Chinyu had heard the Old Cat express such sentiments. "You seem to harbor quite the prejudice against that team. It's difficult to explain in just a few words, but let me remind you, while you're working, keep your personal life separate." "Move your leg away." "You're touching me," Chinyu interrupted. "I haven't moved my leg," the Old Cat retorted. "How could you not? Your leg is touching mine." "That is not a leg," the Old Cat insisted, eyes still closed. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the room. "Who is it?" Chinyu shouted in inquiry. "It's me, Lin Yinlei. Are you back?" "Ah, yes, I'm back. Is there hot water? I just got off work, and the water was turned off, so I can't wash up." Lin Yinlei had been unaware of Chinyu's presence in the room. She was leaning against the window, peering in while knocking, and had vaguely seen Chinyu rising from the bed. "There is some. Just a moment." Chinyu, lacking the means to fetch sleeping attire, simply threw on his coat and opened the door. Sorry to trouble you. I'm sure you were already asleep, Lin Yinlei remarked, her small face flushed from the cold. Wrapped in a plush coat. Not at all. I have hot water that hasn't been used up. Chinyu smiled. I'll get it for you. Thank you. Lin Yinlei replied politely, refraining from entering the room uninvited. As Chinyu turned to fetch the water, he commented, Your job seems quite exhausting. Why are you working so late? I just started, trying to adapt, Lin Yinlei said, stretching her delicate neck. Oh, after sitting all day. My neck feels like it's turning to stone. Yinlei, we're running low on hot water. At that moment, the old cat suddenly sat up in bed, grabbing his underwear, and exclaimed, Wait here. I'll fetch you some cold water from the storage well. You can heat it up at the entrance. Lin Yinlei stared in astonishment as the old cat donned a pair of underwear under the covers. With a stiff neck, she glanced at Chinyu, her expression bewildered, and stammered, Oh, your partner is here too? Chinyu, holding a water bottle, stood frozen in place. Outside number 88, an electric motorcycle came to a halt. The passenger on the back seat glanced at the main entrance and said, Xiaohu mentioned that he has a colleague living here. 2 people? The rider inquired. Yes. Let us wait a bit for Chinyu to come out before we move, came the response. As the conversation ended, the motorcycle quietly disappeared into the night. Chapter 14, Old Master Ma. The next morning, the old cat was awakened by a phone call at 6, rushing back to the precinct due to a task. Meanwhile, Chinyu was contemplating a cost-effective breakfast when Lin Yinlei unexpectedly brought him a plate of warm fried dough sticks. Just bought them. Eat up, Lin Yinlei called out, hanging the fried dough sticks on the door. Oh, this is too much, Chinyu, caught off guard while washing up, replied. It's no trouble. We neighbors help each other. Lin Yinlei smiled, wishing to express her gratitude for the hot water the previous night. I have to get to work now. So early? Yes. I have an external assignment and need to set up equipment. With a cheerful wave, Lin Yinlei said, See you tonight. All right. Bye-bye, sister. Lin Yinlei, with her shoulder bag, turned to leave. Chinyu was left bewildered. Sister? Where did that come from? Is she treating me like a younger sibling? 5 minutes later, Lin Yinlei waited at the door for a female colleague. As they walked to their workplace, she gossiped animatedly. I have to tell you, that rather masculine guy in our courtyard might be gay. Is that for real? It's practically confirmed. I saw it with my own eyes. Oh my goodness. That is such a pity. Having enjoyed the breakfast Lin Yinlei brought, Chinyu tidied up briefly and headed to the precinct. Due to scarce resources and the relatively recent establishment of Songjiang City, public transportation was exceedingly inconvenient. There were no subways, no buses, and taxis were a rarity. Ordinary citizens relied on their own feet or purchased electric bicycles for mobility. However, the cost of charging an electric bike was quite high, making it feasible only for stable, well-off businessmen or minor government officials. Chinyu was rather frugal and had other financial goals to achieve, so he refrained from buying an electric bike. Aside from work shifts, although the group's vehicle was available, he had to cover the costs himself, leaving him with no choice but to walk to his workplace. After approximately 5 minutes of walking, as Chinyu considered stopping by a shop to check for electronic cigarettes, he was approached by 2 burly men, flanking him on either side. Instinctively, he took a step back, placing his right hand on his waist, feigning the action of drawing a gun, though his service weapon was not on him. No ill intentions. We just want to talk, the leading man said, looking down. Chinyu remained silent for several seconds. Who are you? You don't need to know me. Just recognize this, the leading man replied, lifting his shirt to reveal a gun at his waist. Chinyu, with a cold expression, stood his ground, unmoved. The leader of the group unlocked his firearm, inquiring, Shall we have a conversation? Chinyu pondered briefly about whom he might have offended since arriving in Songjiang. Then nodded in agreement. Let's go. Moments later, in a narrow alley, four middle-aged men flanked Chinyu, while an elderly man remained seated in an electric off-road vehicle, refusing to alight. Chinyu scrutinized these individuals, noting their simple attire, thick leather coats and woolen hats, their faces smeared with grime, as though stained by grease. In this setting, Chinyu felt no fear towards those who dressed elegantly and spoke in hushed tones, often adopting an air of profundity as so-called power brokers. Rather, he harbored a certain apprehension towards these unsophisticated, unrefined individuals of uncertain origins. A sense of unease crept into his heart, for they reminded him of the ruthless bandit Matsushita, who had been slain just days prior. Did you apprehend Ma Lauer and Damon? The elder inside the vehicle asked, arms crossed and coat wrapped tightly around him. The primary reason Yu refrained from confronting them earlier and complied by entering was that he had surmised they were there regarding a case. His grievances in Songjiang were limited. Old Third was one, though their conflict had not escalated to the point of violence. If they were there on a case, it likely revolved around business or the retrieval of individuals, making it improbable for them to confront him aggressively. After a moment of hesitation, Yu nodded. Yes, I did capture them. My surname is Ma. I'm the uncle of Ma Lauer. The elder lowered his gaze to retrieve a hand-rolled cigarette, igniting it with a lighter. Yu blinked, immediately adopting a submissive and ambiguous demeanor. Greetings, Ma boss. The elder turned his head to the outside, his voice gravelly. Young man, have you just arrived in Songjiang? Indeed, I just arrived, having purchased this position. Yu responded candidly. Anyone in the department could lead me. You have some connections. To be appointed team leader so soon? Ma Lauer puffed on his cigarette. I possess no connections. Yu replied with a pained expression. I was merely fortunate to stumble upon a case and solved it by chance, which pleased the director, leading to my promotion. Ma Lauer exhaled smoke, remaining silent for a considerable time before speaking again. Young man, since you handled the case, I ask that you do me a favor and release the individuals. Yu, his face betraying his trepidation, chuckled nervously. That may be difficult. Rest assured, you will not be doing this for free. As he spoke, Ma Lauer gestured to a burly man standing to Yu's left, who produced 20,000 yuan in cash from his pocket and extended it towards him. Take it. This doesn't seem appropriate. Yu smiled, attempting to decline. No need for money. What about the evidence? The burly man asked succinctly. Which do you prefer? Beads of sweat formed on Yu's forehead, his anxiety palpable. He had an instinctive feeling that if these men were displeased, they could act violently in an instant. Young man, you led the team on the case. If you merely raise your hand and extract some evidence, my 2 family members could be released, right? Ma Lauer chuckled. In this era, there are those who speak of indulgence and survival, but I have yet to hear anyone speak of principles. The role of a police officer may not last long, but once the money is in hand, you can spend it whenever you wish. Hearing the commotion, Yu reached out to touch the 20,000 yuan in the burly man's hand, responding with a greasy smile. Old sir, allow me to speak from the heart. This money is something I dream of acquiring. With 20,000, I could easily hire a sheriff and even marry several wives. However, I truly find myself in a predicament. The elder remained silent. The leaders at the bureau have promoted me and specifically instructed me to crack down on drug trafficking cases. Yu continued softly. Had I apprehended the individuals back then before they were brought back to the bureau, I assure you, even if you old Master Ma had not given me a single cent, I would have let them go upon hearing your name. But now that they have been detained, with the entire evidence chain completed, releasing them suddenly would be tantamount to defying my superiors and undermining the bureau's authority. Old sir, having navigated the treacherous waters of the development zone for so many years, I have finally secured a stable livelihood. I truly cannot afford to offend my superiors, so I cannot assist you in this matter. Damn it, how audacious. The burly man, upon hearing this, brandished a Nepalese knife, swinging his arm toward the back of Yu's head with incredible speed. A whoosh echoed as the knife sliced through the air. Chapter 15. A spring-like approach to handling affairs. Yu swiftly raised his arm, leaning his body to the left. Bang! A muffled thud resonated as he pushed the burly man back 2 steps, remaining firmly in place. He quickly raised his hands and called out, Brother, please don't put me in a difficult position. The 9th Special District spans nearly 7 million square kilometers, teeming with formidable figures. What do you think I am? Why must you stoop to my level? The burly man, momentarily taken aback, stared at him bewildered. You actually have some skills? What skills? I'm just a lowly officer. Yu replied with a pained expression, beads of sweat streaming down his forehead as he pleaded with the elderly man inside the vehicle. Uncle Ma, I truly cannot make a decision regarding this case. Please, show me some mercy and let me off the hook. Old Master Ma furrowed his brow and glanced at Yu. After a moment's contemplation, he called out to the burly man, Don't harm him for now. The burly man, still wielding the knife, took a step back. Since you claim this matter doesn't concern you, then tell me, who mandated that you must resolve this case? Old Master Ma pressed, clearly intent on extracting information from Yu. Upon hearing this, Yu, far from lying, provided a detailed response. It was an order from the police station mandating the bureau to eradicate the drug trafficking gangs in the black market area. Director Lee is primarily overseeing this, and Captain Yuan Ku of the first team informed me that we must complete the work within the specified time frame. The others were taken aback by Qin Yu's response, as none expected the young man to openly disclose the responsibility without defending either the captain or Director Li, displaying an utter lack of backbone. Seeing the bewilderment among the crowd, Qin Yu quickly added, "Uncle Ma, if you can deliver this money to the higher-ups and persuade them to delay this matter, I will promptly reconstruct the evidence and ensure the release of your family members. There would be no issue whatsoever." "Ha, you know how to speak appropriately to people and to ghosts." Old Master Ma regarded Qin Yu with a bemused smile. In response, Qin Yu clasped his hands together and nodded earnestly. "I am merely a small officer, struggling to survive. Do you think I dare offend anyone?" After a few moments of silence, the elder waved his hand and declared, "Let him go." "Brother Ma," a robust man shouted, brandishing a knife to obstruct Qin Yu's escape route. "Let him go." The old man waved his hand once more. The four of them cast a cold glance at Qin Yu before finally allowing him to pass. "Rest assured, Uncle Ma, although I cannot release your family, they are currently in my custody, and I will certainly take good care of them," Qin Yu added, demonstrating his understanding. The old man was momentarily taken aback, then broke into a smile, saying, "Very well, then I shall trouble you." "Not a trouble at all," Qin Yu nodded before turning to leave. Inside the alley, the robust man stepped forward and said to Uncle Ma, "This lad is too soft. I believe he speaks the truth, and he cannot handle this matter." Uncle Ma lit another cigarette, gently shaking his head in response. "He is not soft, he is slippery." The robust man paused at this remark. Those who were truly soft would have already wet their pants in the face of such a scene. Uncle Ma took a drag from his cigarette and said, "Have you not grasped it yet? He is attempting to convey a message to us." "What?" the robust man asked, bewildered. "This matter is unrelated to him. The problem lies with Yuan Ku and Li Si," Uncle Ma murmured softly. "He is merely the one executing tasks, not wishing to offend us on behalf of his superiors, which is why he hastily placed Yuan Ku and the corpulently in front." "Ah, so you mean his relationship with Yuan Ku is not as close as we presumed?" The robust man followed this line of thought, inquiring, "Yuan Ku promoting him could very well be." "Precisely," the old man interrupted. "I suspect the recent crackdown on illicit drugs by the authorities is likely connected to another batch of drugs that flooded the market some time ago. Previously, we were the sole players in this field, but now new competitors have emerged, indicating that the issue may stem from competition." "And what about below?" The old man waved his hand, declaring, "There is no use in pursuing Qin Yu further. Let us get in the car. We must first ascertain why the authorities are cracking down. Once we understand that, we will know how to proceed regarding Xiao, Air, and Damin." Upon exiting the alley, Qin Yu hurried to the police station with utmost urgency. In truth, Uncle Ma's analysis was spot on. Qin Yu simply did not wish to bear the blame for anyone. If Yuan Ku directed him to solve the case, there would be no issue. However, once the case was resolved, a series of troubles would arise, and it would be he, as the team leader, who would have to shoulder the burden. Qin Yu was certainly not in a position to bear such weight, as maintaining his current state was already a formidable challenge. Upon arriving at the police station, Qin Yu immediately sought out Yuan Ku and relayed Uncle Ma's situation to him, eager to gauge his reaction. Yuan Ku, upon hearing this, exhibited a look of astonishment, gravely advising, "These individuals are not to be trifled with. You must exercise caution in the coming days. Rest assured, I will bear the pressure on this side. I will have someone release the word externally, stating that I have ordered you to crack down on the drug trafficking gang, thus ensuring any ensuing troubles will fall upon me." Hearing this, Qin Yu temporarily quelled his doubts about Yuan Ku, for the latter's words were without fault, and he appeared quite honorable, resembling a dependable leader. After the minor commotion subsided, Qin Yu promptly headed to the interrogation room, intent on pressing Ma, Air, and Min for a confession, aiming to follow the leads to catch bigger fish. After 6 hours of interrogation, however, Ma, Air, and Min remained resolute, refusing to cooperate. In a fit of frustration, the dark figure hastily dragged the two individuals into a basement devoid of surveillance and recording devices, resorting to alternative methods to extract information from them. Despite enduring a rigorous interrogation, the pair remained tight-lipped. Left with no other option, Qin Yu resolved to seek clues from the subordinates, albeit aware that their knowledge did not encompass any core secrets. Within the interrogation room, Qin Yu, puffing on an electronic cigarette, tilted his head to gaze at the brother of Ma, Lao, Air, and implored, "Could you please provide something of substance? All I'm receiving are trivial leads. How can I assist you under such circumstances?" The subordinate, bowing his head, replied, "Brother, I truly wish to divulge more, but since our capture, all the goods and personnel must have been hidden away. The information I once possessed is now rendered useless. You may not comprehend the cruelty of the dark figure." Irritated, Chinyu stood up, declaring, "Enough. I shall cease the interrogation. Let the dark figure educate you. Please, brother, don't proceed with that. I can't withstand the pressure." "Allow me a moment to think," the subordinate pleaded. "Then for heaven's sake, think quickly. I haven't even had a meal," Chinyu retorted as he resumed his seat. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, the subordinate suddenly slapped his forehead and exclaimed, "Ah, I do have a lead." "What is it?" Chinyu inquired. "Before we were captured, I overheard Ma Lao mention a significant figure responsible for supplies who is expected to arrive in Songjiang in the coming days," the subordinate responded, his eyes alight with revelation. Chinyu, upon hearing this, felt a surge of excitement. "Is that true?" In a slum of Songjiang, a disheveled man whispered into his phone. "Has the commotion subsided? The goods are all secured. I must take action." After some deliberation, Ma Lao, with a tone of resignation, replied, "Let us meet and discuss it first." Chapter 16. The daily life of a sycophant. While Chinyu was preoccupied with the case, Chi Lin's thoughts were elsewhere. At that moment, this staunch pragmatist was contemplating how to elevate himself to a second-level police officer. Outside the office of the Public Security Division, Chi Lin, clutching 2 bags of gifts, nervously knocked on the door. "Come in," someone inside called out. Upon entering, Chi Lin flashed a broad grin and bowed slightly, addressing Captain Ryan. "Are you busy?" Behind the desk sat a middle-aged man with European features, who glanced up at Chi Lin and said, "Chi, please come in," with a casual demeanor. Ryan adjusted his black-framed glasses and added, "I have a meeting shortly, so if you have something to discuss, please get to the point." Chi Lin discreetly wiped the sweat from his ample thighs and placed the 2 bags of gifts beside the desk, saying, "Captain Ryan, my friend brought me some beef jerky and steak from Phone Bay, all quite fresh. I thought you might like to try it." Ryan frowned and shot a glance at Chi Lin. "Let us skip the pleasantries and get to the matter at hand. Well, I know you have a good relationship with Captain Yuan, and I was hoping you could assist me in advocating for my promotion to second-level police officer. You are aware that my qualifications and work completion are sufficient for such an elevation. The only thing I lack is someone to speak on my behalf," Chi Lin stated, standing beside the desk with an air of formality. "I would greatly appreciate your help." Ryan lowered his head, engrossed in writing a report, barely sparing a glance at Chi Lin. "There are only 10 slots available, and yours was initially one of them. However, Sang Yong from Team 4 submitted his brother-in-law's name instead, and neither Yuan could nor I could do anything about it. Please be patient. I assure you that I will submit your name for the next promotion." Chi Lin was taken aback for a moment. "Captain Ryan, but Sang Yong's brother-in-law has only been here for less than 5 months. Indeed, it has been less than 5 months, but his brother-in-law is Sang Yong." Ryan replied with a resigned smile, candidly stating, "Just wait a bit longer. Opportunities require patience, and perhaps this will help you forge connections." Chi Lin clenched his fists. Summoning the courage to continue, "Captain Ryan, I truly need this secondary police title. My mother is ill, and every month, who can advance without a valid reason?" Ryan responded with an impassive demeanor, "But this title should rightfully belong to me. I have waited almost a year." Hearing this, Ryan rummaged through a snack bag and murmured softly, "Beef jerky and steak. Such delightful treats, Chi. How about this? I'll send you 2 cases of red wine and 10,000 cash if you could speak to Li Si on my behalf and help me get promoted to the office." Chi Lin was taken aback. "Chi, opportunities have become rather tangible now. Those without money wait for those with wealth, and those with wealth wait for those with power. So tell me, what can beef jerky achieve?" I could shout, and it wouldn't even fill my refrigerator. Ryan casually pushed the steak toward him. "Take it back. Just wait a little longer." Chi Lin pursed his lips, remaining silent for a long while before finally speaking. "Then I shall wait a bit longer." He took the items and said, "You keep the steak, it's quite good." With that, he turned to leave. Ryan remained silent, returning to his work. As Chi Lin reached the door, he noticed several foul-smelling dirty clothes hanging on a rack and promptly turned back, saying, "Your clothes are dirty. May I wash them for you?" Ryan did not look up, simply responding, "Sure." "Your shoes are dirty as well. Let me clean them for you." "All right. Then I shall take my leave." Chi Lin, laden with items, pulled the door open and exited. A few minutes later, Ryan tossed the gifts Chi Lin had taken to a female colleague in the office, saying, "Take the steak back with you. You don't want it? It's been frozen for who knows how long. Even my dog wanted to eat it. Ryan adjusted his attire and stepped out. In the laundry room, Chi Lin rolled up his sleeves, scrubbing shoes while holding the phone, repeatedly saying, "For this month's medication, I still need to—" "Yes, yes. I will find a way to transfer the money back to you." In the office area of Group 3, Chin Yu clapped his hands and announced, "Old Hay is off to procure firearms and gear. No one is to leave the office building before 8 tonight. There may be an operation." Zhu Wei, still nursing an injury from Chin Yu's earlier reprimand, begrudgingly asked, "Captain, do I still need to go?" "There aren't enough people. You'll drive?" Chin Yu commanded without room for debate. "All right." Zhu Wei nodded, accepting the order without further complaint. At 4 in the afternoon, after the group had finished dinner in the cafeteria, they gathered their equipment and police firearms before returning to their dormitory. Upon entering the room, Chi Lin stared at the rare automatic rifles and inquired, "What is going on? Who are we capturing?" "This is quite the show. Even the 464 is out. One of my key suppliers may have already arrived in Songjiang." Chin Yu replied, glancing at his watch. "I had someone follow a core member of the Ma family. It might yield results." "Oh." Chi Lin nodded and, after careful consideration, pulled Chin Yu aside, saying, "I need to return home for a moment. Is that all right?" Chin Yu paused, his expression filled with resignation as he softly inquired, "Are you trying to evade another capture operation?" "Brother, we lack manpower, otherwise I will let you off the hook. If you're worried about trouble, you can drive, all right? It's not about evasion. I truly must return today," Chi Lin replied, furrowing his brow. "My mother is gravely ill, and my younger sister is blind and quite young. If I don't go back, they won't even have food to eat. Moreover, I need to take her to the hospital for a follow-up today." Chin Yu reasoned that Chi Lin, despite his timid nature, would not lie about his mother. So after considerable deliberation, he asked, "Will you be able to return before we commence the operation?" "I will call you as soon as we're about to act." "I promise I will be back," Chi Lin assured him. "Very well, you may go," Chin Yu replied. "Captain, I apologize for the inconvenience." Chi Lin graciously nodded at Chin Yu. "No worries. It's tough for everyone. We help each other out," Chin Yu said, patting Chi Lin on the shoulder. "Before we act, I will give you a call." "All right," Chi Lin nodded in agreement. In the dimness of a slum in the Black District, around 7 in the evening, an elderly man from a Ma family exited a vehicle and, after glancing around, wrapped his military coat tighter and lowered his head as he entered a foul-smelling alley. "Who are you looking for?" a man in the darkness inquired. "I'm looking for Along," the old man responded, halting in his tracks upon hearing the voice. "Brother Ma?" The other man smiled and approached him. "Yes, inside." The young man, bowing his head, politely said, "Brother Ma, please raise your arm. I need to conduct a routine check." Upon hearing this, the old man lifted his arm, allowing the young man to meticulously search him. Inside, Along, disheveled and unkempt, sat on the bed, idly toying with an object in his hand. Meanwhile, in the office, Yuan Ke held a phone and walked to the window, saying, "Brother, why the rush for me to return?" "Yes, I'm in the midst of something." "Very well, I will return shortly." Chapter 17. The Tapestry of Lives in District 17 in the dormitory. Chin Yu was cleaning his service weapon when he glanced at the old black man and asked, "Brother, how did you end up in District 9? "Like most people, I suppose," the old black man replied softly, looking down. "When disaster struck, countries formed a coalition government and established 8 districts for refuge. But with such a large population worldwide, how could everyone fit into these 8 districts? With so many people and scarce resources, the habitable places are few. Thus, to enter these 8 districts, one must await the coalition government to randomly select individuals for permanent residency. Although it's termed random selection, the majority of the tickets have been acquired by the elite, with the remaining few being sold at exorbitant prices. By the end, a single ticket could cost tens of millions of dollars. And my homeland in war-torn Africa made survival a challenge, let alone affording a ticket. At this point, the Thai brother gently chimed in, "We have all endured similar experiences." My father held on to a glimmer of hope, having heard that District 7 and 8 still had vacancies and were randomly issuing permanent residency rights. Thus, he did everything possible to reach Asia, only to find that the populations were already at capacity, unable to accept any more. With a smile, the old black man turned to Chin Yu and asked, "Do you know the origins of District 9? "I have heard a bit," Chin Yu nodded. "Due to the presence of Zones 7 and 8 within your borders, and as the last 2 residential areas still unfilled, many hopeful individuals from around the globe flocked here, yearning for a chance to secure residency. However, once Zones 7 and 8 reached capacity, millions of homeless individuals remained, unable to survive, which led to riots under certain leadership, attempting to breach other residential areas. Consequently, the United Government had no alternative but to allocate a portion of resources to permit the establishment of the Ninth Special Zone. Yet, lacking the capacity and adequate resources to support this area, they ultimately allowed us to govern ourselves. This is the history of Zone 9. It represents a glimmer of hope seized by us, the underprivileged. Although chaotic, it feels like home. If you were to send me to any of the other 8 districts, I might find it difficult to adapt. Old Black is quite optimistic, always revealing a radiant smile that brings warmth to those around him. After a prolonged silence, Chinyu inquired, "Do you have any family left?" "No one," he replied, his gaze dimming slightly. "My mother and brother perished during the first military conflict in Zone 9. My father was among the first police officers in Zone 9 and also lost his life during a duty assignment." Chinyu was taken aback. "I'm sorry." "It's nothing," Old Black reassured him with a smile. "I've moved past it. What about you? Do you have family? What brings you to the planned area?" I might have even less than you." Chinyu hesitated for a long moment before deciding to confide in his colleague. Just then, a phone rang. "Hello?" Chinyu answered the police phone. "The core of the Ma family has taken Old Man Ma to the 3rd Ring Road. I've been observing for a while, and I am 80% certain they're meeting the contact," reported Xiao Lu succinctly on the other end. "What about the specific number of individuals? Is the contact present?" "I can't confirm their presence, but from my experience, I noticed at least 24 individuals stationed at the alley entrance." "And what about Old Man Ma?" "He went in alone, leaving 3 people waiting outside." "Do you have an idea of their firepower?" Chinyu probed further. "It's hard to tell, but judging by experience, I believe they are heavily armed." Xiao Lu responded without hesitation. "Understood. Stay put. We'll be there shortly." After concluding the call, Chinyu clapped his hands and shouted to his colleagues, "Gear up, we're getting to work." Old Black was the first to rise. "Let us get to work first. Then we can chat over drinks later," Chinyu said with a pat on Old Black's shoulder, smiling. "Okay." Old Black is devoid of the typical shortcomings found in most non-compatriots. He works diligently without complaint, is neither lazy nor fearful of trouble, and is capable of covering both observation and demolition roles, proving to be one of the few formidable players in the group. "Gather downstairs," Chinyu instructed before promptly exiting the dormitory and dialing Yuan Ke's number. "Hello? Xiao Qin. Captain Yuan, I request personnel assistance," Chinyu stated plainly. "Have you stumbled upon a big catch?" Yuan Ke's eyes sparkled with interest. "It remains uncertain. One must consume it to discern its nature." Chinyu licked his lips, contemplating that the opposing forces might possess formidable firepower, with an initial estimate of around 10 individuals. "How many personnel do you require?" "At least 1 team. Currently, I find it challenging to assemble even 2 groups for you, as our personnel are fully engaged in the case." Yuan Ke sensed the predicament. "Without personnel from you, I cannot proceed with the apprehension." Chinyu furrowed his brow and remarked, "You are well aware of the situation with Team 3. After a moment's contemplation, Yuan Ke decided, "I will contact the captain of Team 3 and request their assistance. Wait for them downstairs." "The team led by Old Cat?" Chinyu paused momentarily. "What is the matter? Is that not feasible?" "It is acceptable. Let him come." Chinyu responded with satisfaction. "I am familiar with him. Communication will be smooth." Thus it was settled. Approximately 5 minutes later, Old Cat emerged with 20 individuals, clad in light green SWAT uniforms, their sturdy leather boots striking the ground as they advanced, carrying foldable ballistic shields and wielding 5 464 rifles. Quite swift. Chinyu approached with a smile. "I only came to assist because I heard you were in charge. Had it been someone else's task, I would have surely avoided it." Old Cat flashed a grin, doing Chinyu a favor. "There are only these people in the dormitory. The rest are occupied with the case." "Thank you. Let us not waste time. We are here to assist, and will follow your lead." Old Cat gestured dismissively. "Let us discuss in the vehicle." Chinyu pulled Old Cat aside and called out to his team members, "Ensure the communication equipment is checked and devise a capture plan on the way." "Understood." Team 3 responded in unison, each member boarding their respective vehicles. Moments later, 4 police patrol cars and a multifunctional operations van swiftly made their way toward the 3rd Ring Road. In a dim, damp room within an alley, Along munched on braised beef, tilting his head to inquire of Old Ma, "Can you resolve this matter? If not, I will redistribute the work to others. If you can, please wait a bit longer. I can only extend this for 1 more week at most." Along pondered for a moment and replied, "We cannot afford further delays. Should the warehouse be compromised, I would be left with nothing to cover my losses." "I understand." Old Ma stood up, stating, "I I will resolve the issue within a week. Excellent. Along took a sip of baijiu and called out, "See you, Brother Ma." As old Ma turned to leave, he paused briefly and suddenly inquired, "Along, in our line of work on the black market, the competition is rather sparse. There are only a few of us. Yet their drug prices are double ours. I cannot fathom why you insist we do not raise our prices. Doesn't that mean losing profit?" Along casually scratched his eye and replied with a laugh, "Profit is what matters. The amount earned is secondary." Old Ma pondered for a moment. "All right then. I will take my leave. Resolve the issue swiftly." "Understood." Old Ma pushed open the door and stepped out of the room. 3 minutes later, Xiao Lu dialed Qin Yu's number. "Team leader, the situation has changed. Old Ma has suddenly left." Qin Yu was momentarily taken aback before promptly asking, "Are the individuals inside still present?" "They are." Chapter 18. A steady job must be guarded with one's life. In the midsection of the 3rd Ring Road, the 4 police patrol cars dispersed, halting at the roadside corner, while the multi-functional operations vehicle swiftly departed after dropping off a dozen officers at the intersection. Qin Yu sat inside the lead vehicle, gently picking up the intercom and instructing in a hushed tone. "The target is still inside. We will proceed with the apprehension according to the earlier assigned groups. There are individuals in the alley, but try to refrain from gunfire to avoid making noise, as we are unfamiliar with the interior environment." "Received." "Understood." Several team members acknowledged the command promptly. Qin Yu exited the vehicle, lowered his head to check his firearm secured at his waist, and was about to stride forward when Qi Lin rushed up from behind. "Hey, I finally caught up." Qin Yu turned at the sound. "Are you finished?" "Yes, just wrapped up," Qi Lin replied, panting slightly. With no time for idle chatter, Qin Yu issued a rapid command. "Follow the original plan. You will drive Vehicle 2 and wait at the intersection of San Juan Road and Fenglin Road. Upon successful apprehension, I will immediately join you. If Lei Zi comes to assist, report back right away." "Understood." Qi Lin expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, team leader, for always looking out for me." "Let's not dwell on that," Qin Yu replied, hastening his pace as he called into the intercom, "Old Cat, prepare to approach the alley. We will charge from the front." "Received." 3 minutes later, Old Cat donned a Kevlar helmet and a light green tactical uniform, with a steel plate bulletproof vest on his chest, leading a 10-man team. They crouched low as they neared the alley, positioned on either side, awaiting further instructions. On the roadside, Qin Yu walked briskly, asking through the intercom, "Are there any vantage points?" "None. Just an external staircase that should provide a clear view of the 2nd floor." "All right. Your group will secure the 2nd floor. Your primary task is to provide cover," Qin Yu directed. "Understood." After concluding his exchange with colleagues, Qin Yu arrived at the entrance of the alley and turned to scan the empty street, clapping Old Cat on the shoulder. "Old Black and I will go in. You all stay put for now." "Understood." Old Cat nodded. "Let us go, Old Black," Qin Yu called out. Old Black, dressed in plain clothes, followed Qin Yu as they stepped into the alley, walking side by side. As they leisurely made their way deeper into the alley, Qin Yu casually inquired, "Feeling nervous?" "Hee, I'm used to it," Old Black replied with a smile. "Nothing to worry about. Just relax." Qin Yu casually draped an arm around Old Black's neck and playfully shouted, "Take me somewhere fun. You've had too much to drink." Old Black responded, understanding the jest. In the central section of the alley, a middle-aged man rose from a dilapidated wooden chair, squinting in their direction. As Qin Yu stumbled slightly while walking with Old Black, he spat onto the ground after about 30 meters, exclaiming, "Damn, life is tough." The spit landed squarely on the shoulder of a burly man nearby. "You bastard." The companion of the burly man stood up, frowning and ready to curse. "Ah, is there someone here?" Qin Yu feigned drunkenness, turning back slowly to ask, "Excuse me, brother, could you tell me how to get to Duo Club?" Initially, the burly man assumed Qin Yu was merely a drunkard, but as the latter approached, he furrowed his brow and instinctively placed his hands behind his back. "I don't know." Gagging, Qin Yu emitted a dry heave, his body inadvertently leaning towards the burly man. "Damn it, you don't smell like alcohol." The burly man stood up, ready to draw his gun, while his companion instinctively reached for the earpiece button. Bang! Qin Yu lifted his leg, and with the swiftness of lightning, his right foot propelled outward. Thud! The burly man staggered back 2 steps, colliding directly with the wall. Crack! Qin Yu seized the man's arm and forcefully swung him to the left, sending the brute tumbling to the ground. Immediately, his knee came crashing down onto the man's head. While his left hand pressed firmly on the gun holster of the man's waist, his voice low and menacing. "Don't shout, or I will end you." The burly man, undeterred by Qin Yu's threat, attempted to bellow for help. Left with no choice, Chinyu released his grip on the man's arm, swiftly covering his mouth. Be quiet. To his astonishment, the man exhibited an extreme ferocity, biting down hard on Chinyu's hand, blood gushing forth. Meanwhile, Old Black had also engaged, using police tactics to subdue another drug dealer. However, this individual was equally ruthless, thrashing violently as soon as his mouth was covered. Seeing that both men were desperate and unmanageable, Chinyu quickly turned and gestured for reinforcements. Clatter, clatter. Old Cat received the signal and led the team into the alley. Upon reaching Chinyu's side, the officers raised their firearms and, one by one, struck the heads of the two thugs, causing blood to spill profusely, rendering them momentarily unconscious. Break down the door, Chinyu commanded. With a crash, the sound of Remington shotguns being cocked echoed crisply. Bang, bang, bang. 3 gunshots rang out, shattering the iron door. Old Cat waved his hand, shouting, "Tactical formation, advance." At the sound of his voice, Chinyu, accompanied by 10 officers, rushed into the interior. However, upon entering, they were taken aback. The first-floor corridor was narrow and dimly lit, with a faint glimpse of an iron staircase at the far end. Damn it, move quickly. They surely aren't on the first floor. Chinyu quickly assessed the layout and gave immediate instructions. The officers on both sides, heeding his command, advanced without hesitation. 3 seconds later, as they neared the top of the iron staircase leading to the second floor, 2 men armed with automatic rifles opened fire without warning, shooting downwards with reckless abandon. Don't rush up. Hold your position. Chinyu took cover at the staircase corner, clenching his right fist tightly as bullets whizzed by. Second team, are you in position to fire? Affirmative. At the staircase's turn, 2 automatic rifles were prepared. The sharpshooters were scarce among the officers, so this operation lacked dedicated snipers for support. Nevertheless, the experienced field officers maintained accuracy at close range with their automatic weapons. The team ambushed at the external staircase, upon receiving orders, successfully shot down the thugs blocking the second-floor entrance through the glass, their bodies tumbling down the stairs. Only then did Chinyu signal, "Advance." With a rush, Chinyu led the assault team swiftly up the staircase to the second floor. The living room was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only faintly by the moonlight, casting silhouettes within. Chinyu, sweat beading on his forehead, took 3 or 4 cautious steps forward, whispering, "Where is everyone? Did the second team see anyone jump out?" "No, we can't see clearly from our angle," came the immediate response. Chinyu frowned, momentarily taken aback. Clang! At that moment, a faint sound emanated from the left side, and the anxious Old Cat, who had just rushed up, shouted, "Chinyu! Chinyu! I've triggered a trap." Upon hearing this, Chinyu turned around to see a police officer from the Old Cat's team crouched on the ground, preparing to tentatively probe the tripwire. Don't move, don't move," the Old Cat exclaimed, his right leg trembling. "It's not about the wire. I've stepped on a trap." The group paused momentarily at his words before quickly retreating to secure the entrance of the living room, fearing that someone might still be hiding inside. Chinyu swiftly drew his flashlight from his waist and crouched to briefly illuminate the trap of the bathroom door, speaking succinctly, "Cat, if you take a step back, your right leg will be fine. If you don't, lift your foot, and I will shoot the trap away. Can you hit it? It's hard to say. I'm not sure if the trap has been altered. What are you talking about? If you can't hit it, I'm done for," the Old Cat shouted, his eyes wide with fear. "If I can hit it, you won't lose your leg," Chinyu assured him, his hand steady as he gripped the flashlight. "What is the plan? Give me a word." After a brief silence, the Old Cat's usual playful demeanor vanished. "Save my leg. On the count of 3, lift your leg," Chinyu instructed, raising his automatic rifle. "Everyone else, fall back. 3, 2, 1, lift your leg," he bellowed. The Old Cat, hearing the count, dared not hesitate and lifted his leg, retreating. Bang! Chinyu swung the butt of his gun like a golf club, striking the trap beneath the Old Cat's foot. Crash! The trap shattered glass and burst forth into the outdoors. However, mere seconds later, an eerie silence fell outside. The Old Cat, feeling faint, squatted on the ground. "What the hell? Why didn't it go off?" "It was a fake," Chinyu gritted his teeth in response. "It's a dummy trap. Team 2. Check for abnormalities in the vicinity." Just then, a clatter rang out as a member of the assault team accidentally brushed against a cabinet beside the wall, producing an unusual noise. The group fell silent. "Damn it, that one is real," the Old Cat shouted, his face pale. "Get down, raise the blast shield." 2 officers with blast shields knelt and barely managed to position their shields when a massive fireball erupted. Boom! The deafening explosion resonated as 3 officers, caught unawares, were swept to the ground by countless shards, losing their lives instantly without a chance to cry for help. Chinyu, lying on the floor, shouted over the ringing in his ears, "There is definitely no one inside." They fled outdoors. Team 2, keep your eyes peeled. Outside, the burly Along led a single companion, sprinting through the yard, shouting, "Damn it, the dog came because it smelled the old horse. This person is utterly unprofessional. Is it possible he might sell us out? No way. He is relying on me for his livelihood." Along waved his hand, commanding, "Call Shrimp. Tell him to come pick us up, quickly, or we won't be able to get out." Chapter 19. The Ruthlessness of the Traps. Inside the second floor, Chinyu had just shaken his head and risen from the ground when his earpiece crackled with the voice of Team 2 outside. Two individuals have dashed out from the slum house, heading towards Maple Forest Road. "Our position is a bit far. It's difficult to pursue." "Are you certain there are only two?" Chinyu asked, his eyes reddened. "Absolutely. There are only two. Attention everyone, proceed towards Maple Forest Road." Chinyu gritted his teeth and shouted, "If there are casualties, we must apprehend the main culprit. Otherwise, our efforts will be in vain." Acknowledged. A flurry of urgent responses came through the walkie-talkie. Chinyu drew his firearm and commanded, "Those who are uninjured, come downstairs quickly." In less than a minute, everyone gathered at the ground floor. Chinyu, leading the charge, called out, "Team 2, have you locked on? Report the location of the criminals. They have reached Maple Forest Road and are continuing forward, rapidly approaching the intersection with the third ring road." The leader of Team 2 replied quietly, "We are in pursuit, but the distance is a bit far." Upon hearing this, Chinyu paused momentarily. The thought of Chi-Lin being in that direction flashed through his mind. He immediately grabbed the walkie-talkie and shouted, Car 2, do you copy? Car 2 here." Chi-Lin's voice came through. "The criminals are heading your way." Chinyu spoke rapidly. "There are two individuals. If you can intercept them while ensuring your safety, do so. We have sustained casualties. If you can delay them for just a few seconds, we will be there in no time." Chi-Lin was momentarily stunned. "Did you hear that?" Chinyu called out again. "I heard it." Chi-Lin replied nervously. "Maintain communication. We will arrive shortly." As Chinyu spoke, he dashed out of the alley and jumped into a police vehicle that had just arrived. Meanwhile, Lao Hei and two others from Lao Mao's team boarded another vehicle, racing towards the intersection of the third ring road, which was within a 500-meter radius. Inside the car, Lao Mao shouted into the walkie-talkie, "Chi-Lin, have you seen anyone pass by?" At the third ring road intersection, Chi-Lin had already exited the vehicle, so anxious that he forgot to bring the car's walkie-talkie. With trembling hands, he drew his sidearm, concealing himself by the front of the car, his eyes fixed intently on the direction of Maple Forest Road. Indeed, Chi-Lin could scarcely fathom that this reckless criminal would be heading towards him. He was anxious, unconsciously recalling the earlier explosion from above and the colleague who had tragically fallen. Fear gripped him as he hid behind the car. Mere seconds felt like an eternity. Unlike the other officers, he harbored no noble thoughts of sacrifice, only a profound sense of cowardice. The cold wind blew as Along led his companions, striding forward with a glinting shotgun and a pistol in hand. Inside the vehicle, the walkie-talkie crackled with Lao Mao's voice. "Chi-Lin, do you hear me? Did anyone pass by? Respond." Chi-Lin's forehead beaded with sweat as his gaze remained fixed on Along's direction. After a long hesitation, he gritted his teeth and raised his pistol, his voice trembling as he prepared to shout. Under the dim light, Along turned to his companion and asked, "What did the shrimp say?" "They've already come," the companion gasped, pointing forward. "They passed through the front houses. Don't move. They're SA police vehicle." Along quickly noticed Car 2, driven by Chi-Lin, at the intersection. Bang, bang, bang. The companion, on high alert, turned around and, upon seeing the police vehicle, unhesitatingly pulled the trigger, shouting, "You go first." Bullets ricocheted off the police vehicle, sending sparks flying, while Chi-Lin hunched down, too frightened to show himself. Inside the vehicle, the old cat on the intercom continued to shout, "Chi-Lin, do you hear gunfire? Have you encountered them?" Chi-Lin, sensing movement within the car, crouched low and crawled to the passenger seat, reaching for the door handle. Meanwhile, on the roadside, along with the cover of his colleagues, Along was sprinting desperately. He charged towards the corner across the street, intent on forcing his way into the bungalow area. At this moment, he was no more than 30 meters from Chi-Lin's position. Chi-Lin grasped the door handle, ready to pull it open, when he turned his head and saw Along attempting to dart into an alley. Pressured by the circumstances, he reluctantly raised his gun and opened his mouth to speak. At the street corner, as Along ran, he kept an eye on the police car's direction, and when he turned, he unexpectedly came face to face with Cheelin. Both men froze momentarily. Without a second thought, Along raised a shotgun and fired a shot into the front of the car. The sound of shattering metal echoed as the hood caved in, while Cheelin stood frozen in place, too stunned to retaliate. Just then, a car belonging to the old black man sped into the scene. He commanded through the intercom, "Cheelin, fire shot. Block him, he can't escape." Crouching behind the police vehicle, Cheelin remained motionless, his eyes wide with fear, his face pale. "Damn it." The old black man, seeing Cheelin's silence, bellowed, "Charge." There are only two of them. The car surged forward, racing past Cheelin's position in an instant. Bang! The old black man leaned out of the car, firing 2 shots at Along's companion, who fell to the ground, blood erupting from his body. "I told you not to chase." Along cursed, turning to aim his gun and pull the trigger. Bang! Bang! The large caliber shotgun roared, bursting the tire of an electric vehicle, which careened sideways and crashed against the wall of a store at the intersection, its front half crumpling and releasing white smoke. Shaking his head, the old black man pushed the car door open and yelled, "It's just one person. Go and subdue him." Hearing his command, the others disembarked, weapons in hand, rushing towards Along's location. With a screech, the snowy street echoed with the sound of brakes as 4 burly men stepped out of the vehicle, 2 wielding automatic rifles, opening fire towards the direction of the old black man. On the 3rd ring road, Chinyu, arriving at the scene of the gunfire, immediately spotted those rushing toward Along. He shouted through the intercom, "Old black man, retreat. They have backup." But it was too late for the old black man to withdraw. He had already exited the vehicle and charged forward. As bullets flew, his only option was to take cover in the recess of the store entrance. However, Along, fueled by rage after losing his brother, charged forward with a shotgun, yelling, "Are you still chasing or not?" Bang! The old black man pressed himself against the glass door of the shop, not daring to peek outside, only able to fire a desperate shot. Yet, Along, bold and ruthless, edged along the wall, pressing the barrel of his shotgun against the old black man's head. Silence. A brief silence. "Don't move." The 2 officers behind the old black man raised their weapons to cover him. Rat-a-tat-tat. The shrimp-like figure with an automatic rifle forced the 2 officers back into cover. Sweat beaded on the old black man's forehead, his thick lips quivering. "Please, don't kill me. Am I to die in vain?" Along roared. Bang! The gun fired, and the old black man collapsed to the ground. Keep pursuing me, and I shall deliver a grenade to your precinct each day." With a gun lowered, Along fired 3 shots into the body of the old black man before being pulled away by Xiaopizzi. He tossed 2 grenades onto the road to delay time and then vanished into the night. From behind a police vehicle at the street corner, Cheelin witnessed the old black man being shot dead and saw the grenades create 2 large craters on the pavement, standing motionless like a statue. The car came to a halt, and Chinyu rushed out, his eyes wide with shock as he reached out to the old black man. Brother, hold on. If death comes, then so be it. Living is also a torment." The old black man grasped Chinyu's wrist, his voice hoarse as he spoke. "I have no family left. Living is lonely. I have raised 2 children from my hometown in a new district. Please, give my compensation to them." Chinyu clenched his fist, nodding resolutely. "I will certainly do so." On the street, Old Cat, his eyes aflame with rage, jumped out of the car and marched straight to Cheelin, demanding, "Hand me the gun." Cheelin, with a vacant gaze, looked up at Old Cat in a daze. "I told you to give me the gun." Old Cat shouted as he forcibly took Cheelin's sidearm, skillfully ejecting the magazine and then freezing. "I am so sorry." Cheelin stammered. Old Cat, trembling with anger, pointed at the bullets in the magazine and yelled, "You didn't fire a single shot. Not one? Huh. If you had fired just once, would the old black man have died? Would Lazy have escaped? You useless fool." The 3 who perished on the 2nd floor were all members of Old Cat's team, though they were not particularly close friends. They were colleagues who had spent many days together. Frustrated, he leaped up and kicked Cheelin's head. "Why didn't you shoot? Afraid of death? If you're afraid of dying, why occupy the latrine without doing your business? I'll put an end to your uselessness." Chapter 20, Along, the sensation of Songjiang. 2 hours later, in the office of the police chief, Chief Li slammed his hand on the table. His face contorted in rage as he shouted, "What the hell are you doing, Yuanko? How did this organized capture end in such a disaster? Look at the report. There were only a few criminals. Are your officers made of paper? Huh. Fully equipped for an assault, and 4 of them end up dead. How am I supposed to report this to the precinct?" Yuanko lowered his head. "Chief, I was engaged in another case. Let us not dwell on this matter. I take full responsibility for this significant error. Take responsibility? Then you should resign. And let someone competent take over. Chief Lee barked with a cold expression. Yuan-ku suddenly raised his head, locking eyes with Chief Lee, remaining silent. Damn it! Chief Lee turned in a circle, fuming as he continued to berate. I've read the report. This Chi Lin is not just useless, he has issues. We must monitor him closely. He may have dealings with the criminals. Otherwise, why would he not fire a single shot? A thorough investigation is imperative. Yuan Kiskivi Kosturtal. Responding without hesitation. He is already under surveillance. Chinyu and Old Cat are interrogating him to gather statements from the captured individuals. Chief Lee, with a stern face, paced the room and suddenly turned to Yuan-ku, saying, I'm telling you plainly, in today's environment, everyone has their own agendas. Those who seek wealth, aspire to rise in rank, or rely on others are plentiful within the police department, and I am no exception. However, one must never encroach upon another's interests, nor use the police as a weapon against certain individuals. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire, leaving everyone involved in an unpleasant predicament. Upon hearing these words, Yuan-ku was momentarily taken aback, but quickly straightened himself and responded, Director Lee, the rumors circulating outside may not necessarily pertain to me. I believe you may be misunderstanding my intentions. Whether or not it is a misunderstanding, it cannot be concealed, and I am not blind. Let us observe what unfolds. Director Lee, visibly agitated, approached the window and stated, Draft the report for the police department with meticulous detail regarding the follow-up actions. You shall personally oversee the necessary arrangements and submit the required funds for my consideration and signature. Understood. Yuan-ku saluted. That night, Yuan-ku hosted a gathering at the Second Sister restaurant, where 30 or more renowned figures from the underworld congregated. In the second-floor hall, after toasting the assembly with 3 glasses of liquor, Yuan-ku began, Tonight, our team apprehended suspects on the Third Ring Road. I trust all esteemed elders and brothers have heard of this. The bandits murdered 4 of our comrades, inciting fury from above. It almost feels as though they wish to strip me of my clothing. Since we are amongst friends, I shall speak plainly. I intend to take action against these drug traffickers. I kindly ask for your support, and I assure you that I, Yuan-ku, will repay the favor in due course. However, should anyone attempt to shield them or assist in their evasion of capture, they will find themselves at odds with both me and the police department. For the coming year, my sole focus will be on them. Captain Yuan, what are you saying? If you speak up, who would dare to refuse you? Someone retorted. Oh, it's merely a minor issue, a handful of drug dealers, isn't it? We can inquire and quickly locate them for you. As Yuan-ku's words echoed, no one appeared offended. Rather, they chimed in agreement. Yuan-ku bowed and poured more drinks, smiling as he expressed his gratitude. Thank you all for your support. After some time, once the serious matters were concluded, the gathering dispersed. A burly man entered his car and bent down to return a phone call. Hello, old ma. I have a favor to ask. I need assistance in getting a few people out of the special zone. The voice of old ma crackled through the line. The burly man chuckled. Who these individuals are? I won't inquire, but I'm afraid I cannot assist with that. Is it a financial issue? Yuan-ku, the police officer, was growing impatient, brandishing a machine gun while treating us to dinner. Are you jesting? The burly man replied in a hushed tone, Old ma, while I wouldn't say I fear him. There's no need to offend someone in an official capacity. Do you understand? Fine, consider this call unmade. With that, the conversation came to an abrupt end. By 8:30 in the morning, the special wanted notice for Along was dispatched from the police department to all 6 districts of Songjiang City. Upon receiving the directive, each subordinate police station promptly initiated coordination and deployment. In no time, the previously obscure Along had gained notoriety throughout Songjiang and made a resounding name for himself in the criminal underworld, as everyone became aware that it was the police department itself that had ordered his apprehension. When Xinyu first took on this case from Yuan-ku, he believed it to be a relatively minor issue. However, he never anticipated it would escalate to this point. The situation now seemed somewhat uncontrollable and severe, and he inexplicably felt as though he were being propelled forward by unseen forces. In the captain's office, the atmosphere was tense. Xinyu furrowed his brow and said to Yuan-ku, I underestimated the complexity of the capture. I am well aware of the issues at hand. Yuan-ku waved his hand dismissively. You have your responsibilities, but we are also bound by our limited conditions. The ringleader of the drug traffickers, if caught, faces certain death, so he will fight back. Meanwhile, some of our officers are thinking that if they don't make an arrest, they will still receive their salaries at the end of the month. With differing motivations come differing mindsets. This is an objective reality I am cognizant of. Qin Yu remained silent, contemplating that whether or not you face punishment depends on whether the case can be solved and to what extent the higher-ups are satisfied. Yuan Ku spoke with stark realism. The situation is still unfolding. Put in some effort, and I will be keen to observe your progress, Qin Yu. Thank you, Captain. Since returning last night, Qin Yu had been on edge, fearing he had not performed well and anticipating severe repercussions from above. However, to his surprise, Yuan Ku had shielded the third group, an old cat, from some blame, specifically instructing Qin Yu to focus primarily on solving the case. Knock, knock. As the two were engaged in conversation, a knock echoed through the room. Come in, Yuan Ku called out. The office door opened, and a young man in uniform saluted and reported, the statements have come in. The arrested lackeys have confessed that there are no internal informants and no tips received. Yuan Ku frowned and inquired, are you certain? The two lackeys had given identical statements, which did not seem to indicate deceit, then released Qi Lin from supervision. Yuan Ku decided after a moment's consideration. The young man hesitated before asking, what about his punishment? Without hesitation, Yuan Ku replied, the facts indicate he is unsuitable for frontline casework. Transfer him to logistics for now, and we will inform him of the disciplinary outcome later. Understood. The young man saluted and departed. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu sighed silently, refraining from defending Qi Lin, as survival in the front line was a matter no one could assist with. A few minutes later, as Qin Yu exited the office, intending to grab breakfast before addressing the matters surrounding Old Hei's demise, he heard a heated argument between Old Cat and Qi Lin at the stairwell. Meanwhile, downstairs, Lin Yinlei, clad in a woolen coat and a charming pink scarf, her hair tousled, shouted at the duty officer, I want to report a case. Chapter 21. For the sake of survival, I must strive with all my might. In the stairwell on the third floor, Qi Lin shouted, don't hold me back. As he vigorously shook off Old Cat's grasp, I need to ask Captain Yuan why I've been transferred to logistics. Do you really believe you belong on the front line? Wake up and stop dragging others down with you. Old Cat retorted, his eyes wide with frustration. Last night's case went unsolved, and everyone is seething with anger. Going to Old Yuan now is akin to walking into the line of fire. If he loses his temper and dismisses you, won't you be completely foolish? As the two argued, Qin Yu descended the stairs and inquired, what are you two doing? They both paused, taken aback. Could you refrain from shouting here? Isn't it embarrassing? Qin Yu frowned at them. Let us step outside. I need to have a word with Qi Lin. After a moment's hesitation, Qi Lin was ultimately pulled away by Qin Yu and Old Cat. Lin Yinlei blinked her beautiful eyes and said, I am an online reporter. I discovered that someone was peddling overpriced smuggled drugs around Tuza Street. During my undercover investigation, those thugs caught on to us and snatched the camera. Do you know them? No. Fill out this form, print an identification copy, detailing the time, place, and specific details. The officer casually tossed an inquiry form towards her. After receiving it, Lin Yinlei sat down and diligently filled it out before handing it back. Is that sufficient? Can we apprehend them? All right, you may leave. We will investigate shortly. But my camera is still with them, and they haven't left. You should go and catch them. Lin Yinlei said anxiously, do you need to instruct me on how to handle a case? The officer, reclining nonchalantly, replied, just go back. We will notify you if there is any news. What kind of attitude is this? They stole my camera, and they should still be there. Why aren't you going now? Do you not understand? I said to return first. You. Lin Yinlei's face flushed with anger, and in her urgency, she exclaimed, fine, I'll find Qin Yu. Is he here? You have acquaintances? The officer, taken aback, inquired. Yes, I know him. Then wait a moment. The officer's demeanor softened slightly as he picked up the walkie-talkie and shouted a few words. After about a minute of waiting, the officer shook his head and said, Qin Yu is not here. He's gone out. Lin Yinlei's expression turned helpless. Then can you accompany me to retrieve my camera? Not at the moment. I need to report this up the chain and follow procedure. This is utterly frustrating, Lin Yinlei muttered, grabbing her bag and turning to leave. Inside a nearby breakfast shop, Qi Lin stared blankly at the multi-grain bun on the table, motionless. Don't get too worked up. If you need to adjust logistics, then do so, Team Leader Yuan said, clearly irritated. Qin Yu, munching on his food, attempted to offer some words of comfort to Qi Lin. Qi Lin's eyes were reddened as he looked down at his palm, murmuring, it's unfair. Lao Mao, known for his quick temper, had already been displeased with Qi Lin's performance from the previous night, and upon hearing this, he erupted. What the hell is unfair? Is it a problem to punish you for your incompetence? I've told you before that you are completely unfit for frontline work, yet you keep dreaming of promotions. And now look where we are. Not only have you jeopardized yourself, but you've also put your colleagues at risk. That Along was supposed to be apprehended. And what will the higher-ups think today? All personnel involved in the case will be rewarded. But because you hesitated to shoot, we are not only facing punishment, but Lao also had someone killed. Have you seen his corpse? Shot 3 times, his bulletproof vest was shattered. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu remained silent. Qi Lin slowly raised his head, devoid of any emotion, and numbly asked, Lao Mao, could you refrain from making rash judgments before fully understanding the details? What details? Then tell me, why didn't you fire? Why? Lao Mao slammed his bowl down, glaring at Qi Lin. Qi Lin clenched his fists, staring at Lao Mao for several seconds before gritting his teeth and responding, Fine, even if I was wrong for not firing, I accept that. You were wrong from the start, but have you never made a mistake? Have you never? Qi Lin suddenly retorted. The old cat was momentarily at a loss for words upon hearing the sound. However, I have never faltered since the day I became an officer. I have committed no fundamental errors, not a single one. Qi Lin, his voice trembling, gazed at Qin Yu and the old cat, saying, I tread cautiously, meticulously performing my duties as a constable. Not only have I never made a mistake in the past, but in my pursuit of a promotion to second-level officer, I have diligently secured a place among the top 3 in shooting at the precinct, and ranked first among the constables, correct? Qin Yu was taken aback by this revelation, as he was completely unaware of Qi Lin's shooting accolades. When I earned honors for the constable, there were no tangible rewards, yet when I erred, I faced punishment. Is this fair? Qi Lin, his eyes reddened, inquired, Is it difficult to become a second-level officer? It is merely a matter of the preceding statement. Yet why is it that I am overlooked? Why does no one advocate for me? Year after year, I am nominated, yet year after year, I am relegated to the sidelines. Am I not correct, old cat? The old cat had never witnessed Qi Lin speak to him in such a manner, leaving him momentarily bewildered. I am not like you. You have the protection of old Li within the station. Anyone dares to cross you, and if you are displeased, even Yuan Cook can receive your ire. But can I? Forget about reproaching. If I utter a single inappropriate word, I might find myself dismissed the very next day. I have no work, and who will tend to my mother's illness? Who will support my sister? You? Tell me, is it you? Qi Lin's voice was hoarse as he clenched his fists and growled. You live a life of comfort, while I strive merely to survive. I dare not risk my life. When faced with adversity, I must retreat, for I lack the privilege to fight when 2 mouths at home await my sustenance. If I miss 3 days of work, they may starve. You have a safety net. I carry burdens, thus you can deride me from your lofty perch, while I am forever compelled to endure. Perhaps one day, should I exhaust every ounce of strength, I might only reach your starting point, nothing more. Having said this, Qi Lin stood up, staring blankly at Qin Yu and the old cat, and announced, You eat. I shall take my leave. Qi Lin, Qin Yu called out. Qi Lin did not look back, departing the breakfast shop in solitude. The old cat furrowed his brow, continuing to sip his porridge. Qin Yu sat in a daze, lost in thought. After a considerable time, the old cat, lowering his head, asked, Did I speak too harshly? Yes, somewhat, Qin Yu nodded. I genuinely worry for him, the old cat sighed. Snow began to fall from the sky as Qi Lin trudged along the desolate streets, contemplating purchasing a bottle of liquor to alleviate his melancholy, only to remember upon searching his pockets that even the most inferior bottle cost 25 yuan. He suppressed his desire and continued walking toward home. Inside a dilapidated building on Tuza Street, a long inhaled smoke, frowning as he addressed Lao Ma. When can I leave? Arrangements are being made. It will be soon, within these 2 days. Before I depart, I need to step out for a moment. Don't be absurd. Everyone outside is frantic to find you. Lao Ma urgently reminded him. This time, I don't know when I'll return, Along replied, lowering his head. I have a few wishes that must be fulfilled. Chapter 22. Buying People. The next day, as Qin Yu entered the office, the old cat approached him. What are you busy with? Before his demise, Lao He imparted 2 sentences to me, urging that his pension be processed so that his 2 young children might be supported. Qin Yu, sipping water, replied, I have just completed the report and am ready to submit it. Ah, have you not lost 3 on your side? No need for further arrangements? Qin Yu inquired proactively. I am in the midst of it, currently in contact with the families of the fallen comrades. Lao Mao responded, his gaze lowered. I dislike such occasions. Hence I did not attend. Ah, Qin Yu nodded in acknowledgement. Say, Do you have any matters to attend to shortly? Lao Mao suddenly posed the question. Qin paused. Is it still the interrogation of those two underlings? Nothing of great significance. Then accompany me to Qi Lin's residence. Lao Mao feigned a nonchalant demeanor. He has been transferred to logistics, and with no further field allowances, his salary has diminished. I fear he may become despondent and resort to drastic measures. Through their interactions, Qin had discerned that Lao Mao possessed a sharp tongue, often speaking without regard for others' feelings. Yet he was acutely aware of the underlying sentiments. He likely understood that Qin had already broached the subject at breakfast yesterday, hence this pretense. However, Lao Mao felt somewhat embarrassed to approach Qi Lin alone, which was why he sought Qin company. I'll clock out for lunch soon. I need to check in on Zhu Wei regarding the interrogation. Qin glanced at the wall clock and replied, All right, I shall come by to fetch you for lunch. Good. As soon as the midday bell rang, Qin hopped onto Lao Mao's electric scooter and headed to Qi Lin's home. In truth, those who held positions within the police force were considered relatively well off in this era, at least within District 9, where they fell into the middle-income bracket. Despite the inherent dangers, it was a stable job with a fixed monthly salary. Yet, even under such circumstances, Qi Lin's life was fraught with hardship. His residence was situated on the outskirts of a slum, where the majority of residents lacked stable employment. The younger individuals managed to find occasional labor to sustain themselves. But the elderly, infirm, and disabled were left to suffer. Many lacked the capacity to work. The Songjiang government lacked sufficient resources to provide aid, resulting in dire situations where starvation was a grim reality. The crime rate was alarmingly high, with frequent population turnover and changes. Qi Lin's choice to reside in such a place stemmed from economic necessity. The affordable housing, sporadic electricity, and water supply at night, and exceedingly low living costs allowed him to save a bit more to support his family. This also explained why he took advantage of every opportunity at the police station. Even if he finished work early, he lingered for dinner before departing, and he even brought home laundry to save a few coins. As Qin stepped into Qi Lin's modest courtyard, he surveyed the surroundings. The courtyard was square, covering approximately 300 to 400 square meters. But most of it belonged to the landlord. They had merely rented two low, narrow rooms at the entrance for an extended period. The two rooms faced one another, separated by a wall, with an iron gate installed. To the uninitiated, this layout might seem peculiar. But those in the know understood it was a precaution taken by the landlord to prevent any untoward actions from the tenants, necessitating the locking of the iron gate at night for security. However, having resided here for an extended period, Qi Lin's landlord likely understands his circumstances, which may account for the relaxed management and the iron gate being perpetually ajar as a gesture of respect. Upon entering the courtyard, they immediately spotted Qi Lin, who appeared rather despondent, seated on the steps in a daze. What are you doing? Lao Mao inquired as he rushed over. Qi Lin, taken aback, rose to his feet and asked, What brings you two here? Just checking to see if you're alive, Lao Mao retorted, known for his bluntness. Come on, let us head inside. Qi Lin, adept at brushing aside conflicts and awkwardness, chose not to mention the previous day's events, quickly adjusting his mood and warmly inviting the two into his home. Where's your mother? Lao Mao asked. She's lying down in the room across the hall. My sister is next door doing some odd jobs, so she's not home, Qi Lin replied with a smile. Come in for some water. No, let us go see your mother instead, Lao Mao said, carrying some food specifically prepared for Qi Lin's mother. Qi Lin paused momentarily and shook his head, responding, Don't go. What's wrong? Qin queried. We had a quarrel. Damn, Lao Mao exclaimed upon hearing this. Feeling out of sorts and taking it out on your mother? Aren't you grown up enough to handle things better? Let it go. She's the one taking it out on me, Qi Lin sighed. Everything was fine until she insisted I bring home a daughter-in-law. I'm about to be reassigned to logistics, earning over 100 less a month. It's hard enough to get by, let alone find a wife. Why the sudden push for marriage? Lao Mao asked, intrigued. Qi Lin hesitated for a moment, ushering them into the house as he recounted the events. Qi Lin's mother suffers from liver disease, which she has neglected due to a lack of funds for treatment. This has escalated into a syndrome, with vital organs deteriorating and time is running short. Lacking education and having faced numerous hardships, her only wish before passing seems to be for Qi Lin to marry, so she can see a descendant before she closes her eyes. Qi Lin understands the deeper reason behind this desire. His mother does not wish for him to spend money on her, urging him to settle down quickly instead. Inside, after listening to Qi Lin's account, Qin Yu remained silent, unsure of what advice to offer. Lao Mao pondered for a moment before asking. If you're looking for a woman, you need to be prepared. She suddenly wants a daughter-in-law. Where are we supposed to find one? We barely have time to breathe. She has already made arrangements with a local matchmaker through Old Dong's wife. My mother's intention is for me to spend money to marry someone. But you know my situation. I've just been penalized, my income has dropped, and I can't guarantee what will happen in logistics. Chi Lin wore a troubled expression. After hearing Chi Lin's words, Lao Mao reflected for a while and said, buying one is a possibility. Stop joking. Chi Lin waved his hand dismissively. What if my penalty is severe and I can't stay in the police force? What'll I do then? We won't resort to anything extreme, Lao Mao replied. Looking down, I will do everything in my power to ensure you remain in the police force. Chi Lin was momentarily taken aback by this. Give me an honest answer. Is she really that ill? Lao Mao asked quietly. Chi Lin remained silent for several seconds before letting out a deep sigh and saying, There's no cure, only maintenance, which means deterioration is unpredictable. Then we should arrange for a wife. The old cat clenched his teeth and said, You ought to get married. A grown man cannot simply run home every day without doing anything. With someone to look after you, you can work more effectively. But I have. Wait a moment, the old cat interrupted, turning to shout at Chinyu, Come out with me. Old cat, it's unnecessary. Chi Lin immediately stood up. The old cat pointed at Chi Lin and said, You wait here, just wait. 2 minutes later, outside the door, the old cat was puffing on an electronic cigarette, looking down at Chinyu, asking, Do you have any money? Chinyu blinked. The most I can lend him is 500. That's insufficient. The old cat shook his head. Without hesitation, Chinyu responded, That's all I can manage. The old cat lifted his head and stated slowly, If Chi Lin cannot repay this money temporarily, I will return it to you before Christmas. Surprised, Chinyu looked at the old cat, and after careful consideration for several seconds, he replied, I only have 1,500 left. I can give you 1,300 and keep 200 for meals. Thank you, brother. The old cat patted Chinyu on the arm. Hey, I want to ask. Chinyu blinked curiously. If Chi Lin can't repay me, how will you pay me back? I'll go sell silver on the dirt street to repay you. The old cat replied. Damn it, Chinyu said in frustration. I don't want to lend anymore. It's decided then. The old cat laughed as he entered the room, shouting, Chi Lin, get someone to contact. We've pooled together 3,500 for you. And the rest is up to you. Chi Lin stood in the dilapidated room, staring at the two for a while before bowing deeply. I will definitely repay this money. Indeed, Chi Lin did not wish to go against his mother's wishes, knowing that this might be the old lady's final wish. At 3 in the afternoon, with a substantial amount of money strapped around his waist, Chi Lin, along with Chinyu and the old cat, departed from Songjiang City and headed to Beitai Living Village. The vehicle traversed the frozen Songjiang, its tires crunching over the pristine snow, stopping on an unnamed dirt road. The three walked 3 kilometers to the entrance of Beitai Village and made a phone call. After approximately half an hour, a woman in her 50s, wrapped in a military coat with a flushed face, approached and asked, Looking to buy someone? Unpleasantly surprised by her frankness, the old cat replied, Looking for a wife. Follow me, she said, turning to lead the way. The three followed her around a dilapidated housing area and entered a drafty house. The woman pulled open an iron door and pointed to a dozen individuals of various ethnicities sitting on the floor inside, saying, We have black, white, and everything in between. As long as the money is right, everything is negotiable. Chinyu, standing at the door, covered his nose and said, Chi Lin, you go inside and choose. Are they all legal residents? The old cat feigned understanding. Brother, I can introduce you to those with residency permits. The woman rolled her eyes. Isn't it better to directly pick up work on the dirt street? You seem quite knowledgeable, the old cat remarked. These days, who doesn't have a story? The woman retorted. The old cat was left speechless. The woman patted Chi Lin on the shoulder. Brother, there's nothing to be embarrassed about. It's business. The customer comes first. Go in and choose. There's a flashlight here. The ones in the dark are hard to see, so shine some light. Chi Lin indeed felt a bit embarrassed, standing at the door and appearing somewhat reserved. Bang! The old cat kicked Chi Lin into the house, urging him to hurry as dusk approached. Chi Lin blinked and stepped inside. Meanwhile, a shadowy figure glanced around furtively before approaching the window of Chi Lin's home, whispering, Chi Lin, are you home? Suddenly, a flurry of footsteps startled the figure, who instinctively pulled a concealed weapon from beneath their clothing and turned to find it was merely a passerby. Beads of sweat dotted their forehead as they peered once more into Chi Lin's dwelling, and upon seeing no one, they furrowed their brow and departed. Chapter 23. Money talks in the past. Life was fraught with pressures, leading many to lament that love had become so cheap it could be purchased. This statement, once a mere jest at societal dissatisfaction, has regrettably morphed into a stark reality in today's world. One cannot discern whether this represents progress or regression. The women in charge had sourced their girls from the designated planning area, not through trafficking or abduction, but because these young women willingly chose to accompany them. Their sole aspiration was to secure a stable meal. Lacking residency rights in the 9th Special District, these girls could only survive legally by marrying or purchasing their way in. Otherwise, they faced lawful expulsion once their time limit expired. After wandering inside for a good 10 minutes, Chi Lin emerged to inquire of the women. "Do those two girls have any family?" "No," they replied without hesitation. "Are you aware of what I do?" Chi Lin pressed, his brow furrowed. The women hesitated. "Don't deceive me. Do they truly lack family?" Chi Lin continued to interrogate. After a moment of deliberation, one of the women sighed. "Oh, I almost forgot. Those two girls do have family, but they're all in the designated planning area. Then I don't want them." Chi Lin shook his head. "It would be troublesome." "Look for others then. What is the name of that Belarusian girl?" Chi Lin pondered aloud. "Bella," the woman responded, giving a thumbs up. "You have good taste, young brother. That girl is about 1.7 meters tall, with fair skin and beauty. Having her at home would be quite stimulating. Her Mandarin is no problem either. She speaks the local dialect better than I do." "Then I'll take her." Chi Lin nodded. "How much?" 8,000, the woman replied succinctly. "Let us go," Chi Lin said, striding away. Qin Yu and the old cat exchanged glances before hastily following. "Wait, little brother, why is your temper so foul? Didn't I say anything wrong?" The woman called after him. "Come back and let us discuss. I'll give you a 10 discount. 8,000? Why don't you go rob a bank?" Chi Lin retorted over his shoulder. "I can't afford that. I'll deduct 1,000, the woman insisted, catching up and grasping Chi Lin's arm. "Brother, they lack residency rights. Bringing them in incurs costs. Don't drive such a hard bargain. 3,000. Stop joking. For that price, I might as well sell you a leg to play with." She rolled her eyes. Then it settled. "Why does this person always want to leave?" The woman, visibly agitated, declared, "The minimum I can accept is 6,800. It cannot be less. I have supported them for over 2 months. I only brought 4,500. If you find that acceptable, we can draft a written agreement, and I shall take her away." The old cat, with an intense gaze, replied, "There's one condition. If she returns home for a couple of days and then sneaks away, do not say I allowed this transaction to jeopardize your business. No, 4,500 is utterly insufficient. For that amount, you can only acquire someone like me." The woman waved her hand dismissively, stating, "If you wish to leave, then leave. The absolute minimum is 6,800. Upon hearing this, Chi Lin did not hesitate. He turned and departed with Qin Yu and the old cat from the courtyard. Approximately 2 minutes later, the woman caught up with him, panting, and called out, "All right, I see a connection between you two. I will sell her to you for 4,500. Let's be friends, young man. Come back." Chi Lin negotiated 3 times before reaching an agreement with her, while the Belarusian girl, Bella, listened intently from within the house. By around 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening, the old cat hailed a black car, and the 4 of them returned to the city center of Songjiang. On the road, Qin Yu assessed the disheveled Bella and jokingly asked Chi Lin, "Not going to take care of her? Where would the funds come from?" Chi Lin replied with a shake of his head, "Let's just gather a few friends for a meal." "When?" "Perhaps tomorrow." After a moment of contemplation, Chi Lin added, "I should inform the team as well." "All right, that settles it." Having toiled throughout the day, the old cat was exhausted. He turned to the Belarusian girl and succinctly stated, "Although our acquaintance began with money, my brother is a good man. He will treat you well, so please look after him." Bella kept her head down, continuously toying with the ends of her hair, and muttered, "I know." "Well then, we shall take our leave." The old cat waved at Chi Lin. After exchanging a few casual pleasantries, the old cat and Qin Yu watched as the man and woman, brought together by monetary means, departed. On the weathered streets, Chi Lin walked ahead, feeling somewhat apprehensive, his heart racing. After an indeterminate amount of time, Bella called out, "Could you slow down? My shoes are worn and are rubbing against my feet." Chi Lin paused, turned to face her, and, after a moment's deliberation, suggested, "Shall I carry you? We're quite close now." The girl hesitated, standing still and grasping the edge of Chi Lin's shirt, saying, I want to eat." With a chuckle, Chi Lin bent down and offered, "Hop on. We'll eat once we get home." The old cat, uncertain of where to venture that evening. Did not suggest staying over at Qin Yu's as he usually would, instead finding an excuse to slip away. By the time Qin Yu returned home, it was already past 8 in the evening. He initially intended to boil some water and grab a bite to eat, but then recalled that he had lent out 1,300 yuan today, leaving him with only 200 for his daily expenses. Thus, after a quick wash-up, he prepared for bed. Around 9 o'clock, just as Qin Yu settled into bed, he heard Lin Yinlei's furious voice shouting, "What are you doing? Do you believe I will report this?" Startled by the commotion, Qin Yu quickly put on his coat and moved to the window to see what was happening outside. Lin Yinlei stood at the bottom of the stairs, pointing towards the entrance and shouting, as 3 burly men clad in leather coats staggered inside. "You little girl, are you truly unaware of the consequences? This is your final warning. Do you still have the audacity?" The leader of the men, stroking his bald head, extended his hand and demanded, "Hand over the camera." "The camera is not with me. If you continue to harass me, I will promptly call the police." Lin Yinlei retorted defiantly. "Look at you all bluster." The leader chuckled mockingly, pointing at her as he said, "The police? My friend Yuan Ku is a police officer. Go ahead, call him. I'll be waiting for him, haha." Lin Yinlei froze at his words. Inside the house, Qin Yu, who was about to step outside, paused at the mention of Yuan Ku's name, his brow furrowing in concern. Just then, a boy of about 15 or 16 burst out from the inner courtyard, wearing a tattered cotton jacket, shouting, "What is going on? Why are you making a racket in the middle of the night?" In courtyard number 88. As the boy rushed out, a woman behind him grasped his collar, yanking him back into the courtyard. "Shut the door quickly and mind your own business." Qin Yu recognized the woman as the landlady who had pulled the boy back inside. In the courtyard, the leader of the men glanced at the inner area and mockingly said to Lin Yinlei, "Do you see? Nowadays, people avoid trouble. Do you really think shouting will summon help? Dream on." Lin Yinlei retreated to the door, her eyes darting nervously at the 3 men, and pleaded, "Big brother, I truly don't have a camera. I've already submitted it. Please don't make things difficult for me." The burly man stepped closer, grabbing Lin Yinlei's dark hair. "What nonsense are you spouting, little girl? If I wasn't certain that the item was with you, would I be here?" Lin Yinlei looked at his rugged face and the malicious glint in his eyes, her heart racing. "I assure you, it's not here," she stammered. With a sudden loss of patience, the man seized Lin Yinlei's head and forcefully slammed it against the doorframe. "Damn it, I'm being more than polite." Lin Yinlei, taken aback by the sudden aggression, felt disoriented. "East, drag her inside. I'll change my method of persuasion." "What are you doing? If you want to be disrespectful, then let us see how you fare in the winter." The man on the left stepped forward, pulling Lin Yinlei towards the door. Just then, the opposite door swung open, and Qin Yu stepped out. "What's going on? Are you tormenting a young lady?" As his words fell, Lin Yinlei looked up in surprise and joy, raising her voice, "Brother, brother, save me." Qin Yu, typically aloof and disinclined to meddle in others' affairs, felt compelled to intervene as it was clear these men intended to escalate the situation. If it were to develop further, Lin Yinlei would undoubtedly report it, and as a resident of the same courtyard, it would reflect poorly on him. Additionally, aware of Lin Yinlei's connections, he sought to avoid further complications, prompting him to call out, "Who are you?" The leader of the men turned to question him. "I am a friend of the police and reside here," Qin Yu replied. Qin Yu stood at the entrance, speaking tersely, "It's rather late. If there is something to discuss, do so later. There is no need for pointless chatter here." The burly man was taken aback. "Which officer are you?" Qin Yu did not directly respond to the inquiry. "Release the person, and you shall do so." "You speak rather firmly." The burly man frowned. "Our matters do not concern you. Go back inside and rest." Having said that, the burly man ignored Qin Yu and turned to Lin Yinlei, shouting, "Young lady, I shall ask you one last time. Will you hand over the item?" "I said, the camera." Slap. Before Lin Yinlei could finish her sentence, Qin Yu stepped forward and firmly grasped the burly man's wrist. "My friend, do not cause trouble in this courtyard." The burly man turned back with a stern expression. "I am the Tiger of Touchage Street. If you do not recognize me, you can call your officer to inquire." Qin Yu furrowed his brow. "Get lost." The tiger shrugged off Qin Yu's grip. Qin Yu's right hand, akin to a steel vice, tightened around the tiger's wrist. "Is this not over yet?" Bang! The tiger abruptly turned around and struck Qin Yu in the chest. "You are just an officer. Do you not know your place?" Qin Yu stood silently in place. The tiger slapped Qin Yu on the head. "What do you intend to do? Enforce the law fairly? Come on, try to apprehend me." Slap! Suddenly, Qin Yu seized the tiger's arm with his left hand and swept his right leg along the ground. Thud! The tiger fell to the ground. So you're the tiger? Are there no lions in Touchage Street? Chinyu lowered his head and delivered 3 swift kicks to the tiger's head, sending him tumbling down the steps. The burly men on either side drew knives from their pockets without a hint of hesitation towards Chinyu's status, advancing to stab him. Clang! Chinyu swiftly retrieved a gun from the tiger, deftly racking the slide, disengaging the safety, and pointing at the man on the right. You dare to brandish a knife at an officer? Do you believe I want to shoot you dead? You're just bragging. Bang! The gun fired. Lin Yinlei crouched down, covering her head in fear. The bullet grazed the cheek of the burly man wielding the knife, leaving him stunned. Didn't you call me a braggart? Why are you dodging? Chinyu glared. Come on, stand firm. I'll shoot you right between the eyes. The 2 men froze in place, uncertain of Chinyu's intentions. On the ground, the tiger shook his head and shouted, Damn it, Dongzi, call for backup. Bang, bang, bang. Chinyu swung the gun, but striking the tiger's head repeatedly. 3 men? Is 1 gun not sufficient? You cannot stand, yet you pretend to be tough. The tiger, bloodied and leaning against the doorway, was utterly dazed. Crouch, Chinyu ordered, pointing the gun at the other 2. They exchanged glances, their faces dark, and squatted down on the steps. Chinyu's mind raced, and after a moment of contemplation, he addressed Lin Yinlei. Go to my room and fetch the phone. Lin Yinlei, still crouched on the ground, dared not lift her head. Thud! Chinyu kicked her. If you can stir up trouble, you ought to handle it. Stop whining. Go get me the phone, it's on the bedside. Lin Yinlei regained her senses and swiftly entered Chinyu's room to retrieve the phone. Holding the gun in one hand, Chinyu dialed Zhu Wei's number within the team, instructing, We have apprehended 3 suspects. Please come and take them away. Upon hearing this, the thug on the ground immediately looked up and scornfully exclaimed, You little pup, are you serious? Chinyu, upon hearing his words, raised the butt of his gun, poised to strike. The thug instinctively shrank back, ceasing his complaints and grinding his teeth as he awaited the arrival of the police. Meanwhile, Chinyu pulled Lin Yinlei a few steps away and inquired, Sister, why do you always attract trouble? What do they want from you? I captured some footage of them. Lin Yinlei blinked and replied, It's part of my job. What did you film? They have been inflating the prices of medications in the slums and secretly selling counterfeit drugs. I managed to photograph it. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yinlei responded truthfully. Upon hearing this, Chinyu's heart sank. They're selling counterfeit drugs too? Yes. I've been tracking them for several days. Last time, they even stole my camera, Lin Yinlei nodded. These scoundrels are devoid of humanity. Taking advantage of your crackdown on price gouging, they force the impoverished in the slums to sell their organs for a meager meal. Chinyu fell into deep contemplation. Half an hour later, upon arriving at the scene, the police officer Zhu Wei was taken aback to see the thug. Oh, Tiger Brother, what are you doing here? He exclaimed. Little Zhu Wei, the thug, recognizing a familiar face, immediately perked up and said to Zhu Wei, Let me make a call. Chinyu approached Zhu Wei and asked, Do you know him? What the hell? Why did you arrest him? He is a friend of Team Yuan, Zhu Wei replied. Looking down, You little brat, if I don't strip you of your clothes today, I want to share the same surname as you. The thug wiped the blood from his face and moved aside to dial Yuanka's number. Chapter 25, The Slick Eel. At courtyard number 88. Not long after the thug finished his call at the courtyard entrance, Chinyu's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID, saw it was Yuanka's number, and promptly walked to his room's door, pressing the answer button. Hello, Team Yuan? What's going on? Wow, it's just a little incident, and it's already reached you. The earlier ferocity with which Chinyu had dealt with the thug vanished, replaced by a face full of ingratiation. Are the people who came to my courtyard your friends? Kind of, Yuanka replied, blinking. They know my older brother, and when they heard you were a police officer, they called me. This is quite the unexpected situation. Chinyu said nonsensically, as he had already heard the thug's comments earlier and knew of this connection. Why did it escalate to violence? It wasn't my intention. Chinyu, a man who always considered his options before acting, responded with clarity. That girl your friends are after is the one from the kidnapping case a while back. Yuanka paused, taken aback. The one who was kidnapped? Exactly. This girl works at a streaming platform and rents a unit in the same courtyard as I do. She was just outside crying and shouting, and I had no choice but to come out and check. As you know, she must have some background. Otherwise, Director Li Wun-ti have personally come to escort her. Chinyu explained in a low voice. Since I have encountered this situation, it would be unwise to ignore it. Otherwise, it could lead to significant trouble for us all. Initially, I intended to persuade your friends to leave, but they were a bit reckless and drew their knives on me. I had no idea they were acquainted with you, and given their actions, I certainly had to retaliate. Do you have any idea about the relationship with that woman? Yuanku inquired with a furrowed brow. I don't know. Qin Yu shook his head. However, the person who came to pick up the girl that day was a leader from a media side, and Li Si personally came down to see her off. Ah, are you familiar with this girl? Qin Yu, without hesitation, boasted, we are on friendly terms. Then this must be a misunderstanding. Please give the phone to Lao Hu. I will speak with him and let him leave. Yuanku advised with a smile, you should also talk to that girl. Lao Hu likely isn't aware of her connection, so she shouldn't take it to heart. I'll arrange a gathering later and have Lao Hu invite her to dinner. This is trivial. I will mention it to her. All right, let us proceed with that. Just a moment, Yuan Captain. Qin Yu took the phone and stepped towards Lao Hu. You need to take this call. Lao Hu hesitated for a moment, took the phone aside, and spoke briefly with Yuanku before hanging up with a rather grim expression. You all know each other. You should have mentioned that earlier. I wouldn't have laid a hand on you. Qin Yu chuckled at Lao Hu. Lao Hu, grinding his teeth, retorted, get lost, you little brat. This matter isn't over. My apologies, Hugo, for not allowing you to successfully strip me of my clothes. Qin Yu replied lightly. Lao Hu gritted his teeth, tossed the phone back to Qin Yu, and waved him off. Leave. Nearby, Zhu Wei, bewildered by the entire sequence of events, approached Qin Yu, utterly perplexed. How did you manage to smooth things over? What is your relationship with Captain Yuan? What relationship? Qin Yu countered. Captain Yuan usually shows considerable respect towards Lao Hu. How did you resolve this with just a phone call? I truly thought you would have to strip him. Zhu Wei was quite baffled. After some contemplation, Qin Yu leaned closer to Zhu Wei and whispered, actually, I've never told you that the highest administrative officer of the 9th Special Zone is my second uncle. Damn, not a single word of truth from you. Zhu Wei rolled his eyes but refrained from pressing further. Is there anything else? If not, I'll take my leave. It's troublesome. Qin Yu patted Zhu Wei on the shoulder. Get some more rest. You only need to be at the team by noon tomorrow. At least you show some humanity. Zhu Wei chuckled. I'm off then. Farewell. Yes, goodbye. The two exchanged a few pleasantries before Zhu Wei turned and left the 88th courtyard. At the entrance, Lin Yinlei tidied her hair and stepped in front of Qin Yu, saying, I'm sorry to trouble you again. Qin Yu, curious, looked at Lin Yinlei. Are you specifically testing my professional abilities? Every time I run into you, it seems to bring misfortune. Lin Yinlei pouted and sighed. I've been quite unlucky lately. By the way, may I ask why they were causing you trouble? Qin Yu suddenly inquired. Lin Yinlei glanced at Qin Yu's attire and politely said, It's cold outside. Let us discuss this indoors. Shall we go? Lin Yinlei turned around and opened the door, leading Qin Yu into her private chamber. Qin Yu glanced around the room, noting that its layout was similar to his own, albeit with a more refined touch, as the space was meticulously organized and infused with a subtle fragrance. What would you like to drink? Besides water. Do you have anything else in here? Qin Yu inquired. No, she replied. Then let us not stand on ceremony. Just some water will suffice. Qin Yu stated as he settled into a chair. Lin Yinlei removed her outer garment and poured Qin Yu a cup of warm water from a thermos, softly explaining, I wanted to create a special report on grassroots patients, but unexpectedly stumbled upon this drug trafficking ring. As I became more involved, I realized these individuals had no moral compass and operated with extreme cruelty. As a media professional, I feel a duty not only to support myself, but also to give a voice to society, which is why I captured some photographs of them. And trouble soon found me. Holding the cup, Qin Yu bluntly asked, Is your family well off? It's acceptable. Why do you ask? Lin Yinlei was taken aback. You seem a bit too comfortable, he replied. Nonsense. Lin Yinlei retorted, unable to contain her indignation. How can you, as someone in the judiciary, say such tasteless things? Why do you appear so naive? I'm merely engaging in casual banter. Why the urgency? Qin Yu finished the water in his cup, stood up, and addressed Lin Yinlei. Whatever you choose to pursue is your business. But as a concerned neighbor, I advise you to destroy those photographs and shift to a more uplifting topic. Your report 1T alter the circumstances in Songjiang. It may only provoke some individuals. If a media person cannot provoke others, what purpose do they serve? Lin Yinlei gazed at him with her large, watery eyes, looking somewhat endearing in her earnestness. You truly are quite naive. Leave? You're the naive one, Lin Yinlei exclaimed, slightly exasperated. You've insulted me twice since entering. I'm off, Qin Yu said, uninterested in further persuasion, turning to exit. Put my cup down, Lin Yinlei called after him. Qin Yu set down the cup, leaving her room with a serious expression. Lin Yinlei's earlier comment about the tiger being involved in drug trafficking lingered in his mind. Did the tiger know Yuan Ku? Was it merely a coincidence? For the first time, Qin Yu sensed something was amiss, yet he could not pinpoint what exactly. In the hospital, the tiger sat in the surgical consultation room, yelling into the phone at Yuan Ku. I just don't understand why you're protecting a reckless youth with no background. Are you aware of the woman's connections? Yuan Ku coldly inquired. The tiger paused in confusion. I hadn't heard anything. You don't even know her background, and yet you recklessly brought people over? Doesn't this seem a bit hasty? Yuan Ku's brow furrowed deeply. If today you hadn't encountered Qin Yu and something had happened to that girl, do you know the consequences? When my brother kidnapped her, he didn't even clarify her background, which led to such a disastrous outcome for Song. Just think how much worse it could be for you. I didn't think that far ahead, the tiger stammered. Moreover, the entire police force is currently intensifying its crackdown on drug trafficking, a rallying cry that we ourselves have championed. Are you attempting to deceive me by involving yourself with drugs? How did I originally express my concerns to you? Yuan Ku inquired in a low voice. The tiger rubbed the bandage on his head and replied, It is not that I desire to engage with drugs at this moment. Rather, the inventory is piling up, and we have discarded a significant quantity. Tiger, do not allow trivial gains to disrupt your composure. There are individuals backing you in this matter. Why do you feel anxious? Yuan Ku, with a look of resignation, commanded, Regardless of your reasons, you must now adhere to the directives from above. Do not say I did not warn you. If you attract attention during this sensitive period, no one will be able to rescue you. Understood, the tiger nodded. Furthermore, Qin Yu is under my command and is currently working for me. Do not provoke him. Rather, you should cooperate with him if necessary, understood? Yuan Ku was aware of the tiger's vindictive nature, so he made this admonition intentionally. Little Ku, I fail to understand why. After spending such a long time in the police force and having many capable individuals beneath you, you feel the need to recruit this brash youth? The tiger gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn it, I've been navigating the underworld for so long, and no one has dared to press a gun against my head. Yet this kid, Tiger, when will you comprehend this simple truth? Yuan Ku sighed. There are always greater powers beyond our own. You believe yourself to be capable. Yet do you know that even the formidable Matsushita fell at Qin Yu's hands? What era are we living in? It is a time when desperation drives people to seize military rations. It is an age where the path is narrow and ruthless individuals emerge. You never know which ragpicker today may rise to prominence tomorrow. Thus, conflicts without benefits cannot truly be considered conflicts. Do you understand? The tiger scoffed. Your words are indeed powerful. They could plow the fields. I will heed your advice. I shall simply refrain from dealing with him. So be it, Yuan Ku concluded, terminating the call. The following evening, Qin Yu and Old Cat, as previously arranged, proceeded to the second sister's restaurant, as Qi Lin was hosting a banquet for his wedding today. While it was termed a banquet, it was essentially a gathering of acquaintances for a meal and some merriment. Given Qi Lin's limited funds, it was impractical for him to host an extravagant affair. Upon arriving at the restaurant around 8 in the evening, Qin Yu scanned the second floor and recognized primarily familiar faces from the police force, along with some of Qi Lin's neighbors and his younger sister. Where's mother? Old Cat inquired within the hall. She did not come due to her poor health, Qi Lin replied with a smile. Gesturing to his visually impaired sister and introducing her to Qin Yu. You haven't met her yet, have you? This is my sister, Qi Yu. Hello, Qin Yu brother. Qi Yu, who appeared to be around 11 or 12 years old, had distinct facial features and a spirited demeanor, but her beauty was marred by her blindness. Greetings. Qin Yu acknowledged the young girl before turning to the bride. Bella, you look splendid today. Bella, adorned in a simple red cheongsam, smiled and nodded at Qin Yu. Hello. Old Cat, observing the radiant Bella, teased, Clearly you've been flourishing. Get lost, Qi Lin retorted, waving his hand. Come, sit at the main table. Feel free to take a seat. Qin Yu and the Old Cat, upon hearing the sound, made their way to the main table and began to indulge in some simple snacks while awaiting the banquet. After approximately 10 minutes, Yuan Ku suddenly arrived on the second floor with a tiger in tow. Captain Yuan, are we here to feast? The 30 or so individuals seated in the room rose to greet him upon his arrival. Just come to take a stroll. Everyone, please take a seat. Yuan Ku waved his hand and exchanged a few pleasantries before bending down to sit at Qin Yu's table. You lot, neglecting your work to come here for a wedding feast. Are you? Qin Yu grinned, revealing his teeth. Just finish the interrogation, he replied. Yuan Ku patted Qin Yu's thigh and turned to the tiger, asking, Do you two know each other? Of course. We met yesterday, didn't we? The tiger pointed to the bandage on his head and chuckled at Qin Yu, saying, Little brother, the impression you left on me yesterday was indeed quite profound. Observing the tiger's demeanor, Qin Yu quickly extended his hand. I sincerely apologize. I truly had no idea you were acquainted with Captain Yuan. Shao Ke mentioned yesterday that the lady had some connections, so your intervention was quite helpful. The tiger, maintaining a courteous attitude, shook hands with Qin Yu. Let bygones be bygones. Let's get to know each other anew. With Yuan Ku here, we are all like family. In the future, you will come to understand what kind of person I am. All right. Qin Yu nodded in agreement. Let us have a drink later. Agreed. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the old cat furrowed his brow and leaned closer to Qin Yu, asking, How do you know this person? I had a little scuffle with him yesterday. Qin Yu casually replied. The old cat cast a disdainful glance at the tiger and whispered, You should avoid him. He is not a good sort. What happened? Last year, he had a conflict with a boss from our underworld and secretly ran over the man's wife, killing her. The old cat's expression darkened. The woman was over 6 months pregnant, and he left her head shattered. Qin Yu was taken aback. Was he not sentenced for that? Sentenced? The boss had 2 children. He was intimidated into silence. In the end, it was deemed a traffic accident, and he settled with money, the old cat said hoarsely. He's nothing but a beast. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu cast a cold glance at the tiger and chose not to engage further. Not long after Yuan Ku's arrival, the banquet commenced, and everyone began to raise their glasses in a lively atmosphere. Throughout the meal, Yuan Ku kept engaging Qin Yu in conversation. Brother, I don't find many people worthy of my attention, but you are one. In this era, those with courage and intellect are always in demand. As long as you perform well, I assure you, I will not treat you poorly in the future. I understand, Captain. Qin Yu nodded, his face flushed with enthusiasm. Wait a moment, Yuan Ku said, patting Qin Yu's arm as he stood up and called out, Everyone, please quiet down. The 3 tables of friends and family turned their attention to Yuan Ku. Our dear Qi Lin is here, and since we are all familiar faces, let us raise a toast to him. Yuan Ku, holding up his glass, cheerfully addressed the crowd. With Yuan Ku leading the way, everyone stood up to toast Qi Lin. The newlyweds, beaming with joy, also poured wine and joined in the toast. After Yuan Ku raised his neck and downed his drink, he poured another round and proclaimed, Allow me to say a few more words. Although this young, Yu has only recently joined our team. He has meshed well with my temperament and has assisted the department in unraveling several cases of late. Director Li is quite pleased, and it's merely a matter of time before his promotion is realized. Therefore, I urge everyone to extend your support to him in our future endeavors. With that single remark, Qin Yu swiftly became the center of attention. Regardless of whether they were familiar or not, his fellow officers began to toast to him. Had it been anyone else receiving such praise from Yuan Ku, they might have felt a sense of elation. However, Qin Yu, being a seasoned veteran from the planning district, felt an inexplicable unease. Indeed, he had been in the spotlight recently with the successful resolution of the Matsushita case and a significant breakthrough in a drug trafficking operation, both of which revolved around him. He considered the attention from superiors to be well-deserved, as leaders tend to favor capable subordinates. Yet at this moment, he sensed that Yuan Ku's care for him transcended mere appreciation. It felt excessively peculiar, particularly given their lack of a close relationship. Was it not a tad unusual for someone to treat him with such regard solely because of 2 cases? Qin Yu was perplexed. As the drinks flowed and the dishes were savored, Yuan Ku glanced at his watch and softly beckoned Qin Yu. Come with me for a moment. Nodding, Qin Yu rose and followed Yuan Ku downstairs. Inside, having indulged in plenty of liquor, Lao Hu, with a mischievous grin, approached Qi Lin. I need to ask you something. Qi Lin, an elder in the team who also knew Lao Hu, inquired politely, What is up, Hugo? Lao Hu, his gaze fixated on the bride Bella, slurred. Where did you find this woman? Qi Lin, taken aback, glanced at Bella and quietly replied, I want to hide it from you. I found her in the residential area north of Songjiang. How much did she cost? Lao Hu asked, his eyes gleaming with interest. 4,500, Qi Lin responded. Wow, for 4,500, you can ride a thoroughbred for a lifetime. That's quite a deal. Lao Hu remarked crudely. Qi Lin chuckled, but chose not to comment further. Hey, tomorrow you must introduce me to the agency. I want to take a look too. Qi Lin was momentarily stunned. Hugo, don't you already have a wife? Come on, what is wrong with having more than one? Lao Hu retorted, revealing his yellowing teeth. Money idling is just wasted. Might as well buy something fun. All right then. I'll set you up. Chi Lin agreed. Deal. Lau Hu nodded, eyeing Bella appreciatively. This girl is truly something, fair-skinned and long-legged. Chi Lin felt a twinge of embarrassment and quickly grabbed a bottle. Come on, let us raise a toast to you. Hugo, with Bella. Sounds good. Come here, wife. Let's toast to Hugo. Chi Lin called out after pouring the drink. Bella, gracefully walking over, nodded. Hello, Hugo. Little sister, let me tell you. Chi Lin has had a tough life. Lau Hu, emboldened by drink, seized Bella's arm and began to chatter away. Meanwhile, downstairs, Yuanka settled into the passenger seat and turned to Chinyu. You drive. Let us head back to the station for a chat. All right. Chinyu replied as he drove away. An hour later, as the banquet concluded and Chi Lin and others returned home, his sister went to their mother's room, while the young couple prepared to retire for an intimate conversation about life. Knock, knock. As Chi Lin was about to unfasten his belt for a more intimate dialogue, a sudden knock on the window interrupted him. Who is it? Come out. He heard a familiar voice from a few days prior. Startled, Chi Lin hastily donned his clothes and stepped out. Beneath the dim glow of the moonlight stood Along, a fugitive sought by the authorities, who glanced around and said, Brother, let us find a quieter spot to converse. Chi Lin, taken aback, suddenly confronted him. Have you lost your mind? You nearly got me killed. Chapter 27. The Bowl Above the Water Surface. 5 minutes later, Bella had retired to her room to sleep with their mother and sister, while Chi Lin guided Along into his own chamber. Life seems to be treating you well. You even have a wife. Along remarked as he brazenly plopped down on the bed after surveying the surroundings. Chi Lin glared, fists clenched, and directed his ire at Along. If you want to throw your life away, do it elsewhere. Why return to Songjiang? Do you realize I almost lost my position because of you? Along, whose real name was Chi Long, was Chi Lin's elder brother, yet they were polar opposites in temperament. Chi Lin was more conservative, grounded in the present times, while Chi Long had always been inclined towards risk, frequently wandering far from home. He had last departed 2 years prior, during which he had not contacted the family, leading Chi Lin to occasionally think he might be dead. Yet, unexpectedly, he had seen his brother during the recent crackdown. Though their relationship was not particularly amicable, blood ties prevailed, and Chi Lin found it impossible to turn against his own brother for the sake of his career. This predicament was a secret he could not share with anyone, leaving Chi Lin to grapple with feelings of frustration and concern for Chi Long's safety. Chi Long nonchalantly retrieved a pack of Chinese cigarettes, lighting one as he remarked, To be honest, I didn't wish to encounter you. Had it not been for that incident, I might not have returned home today. Indeed, you've been living up out there, completely indifferent to family affairs. What brings you back? Do you have any idea what would happen if they discovered our connection? You will be the cause of my demise. Chi Lin seethed through gritted teeth. Look at you. You're doing just fine, aren't you? Chi Long retorted with a chuckle. Rest assured, even if I had 1,000 guns aimed at my head, I wouldn't betray you. Chi Long maintained his characteristic irreverence. I've been careful for several days, and without anyone watching, they wouldn't even know about our relationship unless I got caught. When you entered the police force, you didn't disclose in the paperwork that we are brothers, did you? I simply don't understand. There are plenty of legitimate ways to earn a living. Why choose this path? Chi Lin exclaimed, his fists tightening in confusion. Do you not realize that pharmaceutical companies are pressuring the police department, and the police are pressuring us in the precinct? The entire judicial system in Songjiang is scrutinizing you, trying to trace the origins of your goods. If you get apprehended, there will be no mercy. It will be the end for you. I know, Chi Long replied. And yet, what alternative do I have? Live a cowardly existence like you? Chi Long countered. Am I a coward? Outside, I felt utterly powerless, yet at home, Chi Lin was agitated, even harboring an impulse to resort to violence. Upon hearing this, Chi Long furrowed his brow and lowered his head, interrupting with a hoarse voice. Yes, I admit, in dealing with family matters, you exhibit more fortitude than I. Chi Lin fell silent. Damn it, I'm hungry. Is there anything to eat? Give me something, he demanded. Along looked up and chuckled. Chi Lin hesitated for a moment, sighed deeply, and exited the room. Inside the police station, Yuan Ku personally poured a glass of water for Chinyu before settling onto the sofa. Have the arrested drug dealers revealed any specifics about Along's activities? He inquired. Chinyu shook his head. They have divulged some information, but they all believe Along has undoubtedly fled and is no longer in Songjiang. These reckless individuals are aware of the consequences they face, so they wouldn't speak carelessly. Yuan Ku chuckled, crossing his legs. Fortunately, I have some leads. Qin Yu raised an eyebrow, intrigued. You have a clue? Yuan Ku turned his head and softly recounted. I have certain acquaintances in society who depend on me, and I occasionally provide them with certain conveniences, so they hold me in high regard. The drug trafficking gang is primarily led by the Ma family, and Along has a collaborative relationship with them. I'm aware of this. Qin Yu nodded. There's a fellow named Claude who deals in illegal firearms. We have a decent rapport. He called me earlier during lunch and mentioned that someone wanted to send an individual outside the 9th District through his smuggling channels. Yuan Ku spoke casually. I asked him to inquire further, and he informed me that the person seeking his assistance has a close relationship with Old Ma and has clandestine dealings with him. Qin Yu's eyes widened. The individual being sent could be Along. It's 80% likely to be him, Yuan Ku confirmed. If it were merely an inconsequential individual, Old Ma would have approached Claude directly, without the need for a middleman. Do you understand? That makes sense. I've already had Claude agree to assist. So Old Ma will likely arrange for Along to leave soon. Yuan Ku smiled at Qin Yu. I provide you with the leads, you handle the case. This time, you must apprehend Along and extract his supply channels. Qin Yu was momentarily taken aback, struggling to respond. What's the matter? Yuan Ku asked. After a pause, Qin Yu, with a smile, queried, Captain Yuan, I have a question that's been troubling me. Why bestow such a significant lead upon me? Yuan Ku fixed his gaze on Qin Yu for several seconds before rising and pointing at his cheek. Because this year, I intend to elevate you. Qin Yu's face was a portrait of confusion. Why, Captain Yuan? Because by the end of this year, I shall be promoted to deputy director, and I need my own team. I can discern who is capable and who is not within the squad at a glance. Captain Yuan paced the room, exuding confidence as he spoke softly. I plan to promote 3 captains, including you and others. Qin Yu, with his hands clasped, remained silent. You silly brother, still not grasping it. Yuan Ku approached the sofa, gently patting Qin Yu's shoulder, and with a smile remarked, the reason for your promotion is simple. You are new here, unclaimed by any affiliations, your slate is clean, and you possess the requisite skills that assure me of your competence. Qin Yu was taken aback for a moment. Captain Yuan, your words resonate with me. He continued, you will be in charge of the Along case. If you handle it well, I shall promote you by the end of the year to lead our first team. Rising, Yuan Ku added, do your utmost, Qin Yu. My vessel is the most stable in the precinct. Thank you, Captain Yuan. Qin Yu responded, standing to salute, though his mind raced with thoughts of other matters. At Qi Lin's residence, Qi Long sat by a dilapidated round wooden table, devouring a bowl of plain noodles devoid of any sauce. With a grimace he remarked, is this all you eat? Not eating dung is already a blessing. Qi Lin lowered his head, smoking quietly. Alas, Qi Long sighed, finishing his noodles in silence, before wiping his mouth and inquiring, is Mom asleep? She fell asleep long ago. I'll check by the window. Qi Long rose and walked towards the outdoors, with Qi Lin hesitating momentarily before following. Outside the room, Qi Long stood beside the window, his cheek pressed against the cold glass, his gaze sweeping over his mother resting in bed. Qi Lin stood silently behind him, still smoking. How is Mom's condition? Qi Long asked, his voice trembling. Not too well, Qi Lin replied, shaking his head. Qi Long fell into silence for several seconds. Such is fate, a wretched fate. Knowing the king of hell is of no use. Can't you say something more uplifting? Qi Lin snapped, agitated. Don't shout. She might hear you. Qi Long quickly wiped his eyes and turned, pulling a small package from his pocket. Qi Lin was taken aback. This is 10,000 yuan. Take it. Qi Long spoke softly. You collected this much money? The drug trade has only just begun. Otherwise, I would have sent money home long ago. This is my savings. Use 8,000 for Mom. Whether she survives is her destiny, but as her children, we must exert our utmost capabilities. The remaining funds are for your daily expenses. Qi Long stated matter-of-factly, if I happen to escape this calamity, I will gradually provide you with more money. Qi Lin gazed hesitantly at his elder brother. This is my duty. You need not harbor any other thoughts. Qi Long insisted on shoving the money into his brother's hands, lowering his head to light a cigarette. He added, little brother, whether we shall meet again is uncertain. Henceforth, take good care of the household. In certain matters, you surpass me. As the words settled, the two fell into a silence lasting nearly a minute. Qi Long turned to glance once more into the room before decisively departing. Qi Lin stood in place, holding the small package, before exclaiming, can you even make it out of here? If not, I will help you find a way. Qi Long halted at the doorway, turning back to say, no matter who inquires, do not acknowledge our relationship. From today onward, act as though I am dead. Take care of mom and little sister. Chi Lin's eyes instantly glistened with tears. If one day you find yourself truly out of options and life becomes unbearable, there's a contact in that package. Seek him. He can assist you. Chi Long waved to his brother. I'm leaving. In the dead of night, delicate snowflakes began to drift down from the sky. Chi Long hastily walked nearly a kilometer before suddenly turning back, tears streaming down his face as he gazed in the direction of home. He abruptly fell to his knees, trembling as he bowed his head and cried out, Mother, I am nothing but a failure. If I were to perish, I've got to be a good son in my next life. Inside the room, Chi Lin sat in a chair, lost in thought as he smoked, his heart heavy with concern. Although he and Chi Long had incompatible personalities, they shared the same blood coursing through their veins. Their seemingly indifferent relationship was, in truth, imbued with unspoken familial affection. He fervently hoped that his elder brother would weather this storm, unaware that their meeting would soon be followed by a tempest capable of altering the fates of many. Half a month later, Qin Yu received a call from Yuan Ke, who informed him that Claude had received the message. The following night, Lao Ma had arranged for someone to escort Long out of the country, igniting a life-or-death pursuit on the brink of eruption. Chapter 28. The Gears of Fate at 7 in the evening. In an office area, 5 group leaders, including Qin Yu, were seated and engaging in light-hearted conversation. After about 10 minutes, Yuan Ke strode in briskly, prompting everyone to rise. Please have a seat, he urged. Pouring himself a glass of water, Yuan Ke, with a resigned expression, remarked, The publicity team is holding a meeting in the main conference room, leaving us with no space. Very well, let us discuss the details of the capture here. Suong, please provide an overview of the situation. Suong, the leader of Group 4, hailed from Myanmar. With his dark complexion and somewhat shorter stature, he appeared remarkably capable, his physique well-defined. Claude engaged in 3 rounds of negotiation before the other party finally conceded that the individual to be sent away is Long. The price has been settled at 15,000 yuan for transportation, ensuring Long's arrival at the designated area. Yuan Ke took a sip of water. Lao Ma has yet to make an appearance. Is he handling the negotiations with Claude personally? This old fellow is as cunning as a monkey. He surely understands that the entire judicial system of Songjiang is after Long. Without absolute certainty, he would not reveal himself. Suong chuckled. I believe he is aware that Claude's side is rather precarious, but there is no alternative now. If Long does not leave, he will inevitably be captured. To preserve this supply channel, Lao Ma has no choice but to take risks. Tomorrow night, then? Yuan Ke pondered for a moment, frowning as he inquired. Do you have a detailed capture plan? My suggestion is to wait until Long has exited the special zone before making our move. This way, their alertness will be diminished, and there will be no civilians present on that side, which will alleviate our concerns during the capture process, Suong replied softly. A silence fell over the group as they contemplated the feasibility of the plan. Team leader Yuan, may I speak? Qin Yu suddenly raised his head. Yuan Ke smiled. There are no outsiders here. Feel free to share any thoughts you may have. Brother Suong, I am addressing the matter rather than the individual. Simply offering a suggestion to ensure a smooth capture. Qin Yu turned to Suong, smiling as he explained. Not at all. This case is essentially under your purview, and we are here to assist. You remain the focal point, Suong acknowledged, aware that Yuan Ke was keen to support Qin Yu, thus responding courteously. Qin Yu nodded, his voice clear and his logic sound as he addressed the assembly. I do not recommend waiting until Long exits the special zone before taking action. There are 2 significant reasons for this. First, I have first-hand experience from the planning area and am aware of the specific conditions there. Outside the special zone lies a vast area of nuclear radiation, an expanse of desolate sands, and other complex terrains. The ferocity of Long and his gang, which we have already witnessed on the 3rd Ring Road, is alarming. Moreover, these individuals have infiltrated from abroad, making them more familiar with the external environment than our internal officers. Thus, attempting to apprehend them in that area presents excessive, uncontrollable factors, such as whether they have arranged for external extraction or what kind of weaponry they possess, information we lack. Secondly, should there be any oversight in the capture and one of them slips through, they would be entirely unrestrained, and we would be utterly incapable of conducting operations in the planning area. Furthermore, I heard from Ong Su that Claude's connections are with the station military, which maintains a tenuous relationship with our judicial department. We cannot inform them in advance that we are setting a trap for apprehension. If the military receives a leak, our efforts would be in vain. Conversely, if we do not notify them and proceed with a sudden capture, It could easily escalate into a conflict between the military and police. Yuan Ku, after listening to Qin Yu's exposition, pause for a moment before responding. You have raised valid points, and your considerations are thorough. So what is your plan? In response, Qin Yu articulated, my plan is as follows. After approximately 20 minutes of discussion, Yuan Ku rose and declared, we shall proceed according to Qin Yu's apprehension strategy. Understood, the assembly responded. Rising to salute, Yuan Ku offered a few words of encouragement to the group before clasping Qin Yu on the shoulder, saying, you are responsible for bringing the individuals back, while I will ensure your elevation within the ranks. With a chuckle, Qin Yu nodded in agreement. The following day, at 9:30 in the evening, Qin Yu, armed with the necessary equipment requisition forms, made his way to the logistics department at the rear of the compound. To his surprise, he found Qi Lin there. Working the night shift? Qin Yu inquired with a smile. Qi Lin sprang up from his chair, casually responding, damn it, I don't know what's going on. Ever since I married, I've turned over a new leaf. For over a week now, I've been assigned to the extra shifts, staying here at night. Seriously, newlywed and not at home, tending to your garden, but here loitering. What's the benefit in that? Qin Yu teased. Land can be tilled anytime, but opportunities to earn money are limited, Qi Lin replied, grinning. I'm just trying to put in some extra hours to pay off what I owe you, an old cat. No rush on my account. Qin Yu reassured him. Debt is debt. It doesn't sit well with me either. And with an extra mouth to feed at home, expenses have increased. Qi Lin sighed, appearing somewhat weary, then shifted the topic. What brings you to logistics? I have a task, here, to requisition equipment. What task? Qi Lin asked casually. Qin Group, hurry up, they're calling for you over there. At that moment, Zhu Wei rushed in, shouting. All right, quickly hand me the list. I want to see. Qi Lin called out. You go get it. I'll tell you. Qin Yu replied, and upon retrieving the list, he lowered his head to read aloud. 1 set of steel plate bomb-proof suits, 3 sets of window-breaking batons, tactical. As Qi Lin stepped toward the shelves in the warehouse, he listened intently to Qin Yu's words, retrieving the equipment. Meanwhile, Zhu Wei summoned 2 individuals to swiftly carry the items away. 5 minutes later, Qin Yu smiled and remarked, once the task is complete, I shall seek you out for a late-night snack. Sounds good, Qi Lin nodded. With that, Qin Yu briskly exited the logistics warehouse. Once he had departed, Qi Lin's complexion paled slightly, his heart racing. What kind of operation necessitated the use of armored bomb-proof suits? Qin Yu had not been involved in any other cases recently, so this operation was likely aimed at apprehending drug dealers. Feeling a sense of unease, Qi Lin pondered for a long while before promptly taking out his phone. After stepping out of the recording area, he dialed a familiar number within the team. Hello? Old Zhang, what are you busy with? Just hanging out in logistics? Qi Lin inquired jovially. We have a mission. What mission at this hour? Even you on your day off have been called in? Qi Lin casually asked. Cooperating with the garrison to capture arms dealers. Upon hearing this, Qi Lin breathed a sigh of relief. What time do you expect to finish? Come over and watch the live stream together. Not sure, but I'll find you once I return. All right. With that, the two ended their call. Qi Lin stood behind his desk and murmured softly. It's been half a month. They should have made their escape by now. At the assembly point in the courtyard, Yuan Ku instructed Qin Yu to collect all the phones before he clasped his hands behind his back and announced, let me reiterate the mission. This time we are not merely assisting the garrison, but rather we aim to apprehend drug dealers. To maintain the utmost confidentiality during the operation, everyone must surrender their communication devices. Even the walkie-talkies will be uniformly distributed, and all must communicate using the preset frequency. Should I discover anyone switching frequencies mid-operation, they will be treated as derelict in their duties. After a 2-minute mobilization, over 40 individuals received their equipment and promptly departed the police headquarters under the guidance of their respective team leaders. Half an hour later, at an intersection on New Era Avenue in Songnan District, along led 4 of his brothers, donning suede coats. After casting a glance around, he bent down and entered the passenger seat of a hybrid pickup truck, while the others squeezed into the back seat. Aren't you supposed to take the military route? Why are you alone? Along inquired. Do you think you're the mayor? The driver retorted with an eye roll. The military ISNT coming here to pick you up. Along tapped his nose lightly. Come on, buddy, have you lost your mind? What is the deal if you haven't been paid? Damn it. My wife is about to give birth, and I have to work overtime to take you guys. Why today of all days? The driver cursed as he drove away from the curb. Along gave the driver a sideways glance, then pulled out a half-eaten piece of black bread wrapped in a bag from his pocket, choosing to remain silent as he chewed. In the back seat, Xiao Patsi kept his right hand in his pocket, tightly gripping a military-grade hand grenade, his thumb resting on the safety ring, ready to be deployed at a moment's notice. After approximately 15 minutes of driving, they crossed nearly 1.5 kilometers of frozen river, reaching the outskirts of Songnan district. Here, the area was desolate, devoid of pedestrians, with only a few scattered shops flickering with light. How much longer until we reach the city walls? Aaron inquired. Soon, the driver replied, pressing down hard on the accelerator as the vehicle jolted over the earthen slope by the riverbank. What's going on? Aaron asked, frowning. The driver immediately engaged the handbrake. It seems the front left tire has lost air. Are you kidding me? Aaron retorted coldly. When you take on this job, shoot until you check everything properly beforehand. The driver, equally irritable, turned to glare at Aaron and snapped. Do you have any idea? It's over 40 degrees below zero tonight. The car parts are nearly frozen solid. How am I supposed to check? With a blowtorch? Aaron, well aware of the harshness of the local weather, suppressed his dissatisfaction and replied, Get out and take a look. Is the tire punctured or what? With a scowl, the driver exited the vehicle, bent down to inspect the front left tire, and promptly returned to the car, saying the tire has been frozen for too long and I was driving too fast. Thermal expansion and contraction have caused it to crack a bit. What now? Shrimp asked, frowning. No worries. There's a repair shop up ahead. I'll have them heat it up and patch it. We still have time. It won't delay us, the driver assured, glancing at his watch. Aaron turned his gaze around, a vague sense of foreboding creeping in, but he could not afford to linger. He then instructed Shrimp. Make sure you have everything in your pockets. Don't lose anything. I've got it, Shrimp nodded. The car made its way onto the riverbank road, and after traveling approximately 2 more kilometers with the underinflated front left tire, it came to a stop in front of a dimly lit repair shop. On either side of the road, Zhu Wei held a walkie-talkie and whispered, Attention all teams, thunder has circled. Across the street, amidst the snowdrifts, Qin Yu, clad in a heavy bomb-proof suit, murmured, They're getting out of the car. We'll move as soon as they do. I'll take point. No sooner had he spoken than Aaron flung open the car door and jumped down from the passenger seat, scanning the surroundings. Shut off the lights, Qin Yu suddenly shouted. In an instant, the repair shop plunged into darkness. Aaron whirled around, exclaiming, Damn it, the driver is suspicious. Before he could finish his thought, he saw Qin Yu, resembling a bear in his attire, recklessly charging toward him. With a clatter, the safety ring fell from Shrimp's hand, and he shouted with wide eyes, Damn it, grab your weapon. Let us fight back. Chapter 29, A Deadly Double Assault. Shrimp, after removing the safety ring, didn't he immediately throw his weapon? For he understood that a human possesses legs. Just a mere raising of his arm would cause the officers to scatter in panic. Once the chaos erupted, they would soon be encircled again, making the throwing of the weapon less effective. Instead, he gripped the pin of the grenade tightly and charged toward the cluster of officers with reckless abandon. This sudden move left the officers bewildered. None could discern whether Shrimp had raised the pin or was merely holding it down, forcing them to retreat hastily. Scatter! He S-armed. The officers shouted to clear a path, while Shrimp, with a fierce expression, bellowed, Push through. Bang! Bang! The officer, in a desperate attempt, fired 4 shots at Shrimp. But as he moved swiftly, clad in body armor, the bullets merely produced wisps of smoke upon striking his chest. He S wearing a vest. After a loud shout from Angsu, he witnessed Xiao Patsi being struck by 4 bullets, now charging within mere steps of the driver. Brother, hurry! Without hesitation, Xiao Patsi raised the pin of a grenade, and a menacing hissing sound erupted. He pulled the pin. Angsu turned and fled. At that moment, Along and the others had already drawn their weapons, preparing to dash out while firing. Upon seeing the encirclement loosened by Xiao Patsi's intimidation, Qin Yu experienced no hesitation. He halted abruptly, pivoted, and, clad in a heavy bomb-proof suit, lunged toward Xiao Patsi, intentionally positioning his head near Xiao Patsi's waist. Thud! Both fell to the ground, and Qin Yu instinctively pressed down on Xiao Patsi's head. Boom! The explosion shattered the tranquility of the night, a severed arm soaring into the air, while the bulletproof shield on Qin Yu's face was instantly stained crimson. Captain! Captain! Zhu Wei shouted, eyes wide with alarm. Stay calm. Execute the plan. Qin Yu shook his head, hastily wiping the blood from his visor, and glanced down to find Xiao Patsi unconscious, his right arm blown off, revealing jagged bone and flesh, pouring forth bright red blood. Damn it! Along, seeing Xiao Patsi downed, roared and fired towards the left. Thud! Qin Yu sprang to his feet, charging forward. Rat-a-tat-tat. A volley of bullets struck Qin Yu's body, impacting his head, legs, and other critical areas, sending sparks flying. Along, realizing that Qin Yu's clothing was impervious, stumbled backward, lowering his head to reload. Bang! Qin Yu lunged twice, using his weight and the heaviness of his attire to crash into Along's chin. With a crack, Along staggered back 2 steps. Qin Yu suddenly bent down, gripping Along's lower leg tightly, and with a fierce thrust of his abdomen, propelled Along into the air, who then crashed to the ground. Don't move, don't move. Despite the apparent simplicity of Qin Yu's actions, covering a total distance of less than 50 meters while engaged in hand-to-hand combat under heavy load demanded explosive power. He felt himself nearing exhaustion. His legs weighed down as if filled with lead, forcing him to pin down his opponent, shouting repeatedly. Once the immediate threat was neutralized, the officers surged forward without hesitation. Over 40 of them, wielding riot shields to corner the remaining criminals. Within 10 seconds, the confrontation was resolved. Hold him down, hold him down, Zhu Wei commanded, pointing Along on the ground. 7 or 8 men rushed in, foregoing the handcuffs, directly securing Along with a hefty 70-pound shackle. After resting in the snow for nearly a minute, Qin Yu finally removed his helmet, turning his head to spit on the ground. Damn it. Thank goodness for the steel armor. Otherwise, even the finest bulletproof vest wouldn't have saved me today. Are you all right? Angsu immediately approached with concern. I'm fine. I had a good position, and the blast was ahead of me. Qin Yu wiped the sweat from his face and deliberately remarked to Angsu and the others. You all say that Team Yuan supports me, but look at how I'm risking my life for his achievements. He certainly sees it, right? If he doesn't promote me, you all would be pleased, wouldn't you? Yes, yes, yes. Angsu nodded immediately, giving a thumbs up as he remarked, without your 2 consecutive blunders today, the outcome is uncertain. Let's have a drink to calm our nerves. Qin Yu, heavily leaning on the ground, rose to his feet and declared, let us hurry and bring him back. At 11:30 at night, Qin Yu stood in the corridor with a phone in hand, saying, Zhu Wei, you must have the doctor think of a way to save that life. Yes, the more people involved, the stronger the chain of evidence. I'm about to grab a bite. The interrogation will commence shortly. All right, that's it for now. Footsteps echoed in the corridor as Qi Lin approached with a lunchbox, cheerfully exclaiming, oh, you're back? Qin Yu turned at the sound, asking, here for dinner? Yeah, nothing much to do. I just came to get some food. Qi Lin, looking relaxed, inquired, so how did it go? Was it smooth? Yes, everything is under control. Our people are fine, right? We acted quickly. The other side didn't even realize what was happening before we completed our task, and no one was harmed. That's good to hear. Qi Lin grinned, casually asking, I heard you were collaborating with the garrison for the capture? How come there were no troops present? Qin Yu paused. Who told you that? Isn't it true? I overheard people from the office talking about it. Qi Lin looked puzzled. Don't listen to their nonsense. There were no troops involved, Qin Yu replied, revealing details since the case was already solved. We captured drug dealers, including that Along who killed our 4 men. Clank. The iron lunchbox fell from Qi Lin's hands, and he stood frozen in shock, his face turning pale. What's wrong? Qin Yu frowned in concern. Qi Lin, dazed, had a ringing in his ears. Qin Yu gently tapped his arm. Hey, what's the matter? Snapped back to reality. Qi Lin looked at Qin Yu with wide eyes. Is it really that Along? Yes, it was the lead from Team Yuan. We went to apprehend him. Qin Yu confirmed with a nod. You seemed a bit off, he observed. And no, it's nothing. I just remembered Lao He. Didn't he dyed his hands? Qi Lin forced a smile. I had a brief encounter with him that day, and I felt a bit scared of that person. Are you truly all right? I'm fine. Qi Lin bent down to pick up the lunchbox, urging, you should go eat. Are you not eating too? Let us have a meal together. I forgot my chili sauce. I'll go back to get it. Qi Lin chuckled. Oh, then I'll eat first. All right. Qi Lin responded, turning to leave with his lunchbox. In the corridor, Qin Yu observed his retreating figure with curiosity, entirely unconvinced by Qi Lin's earlier words, yet unable to comprehend why he was behaving so unusually. Team leader, time for dinner. Guanxi called from the cafeteria entrance. Coming. Qin Yu dismissed his thoughts and walked over. 2 minutes later, in the logistics warehouse, Qi Lin closed the door and collapsed onto the ground, gripping his hair as he yelled, Damn it, weren't we supposed to coordinate with the garrison? Hasn't it been half a month? Why hasn't anything happened? How could it turn out like this? Chapter 30. Once outside, I will find someone to take care of you. After hastily swallowing a bite at the cafeteria, Qin Yu promptly headed to the interrogation room. Meanwhile, Yuan-ku was already en route to the police station with Director Lee in his car. In the dimly lit interrogation room, Aaron lounged casually on the iron chair, idly toying with the handcuffs in his grasp. Shall we warm up a bit? Chin Yu took a sip of water, casually hanging his badge around his neck. I am Chin Yu, the team leader of the Criminal Investigation Unit, directly responsible for your case. Aaron squinted at Chin Yu. I know you. You know me? Chin Yu was taken aback. How could I not be aware of that? I got to know you through a friend, Aaron replied with a grin, but you've likely never seen me. His words were not mere nonsense. He had indeed seen Chin Yu before, just before his departure. He had secretly observed Qi Lin a few times and noticed the amicable relationship between Chin Yu and his brother. Listen, the crux of your case lies not in who you know, but in the value of your testimony, which will directly determine the outcome. Chin Yu shifted the conversation, pragmatically stating, among those apprehended, you are the most significant. If you don't reveal more important figures, you'll inevitably be pinned as the main culprit. At that point, even if you claim to be related to the mayor, no one will be able to assist you. Aaron chuckled and gestured, come, pull up a chair beside me. Chin Yu was momentarily taken aback. Aren't we supposed to talk? Then let's sit closer and chat. Aaron rattled the iron shackles in his hands, beckoning Chin Yu with a wave. All right, let us converse. Without hesitation, Chin Yu grabbed a chair, placed it next to Aaron, leaned down, and said, let us begin. In fact, even if I hadn't met you through that friend, I would still know your name, Aaron remarked with a smile. Aren't you Chin Yu? Chin Yu furrowed his brow for a couple of seconds. Did old Mama tell you that? No, Aaron slightly raised his hand, pointing at Chin Yu with a teasing expression. It's the drug dealers I've been dealing with. They all know your illustrious name. They chatter about you incessantly. Chatter about me? Chin Yu raised an eyebrow. Indeed, Aaron grinned. Do you know what they say? What? Haha. They discuss how to eliminate you swiftly. Chin Yu froze at the remark. Aaron glanced at the camera with the corner of his eye, lowered his voice once more, and playfully tapped Chin Yu's arm. My dear brother, you can't possibly believe that Yuan-ku assigned you this case simply to provide you with advancement opportunities or because he likes you. Do you? Chin Yu scoffed. Well, here I am, and I can still afford to be picky, right? TSK, you are as naive as a child, Aaron said, shaking his head. In the unit, Yuan-ku has many loyal supporters. None of them lack qualifications. So why did he assign you this lucrative case? Are you two related by blood or something? Then why do you think he insisted on me handling this case? Chin Yu inquired. Because you are bold. Because you possess ambition. And because to establish your ground here, you must achieve results. Because you are new. Because you have no connections. Because during the investigation, you owe no favors to anyone. And you are free from the burdens of personal ties. Aaron wore a smile. Why the sudden focus on us drug dealers? And why is Yuan-ku fixated on the Ma family's line? Hearing these words, Chin Yu fell once again into silence. Recently, there has been a batch of drug dealers on the black market, discreetly distributing small quantities at prices twice that of ours. Have you heard about it? Along inquired. Chin Yu was momentarily taken aback, instantly reminded of Lin Yinlei's recent ordeal and the magnanimous tiger. Young man, in these times, there exists no unprovoked affection. From your perspective, he treats you exceptionally well, yet from another angle, you are merely a blind gun. Along tilted his head, scrutinizing Chin Yu throughout history. Those who wield guns often meet a grim fate. Are you not aware of that? After a prolonged pause, Chin Yu raised his thumb in acknowledgement. Your insinuations are well-founded and persuasive. Hee, your innermost thoughts are best known to yourself. Along murmured, lowering his gaze. The reason I can confide in you is not without reason. It is solely because you once helped my friend. Chin Yu absorbed only half of Along's words, for he was already aware that Yuan-ku's support within the police department was certainly not without motive. However, Chin Yu believed that whether Yuan-ku aimed to exploit his desperation or leverage his anonymity in Songjiang, treating him as a swift weapon, it mattered little. He was no child. He comprehended that without connections or a safety net, if he wished to navigate this chaotic environment with any semblance of dignity, he must possess the audacity to stake his life at critical junctures. What Chin Yu did not anticipate was the profound depths of the drug trade. As he was combating the Ma Family-S organization, while another faction was stealthily distributing drugs, potentially linked to Yuan-ku, if Along's words held any truth. The situation was far more intricate than previously conceived. I am a man marked for death. There is no need to deceive you, Along said softly, still looking down. I do not know much about your background, but I have heard you venture here from the planned area. It is no small feat for us to have come this far from nothing. Do not let your legacy be overshadowed by others' dominion. Qin Yu turned to Along and suddenly asked, previously, you and the Ma family nearly monopolized the underground drug market in Songjiang. Yet I do not understand why your pricing was so low. What is your aim? To evoke global sympathy? Haha, I only began to think of those struggling souls on the black market after ensuring my own belly was full, Along replied with a smile, speaking softly. My father died due to a lack of funds for treatment, and my mother may soon follow. When I first arrived in Zone 9, I was idle, surviving on handouts. Now that I possess some ability, I wish to earn money while also assisting them. One cannot expect longevity in this line of work. I merely need to earn enough today to suffice. At this juncture, fabricating lies lost all significance. Qin Yu gazed at Along's face, once marked by a fierce demeanor, and suddenly found him less detestable. The two fell into silence, and Qin Yu felt a sense of confusion, despite his caution. He still failed to grasp the complexities of Songjiang. Bang! Just as the two basked in their brief silence, the door to the interrogation room was abruptly flung open. Qi Lin stood outside the door, a broad smile on his face as he inquired, "Are you in the midst of an interrogation?" Inside in the iron chair, Along immediately lifted his head upon hearing Qi Lin's voice, his previously nonchalant demeanor replaced by a look of astonishment. "What brings you here?" Qin Yu asked, turning around. "I came to inquire whether the equipment you allocated can be returned to the storage, and what the extent of the damage is," Qi Lin replied calmly. "You all will be working through the night again, but I have a shift change tomorrow morning and need to prepare a report." "Ah," Qin Yu nodded, rising to respond. "The damage is quite significant. I'll have someone prepare a list for you shortly." "All right," Qi Lin acknowledged, turning to Along and scolding, "You scoundrel have finally been caught." Along appeared dazed, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "I suppose I'll be transferred to the heavy-duty prison, right?" Qi Lin asked Qin Yu. "Yes." After the interrogation, Qin Yu affirmed with a nod. "Damn it, I nearly got taken down because of you." Qi Lin chuckled, pointing at Along and rebuking. "Don't worry, once you step out that door, I'll arrange for someone to keep an eye on you inside." Qin Yu found this remark somewhat peculiar. After a moment of composure, Along retorted defiantly, "Who do you think you are? I may have entered, but not all my brothers have followed suit. If you're causing trouble, who will look after your family?" "Ha, just wait and see." Qi Lin sneered coldly, turning to Qin Yu and stating, "You take care of him. I'll take my leave." Qin Yu was momentarily taken aback, his gaze fixed on Qi Lin as he replied, "Let us go. I'll step out with you and prepare that list." "Ah, then let us go," Qi Lin said, maintaining his composure as he stepped aside. The two exited the interrogation room, where 4 armed duty officers approached to secure the entrance, locking the iron door behind them. In a narrow corridor, Qi Lin, hands clasped behind his back, smiled and said, "Just have someone prepare that list for me. You're the team leader now. Do I really need to handle this myself? Are you here to scout?" Qin Yu suddenly turned and barked. Qi Lin was momentarily frozen in place, his expression stiffening as he retorted, "What do you mean? What's scouting? Do you know Along?" Qin Yu asked with a stern look. "That's absurd. How could I possibly know him?" Qi Lin responded. "Along claimed he knew me through a mutual friend. I've only been close to you and Lao Mao at the precinct. The others are merely colleagues at best." Qin Yu scrutinized Qi Lin closely, his eyes narrowing. "Your reaction at the cafeteria was off. Earlier in the room, you spoke too much with Along. Have you lost your wits over this case?" Qi Lin chuckled in disbelief. "What are you even talking about? You wish to save him. Your visit to the interrogation room isn't merely about the damage list, but rather to scout for opportunities. Am I right? Xiao Yu, I think you smack." Before he could finish, Qin Yu abruptly reached for Qi Lin's waist. Qi Lin instinctively recoiled, his face paling as he gazed at Qin Yu. "What exactly are you doing? During your duty, you locked your gun away. Why is there one in your holster now?" Qin Yu seized Qi Lin's arm, lowering his voice as he demanded, "Have you lost your mind? He is a condemned man. If you entertain any other thoughts, it will be your end as well." Qi Lin, visibly flustered, glanced around before meeting Qin Yu's gaze, his eyes brimming with urgency. "If you wish to consider me a friend, act as if you know nothing. Can you do that? If it were anyone else, I wouldn't even care. You just got married, do you know? What relation do you have with Along? Why would you want to tread this path?" Qin Yu, feeling increasingly anxious, seized Qi Lin and dragged him into the stairwell. "What secrets do you harbor? I do not wish to pry, but let me be clear. Even if you gather 10 others, it is impossible for you to take him from here. The moment you act, death is inevitable." Inside the interrogation room, Along's mind was meticulously recalling Qi Lin's words. "Do not rush. Once you step through that door, I will arrange for someone to look after you inside." What did this mean? The implication was already quite apparent. Qi Lin was devising a means to save himself. Yet, he possessed no formidable connections to resolve this matter. How then would he proceed? The answer was all too evident. Would he act once outside that door? As this thought crossed Along's mind, a ringing filled his head. Damn it, this fool can't be serious, can he? In the police hall, hurried footsteps echoed as Yuan Ku and Director Li entered through the main door. Team Yuan, you're back. I was just looking for you. Ong Su rushed over with urgency. What is the matter? Yuan Giskiviko inquired. A critical situation. Ong Su panted, speaking in hushed tones to Yuan Ku and Director Li. By chance, we uncovered an unexpected development. Along had been in contact with one of our officers before leaving. Chapter 31. The demise of a notorious criminal. In the stairwell, Qi Lin pushed against Qin Yu's chest, his tone urgent as he hissed. Can you please refrain from getting involved? Just pretend you didn't see anything and let me go. Qi Lin, you should know my character. Not everyone is worth such risk, Qin Yu replied gravely, jabbing a finger at Qi Lin's chest. Calm down. Along is a person specifically sought after by the precinct. Think logically. Do you truly believe you can take him from the police station by yourself? What will happen to your mother? Your sister? Your new wife? Is your job not worth keeping? Is your life expendable? After a brief moment of silence, beads of sweat forming on his brow, Qi Lin responded rapidly. There is not zero chance. Along won't stay long at the precinct. He will most likely be transferred by tomorrow morning. I have acquaintances who can help clarify his detention route. I have the means. It will be far easier for me to act on the way. You need not concern yourself. I fail to understand. What connection do you have with Along that justifies such a risk? Qin Yu questioned, perplexed. Are you engaged in some under-the-table dealings? Or have you accepted money from him? Do you know why I didn't pull the trigger that day? Qi Lin retorted, agitated. He is my biological brother. My brother. Do you understand? Qin Yu stood momentarily stunned. Shall you listen to me, please? Qi Lin, his eyes reddened, continued to speak breathlessly to Qin Yu. I do not know if my relationship with Along can be uncovered. But if it is, I will immediately be under scrutiny, subjected to the principle of familial avoidance. At that point, I will have no chance left. I've already devised a plan. Tomorrow morning, after my shift, I won't return home. I will feign sleeping at the office, creating the illusion that I have always been in the dormitory, and then wait for the police to come for the handover. I will act at the intersection. It will be best to rescue him. If not, I will at least ensure that I do not get caught. Along has returned from the planned area, and it remains unclear whether he has accomplices outside. Therefore, as long as I'm not caught in the act, those above may not necessarily know who is responsible for this. Do you understand? When you carry out your mission, you do not dare to engage in close proximity with the criminals. Do you truly believe you can rescue someone from the escort team? Your thoughts are overly simplistic. I do not wish to gamble with my life. Yet do I have any alternatives? Do I? I cannot ignore him. I must witness his demise with my own eyes. Qin Yu was momentarily stunned by the words. Leave it be, Qi Lin said, lowering his head as he stepped toward the staircase. Just then, an electronic bell chimed down the corridor, followed by someone in the monitoring room shouting, Quick, open the door at the entrance of room 3. Along is exhibiting strange behavior. At this, both Qin Yu and Qi Lin froze in place. In a lobby on the first floor, Yuan Ke heard the loudspeaker in the monitoring room and, after a brief pause, immediately commanded, Go check on Along, quickly. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed in the corridor as the on-duty officers, upon hearing the call from the monitoring room, rushed out with urgency toward the interrogation room. At the entrance, officers used a key to unlock the iron door, and upon entering, they saw Along frantically slamming his left cheek against the iron plate in front of the iron chair. What are you doing? No tricks. The lead officer shouted as he rushed in, reaching out to restrain him. Bang, bang, bang. Along collided his left cheek, near his mouth, against the iron plate once more. His skin had already torn open, blood streaming from the corners of his mouth and nose. The lead officer hurried over, grabbing Along by the hair and pulling him back. Quick, hold him down. Along let out a slightly deranged chuckle. Lifting his head to stare blankly at the officer, it's too late. As he spoke, Yuan Giskiviko, aun sununtai. And others rushed to the door in unison with Qin Yu and Qi Lin. What is going on? Yuan could gasped out of breath. The officers turned back his voice. He suddenly slammed his head against the iron plate. I don't know what he is doing. Upon hearing this, Qi Lin's eyes reddened, and he stepped forward, ready to charge into the room. Qin Yu grasped Qi Lin's arm, shaking his head gravely. Yuan Ko entered the room and approached Along, immediately gesturing, forced his mouth open, quickly. The 4 officers, upon hearing this, held a long head and pried his bloodied mouth open. Yuan Ku, his eyes wide, was no longer afraid of a long biting his fingers. He directly inserted his hand into a long mouth and, after some effort, extracted a false tooth. Gagging, Along expelled a copious amount of blood. Yuan Ku glanced down at the false tooth, stepping back in shock. The tooth was hollow in the center, with thin black plastic adhered to the edges. Looking utterly revolting in Yuan Ku's hand. "What is this?" Director Lee stormed in, demanding. "A false tooth." He knocked it out. Yuan Ku stammered in reply. Director Lee was taken aback by this revelation. On the iron chair, Along suddenly shook his head violently, breaking free from the grips of the four officers. Still wearing a deranged smile, "Since I entered this line of work, I have already contemplated how I would meet my end. In the denture lay a small pill. A poison that I crushed. Damn it." Yuan Ku suddenly erupted, kicking Along in the chest and yelling, "Quick, open the chair and send him to the hospital." Along chuckled as he looked at Yuan Ku, saying, "You all are truly formidable. Us mere commoners cannot compete with you even at the cost of our lives. But Yuan Ku, let me say this. Some matters are in the hands of men, and heaven watches. I refuse to believe that a life-saving drug can remain in your grasp while the heavens turn a blind eye. Even in death, I will curse you. You shall not meet a good end." The crowd fell silent upon hearing his words. Along numbly turned his neck, his eyes fixed on the door as he hoarsely shouted, "Brothers in the other interrogation rooms, do not fear. I have said nothing. I will not betray you. You are safe." Chi Lin, upon hearing this, clenched his fists and moved to leave, for he understood Along's words were directed at him. Qin Yu grasped Chi Lin's arm, leaning in to whisper, "Do you comprehend? If he dies now, it is to prevent you from acting foolishly. Do not move." Suddenly, Along leaned forward from the iron chair, spitting blood, his body convulsing violently. Observing this, Yuan Ku abandoned the idea of sending him to the hospital, instead holding the denture and leaning close to Along's ear, saying, "Did you think your actions were discreet? Do you believe your death will be the end of it?" Along turned his head in a daze. "Huh, you've had contact with our officer. He is right outside, isn't he?" Yuan Ku inquired with a smile. Along, upon hearing this, coughed up more blood, glaring at Yuan Ku and shouting, "Damn you." Chapter 32. Kneel and beg for life. Less than 2 minutes after ingesting the poison, Along lost control of his bowels, slumping against the iron chair as he breathed his last. Director Lee stood in the center of the interrogation room with his hands behind his back, his expression dark as he berated Yuan Ku. "The man is already in the interrogation room, and you still let him ascend to heaven. You, as the team leader, have truly failed. Tomorrow, when the police come to retrieve him, you will explain." Yuan Ku was momentarily at a loss for words. "A bunch of useless drunks." Director Lee tossed out as he left the room. At the door, Chi Lin stared blankly at his brother's lifeless body on the iron chair, his legs weak. His mind clouded. Yuan Ku turned back, holding the denture and looking towards the door, his gaze ultimately resting on Chi Lin. Half an hour later, Along's body was covered with a white cloth and taken away, while Yuan Ku entered another interrogation room, dismissing unrelated individuals to have a private conversation with one of the brothers of a shrimp. "Did you say Along met with our officer before he left?" Yuan Ku retrieved an electronic cigarette from the drawer and tossed it over. Yes, the underling nodded vigorously. "How could Shrimp dare to sound the thunder and perish with us, while you stand by as a coward?" Yuan Ku asked bluntly. "Shrimp told me he could help me make a fortune, which is why I served him. But before I could earn anything, he died. I don't want to die either." The underling replied pragmatically. "You were just with him?" "Yes." "Tell me, how did Along meet that person before he left?" Yuan Ku asked softly. "He mentioned that before leaving, he had a wish to meet a friend." The aide lowered his head and replied. However, Lao Ma and Xia Pazai felt that the outside atmosphere was too tense. If he were to venture out and encounter the police, it could lead to dire consequences. As you know, the supply channels for the drugs are solely controlled by Along. To put it plainly, our group depends on him for our livelihoods. So we must protect him. Therefore, every time he goes out, we accompany him. Yet, he typically instructs us to park the car at a considerable distance and walk a portion of the way. On one occasion, I went to the food shop to buy water, coincidentally heading in the same direction as him, and I saw him enter that courtyard. Yuan Ku, upon hearing this, took out a photograph and tossed it to the aide, inquiring, "Is this the person you met with Along?" "Yes, I have seen him twice." "You didn't team mention the chance encounter that day?" Yuan Giskiviko Foronet. "It was on the day of this person's wedding. There were many people at the restaurant, so we couldn't discern whom Along was searching for. However, When Long visited that courtyard at night, I recognized this individual and understood that he was indeed the one Long was looking for. Thus it was 2 encounters, the aide explained in detail. Yuanko licked his lips. Do you know their relationship? No, Long never mentioned it, and none of us asked. The aide shook his head. 20 minutes later, Yuanko exited the interrogation room and immediately instructed Su. Have the forensic officer head to the morgue and extract Long for comparison. Compare with whom? Who do you think? Yuanko retorted. Su paused for a moment. Captain, do you suspect Long has a familial connection with him? The aide's testimony clearly explained why he refrained from firing that day. Yuanko responded lightly. This kid usually keeps a low profile, if there weren't some compelling reasons. How would he be entangled with someone like Long? Su quickly understood. I see. In the logistics warehouse, Chi Lin sat in a daze, lost in thought. Brother, each path taken is a personal choice. Whatever the outcome, one must bear the consequences. Chinyu leaned against the table, speaking softly. I know you're hurting, but look at me. At least you have a reason to mourn, while I don't even know how my loved ones perished. You may have lost your brother, but you still have your mother, sister, and wife. What do I have? I have nothing. Chi Lin remained silent, not uttering a word. Chi Lin, let the sorrow pass swiftly. You have other family members to care for. Chinyu turned to advise. This place is crowded with people. Do not let anyone notice any discrepancies. Upon hearing this, Chi Lin blankly raised his head. Yes, the dead are gone, but the living must carry on. Suddenly, as they conversed, the door to the logistics warehouse swung open, and 2 of Su's subordinates entered, expressionless, looking at Chi Lin. Team leader Yuan is looking for you. He needs to discuss something. What is the matter? Chinyu asked on Chi Lin's behalf. It's nothing significant, just some details regarding a previous case. The person on the left smiled and urged, let us go. Chinyu appeared puzzled, while Chi Lin, in an effort to conceal any signs, quickly adjusted his demeanor and stood up, saying, what case could possibly involve me? You'll find out when you get there. Then let us go. Chi Lin replied with a smile. After a brief conversation among the 3, they departed, while Chinyu lingered at the door, suddenly beset by an ominous premonition for Chi Lin. An hour passed, then 2. Gradually, the dawn broke, only to fade into darkness once more. After waiting for over 10 hours without sight of Chi Lin returning, Chinyu found himself increasingly restless, his thoughts drifting back to Lin Yinlei and the words spoken by Long. A wave of unease quietly enveloped Chinyu's heart. The more he contemplated, the more he sensed that the drug trafficking case was far from the simplicity it initially appeared to possess. After much careful consideration, Chinyu rose, took his work badge, and stealthily left the office, driving the vehicle of Team 3 towards Songjiang Prison Number 3. Meanwhile, Yuan strode into his office and looked up at Chi Lin, who had been under soft attention for over 10 hours. Come, let's step outside, he said. Chi Lin, feeling a twinge of anxiety, stood up and, with a forced smile, inquired, Captain Yuan, what is going on? You'll find out once we go, Yuan replied curtly before turning to leave. Suppressing his deep sorrow, Chi Lin hesitated briefly before promptly following Yuan Ku. Half an hour later, Yuan Ku drove Chi Lin to the police hospital, where, under the guidance of the staff, they entered the morgue. Chi Lin glanced around nervously and stammered, Captain Yuan, why have you brought me here? Yuan Ku lit a cigarette and sauntered to the inner side of the morgue, pulling open a drawer containing a corpse. Chi Lin looked up and was met with the sight of Long, his face a ghastly shade of purple, lying within the drawer. Do you recognize him? Yuan Ku asked, his expression devoid of emotion. Chi Lin clenched his fists and forced a smile, replying, Captain, what do you mean? I don't understand. Yuan Ku scratched his nose and retrieved 2 folded sheets of A4 paper from his inner pocket, approaching Chi Lin as he declared. Urgent comparative analysis has confirmed that your chromosomes are identical. In other words, Long is your biological brother. A loud buzz echoed in Chi Lin's head as his expression shifted to one of panic. On the day of the arrest, you refrained from firing your weapon to protect him, did you not? Yuan Ku's voice remained steady. This is a misunderstanding. You are mistaken. Chi Lin protested. You and I both know that even if this test were conducted 1,000 times, the result would remain unchanged, Yuan Ku countered, sitting on the autopsy table. The facts are clear before us. Do you think your arguments hold any weight? Chi Lin, clutching the test results, was filled with confusion, unable to form a coherent response to Yuan Ku. Chi Lin, if this identification result lands on the desk of senior leadership, coupled with the fact that you did not follow orders to fire during the arrest, do you comprehend the consequences that await you? Yuan Ku gazed at Chi Lin with a stoic expression. You will be labeled as a co-defendant, facing charges of dereliction of duty, complicity, and numerous other offenses. The repercussions will not merely involve losing your badge. You could be sentenced to 10 years or more. Slowly, Chi Lin raised his head, stunned for a moment, before suddenly kneeling before Yuan Ku with a thud, gripping his trousers and exclaiming, "Captain, Along is indeed my older brother, but we have long since lost contact. I stumbled upon him by chance during the arrest. I had no prior knowledge that he was the target." Yuan Ku gazed silently at Chi Lin. "Captain, I truly cannot undress, nor can I enter. I have family to support. I cannot afford to encounter any mishap." Chi Lin's face was streaked with tears. "I beg you, help me through this ordeal." Yuan Ku inhaled deeply from a cigarette and placed a reassuring hand on Chi Lin's shoulder. "Every individual possesses emotions. After all our time spent together, how could I be oblivious to your character? Chi Lin, I genuinely believe you are not implicated in this case. Yet the higher-ups are not privy to this understanding. Can they truly be convinced? For officers perished during the last apprehension. Both the leaders and the operational personnel require a credible and favorable explanation. When your assessment emerges at such a critical juncture, what do you suppose the outcome will be? An insider's betrayal led to the failure of the operation, and all blame will be thrust upon you. Can you withstand that burden?" Chi Lin stood in stunned silence. "I wish to assist you, yet my authority is limited." Yuan Ku picked up the report, contemplating for a considerable time before suggesting, "Perhaps there exists another avenue." "What avenue?" "Your elder brother acted as an intermediary for the Ma family's deliveries. Although he is now deceased, if you can trace the supplier behind your brother, uncovering that connection, I would dare to stand before Director Li in the upper echelons of the police department to protect you. With such merit to your name, you shall remain unscathed." Yuan Ku lowered his gaze to Chi Lin. At that juncture, a mere word from above could suppress your report. After a moment of careful reflection, Chi Lin suddenly recalled what Long had said before his departure. "If there comes a day when survival seems impossible, there's a contact in your bag. You may reach out to him." Recalling this, Chi Lin immediately looked up and responded, "He did indeed give me a contact. If you permit me to return home, I will promptly seek to ascertain whether it leads to the supplier. You must not deceive me. Such deceit would only lead to your own ruin." Chi Lin raised his gaze, his voice hoarse as he replied, "My family is here. Would I dare to deceive you?" "Captain, very well. Then return and search for the information. Ensure you are not followed. I fear my mother may overthink things, and her health is fragile. Do not worry. My associates shall not enter your home," Yuan Ku assured with a smile. "They will wait outside for you. Once you have procured the information, they shall escort you back." Meanwhile, Qin Yu was interrogating Ma Lao Air at Songjiang Prison No. 3. "Damn it." Ma Lao Air sat in his prison garb on the iron chair, carelessly cursing. "Still alive, are you?" Qin Yu tilted his head to regard him. "Do you truly wish for my demise? You deprive the impoverished of access to medication and strip those who provide for families of their livelihoods. Are you suggesting we do not desire your end?" Ma Lao Air retorted. After a prolonged silence, Qin Yu leaned forward and inquired, "Besides your group, there is another faction peddling drugs in the black market, and their prices are double yours. Are you aware of this?" Ma Lao Air was momentarily taken aback. "Are you jesting? Shouldn't you be more informed than I? You are intent on annihilating us, aren't you, in order to clear obstacles for those above?" Upon hearing this, Qin Yu's expression shifted to one of complexity. "If I were to claim ignorance of this matter previously, would you believe me?" Ma Lao Air fell silent in disbelief. Chapter 33. The Cruelty of Existence. A single blow shatters the spine. Yuan Ku did not summon the familiar officers to escort Chi Lin home. Instead, he enlisted two unfamiliar men who drove him to his doorstep. Within the alley, Chi Lin, seated in the vehicle, turned to the middle-aged driver and said, "Brother, please do not accompany me inside. I will retrieve my belongings and be right out." "All right, we shall wait here," the burly man replied with a nod. Chi Lin opened the car door and walked approximately 200 meters before turning and entering the courtyard of his home. He reached for the door of the standalone house he shared with Bella, only to discover it was locked from the inside. "Open the door," Chi Lin called out. "Just a moment," Bella quickly responded. "Hurry up," Chi Lin urged with an anxious tone. After about 3 to 4 minutes, Bella, clad in her clothes with disheveled hair, "Open the door. You're back. Why didn't you come home during the day? I thought you were working late." Chi Lin had no time to explain and stepped inside. "Where did you put the black bag I gave you that day?" Bella paused, perplexed. "What black bag?" "The one I gave you along with the living expenses," Chi Lin questioned her. "On that day, when a Long handed Chi Lin the money. He was still engulfed in sorrow from their parting, his mind entirely preoccupied with grief rather than the money or the bag. Furthermore, Along's words were somewhat ambiguous. Chi Lin merely assumed he was suggesting that should he ever find himself in need, he could reach out through the contact information left in the bag. Hence, Chi Lin had never associated this contact with a supplier and did not treat the bag as something precious, casually handing it over to Bella along with the living expenses for safekeeping. Bella, slightly flustered, ran her fingers through her hair. That bag was quite old when you gave it to me, and I took the money out. I've forgotten where I put the bag. What the hell can you do? Chi Lin had seldom spoken to Bella in such a tone, but his urgency was palpable as he glared and shouted, "Hurry up and think where you might have placed it." "Oh, I'll help you look. I'll find it while you rest," Bella said hurriedly, rummaging through the cabinet by the window. "That item is crucial. It cannot be lost," Chi Lin thought, his mind restless, as he too began to search within the room. Bella, crouched in front of the cabinet, caught a glimpse of Chi Lin out of the corner of her eye and, in a moment of panic, fabricated a lie. "I remembered that day I used that bag while shopping and got it dirty, so I threw it away." Chi Lin, having just pulled open the left side of the tall cabinet, turned sharply at Bella's words and shouted, "What? You threw it away?" Bella, seeing Chi Lin open the cabinet, was instantly frozen in place, her eyes widening in shock. Chi Lin, sensing something was amiss in Bella's expression, turned to the cabinet and was momentarily stunned. Inside the cabinet stood a pale figure, holding two pieces of clothing, blinking at Chi Lin. He staggered back, his face paling as he tore his gaze from the cabinet and turned to Bella in disbelief. "You," Bella stammered, rising unsteadily, trembling all over. "Damn it. You said you were working late, and now you come home to look for a bag?" A familiar voice echoed as a pale figure emerged barefoot from the cupboard. "This is rather awkward, isn't it?" Chi Lin's fists clenched tightly, a tempest of anger surging within him, unleashing all the grievances he had endured recently. He pivoted towards Bella, delivering a forceful kick to her abdomen, bellowing, "Damn it. I risked my life outside, and you're here entertaining another man?" The pale figure stepped out from the cupboard, revealing itself as who had coincidentally attended Chi Lin's wedding banquet, who remained unfazed. Swaggering nonchalantly to a chair, he began cursing as he donned his clothes. "Damn it. The police are useless bastards. They took the money and still don't do anything. I didn't inform them to have you on duty. So why are you back?" In a frenzy, Chi Lin seized Bella by her hair, pinning her against the cupboard, completely losing his composure as he struck her. Thud! Thud! Tears welled in Chi Lin's eyes as he kicked and shouted, "Damn it. I provide for you, clothe you, so you can have a respectable identity in Songjiang. And yet you betray me? What have I done to deserve this? We've barely been together for days, and you can already find solace in another? Hey, that's enough. What the hell are you doing still going on?" Who roared? Chi Lin, consumed by rage, abruptly turned and charged toward the door, swinging open the wooden door and seizing the snow shovel left outside. "Oh, feeling bold, are we? Ready to arm yourself?" Who smirked, donning his coat as he approached the door, questioning, "What's your plan? Are you going to kill me? You really think you can?" "I swear." Chi Lin lifted the shovel, aiming to strike Hu's head. "Brother, is it you back?" At that moment, the iron gate creaked as his blind sister appeared, holding a cane and draped in a coat, asking, "What is all the noise?" "Mother woke up and is worried. She sent me to check." Upon seeing his frail sister, Chi Lin's fervor abruptly cooled. He stared blankly at their mother's room across the courtyard. His hand, gripping the shovel, trembled involuntarily. How can we still indulge in such youthful fervor at our age? He reached out, grasping Chi Lin's wrist that held the shovel, smiling as he said, "Come now. Calm down, put that down, let us have a chat." With eyes filled with hatred, Chi Lin turned to glare at Hu. "Mother, don't. Sister, don't. Are you ready to risk your life? Can you handle it?" Hu gazed at Chi Lin with a grin, pressing down on his raised arm while calling to the door. "Little sister, you should go back. Everything is fine, we just need to talk." Chi Lin's sister stood quietly in the courtyard, not retreating, not stepping forward, and certainly not shouting, simply remaining there in silence. Hu closed the door, tilting his head to observe Chi Lin. "You bought her, didn't you? Spent 4,500? Chi Lin gritted his teeth, his lips twitching in silence. "All right then." Hu lowered his gaze, pulling out a large wallet from his pocket, counting out the cash without hesitation and tossing it onto the nearby cupboard. "I have 8,000 here. Take it. I'll take Bella with me. You saw we were having a good time, didn't you?" "Huh." Chi Lin's gaze darkened, his body trembling. Why the silence? The tiger with a crooked neck looked at Chi Lin and poked his chest, questioning. Damn it, we all know each other here, don't we? Why are you putting on an act? You bought that person for 4,500. Haven T, I offered you enough at 8,000? Don't you have any self-awareness? With someone like Bella, can you really afford to keep her? Today, I'm willing to give you 8,000, but if she develops feelings for me tomorrow, you won't even get a dime. Upon hearing this, Chi Lin glanced at Bella and, with a trembling voice, asked, Is it because I bear some burden that you think it's acceptable to bully me? The tiger retorted, Even the people in the police canteen say that you wash the chef's socks just so you can take home some meals. No matter how poorly I fare, do I really need to bully you for a sense of existence? The tiger spat on the ground, pushed the door, and remarked, Take the money. I'll wait for Bella outside. With that, he strode away. Chi Lin stood dazed at the door, then turned to Bella and said, I work hard to support you, and yet you have stripped away my last shred of dignity. Bella, bowing her head, remained silent for a long time before replying. Chi Lin, when you bought me, did you consider my dignity after haggling 3 times over the price? Chi Lin was taken aback by her words. All of this was merely to secure a meal. What was there to discuss in terms of feelings? You provide for me, and I will sleep with you, do your laundry, and take care of the household chores. Bella slowly rose, stating, If the tiger offers better, I want to go with him. In the past, when the world was not so chaotic, people were accustomed to speaking with respect, leaving each other some room. But now, with the world in disarray, people have become more exposed. The essence remains unchanged. That's all there is. Get out, Chi Lin shouted, eyes closed, pointing towards the door. Bella picked up her coat, hastily ran her fingers through her hair, and calmly walked outside, saying, In just over 20 days, you've still made an additional 3,500. You're not at a loss. Get out. Chi Lin clenched his fists and roared. Bella pushed the door and left. The tiger stood at the gate, urinating, and upon seeing Bella exit, exclaimed, Damn it. That's 8,000. I spent a week's worth of dividends on you. I'm coming with you. Then you must follow me. Who would choose a dog if given an option? The tiger led Bella and stepped out of the courtyard. Inside the house, Chi Lin slumped to the ground, dizzy, staring at the ceiling, feeling as if he had lost his soul. He was neither the old cat nor a pampered second-generation official in the police force. He had never received any special treatment from others. He was not Chinyu, unable to live carefree and reckless. Thus, he always carried a burden in the police department. Yet, until today, he remained optimistic and actively engaged with this era and society, using every means at his disposal to support his mother and sister. But today, life shattered all his aspirations once more, as brutally as a madman, delivering him a crushing blow. His elder brother had met a tragic end. A woman had betrayed him, and he was entangled in serious cases. The only opportunity for a turnaround, a black package, had been discarded. In the past, Chi Lin had always instinctively retreated in the face of challenges, but now he found himself at the edge of a cliff, where retreat would lead to his destruction. A wave of grievance, resentment, and injustice surged through him. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing his sister standing outside in the frigid air, holding a white cane. Brother, she is not a good woman. There's nothing for us to mourn. Chi Lin turned to face his sister, the fog in his eyes gradually clearing. Am I to live like a dog, only to die like one? A voice in his mind screamed. He slowly rose, wiped away the tears at the corners of his eyes, and said, Let us go inside and help Mother pack. What's wrong? She asked. Don't ask, just hurry. Chi Lin resolved to take a gamble. The black parcel was lost. He could no longer explain to Yuan Ku, and if he returned, there was a high chance he would never emerge again. With his head bowed, he swiftly dialed Lao Mao's number. Chapter 34. A desperate escape, seeking a glimmer of hope. In the residential area along the Songjiang border, Lao Mao stood beside his car, answering Chi Lin's call. What's going on? Are you at the police station? Damn. Didn't you know? I'm at the border capturing grain traffickers. Lao Mao replied, wiping the sweat from his brow. Just finished, about to head back. Upon hearing that Lao Mao seemed unaware of the situation at the police station, Chi Lin refrained from elaborating and urgently pleaded. I'm in serious trouble and need your help. What's the matter? I can't discuss it over the phone. Can you return and help me pick up Mother and my sister? Chi Lin whispered. I won't take much of your time. They'll only be with you for a maximum of 2 hours. What the hell is happening? Lao Mao was bewildered, as Chi Lin had never approached him in such a manner. Don't ask for details. In short, I can't stay in Songjiang. I need to leave. Chi Lin, fearing that the 2 individuals outside might grow suspicious, had no time to clarify further. I can't find anyone else to help. I'm relying on you. All right, I'll head back right now. Lao Mao responded almost without hesitation. I'll be there in about half an hour. Lao Mao, this call is confidential. You must not mention it to anyone. I want to tell a soul. Lao Mao rarely made promises, but he had never gone back on a commitment once made. Mother and my sister will be heading to the North Station shortly, Qi Lin instructed softly. Once you pick them up, keep them in the car. I will call you when I'm done. After a moment of silence, Lao Mao suddenly asked, Can Laoli help you with your troubles? If he can, I'll call him right away. Upon hearing this, Qi Lin's eyes reddened instantly. His lips trembled for a moment before he hoarsely replied, He can't help. Lao Mao felt a pang of concern at the sound of his voice. No more words. I'm on my way back now. Thank you. Anytime. Feel free to reach out if you need anything. Okay. As the two ended the call, Lao Mao yanked open the car door, shouting to his colleagues, who were busy cleaning up the scene, I have an urgent matter to attend to. You all head back. Call me when you reach the station. What's wrong, deputy? A colleague called from a distance. Without answering, Lao Mao slammed on the gas and vanished into the night. At home, Qi Lin stepped behind the wardrobe, bending down to reach into the crevice between the cabinet and the wall. After some time, he finally pulled out a round, oilcloth-wrapped package. Approaching the table, he unwrapped the package to reveal a 202 caliber handgun. This firearm was acquired from a gun dealer 3 years prior for $400, intended for practice during his time away from duty. Since the ammunition provided by his superior was limited, and he lacked the funds for special requests, he resorted to this method for practice, aiming to achieve commendable results and elevate to a second-level officer. In fact, Qi Lin did excel, securing first place in the shooting competition among his peers and ranking within the top 3 at the precinct. However, this recognition yielded only a modest cash reward, merely covering the cost of the firearm, while promotion opportunities were granted to those who seldom utilized their weapons. After adeptly inspecting the firearm, Qi Lin filled 2 magazines before concealing the gun in the pocket of his inner garment and striding purposefully towards the door. Upon reaching the entrance, he abruptly halted, facing the biting wind and frost, casting one last glance back. The small room, furnished with the most rudimentary of items, symbolized all he had once fought to attain. Yet now it seemed he could leave nothing behind. Several accolades and trophies adorned the cabinet, tokens of his shooting achievements. Ironically, he had never fired a shot in any significant case. After a long, contemplative gaze at the room, he turned and departed. Passing through the iron gate and scaling the wall, Qi Lin arrived at his mother's quarters. How are you managing? She inquired, her voice trembling with concern. What trouble have you gotten into that you must leave so suddenly? Mother, it's a lengthy explanation, Qi Lin replied, fabricating a gentle lie to ease her worry. I've already contacted elder brother. We will leave tonight to find him. The elderly woman sighed, wiping her eyes, murmuring, It's all my fault for being so confused. This sudden departure must be because of her, right? Gazing at his mother, Qi Lin suppressed the tumult of emotions within and turned to his younger sister. Kneeling to her level, Little sister, 5 minutes after I leave, take mother to the North Station. Okay, she responded calmly, her youthful face betraying no emotion. You remember the voice of the old cat. When he arrives, you must get into his car. I will come for you within 2 hours at most. Qi Lin reiterated his instructions. After a moment of silence, his sister leaned close and whispered, I know an elder brother returned that day. Qi Lin was taken aback. I don't want to lose another brother, she continued. I will come back, he replied through gritted teeth, struggling to hold back tears. Go now. I will wait for you, she said. Qi Lin rose and stepped out of the house with determination. 5 minutes later, he returned to the vehicle. The burly driver glanced at Qi Lin, frowning as he asked, What took so long? Didn't you hear? Qi Lin inquired, his expression impassive. The driver, momentarily taken aback, shifted gears and replied, I heard some commotion. Is there trouble at home? It's nothing. Let us go. Where are the belongings? The driver asked as he drove. On me, Qi Lin responded curtly. With an impassive expression, Qi Lin responded, Go find team leader Yuan. Understood. The burly man pressed down on the accelerator and swiftly departed from the alley beside Qi Lin's residence. In a dimly lit street of a dark district, Qin Yu had driven to this location after leaving Songjiang No. 3 prison. After waiting for over half an hour, a knock echoed on his car window. Qin Yu glanced up to see the burly man outside and stepped out of the vehicle. Raising his hand, the man spoke with a stoic demeanor. Qin Yu hesitated for a moment, furrowing his brow before opening his arms. The burly man extended his hands to meticulously search Qin Yu's person, confirming he bore no weapons before softly instructing, "Follow me." 2 minutes later, the pair entered a nearby building, finding themselves in a dim room on the ground floor, where they encountered Old Ma sitting in a chair. "What do you want?" Old Ma inquired ominously, fiddling with a handgun. After a brief hesitation, Qin Yu lowered his head, took a puff from his electronic cigarette, and stated, "The cases regarding Ma Lao, Air, and Min can be resolved." Old Ma paused, then suddenly erupted in laughter. "Huh. So, Yuan sent you to play tricks with me, did he?" Qin Yu retrieved his phone from his pocket, pulling up a recording to present to Old Ma. After several seconds, Ma Lao Air's voice resonated. "Uncle, we can discuss this person." Old Ma froze upon hearing his nephew's voice. "I came to inform you that when Ma Lao, Air, and Min were apprehended, it was a case of being caught red-handed. However, you have consistently resisted interrogation and defied the judicial system, refusing to divulge the details of the crime, always hoping that both could be released together, which is unrealistic." Qin Yu inhaled from a cigarette and spoke softly. "Let us save one. That way, there's still a chance." Old Ma stared at Qin Yu in bewilderment, utterly perplexed by his approach. "I've said what I needed to say. I'm leaving now," Qin Yu declared, turning to exit. "Wait," Old Ma called out. Qin Yu turned back. "What is it? Why are you doing this? What is your intention?" Old Ma asked bluntly. After pondering for a moment, Qin Yu succinctly replied, "Because I don't want to appear foolish, offending all the drug dealers and impoverished brothers who consume drugs, only for the money to end up in someone else's pocket. If you're wise, consider today as if I never came, and let us part ways amicably." With that, Qin Yu pushed the door open and departed. The car sped along, quickly approaching the precinct. The driver glanced at Qi Lin, then lowered his head to dial Yuan Ku's number. "Hello?" Yuan Ku's voice came through. "He has taken the items. We will arrive shortly. Let him in. You all can head back directly," Yuan Ku instructed succinctly. "Understood." The call ended. In his office, Yuan Ku sent a text to his elder brother. "The supply channel is on its way." "Soon," his brother replied. In the car, the burly man turned the steering wheel left, raising his eyes to see the precinct courtyard ahead. "In a moment, you can get out and return on your own. Xiao Ku is waiting for you in the office." Suddenly, Qi Lin pulled a handgun from his jacket, pressing it against the man's head. The two men in the car were taken aback, rapidly turning to Qi Lin. "That thing is lost. I truly cannot find it." Qi Lin's voice trembled. Yet his hand remained steady as he declared, "I cannot return. If I do, I shall never escape." "You are courting death," the burly man said in a deep voice, furrowing his brow. "Your home is right here. Where else could you possibly go? Can you even leave Songjiang?" "I won't try," Qi Lin replied, the corners of his mouth twitching. "Just drive straight ahead." "Damn you." The burly man in the passenger seat opened his mouth to curse. "Don't push me. I have no path left to take." Qi Lin interrupted, his eyes reddening. "Let me live, and both of you will survive." The two men fell silent. "Drive on," Qi Lin insisted, gripping his gun tightly. "You will go where I say." Approximately 15 minutes later, the SUV halted on a deserted road about 5 kilometers from the city. "Stop the car," Qi Lin commanded, gun in hand. The driver glanced back at Qi Lin and unexpectedly turned the steering wheel sharply to the left, promptly slamming on the brakes. Squealing, the tires screeched against the slick, icy surface, and the vehicle lurched uncontrollably into a ditch on the left side. "You son of a bitch." Qi Lin's body jolted from the impact, and he struck the driver's head several times with the gun. The driver shielded his head, calmly retorting, "So now you're not in a hurry, are you? Not going anywhere? Should we help you push the car out?" Qi Lin turned to look out the window, seeing the front of the vehicle deeply entrenched before he gritted his teeth, pushed the door open, and aimed his gun at the two men inside. "Weapons, phones, throw them out." The two exchanged glances and ceased their chatter, bowing their heads to retrieve their phones and guns, tossing them out the window. Bang! Bang! Qi Lin fired 2 shots, puncturing the right side tires, then bent back inside the car to thoroughly search the two men. Gritting his teeth, he warned, "Don't pursue me again. If you do, we all die together." With that, he picked up their guns and phones and dashed away. "Damn it." The burly man glared at Qi Lin's retreating figure and slammed his fist on the steering wheel. Spent a lifetime as a hawk, only to be pecked in the eye by a sparrow. The middle-aged man in the passenger seat opened the glove compartment, retrieving a leather envelope. "What are you panicking for? The 2 phones for the deal are right here. Hurry, open them," the driver exclaimed, his eyes suddenly brightening. On the highway, a speeding police car suddenly emitted a dull thud from its chassis, followed by a violent shake of the vehicle, and the engine abruptly stalled. Damn it! What kind of road is this? Old Cat cursed as his head struck the steering wheel. At the North Station, the sister placed their mother at the entrance of a wind-sheltered underpass and stood thinly by the roadside, waiting for Old Cat's arrival. Chapter 35. Fate and Timing. In the wilderness, Old Cat flung open the car door and jumped out, turning to inspect the vehicle. He saw the right rear wheel deeply embedded in the snow. Damn it, the more anxious I get, the more things go wrong. Old Cat cursed, quickly retrieving a flashlight from inside the car. Bending down, he glanced at the condition of the right rear wheel, discovering that the tire was wedged in a dirt ridge, completely off the solid ground. Crouching on the ground, the Old Cat scrutinized the situation before rising and hastening to the trunk. Grasping the iron chain with bare hands, he pulled vigorously twice before finally loosening the spare tire. However, the biting cold had rendered the spare completely frozen to the trunk, and with no other recourse, the Old Cat pressed his entire weight upon it. Shaking it with all his might, a series of grating sounds echoed, and with a flushed face, he continued to jostle until, with a resounding thud, the spare tire finally fell. Yet, the triangular hook connecting the wheel hub and the iron chain swiftly sliced through half his thigh, blood gushing forth and staining the snow beneath him. The Old Cat glanced down at the gash on his thigh, biting back the pain, and without a moment's delay, he pushed the spare tire beneath the right rear wheel before returning to the car. May the Almighty, the Holy Virgin Mary, and Jesus have mercy. Let me escape this predicament, he murmured fervently, shifting into gear and lightly pressing the accelerator, allowing the tire to rest upon the spare. Go! The Old Cat suddenly pressed the accelerator harder, shouting out. The engine roared to life, the car jostling forward just enough to break free from the snow's grasp. With a swift turn of the wheel and another press of the accelerator, the car surged forward. At the edge of the city, Chi Lin, panting heavily, came to a halt and immediately dialed the Old Cat's number. Hello, have you arrived? Damn it, my car got stuck in the snow. But I just got it out, and I'm on my way to the city now, the Old Cat replied with an expletive. Chi Lin paused, his face paling as he urged. Hurry, get to the North Station as fast as you can. I know. I'm heading that way. Call me if there's anything. All right. With that, they ended the call, and Chi Lin continued his hurried journey to the North Station. 20 minutes later, the car screeched to a stop on the road in front of the North Station. Blood trickled down the Old Cat's leg as he staggered out, clutching his car keys and scanning the square. Chi-yu. After 2 minutes of fruitless searching, he called out into the square. At the entrance of the underground passage, an elderly lady trembled as she ascended the steps, directing her gaze towards the Old Cat as she called out, Child, over here. Hearing her voice, the Old Cat turned and, upon spotting Chi Lin's mother, his heart soared with joy as he rushed over. Aunt, are you all right? Where's my sister? She's waiting for you. Didn't you see her? The elderly woman responded, her vision and hearing failing her. The Old Cat was taken aback. I didn't see her. I couldn't move. She told me to wait below. The elderly lady, her expression fraught with concern, urged, You must find her quickly. All right, don't worry. I'll search for her, the Old Cat replied, turning back to run, covering the square in under 5 minutes, yet still finding no trace of his sister. To the left front of the square stood a small food stall. The Old Cat dashed over, urgency lacing his voice as he inquired, Brother, I need to ask. Did you see a little girl standing here waiting? About 134 years old. The stall owner, peering out from his booth, glanced at the Old Cat and said, Yes, I saw her. 2 cars came by and took her away. Upon hearing these words, the Old Cat felt a sudden rush of confusion. When did this happen? Just 5 minutes ago, right? Did you hear what they said? I didn't catch a word, for people came down and dragged her away. Damn it. Why didn't you try to stop them? The Old Cat was growing anxious. The boss rolled his eyes in response. I know what they're up to. If I had intervened, would have been any of my concern? Go on, step aside. Don't hinder my business. The Old Cat stared wide-eyed, feeling a chill settle in his heart. In the city, just as Chi Lin was about to forcefully stop a car, he suddenly heard his phone ringing. Hello. Chi Lin paused, breathless as he answered the call. Silence lingered for a moment before a familiar voice broke through. I didn't expect that after 2 days off. So much has happened at your precinct. Had I known, I wouldn't have left you. I would have returned to the precinct with you. Chi Lin instantly recognized it as the voice of the tiger. A diversion to lure me away? Tiger sneered, questioning, Have you got the capability to escape? Come to Earth Slag Street. My sister and I are waiting for you. Chi Lin stood frozen, struck dumb. Within 2 hours if you don't bring what I need. I might have to resort to inhumane actions, Tiger casually remarked. That is how it is. In the precinct office, Yuan spoke into his phone. Our primary goal is to establish contact with the supplier. You must not let Tiger act out of line. I just can't comprehend how a person within the precinct could still have the chance to escape. How long has this matter been unresolved? The middle-aged voice on the other end sounded increasingly impatient. The goods are piling up. If we don't eliminate the competition, I can't afford to release anything, brother. The precinct ISN team mine to control. There S an oldly above me, who S sharper than a monkey. We tried to win him over several times. Yet he continues to feign ignorance. I can't be too obvious in matters concerning drug trafficking, or he'll look for trouble. Yuan replied with a frown. This old Lee is rather short-sighted. I'll find an opportunity to deal with him. No, you always say no, Yuan retorted, his voice rising in urgency. He is the highest authority in the precinct. Unless there is an absolute conflict of interest, why would you target him? Are you out of your mind? Forget about that junior officer. I'll have Tiger handle it. You just need to go over later and gather the leads. After a few seconds of silence, the other party hung up. On the darkened highway, Chi Lin, with reddened eyes, dialed the old cat's phone. I've arrived, but I couldn't find my sister. The people at the grocery store mentioned 2 vehicles. The old cat spoke hurriedly to explain the situation. She has been captured. Chi Lin's voice cut coldly through the explanation. The old cat stood stunned. I still need you to help me with something. What do you need? The old cat immediately inquired. I want you to look into Yuan's situation. Please investigate for me, Chi Lin said, his gaze lowered, his words clear. Upon hearing this, the old cat's eyes widened in disbelief. What the hell do you plan to do? What does your inquiry mean? There's a cliff ahead, and countless people pushing me from behind. I accept it. I intend to leap and see if I can meet my end. Chi Lin clenched his fist and said, If you consider me a friend, help me just this once. Calm down, damn it. Old cat, are you really talking to me about calmness? Who has been as composed as I have over these years? If there had been even the slightest chance to escape, would I have jumped off a cliff? Chi Lin shouted, his eyes reddening. If you don't assist me, I will immediately return to the police station and find Yuan Ku. It was late at night, past 11, in a standalone building on the 3rd floor of Century, Avenue 75 in the Dark District. A plump man was enjoying hot pot with 2 friends in the 2nd floor hall. Downstairs, a figure pushed open the glass door, entering with snowflakes adorning his coat. Chapter 36. The Loss of Night. Chi Lin transforms into Qilin. On the 2nd floor of the standalone building, the chubby man savored lamb slices and sipped on expensive high-end liquor. He turned to the 2 beside him and said, As long as we eliminate the supplier, the Ma family will be out of stock and will perish immediately. Then, the entire underground drug trade in Songjiang will belong to us. As usual, our Yuan family remains in the shadows. You handle procurement, distribution, and collection, and we take 70% while the rest is shared among everyone. Will there still be legitimate channels for pharmaceuticals once the Ma family is gone? That's also competition, remarked the middle-aged man on the left, wiping his mouth. Huh, legitimate channels? The very ones we are collaborating with, the chubby man replied, taking a sip of liquor with a smile. The pharmaceutical company has been negotiated with. They will raise the prices by 30%, making us the cheapest option available. How can those drug users resist parting with their money? Ah, this is solid, said the slender man on the right, lifting his glass. Then let us toast to the swift downfall of the Ma family. With laughter, the 3 raised their glasses. Suddenly, footsteps echoed as a young man, covered in snowflakes, ascended from downstairs. The chubby man looked up towards the staircase, frowning as he asked, Who are you? My name is Chi Lin, the young man replied, brushing the snowflakes off his coat with a curt response. The 3 paused, slowly lowering their glasses. Chi Lin stepped forward, glancing at the hot pot on the table, and smiled as he took a seat in the empty chair. What delightful food and drink. The chubby man remained silent for a few seconds, then frowned as he picked up a cigarette box, pulling one out and cursing, Zaka, that damn fool is becoming increasingly reckless, playing mahjong downstairs without even noticing someone has entered the building. After speaking, the chubby man flicked his lighter, igniting his cigarette. Poof! Chi Lin placed his hands in his pockets and blew out the flame. The chubby man hesitated for a moment, turning to Chi Lin and asking, I didn't know you before, but I've heard of you today. I can't quite grasp what someone like you intends to do in this building. Are you Yuan Ku's older brother? Chi Lin inquired. The chubby man discarded his cigarette, stating, I am his uncle. My name is Yuan Wei. Disappointment flickered in Qi Lin's eyes. I thought I had found the root of the matter. Huh, damn. Yuan Wei scoffed, pointing downstairs. Do you wish to imprison me? Do you know where this place is? If I shout, 10 armed men could come up from downstairs. Do you believe that? Qi Lin paused for a moment. His gaze fixed on Yuan Wei as he spoke. You have brothers, don't you? Ha ha, this little brother of yours. The middle-aged man to the left chuckled, ruffling Qi Lin's hair as he remarked, if the Yuan family had no brothers, could they ever rise in the black streets? Just hand over the goods. No need for this charade. Do you have any idea how many livelihoods are entangled in the drug trade? You fool. Qi Lin turned, drew his gun, and pressed it against the man's forehead, his expression devoid of emotion as he retorted, My family has been shattered. Do you still dare to taunt me? A gunshot rang out. The man collapsed, blood splattering across the table amidst the vibrant chaos of a bubbling hot pot. Yuan Wei and another man stood frozen in shock as the middle-aged man fell to the floor, convulsing briefly before lying still. Holding his gun, Qi Lin leaned slightly. Addressing the corpulent man, weren't there brothers? Call them here. Yuan Wei's lips twitched as he wiped the blood from his face, turning woodenly to shout. People are coming from home. There was no need to shout. Upon hearing the gunfire, 6 or 7 individuals rushed up from downstairs, weapons in hand, their expressions frantic. What's happened, Wei Ge? The leading youth asked, eyes wide with concern. Is that all? Qi Lin raised a glass of liquor with his left hand, downing it in one gulp before heading toward the door. Kill him. Yuan Wei abruptly sprang to his feet, shouting. At the staircase, amidst the turmoil, 6 or 7 men raised 4 guns in panic. The sharp crack of gunfire shattered the night. Qi Lin stood his ground, never flinching, and pulled the trigger first. For seconds later, 4 men collapsed at the entrance, while Qi Lin himself was struck by a bullet to his left abdomen. The room was thick with the stench of blood, and the remaining 2 or 3 individuals at the door trembled, clutching their guns. The fallen bodies, all shot in vital areas, struggled briefly before becoming still. Yuan Wei and his companion stood beside the table, paralyzed in shock. Are you capable of this? Qi Lin, pale-faced, stared at the staircase. Damn it, is it life or livelihood that you choose? With a furious roar, the henchmen at the staircase retreated 2 steps. Qi Lin advanced, but they scrambled down in a panic. Yuan Wei turned to Qi Lin, his demeanor no longer as composed as before. Holding his gun in his right hand, Qi Lin pressed his left hand into the wound in his abdomen, stirring it for less than 5 seconds before extracting a deformed bullet, which he dropped onto the hot pot table with a soft thud. He looked steadily at Yuan Wei and asked, Do you still have brothers? Yuan Wei fell silent. If you don't, call and have Tiger bring my sister here in 10 minutes. Just 10 minutes. As he spoke, Qi Lin raised the bloodied bottle of liquor again, downing 3 large gulps as he cursed. Damn, it turns out hitting someone is not any harder than shooting a target. At that moment, Qi Lin's eyes reflected neither resentment nor gloom. Only a chilling ferocity and numbness remained. A minute later, Tiger pulled Qi Yu into the car, holding a phone as he said, Qi Lin, that fool has gone to the card room. Your uncle is stuck there. Did he call you? Indeed. I have already sent someone over there. Are you, for heaven's sake, spouting mindless drivel again, pushing him to the edge? Yuan Ku inquired with urgency. I did not. The Tiger retorted. I was merely conversing with him normally. Damn it, you all hurry over, I'm going too. Yuan Ku, lacking the time for further argument, hung up the phone and dashed out of the office. On the road, 3 cars followed the Tiger as they swiftly made their way to the nearby 3-story building. Inside on the 2nd floor, Qi Lin, his face flushed, was loading a spare magazine. He turned to the man beside Yuan Wei and asked, Do you know who I am? The man, momentarily taken aback, replied nothing. Listen closely, my name is Qi Lin. With those words, a gunshot rang out, and 2 bursts of blood erupted from the middle-aged man's chest as he collapsed to the ground, astonished. Yuan Wei turned to witness the blood-soaked hall on the 2nd floor, alongside the fallen henchmen and friends, suddenly feeling his stomach churn. He bent over and violently expelled the hot pot lamb he had just consumed. In less than 10 minutes, 4 vehicles came to a hurried stop at the entrance of the 3-story building. The Tiger flung open the car door and swiftly pulled out a folding knife, shouting, Everyone inside, I'm going to skin him alive. In a flurry, nearly 20 individuals descended from the 4 vehicles, brandishing their weapons and charging into the building. Just then, the Tiger's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID and muttered, Don't rush. I'm on my way. Just wait for me. I'm not inside. Qi Lin's voice came through. The Tiger froze at the sound. Ensure everyone with you enters the building, ascend to the 3rd floor, and stand by the windows. Qi Lin instructed calmly. You bastard. If this group doesn't head upstairs within 30 seconds, I will send you on way to the afterlife. Don't you care about your sister? The tiger began to stride toward the car. Death is inevitable. What do I have to fear? Chi Lin responded in a hushed voice. Go ahead, shoot my sister. I'd like to see her. If she dies, I will go with you on way. The tiger halted, taken aback by the response. You have 20 seconds left. Chi Lin urged nonchalantly. Gripping his phone, the tiger suddenly turned and bellowed, everyone to the third floor now immediately. The crowd, momentarily stunned, promptly rushed upstairs with their firearms. Across the street, within another building, Chi Lin observed their forces rushing inside and seized Yuan Wei, pulling him out. Tiger! Yuan Wei called out, his legs trembling. The tiger turned back and caught sight of Chi Lin. On the roadside, Chi Lin held Yuan Wei by the neck, the gun barrel swaying downward. Come here. The tiger hesitated for half a second before opening the car door, reaching out to pull Chi Lin in. Bang! The gun fired. Yuan Wei cried out in agony as he fell to the ground, clutching his abdomen. Tiger, don't move, don't do anything reckless. He has already killed 6 or 7 upstairs. Veins bulged on the tiger's forehead as he hesitated, finally gritting his teeth and pushing the car door shut. Come over here, Chi Lin called again. After a brief moment of hesitation, the tiger steeled himself and stepped into the middle of the road, his voice trembling. Chi Lin, I concede, all right? I yield to you. Let Wei go, and I will accompany you and see you out of Songjiang. Is that acceptable? Chi Lin gazed at him, remaining silent. Why did you bind the tiger? Was it not merely to engage in conversation? There's no need for us to fight desperately, is there? The tiger's eyes darted as it advanced. Suddenly, gunfire erupted, striking the tiger's right wrist from a distance of 7 or 8 meters, causing it to drop to the ground. The tiger roared and turned to retrieve its weapon. Move again, and I will shoot you, Chi Lin called out, his voice not loud but firm. The tiger froze, fists clenched, and shouted, What on earth do you want? Are you willing to sacrifice your life, your mother, and your sister? If you continue this way, how do you expect to fare? Did I fare well in the past? Chi Lin released the wounded Yuan Wei and strode toward the tiger, declaring, I cannot kneel before you, nor can I serve you like a dog. Very well, I shall change my approach. I will be a person above others. I will first slay you to fortify my courage. I will reclaim what I once offered you while kneeling, but this time I shall stand. You madman. With that, Chi Lin aimed his gun at the tiger and pulled the trigger twice in quick succession. The tiger struck, stumbled, and collapsed onto the snow-laden road, blood spilling for several meters. On the roadside, Yuan Wei repeatedly knocked his head, exclaiming, Brother Chi Lin, this time I kneel before you. I truly submit. I promise with my head that you will surely survive. Yet, you must beseech the king of hell not to grant me even the slightest chance. If I survive, if fate allows me to rise again, I will ensure that the 3 miles north of Songjiang is filled with graves of the Yuan family. Chi Lin stood in the street, unleashing a desperate roar, his left hand drawing a second gun and pulling the trigger to its fullest extent. Smoke filled the street as gunfire echoed. Moments later, Yuan Wei lay lifeless, surrounded by smoke and blood. Chi Lin turned and rushed to the car, shifted gears, and departed. 10 minutes later, on the road, Chi Yu, unable to see clearly, lowered his head, tears streaming down his face as he trembled. Brother, mother, and I should have perished long ago. We have been a burden to you. I am truly sorry. Little sister, if you are gone, then I am lost. Chi Lin's vision blurred, blood gushing from his abdomen, his complexion pale, his head striking the steering wheel with a thud. The vehicle lost control, crashing beside an alley. Chi Yu, shaking her head, sat up and, after searching for some time, finally touched Chi Lin's body, crying out, Brother, what happened? Speak to me. I have a friend who can help you, and mother. Chi Lin, eyes shut, whispered with his last strength. Moments later, the old cat answered the phone. Hello? Chapter 37, Breaking Through the Sky. Less than 10 minutes after the tragedy, Yuan Ku drove to the entrance of the 2-story house. Witnessing the lifeless bodies of Yuan Wei and the tiger, along with the blood that had already begun to freeze. At the entrance, dozens of people stood with bowed heads, afraid to utter a word. Yuan Ku clenched his fists, his eyes bulging as he yelled at the crowd. Does Chi Lin possess 3 heads and 6 arms? He is but one person. How could you let things escalate to this point? Silence ensued, and after a brief pause, a middle-aged man who had accompanied the tiger looked up and replied, He came here prepared to fight to the death. Even if we had arrived in time and restrained him, the situation would not have been any better. He was pushed too hard and had already lost his sanity. Incompetent fools, all of you. Yuanka had completely lost his usual composure, pointing at the crowd and shouting vehemently, "Get the hell out. You all are unworthy of a meal. Just leave." Meanwhile, on the street, Old Cat drove the car, his body smeared with blood, exclaiming, "Damn it. You are nothing but a fool." In the past, you wouldn't have dared to utter a word even after receiving 800 slaps. How is it that now, in this fervor, you disregard everything? In the passenger seat, Chi Lin, suffering from severe internal bleeding, responded with a hazy consciousness, "Old Cat, for the sake of our long-standing friendship, you must get my mother and little sister to safety. I implore you." "I don't care. You'll have to figure out yourself," Old Cat retorted harshly. "I'm not your father, here to handle everything for you. I might not be able to manage anymore. When I came here, I was prepared to face death." Chi Lin murmured weakly, tears streaming from his closed eyes. "Old Cat, if life could offer me a glimmer of hope, I would not be in this despair, but it offers me none." After a prolonged silence, Old Cat suddenly slammed the steering wheel in frustration. How did it come to this? In the back seat, Chi Yu, unable to see Old Cat, continued to plead, "Brother Cat, please save my elder brother. I beg you." Sighing deeply, Old Cat gritted his teeth and swiftly retrieved his phone, dialing a number from memory. Moments later, the call connected. "Hello? Brother Cat, where are you?" Old Cat inquired directly at the card game. "What is up? I have a brother who has been shot. Can you take him in?" Old Cat asked bluntly. After a long pause, the other party responded, "Your friend is injured, and you want me to take care of him? Who is this wounded person? I'm asking if you can help or not." Old Cat frowned. "If you can, say so. If not, just let me know, and I want to put you in a difficult position." After another moment of silence, the voice on the other end replied, clearly, "I'm currently in a game. It's a gunshot wound to the abdomen. I need a doctor. Money is not an issue." Old Cat instructed, "All right, Miao Zhuang, let me make this clear. If you don't want to help, just say so. There is no need to feel embarrassed. But if you agree to help and then betray me, I, Old Cat, will hold a grudge against you from now on." Old Cat warned candidly. "I promise, I won't cause any trouble. You could trust me," Brother Cat came to reply. "I'll be waiting for you at the intersection of Tuzha Street and Fu Yuan Road. Hurry up." Understood. With that, the call ended. Old Cat slammed on the gas, hitting Chi Lin hard on the head. "You're abandoning your mother and little sister? You want to repay the debt to me and Chin Yu? Damn it. Just when you finally stood up, you want to throw it all away like this. Lift your head. Let us talk." In the office area of the police station, Chin Yu, who had been waiting for news, spotted Zhu Wei rushing in from outside and immediately waved, "Over here." Zhu Wei glanced up at Chin Yu and hurried over, panting heavily. Chin Yu turned to survey the surroundings, pushing open the door to the stairwell and pulling Zhu Wei inside, asking, "Have you clarified the situation?" "Yes, it's all clear." Zhu Wei gulped as he looked up at Chin Yu. "It's Chi Lin. What happened to him? He killed 6 or 7 people on Century Avenue, including Yuan Ku's uncle, along with Lao Hu and some of his underlings." Zhu Wei stammered in response. Chin Yu was momentarily stunned by this revelation, taking a considerable time to gather himself before pressing further. "Have you truly verified this? Are you certain that Chi Lin was behind it? When others mentioned it to me, I was skeptical as well." Zhu Wei shrugged, his expression equally bewildered. "However, I called Lao San, and he confirmed that it was indeed Chi Lin's doing. Currently, over 100 people have congregated on Century Avenue, all of them Yuan Ku's brother's associates, and our police officers have also arrived. This has escalated significantly. Is it really possible for Chi Lin to have killed 6 or 7 people?" Chin Yu still found it hard to believe. "Absolutely. Lao San would not jest about such matters, and he is on his way there as well." "Goodness, this has completely activated Chi Lin." Chin Yu murmured in a daze. "This has become a major incident. I know Chi Lin well. He is usually timid and wouldn't dare engage in frontline captures. Yet he has suddenly committed such a grave act." Zhu Wei, perplexed, looked up at Chin Yu and inquired, "Shouldn't we head to Century Avenue too, considering Yuan's influence is felt here?" Chin Yu remained silent for a few seconds before firmly shaking his head. "I do not wish to go, and I advise you not to either." "Why not? Do you comprehend the intricacies of this situation?" Chin Yu asked, frowning. Zhu Wei shook his head. "If you don't understand, just observe for now. Do not rush to get involved." Zhu Wei pondered for a moment and nodded. "All right, I will heed your advice." At around 4 in the morning, after Chin Yu had briefly rested in the dormitory, he received a call from Lao Mao. "Hello." Chin Yu immediately sat up and answered. "Don't make a sound, come out." "I'm in the alley behind the office," Lao Mao said in a low voice. After considering for a moment, Chin Yu replied, All right, I'll be right down. Understood. With that, the call ended, and Chinyu quickly donned his jacket and left the dormitory of the third group. Meanwhile, inside the Grand Palace Entertainment Center on Tujia Street, a man dressed in slacks and a white shirt sat sipping tea on a sofa. This man was Yuan Ku's elder brother, Yuan Hua. At the age of 48, Yuan Hua was somewhat portly but possessed a serene demeanor and fair complexion, completely unprepared for complications to arise in Qi Lin's affairs. A middle-aged man to his left interjected, hands on his hips, Lao Hu too. He makes the loudest noise, but couldn't he even protect Xiao Wei at a critical moment? Yuan Hua, expressionless, rolled up the sleeves of his white shirt and slowly retrieved a cigarette case, ignoring his friend's remarks. Footsteps echoed from downstairs, and Zaka, who had narrowly escaped from the second floor, rushed into the room, panic evident on his face as he knelt and exclaimed, Brother Hua, I didn't handle things well. It's all right. Mistakes are inevitable. Yuan Hua waved dismissively at Zaka. Come here, I have some details to ask you. Zaka quickly stood up and approached Yuan Hua, bowing as he said, Brother Hua, please ask. What use is it for me to support you? Yuan Hua inquired, looking up. Zaka was momentarily taken aback. Of no use, yet you still spend my money and consume my provisions. What shall we do about that? Yuan Hua pressed on. Zaka's countenance turned ashen in an instant. Suddenly, Yuan Hua emerged from beneath the table, brandishing a firearm, and pulled the trigger, aiming directly at Zaka's heart. Blood splattered across the floor, and Zaka collapsed, lifeless. Yuan Hua shook the bloodstains from his white shirt and, maintaining an impassive expression, shouted to those inside the room. Qi Lin has two issues. One is the supply chain, and the other concerns his reputation. My uncle is dead. You lot better figure this out. With that, Yuan Hua rose and departed, while the unfortunate Zaka was dragged downstairs by 4 men. Within less than a minute, the bloodied floor regained its pristine, smooth appearance. Behind the police officer, Qin Yu encountered Old Cat. Chapter 38. Will you forever remain a lone wolf? In the alley, Qin Yu adjusted his collar, frowning as he inquired of Old Cat. Is Qi Lin with you? Indeed, Old Cat nodded. He's been shot. I just summoned a doctor to attend to him. What exactly happened? Qin Yu pressed further. After a moment as contemplation, Old Cat elaborated on the situation he had comprehended. Upon finishing, Qin Yu lowered his head and turned in place, then asked, given the gravity of the situation, do you believe you can keep him hidden? Old Cat was momentarily taken aback. I don't think you can conceal him. Regardless of the reason, Yuan Ku will continue to pursue him, Qin Yu added. His gaze lowered. Old Cat produced an electronic cigarette, taking a deep drag before stating, the urgency of my visit is to request your assistance for Qi Lin. Qin Yu paused slightly. Go on. I wish to ensure Qi Lin's safety and facilitate his escape with his mother and younger sister from Songjiang. Please assist me in contacting friends outside the planned area to arrange a safe haven for them. Old Cat articulated plainly. Whether he can escape is a matter of fate, but I must do what needs to be done. Qin Yu scrutinized Old Cat and replied with equal candor. I do not believe my relationship with Qi Lin has reached that level. Old Cat was taken aback by this response. This is not merely a case of gun violence. You are surely aware of the myriad conflicts of interest and hidden motives behind it. If I help him and find myself ensnared, who will be there to assist me if I encounter trouble? Qin Yu inquired with a cool demeanor. Old Cat took another drag from his cigarette. Old Cat, I managed to secure residency and employment in Songjiang. That was the result of years of hard work in the planned area. You may have Director Li in your corner, but I do not, Qin Yu said candidly, locking eyes with Old Cat. I'm sorry, but I cannot assist with this. Old Cat lifted his gaze to Qin Yu, suddenly smiling. I understand your ambition and your convictions. Therefore, I can appreciate your choice. Qin Yu remained silent. Xiao Yu, do you know why Qi Lin has arrived at this juncture? Old Cat asked softly. Qin Yu was taken aback. In truth, you and he share many similarities. Both of you are aware of your desires, maintaining a calm demeanor in all pursuits, and you possess strong objectives, believing you can discern the pros and cons at critical moments. The only difference is that one of you is too rigid, while the other is too soft, creating a certain contrast, Old Cat remarked, puffing on his electronic cigarette with a grin. But I must tell you, living too coolly and without temperament does not guarantee success. Qi Lin is a living testament to this. Moreover, to traverse the journey of life without a single confidant is a notion I cannot entertain. I doubt he can venture far. Today, my approach to you is rooted in camaraderie, under the assumption that we had forged a friendship, hence my lack of formality. However, I must apologize for my presumption. Chinyu furrowed his brow, remaining silent. I shall resolve my own matters. You may return. The old cat turned to leave. With his hands tucked into his sleeves, Chinyu gazed at the old cat's retreating figure and suddenly called out. You are well aware that Director Lee has been evading the drug trafficking issue. Entangling yourself in it could lead to your downfall. Without looking back, the old cat strode purposefully onto the street, responding, a tiger knows how to protect his friends in critical moments. Can I, the old cat, be any less? I have not contemplated my potential downfall, but I shall certainly safeguard Qi Lin. With that, the old cat departed in his vehicle. Before the incident, the old cat often berated Qi Lin as one would child. To outsiders, their relationship appeared far from reciprocal, seeming rather one-sided, with Qi Lin merely a sycophant at the old cat's side. Yet, when Qi Lin found himself in dire straits, those who could evade the situation did so. And it was the old cat, who typically looked down upon him, who ultimately resolved to assist. There was indeed a degree of disdain. Yet the bond of friendship was genuine. The old cat exemplified such a character. Regardless of one's success, it did not guarantee camaraderie, but if I consider you a friend, I will extend my hand in your time of need. As Chinyu made his way back to the dormitory, he lowered his head, his emotions swirling within him, reflecting on the old cat's words, which had struck a chord in his heart. During his time in the planned area, trust was a luxury he could not afford. Having witnessed the malice of humanity too often, for a mere meal or a job, there were those who would forsake their wives and children, leading him to become increasingly jaded. This was a manifestation of self-preservation. Chinyu perhaps did not realize that while he had cultivated inner strength, he had also lost the warmth inherent in humanity. Now, the old cat's words reverberated in his mind, prompting him to question himself for the first time. Was his excessive composure and goal-oriented behavior truly justified? Would the manner of conducting affairs in the planned area be applicable in Zone 9? The journey of life is undeniably long and solitary. Can one truly navigate it alone? The old cat's standing and connections within the police force evidently surpassed his own. And if he dared to protect Qi Lin, was it not trivial for Chinyu, a malevolent figure from the planned area, to be overly concerned about his modest status? Though the bond between Qi Lin and Chinyu had not yet reached the depths of life and death, how were such profound connections forged? As Chinyu pondered these thoughts, he halted, the image of the old cat flashing vividly in his mind. He could chastise Qi Lin daily, displaying a facade of irreverence and unreliability, yet in a crucial moment, he was willing to take a stand for the sake of friendship. Such a person, might he not be worthy of deeper connection? Torn and hesitant, Chinyu ultimately retrieved his phone. Damn it, even the most astute individuals can fall prey to the folly of others. With a sigh, he promptly dialed a number. After a few dozen seconds, the call connected. Hello. Let's discuss the drug trafficking matter. Chinyu turned away from the back entrance of his workplace and quickened his pace toward the other side of the road. Inside a standalone building on Century Avenue, Yuan locked the door and, holding his phone, spoke at the window. Qi Lin has no friends, just an old cat. The man on the other end of the line, frowning slightly, cautioned, that makes it difficult for me to investigate. You focus on uncovering Qi Lin's whereabouts. I will handle the matters above. Yuan shouted with red eyes. He must not exist. We must secure our channels. Understood, came the reply. In a warehouse on Fuyuan Road, the doctor had just finished cleaning Qi Lin's wounds when the old cat suddenly held him at gunpoint. You can't leave for now. Once my friend is gone, I will let you go. You won't be shortchanged. How can you lack credibility? The doctor cursed loudly. You are so crude. Don't provoke me further, the old cat retorted, dragging the doctor inside and locking the door. He then turned to his accomplice and asked, Can we find a way to get Qi Lin out? The friend, looking grim, replied, You know my limitations. The old cat scratched his head. What about contacting someone from the military? Is that feasible? It's uncertain. The friend shook his head. On a dilapidated wooden bed, Qi Lin coughed violently and shouted, Forget about me. Just get my mother and little sister out. Shut up. The old cat scolded, exasperated. In a standalone building on Century Avenue, Old 3 limped down the stairs and shouted to the 20 or so people inside. The boss has spoken. Put down your tasks. We need to disperse our people. We must locate Qi Lin within 12 hours. Chapter 39. The cat brother who even moves directorly the next morning. The shooting incident at the standalone building on Century Avenue had officially been taken over by the Blackstreet police chief. However, given the severity of the situation, Director Lee had unusually not shown up, instead concocting a reason to attend a meeting in Foam Bay and left. The highest-ranking official responsible for the case was merely a vice chief nearing retirement. Consequently, the leader of the investigative team felt ambiguous about the situation, unable to decipher the intentions from above, leading him to procrastinate without following the leads. At 9:30 in the morning, the old cat's phone rang. "Hello." It was Director Lee's voice. "Did you find out?" The old cat asked, looking down. After a brief silence, Director Lee stated with an undeniable tone, "I don't care what you think, but do not get involved in Chi Lin's matters. Return to the office immediately and stay there for the next few days." "No way." The old cat firmly refused. "Are you out of your mind?" Director Lee exclaimed. "In the drug trafficking case, I have distanced myself, yet you are foolishly inserting yourself. Do you have any idea the profit Chi Lin's supply channels would generate? How many eyes are watching this from within and without? What role can a mere deputy captain like you play? Old Lee, I am myself, and you are you. My affairs have little to do with you. There is no need for you to worry. Even if the situation ultimately spirals out of control, I shall bear the brunt alone, which will not affect you in the slightest." The old cat reluctantly uttered a retort. "Nonsense." Director Lee bellowed in fury. "You are you, and I am I. How dare you say such a thing? Without me, what would you amount to as a deputy captain? What would you achieve in the police department? If that is how you wish to frame it, then I have no choice but to lay everything bare." The old cat shamelessly replied, "Either you leave me be, or you oversee both me and Chi Lin together." "What utter nonsense! Are you out of your mind? Old Lee, you've become too comfortable lately." Yuan Ko, wielding his elder brother's wealth and connections, has been fervently cultivating friendships within the police department, not merely aspiring to be a small team leader. Is it? Is that even plausible? Yuan Ko seeks to elevate his standing within the precinct. That much is evident. Do you think you can remain aloof and untouched? From your position, the possibility of navigating both sides is non-existent. The old cat appeared somewhat dazed, yet he stretched his neck and shouted, "Do not hesitate in your choices. I shall activate you as well." "I activate you? You ridiculous fool." Suddenly, mid-sentence, the old cat hung up the phone. Shortly after, Director Lee attempted to call him twice more, but the old cat did not answer. In the car, Director Lee furrowed his brow in contemplation for a while before promptly dialing Chin Yu's number. "Hello? Young Chin." "Hello, Director Lee." The old cat seems to be veering onto a troubling path. "You have been on good terms with him lately, so please give him a call." Director Lee. "I was just about to inform you that the old cat and I have recently reached a consensus on certain matters." Chin Yu was prepared to expound at length. Upon hearing this, Director Lee sat up straight in anger. "Can't you young people exercise a little restraint? The old cat is prone to losing his composure even without alcohol. What kind of consensus could you possibly have reached with him?" "No, Director Lee, let me finish." Chin Yu cautiously interjected. "Go ahead. I just had a brief interaction with a person from the Yuan family across the street," he quietly confided. On Century Avenue, within a standalone building on the second floor, Yuan Ku, with his left hand in his pocket and his right holding the phone, stood by the window and said, "Old Lee has avoided us today, not even showing up at the precinct. What do you think that means?" Yuan Hua inquired. "Quite evidently, he wishes to steer clear of this matter, seeking an excuse to evade it. However, from a different perspective, he has granted us ample consideration." Yuan Ku replied softly, "Given the gravity of this case, without Old Lee making any decisions, the subordinates would be at a loss regarding how to proceed. Thus, he intends to afford us some time to quickly locate Chi Lin. Old Lee is indeed quite astute in handling this situation." Yuan Hua remarked with a frown, "Since they have given us space, let us expedite the resolution of this matter. Rest assured, Chi Lin will not escape." And so it was. As the two brothers concluded their conversation, just as Yuan Ku was about to step outside, the third brother pushed the door open and entered. "How goes it?" Yuan Ku inquired with a furrowed brow. "A black doctor from Tujia Street was called out last night, but has yet to return home." The third brother replied casually, "The individuals we stationed at the street corner have not seen him leave the area. I suspect he remains on the street, and he is likely tending to Chi Lin's injuries as he was shot." Yuan Ku circled around the room and turned back to inquire, "Have there been any updates on the old cat? He was supposed to be apprehending suspects at the border yesterday, but he received an unexpected phone call and vanished thereafter." The ever-informed Lao San responded, "Furthermore, he hasn't shown up at the office today either. He is with Chi Lin." Yuan Ku made a judgment. "You are aware of the relationship between the old cat and Director Lee." Lao San gently reminded, "We are somewhat constrained in his presence. This kid lacks sense." Yuan Ku pondered for a moment, then commanded, "First, locate him. As long as you ascertain the exact location, you can proceed past the old cat without confronting him. Understood. Lausen nodded. At 6:30 in the evening, within a fast food establishment in the red light district of Tuja Street, a rather unsavory-looking young man spat on the ground and said, "I visited the black doctor's residence, and his assistant informed me that when he left, he took medical instruments and medications specifically for treating gunshot wounds. And, upon reviewing the call records, the last person to contact the black doctor was someone named Wulong, a minor player in the card game scene." The unsavory young man chuckled. "He resides on Tuja Street, and our brothers have already tracked him down. He hasn't left his home all day. I will verify once more and head to Tuja Street immediately." Very well. An hour later, on a street lined with icicles, over 20 vehicles were parked. Yuan Ku and Lao San sat in their car, waiting for approximately 10 minutes when the unsavory young man hurried over, bowing slightly as he stood by the car window and said, "He is inside." "How many?" "At least 3 or 4, he replied in a hushed tone. "Our brothers spotted them from the window, but couldn't see clearly." Lao San opened the car door and waved, "Get out." Together, Yuan Ku also pushed open his door. Lao San hesitated and quickly reminded, "In situations like this, it's best you don't make an appearance, right?" Lally has already tacitly accepted it. What more is there to conceal? The confrontation has commenced. Yuan Ku frowned and retorted, stepping out of the car. Meanwhile, within a warehouse in the dark street, an elderly man sat on a rickety wooden chair, sipping tea, and remarked, "We can begin the game now. Inform those who dine with us. It has been quiet for too long. Let us stir up some commotion tonight." Chapter 40. Challenging Yuan Ku. At the intersection of Tuja Street and Fu Yuan Road, Yuan Ku and Lao San led dozens of individuals to the entrance of a warehouse. "Open it." Lao San called out to his subordinates. "Wait." Yuan Ku deliberated for a moment and quickly gestured to stop. The old cat is rather obstinate. Forcing the issue may cause unnecessary trouble. "Lao San, make a call to the team." Upon receiving Yuan Ku's instructions, Lao San took his phone and stepped aside, while the others surrounded the warehouse, leaving no avenue of escape. The old cat was not a fool. He had been keeping a watchful eye outside, and soon discovered Yuan Ku and his group. Inside, a friend helping to conceal them appeared anxious and said to the old cat, "They have tracked us down. What should we do?" On a dilapidated wooden bed, Chi Lin clutched his abdomen, forcing himself to sit upright, his face pale as he shouted at the old cat, "Brother, you've done enough for me here. I won't be a burden. Just protect my sister and mother while I go out. Now that we have reached this point, what nonsense are you spouting?" The old cat, with an impatient expression, scolded, "Stay put. I shall step outside to engage with Yuan Ku." "Old cat," Chi Lin cried out, tears streaming down his face. "I owe you too much. How shall I repay you in the future?" The old cat cast a glance back at Chi Lin and remarked in the precinct, "You are my only friend. Without you, whom shall I scold?" Chi Lin stood frozen, absorbing the weight of the words. "None of you should venture outside." The old cat tossed over his shoulder before striding out alone. 2 minutes later, the iron door of the warehouse swung open. The old cat, cigarette in mouth, turned to survey Yuan Ku and his companions below the steps, saying, "Ha! If you had this efficiency in your investigations, Song Jiang would already be basking in broad daylight." Yuan Ku paused momentarily, then with one hand in his pocket, responded, "Old cat, is Chi Lin inside?" "He is." Realizing that deceit was futile, the old cat opted for honesty. "Fine, if you speak plainly, I shall too." Yuan Ku, fixing his gaze on the old cat, spoke candidly. "Chi Lin's situation is quite complex, with the medical authority above and the police below. Spare me the details. It boils down to a simple truth, does it not? You perceive Chi Lin as a weakling and have treated him as a mere dog, but upon discovering he possesses the strength of a lion, you found yourself overwhelmed and began to leverage connections. Am I correct?" The old cat, inhaling from his cigarette, retorted with bright, defiant eyes, "I will state 2 points. First, I have inquired with Chi Lin, and he does not possess what you seek. Second, regardless of your intentions, I cannot allow you to lay a finger on him. Even if Chi Lin pursues legal action, you must recuse yourself." Yuan Ku furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the old cat, and after a long silence, asked, "Do you understand that my willingness to converse with you stems from a respect for someone else? I am not foolish. I recognize you are acting on old Li's behalf." The old cat retorted, holding his head high, unabashed. "Yet, how fortuitous it is that old Li is not only my relative, but has also treated me exceptionally well. Today, I shall indulge in the privilege of our relationship. Tell me, does that vex you?" "Old cat, have you lost your mind?" Old 3 scolded darkly. You are causing trouble for Old Lee. The old cat erupted, akin to a shrewish woman, and barked, "Can you enlighten me as to who you think you are? This is a conversation among individuals of stature. What audacity do you possess as a mere lackey? Do you believe that if I cease to monitor others, I will make your life difficult?" Old 3, confronted by the tenacity of the old cat, found himself at a loss for words. The old cat shifted his gaze, casting a sidelong glance at Yuan Ku, and advised, "It is best not to burn all bridges. There are countless stars in the sky. Do you know which one shines brightest tomorrow? One should exercise mercy. I cannot let him go. I have no grounds to justify it." Yuan Ku's impatience was evident. "If Qi Lin possesses that item, let him come out and tell me himself." "That is impossible. Old cat, I have already shown considerable respect to Director Lee. And what if I do not grant you respect? Will you kill me?" The old cat challenged coldly. Yuan Ku fell silent for several seconds before abruptly gesturing. "Take the old cat back to the precinct." No sooner had he spoken than dozens rushed forward, reaching to seize the old cat as he descended the steps. "Damn it!" The old cat, his temper flaring, whipped out his badge and affixed it to his chest, shouting, "Come, let me see who dares to touch me." The appointed deputy chief of the special zone, Lousy, considered any contact with him as a challenge to the judicial system. The crowd hesitated, turning their gazes towards Yuan Ku. "Are you playing this game with me? Is it even permissible?" Old cat glared defiantly in response. Yuan Ku, with a sinister smile, turned to Lao San and instructed, "Let them in." Lao San pulled out his phone and made a call. Within seconds, several police vehicles arrived, halting at the roadside. Zhu Wei Guanxi and nearly all the officers from another unit disembarked. "Qilin is inside. Bring him back," Yuan Ku commanded with a wave. After a moment of hesitation, Zhu Wei led his team up the steps, displaying his badge prominently. "Old cat, please don't make this difficult for me. I'm just trying to earn a living." Old cat, momentarily taken aback, shouted with a pale face, "Stay out of matters that do not concern you." Zhu Wei, steeling himself, stepped forward and grasped Old Cat firmly. "Without Director Li's protection, I'm sorry, Old Cat. Drag him down." Guanxi shouted from the side, "Go in and arrest him." Alone, Old Cat was unable to withstand the force of so many, and in mere moments, he was pulled down the steps. Nevertheless, he glared at Yuan Ku with fiery eyes, exclaiming, "If you dare to touch Qilin today, I swear I will do nothing but keep my eyes on you. You want to distribute goods on the black market? Just see if I can prevent you from selling even a single box." Zhu Wei tugged at Old Cat's collar, hissing, "Stop shouting. You cannot protect him. Get the hell away from me." Old Cat, now frantic, engaged in a struggle with 7 or 8 individuals. On the steps, Guanxi drew his gun and gestured, "Charge in." At that moment, a hurried sound of footsteps approached. Qin Yu, leading 3 middle-aged men and an elderly gentleman, puffed as they ran from the side street, exclaiming, "Wow, there's so many people here. I came to join the excitement." The crowd turned to look. Qin Yu paused, grinning as he pointed at Zhu Wei. "Let go of Old Cat." Zhu Wei was taken aback. "Guanxi, stay at the door and don't move," Qin Yu instructed the team members on the steps. Both Zhu Wei and Guanxi, upon hearing Qin Yu's command, stood awkwardly in place, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Yuan Ku shot a glance at Qin Yu, his expression darkening as he barked at Guanxi. "What are you waiting for? I commanded you to arrest him." With clenched teeth, Guanxi yanked the door and prepared to enter. Qin Yu ascended the steps and pointed at all the members of Team 3, barking, "I told you not to move. Can't you hear me?" Zhu Wei and Guanxi remained frozen in place. Qin Yu's expression suddenly turned serious as he stepped forward and grasped Zhu Wei's wrist, asking, "Who is the team leader? Do you know?" "The team leader is here," Zhu Wei replied, scratching his nose. Qin Yu fixed his gaze on Zhu Wei, leaning close to his ear to ask again, "Will you follow me and Old Cat, or will you continue with Yuan Ku, who has kept you from becoming team leader for years? Choose wisely." Zhu Wei looked up at the sound. "Let go of my hand." Qin Yu pointed at Zhu Wei's chest, reiterating his demand. Zhu Wei pondered for a moment, first casting a glance at the Old Cat and then at Qin Yu. With thoughts of Director Lee swirling in his mind, he promptly released his grip. Yuan Ku stood dumbfounded, staring at Zhu Wei. "Did you not hear me speak? Reporting to the captain, according to the hierarchy and the principles of police regulations. I must prioritize the orders of my direct superior." After saluting, Zhu Wei bellowed. The members of Team 3 paused collectively, their eyes fixed on Zhu Wei, slowly raising their arms in salute, chanting in unison, "We must prioritize the orders of our direct superior." Qin Yu turned around and stepped before Yuan Ku. succinctly stating, "While your words are commendable, I have relentlessly endeavored on your behalf. Yet, how is it that you have repeatedly used me as a shield behind my back?" Chapter 41. The Gathering at Earthdreg Street. Yuanka had indeed anticipated the possibility of encountering some trouble with the old cat. But he had never imagined that Qin Yu would also become embroiled, especially since he had arrived with the likes of Old Ma. What does this signify? It signifies that Qin Yu's presence was not in alignment with his interests. Yuan Ku felt a profound sense of confusion and anger, for although he had manipulated Qin Yu, he had nevertheless afforded him an opportunity. Yet at this critical juncture, that young man had the audacity to stand against him. "Qin Yu, what act are you playing?" Recently, Yuan Ku had been beset by misfortunes. Not only had he faced death in the family, but crucial supply channels remained elusive. Thus, he had shed his previous amiable and righteous demeanor, now replaced by impatience and apathy. "Team leader Yuan, shall we speak privately?" Qin Yu inquired with a smile. "What is there to discuss? I must take him away." Yuan Ku irritably waved his hand. After a moment's reflection, Qin Yu gestured for the old cat to remain calm and softly addressed Yuan Ku. "Captain, Qi Lin has already suffered enough. We must show mercy where we can." "Do you believe your words carry weight?" Yuan Ku asked coldly. "I share the same sentiment as the old cat. I merely wish to ensure Qi Lin's safety." Qin Yu replied in a hushed tone. "Captain, once certain cards are laid bare, no one emerges unscathed." Yuan Ku, already straining to contain his anger, felt his temper flare upon sensing a hint of threat in Qin Yu's words. He suddenly raised his arm and swung it down. Slap! A sharp sound echoed as Qin Yu received a resounding slap in front of everyone. "Know your place. Without my consent, do you truly believe you can assume the role of team leader?" Yuan Ku bellowed, his eyes ablaze. "Let me make this clear. Even if Old Li were here today, I would still take Qi Lin away. All unrelated parties, be gone." As his words hung in the air, silence enveloped the scene. Qin Yu touched his face, a dismissive smile gracing his lips, and called out to Old Ma, "Please assist my friend." Old Ma, still clad in his tattered military coat, hunched his neck with hands tucked into his sleeves, slowly turned and shouted, "Is there anyone around here who knows me, Old Ma, in this area of Earthdreg Street?" Moments later, the street began to tremble as numerous figures surged forth from the cage-like buildings, filthy alleys, and storefronts lining the street. Yuan Ku lifted his gaze towards the crowd, poking Qin Yu in the chest with a playful smile as he inquired, "You have someone backing you now, do you?" In the blink of an eye, hundreds of men, their arms adorned with white cloth strips, brandished weapons as they gathered under the dim light. At the forefront, a robust man clad in a leather jacket spat out a curse, declaring, "Yuan Ku, whether you and your brother like it or not, I'm going to deal with you today." The dozens of individuals accompanying Yuan Ku adopted serious expressions upon witnessing the throng surging towards them. Below the steps, Old Ma retrieved a cigarette box and called out lightly, "Anyone hoping to have access to medicine in the future, come out and lend a hand on Tujia Street. Today, I'm all in. As long as the Ma family can stand firm here, I'll offer medicine at zero profit for 3 months." As his words echoed, thunderous footsteps erupted from both sides of the narrow Tujia Street, where the cage-like buildings stood. Indeed, various factions, political ties, and powerful corporations clamored for their share of interests. Yet the impoverished residents, those in dire need of affordable medication, suffered the consequences of their greed. Thus, upon hearing Old Ma's call, they instinctively rushed forth. Seeing this scene, Lao San immediately took 2 steps back, grasping a walkie-talkie as he shouted, "All brothers on Tujia Street, come out immediately, quickly, at the Fu Yuan intersection." Yuan Ku cast a cursory glance at the men summoned by the Ma family, turned his head to Qin Yu, and coldly remarked, "You can protect Qi Lin on Tujia Street, but can he remain confined here for a lifetime?" Meanwhile, in the dark district on Century Avenue, 8 stern-faced, muscular men, each carrying cloth bags and donning woolen gloves, approached 2 vacant buildings devoid of any sign of life. This location lay far from the center of Songjiang City, adjacent to a graveyard and a designated site for garbage disposal, rendering the area desolate. "Is this the place?" the leading man inquired after surveying the surroundings before turning to the others and issuing orders. "Are we certain this is it?" "Yes." The tiger previously instructed someone to procure medicine here. The leader nodded. "Check it out and prepare for work." 5 minutes later, in the central area of the vacant building, 6 or 7 young men sat at chairs engaged in a game of cards, while both sides of the room's windows had been deliberately boarded up, ensuring that no light seeped through from the outside, creating the illusion of abandonment. The air within was thick with smoke, and one young man, sitting to the left, a cigarette dangling from his lips, queried, "Everyone's been called to 2 Jia Street. Shouldn't we go take a look?" "Look at what?" "Things have been hectic lately. We VE received orders from above, so we stay here and don't go anywhere." Another youth replied with a frown. "No one should find excuses to sneak out and play these days. Let us focus on our work." "Understood." Suddenly, amidst their conversation, the ceiling lights flickered a few times before plunging into darkness. "What the hell? Why did the lights go out? Is the motor broken again?" "Chiago, go check it out with a flashlight." Bang! Abruptly, a muffled sound resonated from the door, followed by hurried footsteps echoing at the entrance. "Someone's coming. Quickly grab your things," shouted the young man seated in the chair as he sprang to his feet. Tat tat tat. As the card players in the room began to register the situation, gunfire erupted at the entrance, unleashing a torrential downpour of bullets into the interior. A series of agonizing screams followed, and 3 individuals were killed on the spot. At the doorway, the burly leader of the ambush waved his flashlight and gestured for his companions to remain still. "That's enough. We need 2 significant targets." Inside the police station, Director Lee sat behind his desk, idly manipulating a teacup, his brow furrowed in concentration. On the adjacent sofa, the senator responsible for political affairs in the station crossed his legs and inquired, "Isn't it a bit premature to be making choices now? Is it my desire? It's that fool old cat pushing me into this." Director Lee sighed, cursing under his breath. "Nevertheless, it's for the best. Yuan Hua has approached me numerous times, and my silence can be seen as a stance. The situation is likely to become very chaotic in the near future," the senator reminded him in a low voice. "We've already encountered trouble over at the Dirt Street. I doubt we can contain it. Just wait for the call." Director Lee took a sip of tea. Within the Grand Palace, after concluding a phone call, Yuan Hua cursed darkly. That oblivious old ma truly believes he has a voice on Dirt Street. "You all go over. There's no need to hold back." Is old cat's stubbornness a reflection of Director Lee's stance? A middle-aged man on the left inquired, frowning. If so, the situation becomes rather complicated. Yuan Hua waved dismissively. "I give him face because he is Director Lee. Without that, he is nothing. Tonight, I demand Qi Lin." Chapter 42. The Clash of Hidden Power Brokers. On Dirt Street, the families of Ma and Yuan had lined up, nearly 1,000 individuals facing off, weapons gleaming ominously, creating an atmosphere thick with tension. In the center of the crowd, Yuan Ku, with a crooked neck, addressed old Ma. After a couple of days of feasting, "You truly believe you've gained strength? I asked you one last time, will you yield? The roads are blocked. How can I yield?" Old Ma replied, nonchalantly. Slowly turning to question his followers, "The drug supply has been cut off. How do you intend to survive?" "Survive? We'll simply starve," a leading thug shouted back. "Can you afford the Yuan family's drugs?" Old Ma yelled into the crowd of impoverished residents. "Cannot afford them. Then what will you do? Wait to die? If we lack medicine, then none of us shall survive. Let's fight them." In an instant, hundreds erupted in synchronized shouts as Ma's henchmen began to advance, brandishing their weapons. "You handle this." Yuan Ku, dark-faced, glared at the opposing crowd and called out to his allies before turning to leave. "No matter the size of the matter, the company can manage." As his words fell, the Yuan family members waiting by the roadside opened their trunks, pulling out weapons. Judging by their attire, they appeared to belong to a higher class, evidently individuals with stable incomes. "Clear out everyone at the entrance." Old 3 shouted. With a rush, over 100 people surged forward, heading straight for the door where Qi Lin was concealed. At that moment, a gunshot rang out. The crowd fell silent in an instant. Qin Yu raised his gun and shouted, "Team Yuan, the matter is not settled yet. Why are you leaving?" Yuan Ku, who had already walked several meters away, turned back upon hearing his voice. Qin Yu stepped forward, holstered his gun, and turned to the old man Ma, saying, "Everyone hold on. Let me talk a bit more. What if there's room for negotiation?" "Qin Yu, do you truly not understand the situation?" Yuan Ku pointed at his chest, shouting each word with emphasis. "Do you have any idea how much profit is generated monthly from the drugs in just one district of the Black Street? Do you think you can stir up trouble? Do you have the weight to do so?" Ding ding ding. Just as he finished speaking, Yuan Ku's phone rang from his pocket. "You should answer that," Qin Yu said with a smile. After a moment's hesitation, Yuan Ku took out his phone, his eyes fixed on Qin Yu as he pressed the answer button. "Hello. Haha. The goods and people in your warehouse are in my hands," a stranger's voice echoed on the line. Yuan Ku froze on the spot upon hearing this. "You two discuss. Call me back when you're done," the voice said before hanging up. Staring blankly at the phone, Yuan Ku's expression fluctuated as he looked at Qin Yu, his mind racing with calculations. Qin Yu pulled out an electronic cigarette from his pocket. lightly tapping it in his hand as he softly remarked, Team Yuan, I stand by what I said. One should spare others when possible. You teamed up with the Ma family to sweep my warehouse clean? Yuan-Ke clenched his fist, his voice low. Ha ha. Qin Yu chuckled, offering no direct response. That's not right. Yuan-Ke's gaze was fixed intensely on Qin Yu as he continued. Without someone backing you, you wouldn't dare to act so boldly. You have someone behind you, don't you? Qin Yu regarded him, remaining silent. Oldly, after a moment of contemplation, Yuan-Ke pointed at Qin Yu's chest and asked, Is it him? As long as you don't touch Qi Lin, nothing will happen to the goods in the warehouse or the men. I've already paved the way for you. Why are you siding with Oldly again? Yuan-Ke demanded, his eyes wide with intensity. Do you think he is formidable? Let me tell you, the connections he has in the police department don't necessarily surpass mine. Within the police, I call him chief. But outside, you know how I refer to him, don't you? I know you have someone backing you. Qin Yu nodded. It's not easy to come in from the outside. Songjiang is complex. With your foundation, one misstep could lead to your utter demise. Indeed, I understand, Qin Yu replied, narrowing his eyes. If I hadn't been cautious and discussed matters with old Ma beforehand, I might have ended up dead on the streets if the drug trade fell through. Yuan-Ke was momentarily speechless. Let us speak plainly. You've supported me. But I've also done things for you. The past is behind us. Today's discussion is about Qi Lin. The smile faded from Qin Yu's face as he looked intently at Yuan-Ke, stating clearly, I ask you, can you raise your hand today? Impossible. Impossible, is it? Then let us proceed. Qin Yu's gaze turned cold, locking onto Yuan-Ke as he shouted, You can arrest Qi Lin right now. I won't stop you. 6 hours later, if you kill him, I'll take your evidence of drug trafficking from the warehouse and the confessions of those arrested to wipe out the Yuan family's operations. You know precisely how much the goods and people are worth. Damn it, try making a move. Yuan-Ke raised his hand, ready to strike Qin Yu. In a sudden move, Qin Yu extended his right hand, his fingers clamping onto Yuan-Ke's neck like a steel vise. His fierce gaze accompanied by an angry retort. I'm not Qi Lin. I want to wait to be squeezed before I resist. I gave you face earlier, but I shan't do so now. With that, he delivered a sharp slap to Yuan-Ke's face. You bastard. Laosan momentarily froze, then drew his gun, aiming it at Qin Yu's head. Qin Yu turned around, directing his gaze at Lao San, and barked, Mind your place. You have no say here. With a loud clatter, 3 men behind Lao Ma drew their weapons in response. Inside the police office, Director Li, after receiving a phone call, stood by the window and dialed Yuan-Hua's number. Hey, Li Si, long time no see. Yuan-Hua's cheerful voice resonated through the phone. Release that kid from Tujia Street. Consider it a favor to me. Director Li stated directly. Yuan-Hua hesitated, quickly replying, I can't do that. You know well that while I provide the drugs, the profits are not solely mine. That kid has supply channels. Lao Ma is protecting him to compete with me. How can I let him go? I'm not concerned with the profits, Director Li said, his brow furrowing slightly. Tonight, I want that kid to be safe. Hiss, this is difficult. Yuan-Hua replied with a chuckle. It's not feasible. The goods and people in your warehouse are in Lao Ma's hands. Director Li bluntly clarified, if anything happens to one of those kids on Tujia Street tonight, consider the losses you'll incur. Should this deal collapse and the people spill, your troubles will multiply. Yuan-Hua stood in stunned silence. After several seconds, Yuan-Ke answered his elder brother's call. Hello? Speak. After a prolonged silence, Yuan-Hua gritted his teeth and replied, Lao Li has intervened. You should withdraw for now. Chapter 43. I depart, fueled by fury. In the early hours of the morning, at the uppermost level of the Grand Palace, Yuan-Hua sat on the sofa, propping his chin on one hand, his expression impassive as he surveyed the dozen or so bosses from the black market seated beside him, saying nothing. After a lengthy silence, a bald man, crossing his legs, furrowed his brow and spoke first. This matter has not been handled well. We have already lost face. Sitting here to analyze why we faltered is akin to slapping ourselves. It serves no purpose. The little folks in the territory fight for sustenance. But we fight for our pride. Regardless of whether Qi Lin is willing to surrender the supply channels, we must eliminate him. Not for anything else, but to restore some dignity to Lao Li and adjust Lao Ma's mentality. This reasoning resonated well. A lean man immediately nodded in agreement. Choosing to let Qi Lin go is one thing, but if Lao Li protects him, that is an entirely different matter. If we do not reclaim our pride, those below will feel unsettled, and those above will reassess our standing in Songjiang. I will handle it, the bald man declared, rising with a grim expression. No matter the cost, I will ensure Qi Lin does not leave Songjiang. If we cannot do it openly, we shall do it covertly. Enough of this, Yuan Hua interjected, furrowing his brow and waving his hand. The others fell silent once more, absorbing his words. Yuan Hua lifted his teacup, his expression cold as he addressed the assembly. The goods and personnel in the warehouse have been taken by the Ma family, and their audacity to act thus surely implies tacit approval from old Li. With your tails firmly grasped in their hands, what do you still dare to shout about? The bald man tentatively touched his head, refraining from retorting. I still cannot fully comprehend why old Li opposes me in this matter. However, the Ma family's willingness to confront me today undoubtedly pertains to the supply channels in Qi Lin's possession. Rising to his feet, Yuan Hua continued, arms crossed behind his back. As long as we can avoid a public rupture, discussions can proceed amicably. Yet once we tear the FA, do you think the esteemed chief inspector, alongside the resurgent Ma family, would not desire to save face? It is abundantly clear that the individuals across from us will steadfastly protect Qi Lin in this affair. Should you dare to strike, the goods and personnel currently in the Ma family's custody will be handed over to the chief inspector by dawn. At that point, we will be stripped of both our money and our people and face significant trouble. Hearing his words, the assembly could not help but nod in agreement. Moreover, if you consider pursuing Qi Lin now, do you imagine the other party would remain utterly unprepared? A beggar lingering in one locale for too long might still manage to make a few acquaintances, let alone old Li, who has been the chief inspector in Songjiang for many years. With a sigh, Yuan Hua remarked, it is certain that Qi Lin will be unreachable. Let's first arrange my uncle's funeral. It must be a grand affair. Upon hearing the phrase grand affair, the bald man promptly interjected, De Hua. Regarding your uncle's situation, if we go all out, 1T outsiders find it laughable? Only those lacking confidence fear the gossip of others. Without room for dissent, Yuan Hua commanded, it shall be grand, a splendid send-off for him and the tiger. The lean man nodded in agreement. Very well. Now disperse. With that, Yuan Hua tossed out the command and strode towards the exit. The others exchanged glances, their expressions grim, murmuring in hushed tones of discontent. Yuan Ku had been present throughout, yet remained silent until his elder brother departed, at which point he followed him out. In the corridor, Yuan Ku trailed behind his brother, his tone tinged with reproach. I previously stated that for the company to advance further, we must establish rules. In recent years, our subordinates have been far too ostentatious. Many lack the necessary skills or intellect, providing no aid to the company and only causing chaos. Take the tiger, for instance. Though he has encountered misfortune, was there no warning? Not long ago, while I was diligently targeting the Ma family, he was secretly distributing drugs in Tuza Street, merely seeking a quick profit. Have you considered that by doing so, the whispers would inevitably reach the chief inspector, revealing my motives against the Ma family? Brother, sometimes idle talk can be lethal. You know, do you believe old Li's stance against us is merely a spur-of-the-moment decision? Let me enlighten you. He has long regarded us with disdain, convinced that our methods are excessive, perhaps even fearing I may threaten his position within the police in the future. Do you understand? But Yuan Ku, do I conduct myself with an overly arrogant demeanor within the police? Absolutely not. I have consistently maintained a low profile, and this impression of arrogance is merely a perception fostered by others within the company. Yuan Hua turned at the sound, his expression devoid of emotion as he inquired, what exactly do you wish to convey? I merely wish to articulate that this recent setback has been excruciating, particularly with the loss of our uncle. We must extract lessons from this experience. Failure must not be rendered valueless. Yuan Ku fervently responded. Yuan Hua scrutinized his younger brother for a prolonged moment before abruptly pointing at his chest and asserting, you must understand. Your elder brother did not establish this dominion alongside a cadre of high achievers. The individuals who accompany us are those who once struggled for sustenance. They remain your elder brother's most steadfast support. If you impose rules and expel them when a Ma family arrives, who will confront them? You or I? What I mean to say is that your ideas exist solely on paper and are ill-suited for our reality. With that, Yuan Hua departed. Yuan Ku, feeling the heat of indignation rise within him, retorted, elder brother, the 9th district will not remain chaotic indefinitely. In 5, 10, or 20 years, it will inevitably evolve into a structured system with a stable social environment. If you do not adapt, you'll be dragged down by these people. Yuan Hua offered no reply, simply striding out of the corridor. 2 days later, 3 military trucks slowly exited the confines of the Ninth District, halting at the edge of a desolate expanse. 10 minutes later, a dilapidated half-truck approached, its headlights flickering uncertainly. Shortly thereafter, Chi Lin, accompanied by his younger sister Chi-yu and their ailing mother, disembarked, bidding farewell to the soldiers who had escorted them, and climbed aboard the half-truck. Snowflakes danced down from the heavens, blanketing the frozen earth that had been dormant for 3 to 4 years in an endless sea of white. Chi Lin, his abdomen wrapped in bandages, reclined in the back seat of the truck, staring vacantly at the Ninth District, his heart a tumult of emotions. He had toiled there, once smilingly acquiescing to this wretched era. He had lost his dignity there, laboring like a dog, believing he had gained much. Yet as he departed today, he carried nothing but a burdensome debt of human relations and 2 dependents in need of his support. All his years of effort had vanished overnight. Chi Lin found himself unable to fathom the significance of his past submission, thus resolved to move forward standing tall. With his head resting against the cold, frost-laden glass of the truck, he murmured, "Do not let me recover. Do not allow me to rise. Otherwise, I shall inevitably return here one day, smiling as I watch you all weep." Chapter 44. The Rare Friendship After Adversity. In the police chief's office, Chief Lee stood with his hands clasped behind his back at the window, softly inquiring, "Has that young man departed?" "He has already left." Old Cat nodded in affirmation. "The primary reason I have yet to ascend to the position of chief is my desire to remain uninvolved in specific relationships and affairs," Chief Lee remarked, his tone slightly weary. Beside the desk, Chin-Yu sensed an inexplicable sense of intimacy in Chief Lee's words, as the latter's demeanor had shifted from official to candidly straightforward. This signifies that Director Lee has ceased to regard Chin-Yu as merely an ordinary team leader within the police department. He now considers him as one of his own. This shift carries both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that Chin-Yu, having navigated his way to this point, has finally established connections within the organization, which may grant him opportunities in his work that others might not secure. However, the drawbacks are starkly evident. He has irrevocably alienated the Yuan family, and in the future, he may face retaliation and suppression from them in various matters. Presently, Director Lee's demeanor is decidedly pessimistic, indicating that the Yuan family's influence is far more complex than it initially appears. In the coming period, confrontations with the Yuan family seem inevitable. Old Lee turned to Old Cat and Chin-Yu, advising them softly, "Inform the Ma family that, regardless of whether they have stock on hand, they must temporarily halt the distribution of drugs. The subordinates should remain low-key for a while. I need to assess Yuan Hua's capabilities." Old Cat responded quietly, "With Ah Long's death, the Ma family supply has been cut off. They have nothing to sell at the moment." Director Lee frowned as he seated himself beside the chair and inquired softly, "Does Chi Lin possess any of Ah Long's procurement channels?" Chi Lin mentioned that he had searched but could not locate any contact information left by his brother. Old Cat quickly replied, "I have already advised him to reach out to some of Ah Long's acquaintances from before to see if he can reconnect the channels." Old Lee sipped his tea and stated with undeniable authority, "My connections are only effective when there is mutual benefit. If we cannot establish a supply line, and the Ma family lacks the Yuan family's influence on the streets, then what reason do I have to exert my influence behind the scenes?" "Understood." Chin-Yu nodded in agreement. "You should also exercise caution," Old Lee warned, pointing at Chin-Yu. "With the tiger dead and Yuan Wei also gone, your involvement in this affair is significant, so be wary of reprisals from them." "Yes, I understand, Director," Chin-Yu replied solemnly. Old Cat sighed beside them, pouring himself a cup of hot water. As he blew on the steam, he shook his head and remarked, "What is wrong with people these days? It's understandable for the impoverished brothers in the slums to act out of self-interest, given the struggle for survival. But what about those in power? Which of them is not well fed? Why are they all so driven by profit? Is there not one among them willing to sit in their position and do something meaningful?" After pondering for a moment, Old Lee looked at Old Cat and asked, "Do you remember what I said during my inaugural speech when I first became director?" Old Cat paused in surprise. "I was the first to proclaim that I would resolve the chaos of Tachaji Street in 2 years and restore basic order to the black market in 5 years. At the time, many in the precinct laughed at me, and I paid them no mind. But now that the time has come, have I accomplished what I set out to do?" Old Lee sighed. What was once a joke has truly turned into a farce. Old Cat and Chin-Yu were left speechless by this statement. "After so many years in this chair, I have come to a realization," Director Lee said with a smile. "No matter how grand the ideal, It cannot prevail against reality. The environment is harsh, the order rife with loopholes, and the powerful scramble for authority and profit, all seizing the opportunity presented by the world-S reconfiguration to vie for absolute discourse power for themselves, their teams, or their factions. In such a scenario, personal aspirations seem utterly insignificant. Thus, if one desires change and aims to accomplish something meaningful, the most prudent approach is not to resist, but to integrate. One must adhere to the prevailing rules, perhaps serve a term, and later reflect on the indelible marks left on society. Listening to Lao Li's words, Qin suddenly perceived that this middle-aged man was brimming with stories, possessing a wisdom and ambition that commanded his respect. He also recognized a certain resemblance between Lao Mao and Li Si. Both belonged to that breed of individuals striving to assert their identities in this chaotic era, albeit sometimes compelled to compromise. Enough of this rambling. It bears little significance, sighed Director Li, his tone leaving no room for dissent as he instructed the two younger individuals before him. In any case, you must tread carefully and avoid trouble. Understood. They nodded in agreement. By the way, Director Li rose, looking at Qin, since you have chosen your side, you must possess the intellect that comes with it. You need to swiftly transform Group 3 of Team 1 into your own. In the future, I will find an opportunity to extract Group 3 and address the issue of ascending pathways to other teams. I will resolve it for you, provided you present me with compelling reasons for your promotion. Yes, Qin saluted in response. Now, you two may leave. Director Li waved them off. An hour and a half later, on Tuza Street, Lao Mao squatted by the curb, looking up at Qin, inquiring, "Do you regret siding with me? Having chosen my side, what use is regret?" Qin rolled his eyes. "Weren't you initially disinclined to intervene? Why the change of heart?" Lao Mao asked with a grin. After a moment of contemplation, Qin slowly squatted beside the road and replied, "I don't want to lose you as a friend, especially when you're willing to stand up for someone as inconsequential as Qi Lin. Little you, let us walk this path together from now on." Lao Mao grinned, clapping Qin on the shoulder. "I know a fortune teller who told me that those who are small in stature act with righteousness and loyalty. I've seen your caliber. You undoubtedly belong to the elite of such individuals, ready to stake your life." "Go to hell, you fool!" Qin exclaimed, wrapping his arm around Lao Mao's neck. "Do you believe I could take you down? Hey, don't get carried away. Am I not sizable?" Lao Mao retorted. "Well, yes, sizable," Qin conceded. "Call me daddy. That's too much. I'll take you on." Lao Mao, now agitated, reached to poke Qin's eyes. "Tell me, is your closeness with Qi Lin because he is so weak?" Qin grinned, baring his teeth. Lao Mao's face flushed as he was choked. Responding with a cheeky grin, "I can only say he is just beginning to show his potential." "You're truly insufferable," Qin exclaimed, unleashing a flurry of playful punches on Lao Mao. In the dim light, two young men, brought together by a shared experience, jested and frolicked. It was at this moment that they officially stepped into each other's hearts, entangling their lives in the years to come, supporting one another as they journeyed forward. After a brief bout of playfulness, Old Ma sauntered over from across the street, lowering his head to bark. "What is all this ruckus?" Qin looked up with a smile. "You've arrived. When will you manage to get to Min and my Shao air out?" Old Ma, with a serious demeanor, inquired directly. Meanwhile, on the other side, the funeral for Yuan Wei and the tiger had been successfully held on Century Avenue, attended by many prominent figures from Songjiang, who came to pay their respects. It was precisely after this moment that the real clash began to unfold fiercely upon this land. Chapter 45. The Dual Pits of the Black Street. On the dirt street, Old Cat stood up and boldly stretched out his hand, saying, "Brother Ma, hand me a cigarette." "Who are you calling brother? I'm older than your father, aren't I?" Old Ma retorted, somewhat bemused. "In our world, it's customary to call someone big brother." Old Cat grinned mischievously. "Stop being stingy, just give me one." Old Ma rolled his eyes and, reaching into his pocket, pulled out a pack of hand-rolled cigarettes. "I'm asking you, when can we get to Min and Shao air released?" Old Cat snatched the unwrapped pack from him, grinning widely. "Now that we're on the same side, how could I possibly refuse you? Just give me the cigarette. Don't be stingy. You have more connections during your dealings. And we Haven Tea had a decent smoke all year." Old Cat shamelessly stuffed an entire box of cigarettes in his pocket. "Thanks, big brother." "Get lost," Old Ma scoffed. Turning to the more reliable Qin, "When will the people be out?" Qin blinked innocently. It's unrealistic to expect both of them to be released. Old Ma frowned at this response. "Kid, aren't you going back on your word? When you sought me out, we made it clear that I would assist. but you needed to help get Min and Xiao Air out. Now, why are you saying otherwise? Uncle Ma, we are both straightforward individuals, so let us speak candidly. Qin Yu replied earnestly, you want to secure a new supply channel for Qi Lin, and I'm not mistaken, am I? If Qi Lin didn't have this connection with Along, even if I were to kneel before you, you wouldn't dare confront Yuan Ku on the dirt street, would you? Old Ma fell silent upon hearing this. You've actually benefited quite a bit from this situation. Previously, you had little conversation with my old Li. But after this incident, we VE effectively aligned ourselves, Haven Tiwi. Qin Yu added with a smile, we're all adults here. Let us not engage in pointless scheming. You know best the situation involving your Ma, Air, and Min. 5 kilograms of drugs is enough for a death sentence. While the contraband I seized the day I apprehended them must have weighed at least 100 kilograms, right? You're well aware that this case initially went through Yuan Ku. Now that everyone is at odds, do you expect me to get both of them out from him? Is that realistic? Upon hearing this, Old Ma's expression grew tense. He reached for a cigarette pack only to realize it had been taken by Old Cat. Come on, I have an e-cigarette here. Old Cat cheekily pulled out his used vape pen and mockingly offered it to Old Ma. Get lost. Old Ma cursed, then turned to Qin Yu and asked, so, what do you think? How much can you actually accomplish in this matter? I reported the situation to Old Li, who indicated that sacrificing one individual to shoulder the burden would allow the other to operate effectively. Qin Yu responded quietly, noting that thus far, both Ma Air and Min have remained resolute, unwilling to abandon the matter entirely. Otherwise, regardless of whom you sought, the issue would remain unresolved, as the evidence is irrefutable. Is there truly no alternative? Old Ma inquired once more. None at all. Qin Yu shook his head. Moreover, you must make a decision swiftly, for we have now severed ties with Yuan Ku. If the matter is concluded and he solidifies the case, it will complicate things further. What kind of person is Old Ma? He is a seasoned veteran capable of stirring tremendous upheaval in a complex area like Tujia Street, and thus he possesses little indecision in his character. Once Qin Yu elucidated the situation, Old Ma pondered for less than 2 minutes before decisively stating, let Xiao Air come forth. Understood. Qin Yu nodded in agreement. I will promptly interrogate both of them and gauge their responses. For how long will the men be sentenced? Old Ma asked again, can his life be spared? It's quite difficult. The 5 kilograms of hard evidence has already exceeded the threshold, making it challenging to negotiate for a life sentence. Qin Yu replied, shaking his head. That won't suffice. He cannot die. Old Ma asserted, shaking his head. He must remain alive. Qin Yu scratched his nose, following the thread of conversation. If that is the case, it may require some investment. Old Ma paused, taken aback. What kind of investment? Why are you suddenly confused? Can't you maneuver to save a life? Isn't that worth the effort? Old Cat interjected unexpectedly. Old Ma crossed his arms and cast a sidelong glance at the two. Are you trying to play tricks on me? What tricks could there be? You know the circumstances within the court as well as I do. Old Cat bared his teeth in response. Don't even get started. I have to work the social angles just to get a promotion. Old Ma ground his teeth, maintaining a calm gaze upon the two. So, how much will this maneuvering cost? I believe 30,000 should suffice. It should ensure his safety, Old Cat stated. Turning to Qin Yu, he asked, what do you think? I think 25,000 should be adequate. Can we even utilize that much? Qin Yu retorted with a frown. Are you joking? Just on the prosecution side. You'll need to negotiate at least 15,000, not to mention the social connections within the office, Old Cat replied emphatically. This is a major case, not a trifling matter. This situation is quite embarrassing. Qin Yu looked at Old Ma with a hint of discomfort, opening his mouth to speak further. Enough, Old Ma bellowed. Stop pretending. You're both local ghosts, so why are you acting like you're some sort of righteous figures? The two fell silent at his command. I will cover the 30,000, Old Ma stated decisively. What direction can we take with this case? After some consideration, Qin Yu responded, illegal possession. Since our first attempt at apprehension failed, we didn't obtain any evidence at the scene, and during the second attempt, we only intercepted the goods without catching the seller in action. As long as the Min maintains that he was merely hiding the drugs, there should be no issues. How long of a sentence can the Min expect? Old Ma asked again. Approximately 15 years, Qin Yu replied. Upon hearing Qin Yu's swift response, Old Ma was momentarily speechless before cursing. You must have rehearsed your lines before calling me. You scoundrel. One must prepare when conversing with someone of your stature. Old Cat chimed in agreement. I have just realized that despite their youth, you two are entangled in quite a profound predicament. Old Ma ground his teeth. The two shared a smile, choosing not to respond. Very well, let us settle this matter. I shall arrange for the funds to be delivered to you tomorrow. Old Ma's agreement stemmed from his understanding that this money was indispensable. Otherwise, how could the authorities justify protecting him in the future? Furthermore, this also served to forge new connections. Uncle Ma, it would be prudent to lay low for a while, advised Chinyu. Understood. Old Ma nodded before turning to leave. Half an hour later, as Chinyu and Old Cat strolled back, they engaged in spirited conversation. How should we distribute the 30,000? Chinyu inquired. We each take 5,000, and the remainder goes to Old Li. Old Cat responded with a grin. I wish to share some with the team, Chinyu murmured. Zhu Wei stood by me the other day, and everyone has recently contributed significantly due to the drug trafficking case. Then let us allocate 15,000 to Old Li, and we shall each take 5,000, with the rest going to the team. Old Cat did not linger over the financial matter, as he was not in dire need of it and thus did not mind. Agreed, Chinyu nodded with a grin. I believe if we had asked for 50,000 earlier, he would have obliged, Old Cat lamented. Your courage faltered, Chinyu laughed heartily. Within a bustling courtyard on Century Avenue, throngs of people gathered, surrounded by wreaths, while white cloth banners fluttered in the wind, creating a somber yet honorable atmosphere. Hua Ge, boss, De Hua has arrived. Hua, my friend, why does your complexion appear so dreadful? Upon entering, Yuan Hua was greeted by numerous acquaintances, a testament to his profound influence in this realm. Acknowledging nods and pausing to exchange pleasantries with familiar faces, Yuan Hua finally stepped into the main hall. Guests offered incense while family members expressed their gratitude. The individual in charge called out, and Yuan Wei's wife stepped forward to present the scant sandalwood incense. After bowing, Yuan Hua personally placed incense before the portraits of Yuan Wei and Old Tiger. De Hua, what shall I do from here on? Cried the young aunt. Collapsing to the ground, Yuan Hua turned and extended a hand to help her up, saying, after the funeral, you shall move in with me. I will take care of you and the children. De Hua, my little Wei, died unjustly, she lamented. Revenge shall be sought for injustice, Yuan Hua assured her, patting her shoulder gently. Do restrain yourself. There are outsiders present. The young aunt nodded through gritted teeth. Yuan Hua glanced at the core members within the room and softly called out, let's convene on the second floor. 10 minutes later, seated upon a wooden chair, Yuan Hua addressed the assembly succinctly. We cannot secure the supply channels held by Qi Lin in the short term. However, to prevent the Ma family from seizing this channel and competing with us for work, we must first revitalize the Touchiji area. The crowd nodded in agreement. We need not fear escalating the situation. What we dread is a lack of resolution, Yuan Hua declared, raising a finger. Within a month, we must dismantle the Ma family's operations and clear out Touchiji. Old Ma has surely established a connection with Director Li. Should we not consider the official factors? A lean man inquired, frowning. Yuan Hua pondered for a moment before responding. I will find a way to handle the official pressure. You all are responsible for matters on the ground. Understanding dawned upon the group, and they nodded in agreement. With a single statement from the leader, the entire underworld began to stir with activity. Chapter 46. The Beauty, the Gay Man, and Dinner. The following evening, after meeting with the Min and Old Ma Air in prison, Chinyu returned home alone to gather some clothing, intending to stay with Old Cat in the dormitory for a while. Just as he finished packing, he spotted Lin Yinlei returning through the window. For a moment, he was taken aback. Then he opened the door and called out, Lin Han, you're back. Get lost. Lin Yinlei turned around, her voice sharp as she scolded. You, filthy game man. Huh, you finished work early today? Chinyu remarked. I wrapped up my business and came back. Seeing Chinyu greet her, Lin Yinlei did not head to her room, but approached him instead, inquiring, where's your partner? Have you separated? He went back to his family. Chinyu replied dismissively, fabricating an excuse. Back to his family? From my observation, shouldn't that be you? Are you done? Chinyu retorted with a sidelong glance. What kind of girl spends her time observing such trivial matters? Well, you hit the nail on the head. The two of you are indeed trivial matters, she teased. How vulgar. Chinyu felt his face flush from her banter. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Lin Yinlei stretched lazily, her smile radiant as she asked, hey, big brother, since I helped you out, shouldn't you treat me to a meal? The reason the Ma family managed to locate Yuan Hua's hidden stash on Century Avenue that night was largely due to Lin Yinlei's efforts. She had previously clashed with the tiger, and it was Chinyu who came to her aid. The reliable information he provided to the Ma family stemmed from the photographs Lin Yinlei had taken. Thus she truly had assisted him greatly. What do you want to eat? Qin Yu inquired. I want Japanese cuisine, Lin Yinlei replied brazenly. Qin Yu was taken aback. There are hardly any Japanese restaurants in Songjiang. A plate of salmon costs more than my salary for several months. What a ridiculous idea. Are you going to insult me again? Have you become too familiar with me? Let us eat something else, shall we? What is it? Come on, you'll find out once we go out. Qin Yu set down his cup and picked up his belongings. Lin Yinlei, curious, raised her delicate brows and asked, Why are you carrying so much? Are you not staying here anymore? Not really, just seeking refuge, Qin Yu replied, reluctant to elaborate, as he pulled Lin Yinlei out the door, calling, Let us go. The striking pair strolled along the dilapidated streets for nearly 20 minutes before arriving at an alley beside the police station. Lin Yinlei blew into her hands. Her cheeks flushed with cold, and looked up at the storefront before her, saying, This place doesn't even have a sign, and you dare to bring me here. It's the thought that counts, not the money. Nonsense, Lin Yinlei retorted sharply, You stingy man. Qin Yu approached the entrance, lifted the heavy cotton curtain, and called back, Come in. This restaurant was recommended to Qin Yu by Zhu Wei, specializing in jiang fish noodle soup, a true local delicacy of Songjiang. Due to the presence of a frozen river winding for hundreds of miles along the northern side of Songjiang, its end remains elusive even beyond the 9th district. Yet, there are a few industrious fishermen who frequently break holes in the ice to fish with nets. Although most parts of the world are devoid of life, Songjiang has been relatively spared from devastation, its environment far less harsh than areas beyond, which is why the 9th district has chosen to reconstruct its city here. In a small restaurant specializing in river fish noodles, the only dish offered is a staple. Shortly after Qin Yu and Lin Yinlei take their seats, the proprietor brings a large iron pot to their table, keeping it warm over a charcoal stove, as the cost of gas is prohibitively high for such an establishment. Lin Yinlei brushes her hair back, glances at the pot filled with river fish seasoned with red pepper and handmade noodles, and, inhaling the fragrant steam, smiles radiantly, remarking, It looks quite good, doesn't it? This pot costs nearly 200 yuan. Qin Yu rolls his eyes, replying, Not cheap at all. I feel the pinch. All right, I get it, you're thrifty. No need to mention it, Lin Yinlei teases as she picks up her chopsticks and takes a bite of fish, savoring the flavor. It's truly delicious. Not only is it flavorful, but it is also quite affordable. Starving, Qin Yu fills his plate with noodles and begins to devour them ravenously. Why do you eat like a starving ghost? Aren't you afraid of burning your mouth? Lin Yinlei frowns and murmurs, Isn't it better to be a bit more refined? I'm just a guy. I have no intention of courting you. So why pretend? Qin Yu responds provocatively. Lin Yinlei smiles coyly. Do you perhaps have feelings for me? Otherwise, why would you help me deal with that so-called tiger the other day? I like your chest hair, which is over 2 meters long. He retorts, jokingly. Get lost. I'm simply kind-hearted. Which is why I helped you, he adds insincerely. Ha ha. Lin Yinlei chuckles at him. Do not harbor any improper thoughts. I could be your sister. And I can also teach you how to woo your beloved. Qin Yu, uninterested in further banter, inquires, There's something I'm quite curious about. What is it? Is there a connection between your kidnappers and the Yuan family? Qin Yu suddenly asks. Lin Yinlei pauses, taken aback. How did you know? I guessed. As later Yuan Ku suppressed the news of your kidnapping, and there were rumors in the office that the third son was reprimanded by Yuan Ku for meddling. Qin Yu responds candidly. I only learned later that Song Xia had ties with them. Logically, Yuan Hua is doing well for himself, so why would he resort to kidnapping you? Was it merely for a bit of money? Qin Yu cannot help but inquire. Lin Yinlei hesitates at this question. Forget it. If I cannot speak of it, I shall not. Noticing her reluctance to continue the conversation, Qin Yu quickly changes the subject. After sipping some water, Lin Yinlei finally replies, Actually, there's no need to keep it from you. Yuan Hua sought to kidnap me because my uncle holds a high position in a major company in Fombay. He asked my uncle for favors, but my uncle refused, prompting him to resort to such measures. Originally, it seemed he intended to have Matsushita masquerade as a kidnapper to extort money from my uncle, and then, through a series of convincing performances, rescue me. In doing so, he would secure a favor and achieve his objective. Oh, I see. Qin Yu nodded and inquired further. But if he seeks your uncle's assistance, why would he kidnap you? Doesn't your uncle have children? Because I was about to take up a position in Songjiang, and having grown up in my uncle's home, I am not much different from his own children. Lin Yinlei replied with a smile. My uncle's other children hold considerable social standing. Perhaps Yuan Hua would not dare to target them, and thus opted for me, the soft target. Ah, that clarifies things. Enough about me. Let's talk about you. Lin Yinlei removed her coat and, Her cheeks flushed, looked at Yu, asking, "Did you come to the Ninth District alone? What about your family?" Upon hearing this question, Yu's brows furrowed immediately. "What's wrong?" Lin Yinlei sensed something amiss with Yu and tentatively asked again. "I have no family. I was abandoned during the chaos before the Ninth District was established. Some say my parents perished, while others claim they fled with my younger brother." Yu's gaze dimmed. "Regardless, there are all sorts of tales. After so many years, I've nearly forgotten them." Lin Yinlei was taken aback for a moment. Her eyes wide as she said, "I'm sorry, I thought it's all right. I'm accustomed to it." Yu waved his hand dismissively. As his words fell, a silence enveloped the two, both focusing on their respective meals. Approximately 20 minutes later, Yu settled the bill, and he and Lin Yinlei stepped out of the small restaurant once more. The cold air greeted them, with sporadic snowflakes drifting down. Lin Yinlei shivered, constantly puffing warm breath on her small hands. "Don't you women ever learn? Why we're so little in weather like this? Aren't you afraid of an early demise?" Yu rolled his eyes and rummaged through his bag, producing a pair of thick, old sheepskin gloves. "Here, wear these." Lin Yinlei reached out for the gloves, turning to gaze up at the tall Yu. "You're quite considerate. Reading the room and charming women. That's basic life skill," Yu retorted with a smirk. "Uft, you think a pair of shabby gloves will win me over? Dream on." Lin Yinlei scoffed. Her spirits lifted as she donned the gloves and exclaimed, "Wow, they're really warm." Yu fell silent again, walking at a steady pace ahead. Lin Yinlei, in her gloves, touched the icicles adorning various window sills, suddenly exclaiming, "Big fool. What now?" Yu turned around. "Cheer up. The past cannot be changed. But we live in these times and must believe tomorrow will be beautiful." Lin Yinlei, standing amidst the icy landscape, optimistically advised, "At least for now, you have a stunning beauty accompanying you on the streets. What is there to be unsatisfied about?" Yu paused for a moment, then smiled and replied, "Thank you, beauty." Under the dim light, the two locked eyes for a while, and Lin Yinlei seemed a bit shy as she quickened her pace, saying, "What are you staring at? Let us go. Take me home." "Sure, I can take you back, but it can't be for free. Can something interesting happen tonight?" Yu asked, following behind. "Stop flirting, or I'll call your significant other." In the depths of the rugged street, a group of young men, dining with old Ma, stood before a storefront engaged in hushed conversation. In the distance, a bald-headed white Russian approached, swaying unsteadily, accompanied by 4 youths. "Are there any women?" he bellowed, punctuating his words with a belch. One of the young men by the roadside turned to regard him. "How many are you? Are you blind? Can't you count?" One of the white Russian's companions retorted harshly. "Who are you cursing at?" With a thud, the white Russian lunged forward, delivering a punch that sent the young man staggering back 3 steps before crashing to the ground. "Damn it, you dare to lay hands on us!" exclaimed his companions, helping him up while glaring fiercely. The white Russian whistled, then shouted, "The Ma family is attacking me." As his words echoed, a throng of 30 to 40 individuals emerged from shadowy alley, brandishing steel pipes and machetes, charging towards them. The orchestrated conflict commenced that very night. Chapter 47. Retaliation Arrives. While en route to Courtyard 88, Yu was engaged in a heartfelt conversation with Lin Yinlei when his phone suddenly rang. "Hello, Xiaowei. There's chaos on Earthquake Street. Hundreds are brawling. Old Li has ordered all off-duty officers to return immediately and disperse the rioters with utmost urgency." Zhu Wei spoke rapidly. Yu paused. "I knew the Yuan family wouldn't settle down." "All right, wait for me. I'll return to the team right away." "Understood." After exchanging a few words, they ended the call. Yu turned to Lin Yinlei, saying, "You should head back alone. Trouble has erupted on Earthquake Street, and I must hurry there." "All right. You take care of your business. I can manage on my own," Lin Yinlei replied, nodding. "Return quickly. It's quite chaotic tonight. Stay safe." "Okay, go on." With that, Yu had no time for further pleasantries and dashed toward the police station. Inside the first unit of the police station, Deputy Captain Lao San convened a meeting for all members of the first team, notably omitting the third group. Standing beside the work desk with a teacup in hand, he spoke lightly to the assembled officers. "The commotion on Earthquake Street has escalated significantly. These drug dealers have gone berserk, disregarding whether you're on the government payroll. So, once we arrive, assess the situation and refrain from charging recklessly." "Understood." "Got it." While dozens listened to Lao San's words with outward indifference, internally, they were acutely aware that the troublemakers on Earthquake Street were undoubtedly aligned with the Yuan family, indicating that Lao San was subtly instructing them to turn a blind eye when necessary. After offering a few more instructions, he set down his cup and called out, "Grab your riot gear. We're heading in. Switch your radios to our team's designated frequency. I'll call for you if needed." The crowd nodded in agreement and hastily departed. On the way, Chenyu was well aware that the instigators on Earthquake Street were likely factions led by the Yuan and Ma families. He contemplated calling Old Cat to discuss how to address the situation. Just as he prepared to dial, the phone rang again. "Hello?" Chenyu quickly pressed the answer button. The team leader convened a meeting with all members present, yet Old 3 failed to notify us. Zhu Wei spoke with urgency, asking whether we should accompany Team 1 tonight for the case. After a moment of contemplation, Chenyu suggested, "You take the car from Group 3 and head towards my place first. Pick me up." Zhu Wei nodded in agreement. "Inform our brothers not to panic. It's better that Old 3 didn't call us, as it spares me the trouble of keeping an eye on them during the operation. Just remember, even if Yuan Ku and his gang seek retribution, I will stand in front of you without hesitation." Chenyu was acutely aware that Zhu Wei, Guanxi, and the others from Group 3 chose to side with him that day on Tuzha Street, not solely due to their regard for him, but primarily because they recognized the formidable support he had in Li Si, which emboldened them to disregard Yuan Ku's orders. Thus, he reassured Zhu Wei with words of confidence and felt a strong kinship with the members of Group 3, as they constituted his true foundation rather than mere members of Team 1. This understanding was why, after swindling Lao Ma out of 30,000 yuan, Chenyu immediately considered sharing some with them. In the current climate, interpersonal relationships are rather pragmatic. When people are willing to assist you, you must ensure they are well compensated. "All right, I understand, leader. I will head over immediately." As he was halfway there, he urged Zhu Wei to hurry, assuring him he could be seen from the roadside. "Good," Zhu Wei replied, and promptly ended the call. Chenyu glanced at his phone while briskly walking down the cold street, intending to contact Lao Mao, when he suddenly sensed someone watching him from behind. This instinct was a reflex developed from years spent in the planned district, prompting him to turn and look back. On the roadside, a man wearing a knitted cap and a tattered leather coat hurriedly walked ahead, his head bowed. Chenyu stole a glance at him before returning his focus to his phone. Behind him, the footsteps grew more urgent and distinct. Chenyu turned around again, and at that moment, the man in the knitted cap lifted his head, sliding his right hand into his pocket. They were now about 10 meters apart. Chenyu noticed the man pause momentarily, only to see 2 others approaching from across the street. An ominous premonition surged within him. Suddenly, the man in the knitted cap drew a gun. With no time to think, Chenyu instinctively leaned sideways, his shoulder forward, and took a giant step that shattered the storefront's glass, crashing into the interior like a cannonball amidst a shower of shards. Inside the shop, 3 or 4 unremarkable women sat on the sofa, whispering among themselves when they were startled by a loud explosion from outside. Instantly, they saw Chenyu stumble into view. "Ah!" They shrieked, their feet clad in cheap high heels or slippers, as they clutched their heads and rushed upstairs. Chenyu did not pause upon entering. He merely scanned the surroundings with his eyes before dashing up to the second floor. Outside, beyond the shattered window, 3 armed men stood on the street, pulling their triggers. The sound of gunfire erupted, and a mist of blood burst forth from Chenyu as he staggered up the staircase. "Go in and finish him off," instructed the man in the woolen hat with a grim expression. Nearby, 2 robust White Russian men kicked open the door of the shop and rushed inside with their guns drawn. On the second-floor corridor, Chenyu glanced at the artillery on either side, realizing that the entire room was sealed without a single window. In haste, he kicked open a room door. Upon entering, he surveyed his surroundings, leaping nearly half a meter high, and grasped a dilapidated cabinet, pulling it down with all his strength. The cabinet crashed to the ground, and gritting his teeth, Chenyu pushed it with his shoulder to block the door. Breathing heavily, he leaned against the cabinet and felt around his body, only to discover that he had been shot in the right hip, with a tingling sensation now creeping down his lower body. Without a moment to lose, he pulled out his phone and dialed Zhu Wei's number. "Hello? Hurry up. I'm about to be killed." Although his voice was frantic, his mind remained calm and precise. "I'm going to meet shop on the midsection of Bobby Street. No sign outside. The window is shattered, and there are 3 men outside." In the corridor, 3 assailants armed with guns rushed up. Due to the provocations by the White Russian men, a brawl involving hundreds had escalated into a full-blown conflict. The Ma family showed no fear, even without a word from Old Ma, the lower-tier henchman, who had seen little business lately, spontaneously organized a defensive counterattack fueled by their interests. Numerous individuals on the fringes of society armed with crude weapons and inferior firearms, openly fired on Tuesday Street. Chapter 48. This chaotic era. At the door of the second-floor room, the three assailants arrived, guns in hand. The man in the woolen hat kicked the door lock 3 times, causing only slight movement and deformation of the lock. "Step aside a bit," said the white Russian man to his left, his beard frosted, his gaze fierce. The other 2 moved aside. Bang, bang, bang. Several shots rang out, leaving 7 or 8 bullet holes densely clustered in the center of the wooden door. With a resounding crash, another white Russian man kicked at the center of the bullet holes, shattering the door and creating a sizable opening. Inside, Chinyu stood behind the cabinet, and as the door splintered, it was too late for him to approach it. 3 guns reached through the gaping hole created by the white Russian's kick. Damn it! Chinyu's eyes blazed red. Gripping the edge of the cabinet, he gritted his teeth and stood up. The cabinet tilted as he charged toward the opening. The sound of rapid gunfire echoed in the corridor, bullets striking the cabinet, filling the air with the acrid scent of gunpowder. On the wooden floor, Chinyu stepped through his own pools of blood, using his shoulder to prop the cabinet upright once more, blocking the door again. "Damn it!" The man in the woolen hat cursed, turning to shout, "Do we have explosives?" "No," replied the white Russian man, shaking his head. "Then break it down." At this moment, the 3 individuals had lost their line of fire, given that the cabinet was approximately half a meter thick, although hollow in the middle. It was still reinforced by 2 sturdy wooden panels. Therefore, when bullets struck the wood, their trajectory was entirely dependent on chance. Some could penetrate the cabinet, while others would become lodged in the back panel. Chinyu had saved for many years in the designated planning area to arrive at this point, and now, having finally secured a space to continue his existence, he was determined not to meet an untimely end. Summoning all his strength, he relied on his tall stature and remarkable physicality to brace against the cabinet, striving for a glimmer of hope. After the 3 of them collided for a solid 3 to 4 minutes, silence enveloped the scene, and Chinyu gradually began to weaken. Coupled with the substantial blood loss from his gunshot wound, he felt an intense dizziness enveloping his brain. Yet, even in this state, he continued to hold the cabinet, vigorously shaking his head to force himself to remain alert. Downstairs, the man in the woolen hat had just retrieved a fire axe from the entrance when he spotted 2 vehicles speeding toward them. With a screech, the sound of tires screeching to a halt echoed as 2 police SUVs came to a stop by the roadside. "Damn it!" The man in the woolen hat cursed, immediately shouting, "That kid has called for backup. We need to leave." The 2 white Russian men dashed out of the storefront, rushing toward the direction of the SUVs, decisively pulling the triggers. As the sound of gunfire erupted, Chinyu's phone began to ring. "Hello, we've encountered the other party downstairs." Zhu Wei's voice came through. "Don't worry, we'll be up shortly." Upon hearing this, Chinyu's taut nerves finally began to relax. At the intersection of Tuza Street and Fuyuan Road, dozens of police vehicles were halted, and 300 officers clad in tactical gear, donning bulletproof vests and wielding riot shields, rushed down. Each unit, following directives, began to disperse the agitated crowd. The deputy police chief, sweating profusely, shouted into his radio, "Be mindful of the use of force. We must prevent the situation from escalating and avoid exacerbating tensions. I repeat, the primary aim is to disperse." After a series of commands, the 300 officers, shields in hand, advanced into Tuza Street. A cacophony of heavy footsteps echoed in the frigid chaos of the street. The officers formed ranks, and within a mere 50 meters of their entry, they were utterly taken aback. Gunfire erupted chaotically, makeshift incendiary devices were hurled, and at least 1,000 individuals were embroiled in a frenzied melee within the narrow confines of the street. Shattered glass littered the edges, while numerous doorways blazed with open flames. Weapons such as knives and clubs lay scattered about. The wounded either fled in panic or lay moaning on the ground, creating a scene reminiscent of a town ravaged by recent riots. Second team, advance. Third team, advance. Security teams, move forward. The police captains incessantly shouted over their designated frequencies as the officers pressed onward. "Drop your weapons and get down. Hands on your heads. Don't move if you do. We will open fire." As the officers approached the brawling factions, they began to call out, but the 2 rival gangs, blinded by rage and driven by their interests, paid no heed to the commands. Meanwhile, numerous low-income residents within the building covertly aided the Ma family, hurling homemade incendiary devices downwards with a cacophony of explosions. Boom! Flames erupted. A confrontation was imminent, as projectiles rained from above. The police force, with only 300 officers, received an unequivocal directive to avoid escalating tensions. Consequently, their actions were hindered, and they could not resort to indiscriminate gunfire against the rioters. As this group entered the chaotic alley, they were swiftly dispersed by firebombs and a frenzied crowd. When a team of 4 or 5 officers attempted to subdue a burly man wielding a weapon, a band of men with white cloths tied around their arms suddenly surged from the alley, opening fire without hesitation, fatally striking a young officer who had his back turned to them. Deep within the alleys of Tuza Street, a man affiliated with Yuanhua Company, responsible for pharmaceutical sales, led 7 or 8 individuals as they brutally murdered a middle-aged man in his 40s amidst the filthy surroundings. After plunging a knife into the man's neck, he turned and shouted, "Tell Old Ma, if he doesn't vacate Tuza Street within 3 days, I will ensure his entire family meets their demise here." At the entrance of the alley's warehouse, Old Ma, shedding his military coat and casting it to the ground, seethed with fury, his eyes ablaze. "Damn it! Do they intend to exterminate us completely? Then let us all perish together. Listen closely, everyone who still wishes to earn a living from the drug line. Gather your belongings and head to the Grand Palace. This time, if we cannot hold our ground, we all must leave. Damn it! Let us go to the Grand Palace." A chorus of over 100 underlings, reliant on the drug trade, immediately echoed their agreement. At the intersection of Fuyuan Road, within 10 minutes of their incursion into Tuza Street, the 300 officers retreated in disarray, with dozens injured and 3 dead. By a vehicle, the deputy police chief, visibly distressed, dialed Old Lee's number. "What's the situation?" he inquired. "It's worse than anticipated," came the reply. The teams were barely able to enter before being pushed back. The deputy chief gasped. "My suggestion is to urgently contact the police station. It will be challenging for us to restore order effectively." On the second floor of Century Avenue, Yuanhua was engaged in a game of mahjong with 3 bosses from his subsidiary. "This has escalated too far. Could it not end well?" queried a bald, muscular man, frowning. "The police station is called multiple times. I sense a tone of seriousness," he added. "If it doesn't escalate, Old Ma will remain ignorant of pain," Yuanhua replied nonchalantly. "Inform our operatives that if lives are lost, I will provide relocation funds. If they face imprisonment, I will leverage my connections to secure their release. If money and connections are not useful now, then when will they be? I simply wish to convey to Old Ma that he is far inferior to us in stature. Have you considered returning a call to the police station?" The bald man inquired again. "No," Yuanhua scoffed. "The police are merely stirring the pot. If he desires to reap the profits from the drug line, he must assist me in cleaning up the mess. Otherwise, why should I share any of the profits with him? We shall wait and discuss matters once the situation is resolved." In the police chief's office, Old Lee personally attempted to call Old Ma, but the latter did not answer. This lack of response incited Lee's fury, prompting him to slam his hand on the table and exclaim, "Contact the military. I refuse to believe that a bunch of drug dealers can act with impunity. According to protocol, one should first inquire about the police station stance." The Senate leader in charge of political affairs gently reminded. Director Lee immediately waved his hand in response, stating, "Yuanhua has connections at the police station. If we seek their guidance, it could delay the process by hours, and by then, who knows how many lives might be lost on Tuja Street. Ultimately, who will bear the blame? It will certainly fall upon me." The Senate leader paused, acknowledging the truth in his words. "Contact Mateo from the garrison and inform him that I, Director Lee, request his assistance in deploying troops to quell the violence." Director Lee urged with urgency, "We must act swiftly. The situation cannot escalate further." The Senate leader nodded and departed. Meanwhile, Qin Yu, in a state of confusion, was rescued by Zhu Wei and promptly transported to the hospital. Chapter 49. The Price of Recklessness. Director Lee possessed a deep understanding of the environment in the Black Districts and throughout Songjiang. Although he often appeared low-key and preferred a moderate approach to evade unnecessary troubles, his sensitivity to political maneuvers surpassed that of many. When the skirmish on Tujia Street escalated into a collective incident, Director Lee's decision to involve the military for assistance was undoubtedly astute. Yuanhua's connections at the police station were indeed robust. Had Director Lee opted to report to them first, the delay could have exacerbated the situation, potentially placing him under immense scrutiny. The Black District fell under his jurisdiction, and such a significant issue would undoubtedly implicate him as the primary responsible party. Mateo of the garrison had a personal rapport with Director Lee, so upon receiving the call, he acted swiftly, dispatching 2 battalions within half an hour. Unlike the police, these soldiers were seasoned veterans, having faced numerous military conflicts and riots. Thus their response was decisive and unyielding. As over 1,000 armed soldiers surged into Tujia Street in armored vehicles, the tide of the situation shifted dramatically. No matter how formidable or wealthy the drug trafficking gangs were, they could not withstand the might of a well-armed military force. Faced with soldiers willing to fire, the gang members scattered in haste. Even Old Ma, who had intended to head to the Grand Palace, was swiftly escorted away by his subordinates. With the uproar escalating, it became evident that the authorities could not afford to neglect punitive measures if they were to maintain public trust. Consequently, the military began organized, systematic arrests of the ringleaders instigating the unrest. In no time, Tujia Street was devoid of anyone daring to confront the police, leaving only the remnants of fleeing drug traffickers. On the second floor of Century Avenue, Yuan Hua was preparing to inquire about the situation on Tujia Street when a subordinate rushed in, urgency evident in his tone. "Brother Hua, the garrison has unexpectedly entered the street without warning and has opened fire. Although the 2 factions have dispersed, many of our brothers have been apprehended. Dozens were captured at the entrance of Guangfu Yuan Road. The garrison has arrived?" Yuan Hua was taken aback. Indeed, there was not a hint of forewarning. "We all assumed Old Lee would report to the police station and await assistance. We never expected him to contact the garrison instead," the subordinate quietly replied. Upon hearing this, Yuan Hua furrowed his brow, dismissing the game of mahjong. After lighting a cigarette, he spoke in a hoarse voice. "Old Lee is concealing quite a number of cards. I had no inkling of this before, nor of his connections with the station troops." The others remained silent in response. With the military's presence, there was no need to continue this. Yuan Hua promptly ordered, "Have the subordinates disperse quickly. The leader should stay in a new district for a while." Acknowledging his command, the aide nodded and added, "Furthermore, 3 thugs from outside the district confronted Chinyu. However, this lad possesses some decency, retreating into a butcher shop and refusing to come out." After a while, a few officers under Chinyu arrived. The plan was thwarted, but Chinyu must have been injured. He is a minor player, yet in the matter concerning Qilin, he has embarrassed us. If we do not eliminate him, it will send a signal to others that Old Lee's people will not tremble. Yuan Hua took a puff of his cigarette, but for the time being, let's not act against him. He is startled, still one of Old Lee's, and will undoubtedly be cautious moving forward. Let's wait a while before taking action. Understood. You may leave, Yuan Hua instructed his aide, picking up his phone and moving to the window to dial a contact within the police precinct. Moments later, the call connected. "What are you doing, causing such a commotion? The supply chain has not been disrupted, and Old Ma will need to rely on this route in the future. What a significant loss we would incur if we do not act now. Are we not nurturing a tiger?" Yuan Hua replied with a light chuckle. "Yet, it cannot be done this way. This will only increase the pressure on the precinct." "But hasn't the military intervened?" Yuan Hua responded calmly. "Those who should be apprehended have indeed been taken." The other party fell silent. "Woo, my men have been captured. We may refrain from operations for now. However, I will cooperate with whatever measures are taken above. But this situation must inflict pain on Old Ma." Yuan Hua's gaze darkened as he stated, "Since the matter has escalated to this extent, it must be dealt with decisively. I will exert pressure on the precinct chief on the dark streets." The other party replied in a low voice. "You should also contribute whatever you can. Ideally, we can shift the blame onto Old Ma." "Haha, certainly," Yuan Hua nodded. "The Ma family holds considerable influence on the dark streets, particularly in the area of Tujia Street, possibly even surpassing the Yuan family in terms of manpower and impact. Yet, following this recent brawl, they have been left in ruins. Why is that? Because the interest group led by Yuan Hua has reached a level where they can sit at the same table as the upper echelons for discussions, while Old Ma cannot. The Ma family sells drugs on Tujia Street at remarkably affordable prices, at least 70% lower than those offered by hospitals and designated pharmacies. This has allowed them to rise rapidly and establish a certain reputation and influence in a short period. Those who cannot afford medication, the elderly, the weak, and the impoverished suffering from severe illness, remember their kindness and are willing to assist when it matters most. Yet, in the face of political relationships, such goodwill is utterly insignificant. Sometimes, the sentiments of 10,000 hearts may weigh less than a single fart uttered by a person of high status at a banquet. In a closed-door meeting the following day, Chief Wu of the police station succinctly stated, conduct a thorough investigation into the Ma family's drug trafficking gang. The senior officials from various departments could only strictly adhere to this directive, launching a frenzied crackdown on the members of the Ma family team who had merely retaliated out of necessity the previous night. Although all individuals from Yuanhua Company were incarcerated, those higher-ups who had managed to evade capture continued to flaunt their freedom in public spaces. However, the Ma family was not afforded such liberties after their reckless indulgence. They could only escape in disarray to avoid the impending crackdown. In less than 12 hours, the upper echelons responsible for drug transportation within the Ma family were swept up by the police from various districts in Songjiang, with over a dozen apprehended. Coupled with the dozens captured on-site the night before, their organization was swiftly dismantled. On the evening of the second day, Old Ma made a brief phone call to Old Cat, stating succinctly concerning Damon and Xiao Air, I need you to take care of it. I cannot make an appearance now. Old Cat, seated in a hospital chair, replied with a tone of resignation, you cannot make an appearance. The order just came down, and you are the person the police specifically want to interrogate. What does Old Lee think? Old Ma inquired. He feels powerless in this matter, Old Cat responded, frowning. The situation has escalated too much, and he has suffered considerable backlash. Fine, I understand, Old Ma replied without further pressing for assistance from Old Lee, calmly stating, I accept my fate. Well then, let it be, he concluded, ending the call. At 9 o'clock that evening, Director Lee, weary from a day of meetings, sat in his car and asked, where's Chinyu? In the hospital, came the response. Let's go see him, Director Lee gasped. I need to have a word with him. Chapter 50, Total Collapse. Inside the hospital, as the effects of the anesthetic wore off, Chinyu appeared quite weak, lying on a hospital bed with a pallid complexion, exhaling heavily. Damn it, Yuanhua really knows how to pick on the soft targets. Old Lee wouldn't dare touch him. He fears provoking Old Lee entirely, so he takes out his frustrations on me, trying to finish me off. Old Cat, filled with guilt, looked at Chinyu and murmured, it's also my fault. I didn't consider the implications and insisted you come in. In hindsight, your initial decision not to assist Lin was indeed the right one. I have Old Lee backing me, so he wouldn't dare act against me, but for you, what's the use of lamenting the past? The deed is done. Chinyu retorted, touching the bandage on his backside and gritting his teeth, muttering, if I can't fight back, I must be cautious. No worries. We will take turns watching over you during this time. Zhu Wei interjected from the window. The situation in Tuza Street has escalated so dramatically that those on the ground are now under scrutiny. He probably won't dare to act again. Thank you, Xiao Wei. Guanxi, you've saved my life. Chinyu expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Let us not dwell on that, Guanxi said, flashing a toothy grin and waving his hand. Just focus on recuperating. As they conversed, the door to the ward swung open, and Old Lee stepped inside. Director, Lee sir. Everyone rose to their feet, paying their respects and greeting him. Old Lee cast a glance at the crowd and gestured, Old Cat, you stay behind. The rest of you go for a stroll. I need to speak privately for a moment. All right, you carry on, Zhu Wei and Guanxi replied, before promptly exiting the hospital room. Director, Chinyu leaned against the bed, attempting to sit up straight. Lie back, just lie back. Old Lee approached the bedside, patted Chinyu's shoulder, and took a seat on the chair that Old Cat had brought over, frowning as he remarked, the situation is rather grim, isn't it? Today has been quite difficult, I presume. Difficult is an understatement, Old Lee said, lighting a cigarette with a serious expression. Last night, over 30 corpses were unearthed from Tuja Street, with hundreds injured. Today, the media, like a swarm of flies, are gathered at the police chief's door, ready to cover the aftermath. If it weren't for the police department's fear of scandal, I suspect even the media in Fongbei would report on this. Hearing this, both Old Cat and Chinyu felt a sense of trepidation. Fortunately, the garrison arrived swiftly. Otherwise, if the situation escalated further, resulting in a clash of thousands or a riot of tens of thousands, I would undoubtedly be dismissed today or even face prosecution for accountability. Old Lee, exhaling smoke wearily, continued in a hoarse voice, tomorrow, I plan to visit Fongbei to meet my former teacher. Chinyu listened quietly, refraining from interruption. But a teacher is a teacher, and relationships are relationships. If I wish for someone up top to advocate for me against Yuan Hua and his faction, there must be shared interests at stake. Old Lee added, his tone steady. Whether I receive something or how much I receive is trivial. The crux lies in convincing those above that there are profits to be gained from this incident. Are you suggesting? Chinyu asked tentatively. After the Ma family was dealt with, They essentially lost their power on the dark streets. Yet, without reviving them, how can I appease the interests of the upper echelons? If I were to fund this myself, do I possess such capital? Oldly looked at Chinyu and said, thus, the key point lies with the Ma family. Only if they can re-establish the drug line can we contend with Yuan Hua on the ground. With profits in hand, relationships will naturally follow. I understand your point. Chinyu nodded. The supply channels for the Ma family have been severed. Old Cat pondered for a moment before interjecting, with Ao Long's death. They can't procure supplies at all. Even if they could muster a team, there would be no business to engage in. Precisely, Oldly fixed his gaze on Chinyu. Find a way to contact Chi Lin. We must locate Ao Long's supply channels from before. Once we secure a source, the Ma family can resume business and generate substantial profits. Only then can I engage with the higher-ups, and they will be more inclined to lend their support. Indeed, the supply is at the heart of the matter. Chinyu agreed, nodding. Yuan Hua's actions against the Ma family stem from their ability to access high-quality drugs at remarkably low costs. Exactly, Oldly concurred. However, Chi Lin mentioned to me that Ao Long had indeed left him a contact number, but he couldn't find it at the time. Chinyu felt a surge of frustration. Oldly, inhaling his cigarette, narrowed his eyes at Chinyu and said, do you now comprehend the gravity of the situation? Chinyu was taken aback. That evening, as you sought to protect Chi Lin on Tuza Street, I was compelled to express my position, which not only offended Yuan Hua, but also antagonized the vested interests behind him. Thus, if we cannot forge upper-tier connections through the pharmaceutical line to counteract the Yuan family and their affiliations, retaliation from them will be inevitable. Old Li, with a grave countenance, stated, at that point, whether I remain as the director in your survival in Zone 9 is uncertain. Upon hearing this, Chinyu instantly grasped Old Li's implication. Should we fail to secure the supply line for pharmaceuticals, not only would Old Li's safety be jeopardized, but Chinyu himself might also fall victim to their machinations. Let me be frank. We must re-establish the supply channel with Ao Long, or you should consider departing from Zone 9 at your earliest convenience. Old Li advised in a hushed tone. Yuan Hua will not hesitate to retaliate, regardless of your status as an officer. After contemplating for a long while, Chinyu replied, I need to return to the planning district to speak with Chi Lin personally. You should rest for a while. Once you're able to leave, address this matter immediately. Old Li remarked as he rose. I will also make a trip to Fengbei tomorrow to gauge my mentor's stance. Understood, Director. Additionally, Old Ma must remain hidden. The evidence chain has already been completed at the precinct, and his warrant is on my desk, Old Li reiterated. After a moment's contemplation, Old Cat promptly inquired, what about Ma Lair and Min's situation? I had promised Old Ma I would handle it. How can we possibly arrange for them at this juncture? Wait. Old Li dismissed tersely, turning to depart. In the sterile, disinfectant-scented hospital room, Chinyu gazed pensively at the ceiling, sighing, I thought the planning district was complicated, but I never anticipated that the true predatory environment would be in the seemingly safe Zone 9. I regret having put you in this predicament. Old Cat felt a pang of discomfort. Chinyu licked his lips and asserted, my nature is such that once a task is completed, I harbor no regrets. Please refrain from reiterating this, as it vexes me. After careful consideration, Old Cat looked at Chinyu and said this time, I will accompany you back to the planning district. Old Li would not permit your attendance. Chinyu smiled. If I were one to evade challenges, I would never have aided Chi Lin in the first place. Old Cat responded without hesitation, let us not dwell on trivialities. I will go with you. Chinyu beamed at Old Cat. In the planning district, Chi Lin, leaning on a crutch, stepped into a dilapidated room and looked up to see his mother organizing a bundle. Mother, what are you doing? He inquired. Just tidying up some clothes, she replied, seated on the cold bed, as she pulled a black leather bag from the package. Chi Lin paused, staring at the bag in astonishment, and furrowed his brow, asking Mother, what is this bag? Chapter 51. Embarking on a Journey. Fortunately, the bullet that struck Chinyu did not injure his pelvis. Yet he remained bedridden for over 20 days before he fully recovered. Throughout this period, Old Cat, Zhu Wei, Guanxi, and others did not return home. They worked at the precinct by day and spent their evenings at the hospital, fearful that Chinyu might fall victim to Yuan family's vengeance. Fortunately, after the tumultuous clashes on Dirt Street, the Yuan family, fearing further escalation due to their connections with the police, opted to suppress the matter. Additionally, the Ma family suffered greatly, with numerous key members captured and scattered, leading to a period of tranquility in Songjiang. The Yuan family refrained from further provocations, instead covertly organizing channels to release a significant stockpile of drugs. Meanwhile, the elder Ma, now a fugitive, vanished along with the remaining core members. Yet, this superficial calm did not assuage the concerns of Li Si, Qin Yu, and others. They understood that the Yuan family's current restraint was merely a strategic withdrawal, aimed at saving face with the police. The deaths of Yuan Wei and Tiger, along with the costs incurred in their confrontation with the Ma family, represented irreconcilable conflicts. Retribution from Yuan Hua was inevitable. It was merely a question of time. Thus, once Qin Yu had recuperated, he promptly reported to the police station for a face-to-face discussion with Li Si. In the office, Li Si inquired urgently, "Have you managed to contact Qilin?" Qin Yu shook his head. He left in a hurry. He surely wouldn't dare use the phone he previously had at the station, so I haven't located him yet. Isn't he staying in the planned district you arranged? Li Si asked curiously. After I set up Qilin, my friend went out to handle other matters and won't be back for a while, Qin Yu replied softly. However, I know where Qilin is. I can simply go find him directly. We need to act swiftly, Li Si said quietly. I've concluded my discussions with the higher-ups. As long as we can secure the supply channels, everything else can be negotiated. I can leave, but how do I explain my absence to the police station? Qin Yu probed cautiously. Li Si chuckled. I've already arranged everything. Internally, we'll say you've gone to Phone Bay for training for 2 weeks. The rationale is that after you shot Matsushita, you're due for a promotion to level 2 officer and to officially take on the role of group leader. So the department is granting you this training as per protocol. Should I submit a report to the team? No need. I've handled the paperwork. Just circulate the word within the group, and you can leave. Understood, Qin Yu nodded. Xiao Yu, you are well aware of the gravity of this situation, Li Si sighed. His brow furrowed as he cautioned, whether I can retain my position here, and whether you can sustain your standing in Songjiang, hinges on this moment. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu rose, his expression grave as he responded, I will exert every effort to see this through. Very well, go, Li Si said, nodding at him. Half an hour later, Qin Yu arrived at the neglected third group of Team 1, summoning Guanqi, Zhu Wei, the Tai brothers, and others for a brief meeting. I will be away for half a month. During this time, you will continue working with Team 3. I've already made the necessary arrangements. Regardless of what the future holds, you will all have a place, Qin Yu announced, a smile gracing his features as he sat. Having spent some time in Songjiang, I genuinely appreciate your support during this critical juncture. If by some stroke of luck we navigate through this challenge, rest assured wherever Qin Yu may go, you shall follow. Guanqi scratched his nose and chuckled, remarking, in our team, we aren't exactly pivotal figures. Old Zhu has attempted multiple times to ascend to the team leader position, yet Yuan Ku has feigned ignorance. Therefore, for minor players like us, with limited prospects for advancement, it is best to associate with those we feel comfortable with. Indeed, Zhu Wei nodded in agreement. The allegiances have already been established, and there's no point in lamenting. Quite frankly, if Oldie were to truly falter, I could simply resign from my position at the police station. I refuse to believe that on that fateful day on Tuzha Street, if I stood up to Yuan Ku, he could dispatch 2 individuals to eliminate someone as inconsequential as me. Do not fret, leader. We are seasoned veterans in the police force and know how to navigate these interactions, Guanqi reassured. Just focus on your own responsibilities. At that moment, everyone understood that Qin Yu's leave of absence was certainly not for the purpose of studying in Phone Bay, but rather due to old Li's special arrangements for him, which is why they offered such counsel. Thank you for your understanding, Qin Yu said, rising and patting Zhu Wei on the shoulder. I entrust the affairs of the team to you during this period. Handle what you can. For matters beyond your control, consult with the captain of Team 3 privately, as he shares a close rapport with Old Cat. Understood, came a collective response as everyone stood up. May I have a safe journey? Qin Yu grinned, extending his palm. They exchanged glances, placing their hands upon Qin Yu's, all exclaiming in unison, safe travels. In the afternoon, on the road to number 88 Courtyard, Qin Yu turned to Old Cat, asking, have you actually spoken to Old Li about accompanying me to the planning district? Oh, I forgot, Old Cat said, somewhat dazed, sniffling as he fought off a cold. Are you out of your mind? Qin Yu retorted. Old Li definitely would not want you to go. So why not mention it in advance? Suddenly leaving with me will only lead him to suspect that I coerced you. Calm down. Old Cat nonchalantly spat, pulling out his phone to dial Old Li's number. Hello. I intend to accompany Qin Yu to the planning district. Old Cat got straight to the point. Director Li was momentarily taken aback, stammering in confusion. What on earth are you thinking, going to the planning district with Qin Yu? Are you out of your mind? That place is even more chaotic than Tuja Street. What business do you have there? Come back immediately. Though typically composed, Old Lee would lose his demeanor when faced with the unpredictability of Li Fuge. I'm not seeking your approval, merely informing you. I'll have someone deliver the leave request shortly. I insist you return. Do not raise your voice. My temper is short, and if you provoke me, I might just lose my composure. Old Cat had begun to speak nonsensically. Go ahead and perish. It would be better if you froze to death. Old Lee trembled with anger. Every day, you are reckless. I truly do not understand your motives. Enough. I am not arguing with you. Old Cat replied. Who is arguing? He retorted. Chinyu is alone, and it would be too isolating for him. If he encounters difficulties, I can offer him some advice. Do not give him any suggestions, or Chinyu will inevitably perish at your hands. Old Lee shouted in exasperation. Hurry back to the office. Regardless of your worries, I will certainly go. Do not fret at home. As long as there is a glimmer of hope in securing the supply channels, I shall risk my life to make it happen. Old Cat replied in a nonchalant tone. Hearing this, Old Lee was momentarily taken aback and ceased his scolding. Call if there's anything urgent, Old Cat said as he abruptly ended the call. On the way, Chinyu cast a cheerful glance at Old Cat. On the surface, it seems you harbor a slight resentment towards Old Lee, but in truth, you care for him quite a bit. Who cares for him? I'm merely concerned that once classes resume, he won't be able to act freely in the precinct. Old Cat retorted with a sidelong glance. Let us move on. Stop dawdling. Upon returning to Courtyard 88, the two tidied up their belongings and locked the door before heading out. As they walked, Chinyu glanced back at Lin Yunlei's room. Noticing the door was tightly shut and she was not home. What are you staring at my wife's house for? Old Cat asked with a sideways glance. Have some dignity. Lin Yunlei told me she would only consider being your mother. Chinyu scoffed. Get lost. Old Cat grumbled through clenched teeth. Tell me the truth. Are you perhaps a little smitten with Lei? Enough with your nonsense. Chinyu quickened his pace. At 8:30 in the evening, a military truck loaded with supplies departed with Old Cat and Chinyu, heading toward an area even more chaotic than the rubble-strewn streets of the planned district. Chapter 52, On the Road. As they exited the 9th district, Old Cat instantly sensed the temperature plummeting once again. Sitting in the truck bed, wrapped in several military coats, he lifted the cotton curtain to peer outside, exclaiming, it must be over 40 degrees below zero. Indeed, roughly so, Chinyu replied softly, rubbing his hands together. Do not remain seated. Get up and stretch your body. Did you also sit in a vehicle when you arrived? Old Cat casually inquired. I traveled part of the way by vehicle, but then it was on foot, came Chinyu's response. You truly are a soldier, Old Cat remarked. At a loss for words. After approximately 5 hours of traversing the icy roads, the vehicle finally halted at a modest military supply station. The two disembarked, paid, and climbed into a nearly obsolete gasoline off-road vehicle to continue their journey. Given the harsh environment, electric vehicles or hybrids lacked the stability necessary for long-distance travel in such frigid temperatures. Though the gasoline off-roader was nearly beyond repair, it had been arranged through connections by Directorly. Despite its age, it was not inexpensive, but thankfully the heating system functioned and its off-road capabilities remained intact, making it quite sturdy and dependable. On the road, Old Cat, like an inquisitive child, surveyed the snow-covered landscape with curiosity, pointing to several large iron frameworks several kilometers away. Asking, what are those for? Marker towers, Chinyu replied casually. In the dark, you cannot see, but there are iron nets beneath them. What do they mark? Nuclear strikes. Chinyu explained flatly. After the catastrophe, the government constructed numerous defensive structures, but ultimately they all failed. Many of those buildings housed nuclear energy equipment when disaster struck. Explosions occurred, leaving vast areas contaminated by radiation. The construction of that tower serves as a reminder to the inhabitants of the planned area to stay away. Alas, they have indeed taken action. The Old Cat sighed. Chinyu, driving the car, idly inquired, what is your relationship with Old Lee? The Old Cat was momentarily taken aback. What can't you say? Chinyu chuckled, then I shan't ask. It's not that I can't say, the Old Cat retorted, withdrawing an electronic cigarette and turning to Chinyu. Old Lee is my uncle. He became a police chief after my father. In a certain incident, my father died in place of Old Lee, which complicates my feelings towards him. It would be a lie to say I don't harbor resentment. Yet over the years, Old Lee has treated me exceptionally well. I often force myself to forget the past, but as a son, I cannot simply let it go. Chinyu pondered for a moment. You are far better off than I am. At least you have a kindred spirit to resent, while I have no one at all. The old cat took a puff of his cigarette, remaining silent. Do you know what transpired between your father and Old Lee? Chinyu pressed on. I've heard from others that Old Lee made a mistake, and my father took the fall, resulting in his death. Has Old Lee ever explained it to you? No, he never brings it up. When I was younger, I often feigned anger to steer the conversation in that direction, but he never engaged. The old cat stared vacantly out the window. Perhaps he finds it uncomfortable to recall. Old cat, the kindness that Lee Si has shown you is well recognized within the police force. The past is behind us. Clinging to it will only exacerbate the conflict between you and Old Lee, rendering it futile. Chinyu gently advised. How many brothers would intentionally harm their own siblings? Moreover, the information you possess is secondhand. The reality may vastly differ from your assumptions. Wouldn't you agree? The old cat hesitated before nodding. All right, let us discuss something more cheerful. Chinyu grinned, shifting the topic. When do you plan to get married? With whom? With Lei. The old cat's interest peaked at the mention of romantic matters. Could you show some decorum? I've already told you. Chinyu was about to retort when he suddenly spotted a group of shabby buildings ahead, from which emerged a dozen individuals clad in thick cotton clothing. He quickly shouted, Old cat, grab the gun, hurry. What is happening? The old cat straightened his posture. Ahead, a line of individuals blocked the road. Chinyu did not draw closer, but halted the car 20 meters away. What is the matter? He yelled into the wind and snow as he rolled down the window. Brother, please, we are starving. Two men emerged from the crowd. Chinyu shouted back. Can't you see this is a military vehicle? We have no food, so get lost. If you have no food, then give us some gasoline, clothes, or money. The two men continued to advance. The old cat, observing the frostbitten figures before him, including children and the elderly, felt a pang of compassion and said, Let us give them something. Chinyu, in stark contrast to his demeanor in District 9, coldly shouted again, I'll say it once more, get lost. Damn, you're so aggressive. If you don't give us anything, we want to leave. The two men halted at Chinyu's words. Hearing the commotion, Chinyu abruptly shifted gears and slammed the accelerator, driving straight into the crowd. What the hell? Old cat exclaimed in alarm, clutching Chinyu's arm and shouting. If they refuse, so be it, but don't run them over. The crowd, upon noticing the oncoming vehicle, immediately scattered. Chinyu had no time to explain to old cat. He swiftly grabbed the firearm and fired towards the center of the throng. The sharp crack of gunfire erupted, causing the crowd to disperse once more. With his left hand deftly maneuvering the steering wheel, Chinyu drove the vehicle into the deep snow, flooring the gas pedal and speeding across the gleaming hardpacked snow. Moments later, 2 or 3 dozen individuals burst forth from the dilapidated buildings, opening fire in their direction. Fortunately, Chinyu reacted swiftly and managed to evade them. Old cat, drenched in cold sweat, sat in the vehicle, glancing back in disbelief. What the hell? These people aren't just begging. They're trying to rob us? If I had parked any closer, they would have stripped us bare and left us to freeze to death out here. Chinyu, his expression stoic, replied, The people here have lost their humanity. We're driving a military vehicle, and they dare to rob us? Do you know what this place is called? Chinyu turned to ask. I have no idea. Old cat shook his head. This is Sankanzi. 3 years ago, 10 military supply trucks from a North District passed through here and were completely raided. The army commander was furious and ordered 3 battalions, over 1,000 men, to eradicate the bandits. Yet, within a day, nearly all of them were taken down, and only about 300 managed to escape. Chinyu gestured towards the sides of the road they had just traversed. If you were to take a crowbar and dig into the snow, you might just unearth a body. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Old Cat suddenly asked, Hey, have you ever robbed grain in Sankanzi? Chapter 53. This is my fate. Listening to Old Cat's words, Chinyu chuckled lightly and replied, I have never robbed anyone. I have built my reputation in this area. Old Cat, upon hearing this, let out a rather nervous laugh. The two exchanged glances for a while before Chinyu sighed and added, I am human too. I need to eat. I understand. Old Cat nodded, momentarily taken aback. After driving for over 10 hours, they finally arrived at the southern planned area, where the temperature was slightly milder than in the north. The place where Chi Lin was hiding was called Fengin, situated on a plain and backed by mountains, not along the main highway. Many locals often band together to hunt in the mountains, both for personal sustenance and to sell to others in the district for a bit of money. Thus, the environment and security were relatively better compared to Sankanzi. Though Chinyu had not spent much time around Fengin, he had a friend who resided there and held a certain status, which is why he chose to settle Chi Lin there. The vehicle stopped in front of a modest dwelling constructed of wooden planks and mud. An old cat and Chinyu disembarked. What dismal place this is. The old cat gazed at the crooked shanty and the barren wasteland surrounding it, shaking his head in disbelief. In stark contrast, the 9th district seemed like paradise. I finally understand why you were able to establish yourself in Songjiang shortly after your arrival. If you can survive here, you can thrive anywhere. When you see Qilin, refrain from speaking thoughtlessly. He is already in a low mood. Your incessant chatter will only exacerbate his discomfort, Qinyu cautioned. It's fine. If I don't scold him for 3 days, he'll start to fidget, the old cat retorted with a grin. You are incorrigible. Qinyu replied with a resigned smile, stepping toward the house. Creak. The door swung open as Qilin, hearing the sound of the approaching vehicle, emerged and stood frozen at the sight of the two. The old cat strode forward and playfully slapped Qilin on the head, exclaiming, Little brother, have you missed me? What are you two doing here? Qilin stammered. We needed to see you. Since we couldn't reach you, we came to check on you, the old cat responded. Stepping inside and calling out, Mom, Xiaoyu. Sister Qiyu emerged from the inner room, greeting him politely, Cat go. Oh, little sister, you've grown. So plump and adorable. The old cat was one to banter with anyone, his words flowing with a carefree exuberance. Is the old cat here? Their mother called from the warmth of the calm. Hearing her voice, the old cat handed a large bag of food he and Qinyu had bought to Qiyu, smiling as he said, It's all for you. There's more food and new clothes in the car. I'll bring them in a moment. Thank you, brother, Qiyu beamed, accepting the heavy bag with joy, and using her cane, guided the old cat into the inner room. Seated on the Kong, the old cat cheerfully inquired, Mom, how is your health? Quite well, quite well. She replied, That is good to hear. You should smoke less and live a few more years. I'm soon to become the police chief. I'll take you and Qilin back to enjoy a comfortable life. The old cat spoke with a boldness that filled the room. In the other room, Qilin gestured for Qinyu to sit on the cold bed, smiling as he said, I'll get you some water. No need, no need. Qinyu waved his hand. Just sit down. At his urging, Qilin settled beside him. How is your injury? Is it healing? Qinyu asked directly. It's all healed, Qilin replied, stretching his limbs and expressing gratitude. Thanks to your friend John. Without him, I might have perished here. There are no medical supplies, but he arranged for someone to bring me what I needed and secured this room for me. That's a relief, Qinyu smiled. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Qilin leaned in and quietly asked, After I left, did the Yuan family cause any trouble? Yes, the situation is quite dire. Qinyu nodded in response. A lot has happened lately. The reason the old cat and I came was that we felt cornered and needed to seek information from you. What is going on? Think back. Before a long encountered trouble, did he mention anything to you other than the package he entrusted to you? This includes any acquaintances, friends, or connections you might know. Qinyu spoke rapidly. To be candid, the Ma family is in a dire situation, and due to your involvement, Li Si has been forced to choose sides. Yuan Hua currently refrains from seeking revenge, primarily due to the commotion he recently caused on Tuza Street, necessitating a temporary retreat from the spotlight. However, it is certain that he will continue his disruptive antics in the future. As for Lao Li, lacking a supply channel, he finds himself unable to cultivate strong connections, let alone assist Lao Ma in reclaiming his footing. Thus, Old Cat and I have come here to inquire about the supply channels. After Qilin listened attentively to Qin Yu's detailed explanation, he stared blankly at the ground, remaining silent. What is it? Qin Yu noticed Qilin's unusual demeanor and promptly pressed for an answer. After a prolonged silence, Qilin suddenly rose, bent down to lift the bed sheet, and wordlessly extracted a black leather bag from within. Qin Yu was taken aback. What does this mean? Open the bag and see. Qilin tossed the bag to Qin Yu. The latter opened the leather bag, glanced inside, and pulled out a notebook. Qilin sat back down on the bed, rubbing his face with a tone of resignation as he said, This bag was left to me by my elder brother. Before he departed, he informed me that it contained a contact number, advising me to reach out to the person within when I found myself in dire straits. At that time, I was preoccupied with thoughts of him, and, being employed at the police station, I had not yet reached a point of desperation, so I dismissed it. Later, after my brother's demise and Yuan Ke's insistence on inquiring about supply channels, I recalled the existence of this bag. However, I had handed it over to Bella at that time. When I returned to retrieve it, I unexpectedly encountered her in a compromising situation with Tiger, which infuriated me. She, perhaps frightened, claimed she had discarded the bag, leading me to believe it was lost. Qin Yu listened in stunned silence. Yet, To my astonishment, when my mother, little sister, and I fled to this place, I discovered the bag in my mother's possession. Chi Lin turned to smile, saying this bag was not thrown away by Bella, my mother. Being meticulous in her daily life, used it to store her belongings. That night, when I informed her and my sister that we needed to escape, my mother brought a considerable amount of luggage, including this bag. Qin Yu remained speechless. What is fate? This is fate. My fate. Qi Lin's eyes involuntarily brimmed with resentment as he spoke with a tone laced with irony and coldness. When I desperately sought this bag, believing it lost, it reappeared just as I found myself entangled in a web of violence, having lost my job, sustained injuries, and experienced the disintegration of my family. Does this not suggest that the heavens have a peculiar sense of favor towards me? Huh. Observing Qi Lin, Qin Yu felt an inexplicable shift within him. Despite his outward appearance remaining unchanged, I looked through the notebook. It contains only one written page, which is a contact number, Qi Lin remarked, turning to Qin Yu. However, here, I have no means to make a call. Your arrival is timely. Let us seek out my brother's friend and, by all means, establish the supply channel. What do you mean? Qin Yu inquired tentatively. In the past, I held my elder brother in disdain, perceiving him as irresponsible and self-serving. Qi Lin said with a smile. His words clear. Yet now, I wish to walk the same path he once tread. The endeavors he undertook, I shall now assume. Chapter 54. A glimmer of hope and desperation. After dusk, Qin Yu and the old cat accompanied Qi Lin's family for dinner, continuously comforting Qi's mother during the meal, assuring her that once the storm passed, they would find a way to reinstate Qi Lin as a police officer in District 9. At that moment, the elderly lady was still unaware of Along's demise and harbored no extravagant hopes for her son's future wealth. Her only desire was to return to the days of yore, wishing for her children to have jobs and meals, so that even if she were to suddenly close her eyes one day, her heart would find solace. However, both Qin Yu and the old cat understood that as long as the Yuan family remained unscathed and Qi Lin's status did not fundamentally change, the prospect of returning to District 9 as a police officer was nothing more than a pipe dream. After dinner, the three brothers ventured into Qi Lin's room. The old cat firmly shut the door and retrieved a worn-out phone from his pocket. This device operated on a virtual card from a small company in Phone Bay. Handing the phone to Qi Lin, the old cat instructed, "Use this to contact your brother's friend." "All right," Qi Lin said as he accepted the phone and, glancing at the contact notes, decisively dialed the number. After a few seconds, he shook his head. "It's unreachable. It shows it's turned off." Qin Yu pondered for a moment, his expression darkening as he analyzed. "It's possible that your brother's friend has heard the rumors from Songjiang and knows something has happened to your brother. Hence, this number is no longer in use." "Damn, if that's the case, we're finished." The old cat cursed anxiously. "Xiao Lin, send a text to this number," Qin Yu commanded, pulling out his e-cigarette. "Be straightforward and tell him that Long is gone, but you are his younger brother and can no longer stay in District 9, which is why you're reaching out. Won't that panic him?" Qi Lin furrowed his brow in concern. "There's no point in lying," Qin Yu insisted. "With such a major uproar in Songjiang, your brother's friend must have heard something, so being honest will come across as sincere." "Fine," Qi Lin conceded, lowering his head to compose a text, which he promptly sent to the number. Taking a drag from his e-cigarette, Qin Yu sighed. "Now, it's all up to fate. If your brother's friend is already spooked and has changed his number, our chances of finding him are slim. But if he is still in a state of observation, he should return our call." The old cat clasped his hands together, murmuring, "May the Buddha open his eyes. If we can successfully receive a call from a long-ass friend, I do willingly wish for Yuan Ku to meet his demise." 2 full days passed without any word from Along's friend, leaving the three brothers utterly despondent. Inside the modest dwelling, the usually carefree old cat wore a troubled expression, pacing the room with his hands behind his back, stating, "I think this matter is hopeless. If he were still using this phone, he would have responded to the text by now." "Indeed," Qi Lin replied, seated on the bed, his brow furrowed. "His silence likely indicates that the number is no longer in use." Qin Yu remained silent. "If that is the case, we're in deep trouble," the old cat lamented. Cursing, "If worst comes to worst, I won't even be able to return to Songjiang. You're still fine. At least you have Old Li to protect you. Yuan Ku and the others won't move against you anytime soon." Qin Yu responded, looking up. "But as for me, I'm completely finished. The medicinal connection is severed, and at most, it will only last a couple of months. They will undoubtedly come after me." The three individuals fell into a deep silence, their hearts heavy with apprehension. Just then, The phone rang, breaking the tense atmosphere. With renewed energy, Qin Yu immediately turned to Old Cat and inquired, "Is that yours?" Old Cat, momentarily stunned, fished his phone out of his right pocket and, with a face full of joy, replied, "Yes, it's a new number. Damn it, get Qi Lin to answer it." Qin Yu, brimming with excitement, urged him on. Qi Lin also displayed a glimmer of hope as he reached out to take the call, exclaiming, "I knew it. The heavens have dealt me a rough hand, but they must leave a glimmer of hope." With that, Qi Lin pressed the answer button. "Hello." A deep male voice resonated through the line. Qi Lin switched to speaker mode. "Is this a friend of Along?" The other party remained silent. "Don't overthink it. I'm Along's brother." Fearing the call might be cut off, Qi Lin quickly added, "I have only used this number once and have not contacted anyone else. So I know who you are. How can I verify that you're Along's brother?" The voice finally responded. "My name is Qi Lin. I have an elderly mother and a younger sister. My brother Along left home 2 years ago and has not been in touch since." Qi Lin elaborated on his brother's characteristics. He has a scar on his right shoulder and has a habit of resting one foot on the chair while eating. After a brief silence, the other party finally spoke again. "Along is dead. Why are you contacting me?" "Before he passed, he gave me your contact information, instructing me to reach out when I had nowhere else to turn." Qi Lin replied earnestly. "I'm at that point now. Along is dead, and his men have been captured." The other party replied cautiously. "I might also be in a precarious situation in Songjiang. I truly lack the capacity to assist you. Consider yourself fortunate." "Wait," Qi Lin exclaimed, noticing the other party's intention to hang up. "I am not seeking refuge. I wish to discuss business." "What business?" "The business my brother was involved in with you." The other party paused for a moment before responding with a cold chuckle. "He mentioned you. In this line of work, your temperament is not suited." "Not necessarily," Qi Lin boldly countered. "Before I left Songjiang, I fired shots on Century Avenue, took down a tiger, and rescued my sister single-handedly. My brother wasn't necessarily more capable when he was alive, was he?" After hearing this, the other party fell silent for a long time before asking, "In the drug trade, courage is a bare minimum, but to succeed, one must have connections. Will the Ma family suffice?" Qi Lin, quick-witted, retorted, "I can still use his connections." "Have you made a deal?" "Yes, I can reach Omar right now." "Just settling with the Ma family is not enough." The other party shook his head. "The police chief's nephew is with me now." At that moment, Qi Lin showcased his acumen honed within the police precinct, skillfully navigating the conversation. "With them, will it carry enough weight?" After careful consideration, the other party responded ambiguously. "Wait for my message." "Understood." With that, the two concluded their conversation. In the southern region, within the unplanned area of Jiangzhou, less than 300 kilometers from the 7th subregion, a middle-aged man with a flat haircut dialed a number on his mobile phone. After several seconds, he spoke calmly. "Hello? Boss, Qilong's younger brother has contacted me." Chapter 55, Meeting in Jiangzhou. On the other end of the line, the boss paused momentarily. "Why did he suddenly reach out to you?" "He mentioned wanting to rebuild the drug supply line and expressed interest in procuring goods from us," the man replied succinctly. I probed a bit, and he claimed to have already negotiated with the Ma family, and that he is under the protection of Old Li, the police chief of the Black Street. "For what I gather, it seems we just need to give our approval now." "Congo, are you familiar with the situation in Qilong's family?" the boss inquired suddenly. "I have some knowledge, as Along shared certain matters with me," Congo nodded. "When I spoke to that young man earlier, the information he provided aligned with what I know. Some details can be verified, but other nuances of life can only be communicated by those who have spent a significant amount of time together. Thus, I personally conclude that he is not lying. He is indeed Qilong's biological brother." The boss fell silent. "Do you think I should meet him?" Kongu tentatively suggested after a pause. "The market in Songjiang has collapsed, and we have lost a crucial distribution channel. In less than 2 months, our inventory has piled up considerably, so I believe it would be beneficial to engage with him. If he truly possesses the capability to make this work, it could save us the trouble of restructuring our operations in Songjiang later." "It is somewhat risky," the boss replied, shaking his head slightly. "What if Qilong's brother is already under the control of the Yuan family? If he is attempting to manipulate you, how would you respond?" "I'm not afraid of Yuan Hua from Songjiang, but I fear the pharmaceutical companies lurking behind him. We have disrupted their markets by producing drugs clandestinely, and the Yuan family, along with those pharmaceutical firms and their numerous paid informants, are eager to find us and eliminate us." "Surely that cannot be the case?" Konga furrowed his brow. "I have investigated the situation in Songjiang. Qilong's brother, Qi Lin, was forced to flee from the Ninth District after killing Yuan Hua's uncle and a senior official. Such enmity cannot be easily resolved. Does this Qi Lin have any family left? The boss asked. Yes, he has an elderly mother and a younger sister, Kong Gu responded. If those two have already been taken control of by Yuan Hua, is there a possibility that Qi Lin would cooperate with him? The boss probed further. Kong Gu fell silent at this remark. We are not well acquainted with the specifics of the Songjiang situation. If Qi Lin is indeed under their control, your mere appearance would surely attract attention. They need not act immediately. By following your lead, they could eventually trace us. The boss spoke with great caution. If we were to be exposed with our current standing, facing an onslaught from several pharmaceutical companies and political entities, our demise would be inevitable. Kong Gu felt a twinge of uncertainty upon hearing this. As long as we can continue to produce pharmaceuticals, there will always be a market in this era. Currently, we appear rather weak compared to the officially recognized pharmaceutical companies, so we must exercise extreme caution, first seeking survival, then pursuing growth. The boss whispered cautiously. I do not recommend taking the risk of contacting Qi Lin. It would be wise for you to remain hidden and temporarily abandon the Songjiang line. At this moment, Brother Kong harbored two conflicting thoughts. First, his bond with Qi Long was exceptionally strong. Otherwise, the latter would not have entrusted his contact information to his brother, foreseeing potential trouble. Therefore, Brother Kong was inclined to lend Qi Lin a helping hand. Second, within this clandestine drug production team, Brother Kong played the role of regional market supervisor. The Songjiang territory had long been his domain, and should he sever ties, he would not only incur significant financial losses, but also face a demotion within the team. After careful deliberation, Brother Kong resolutely insisted. I believe there will be no issues with Qi Lin, as I have heard that Old Lee from the Black Street has indeed had a conflict with Yuan Ku. Moreover, considerable effort was expended to establish our connection with the Songjiang line. I genuinely do not wish to relinquish it so easily. What do you mean? Asked the boss. I wish to make contact with Qi Lin, Brother Kong replied through gritted teeth. But rest assured, if the other party harbors ill intentions, I shall cease all proceedings at my end. I will not implicate the company. After a moment of silence, the boss softly responded, Very well, if that is your decision. Proceed as I have instructed. Half an hour later, Qi Lin answered the ringing phone. Hello? Let us meet, Brother Kong stated succinctly. In 3 days, I will be at the Jijiang living area in Jiangzhou. There's an entertainment venue called the Buckingham Palace. You must be there by 8 in the evening. Qi Lin paused. Jiangzhou? That is quite far from here, and I fear I might not make it in 3 days. Provided there are no delays on the road, there will be ample time, Brother Kong replied authoritatively. I will wait for you for 3 days. All right, I understand, Qi Lin replied, and with that, Brother Kong decisively hung up the phone. In the room, Qin Yu looked at Qi Lin, his voice filled with urgency. What did he say? We agreed to meet. But in Jiangzhou, and he requires us to arrive within 3 days, Qi Lin replied with a furrowed brow. The timeline is rather tight. Old Cat interjected with a scowl. Jiangzhou is quite far, and we have not met this individual before. Relying solely on a phone number to rush over could be perilous if he has ulterior motives. Holding his phone, Qi Lin turned to the two men. Regardless of whether they lay a feast or set a trap, I am determined to go. Otherwise, I shall never have another chance to turn my fortunes around. Qin Yu glanced at Old Cat. Fortune favors you. You can choose not to go. Nonsense. The drug trade concerns Old Lee's very life. If you two are risking it, how can I abstain? Old Cat replied without hesitation. For the first time, I feel that the name my mother bestowed upon me is indeed auspicious. Time waits for no one. Since we have all decided to go, let's not hesitate. Qin Yu nodded and instructed, Make arrangements for my mother and younger sister. We shall depart tonight. Agreed. Qi Lin nodded. That evening, Qin Yu called his friend John, arranging for his sister and mother to stay temporarily at another household, and he paid for their meals with cash. After settling down, the three individuals expended a considerable sum to procure 4 large barrels of gasoline from a black market dealer before embarking on their journey to the planned area of Jiangzhou. On this venture, they had no opportunity for retreat. The lives and fortunes of each were intricately tied to their ability to connect with a pharmaceutical supplier. In an era of turmoil, where the 9 districts were fragmented and chaos reigned, these brothers, united in their desperation, truly began their expedition from that day forward. Chapter 56. The Sudden Assault and the Gathering at Jinshou. Qi Lin's abode lay approximately over 800 kilometers from Jiangzhou, a distance that, in more favorable times, could have been traversed in a mere 20 hours by car. However, The current harsh conditions rendered the landscape unrecognizable. After departing from the northern regions, Qilin encountered an endless expanse of Gobi Desert in the central plains, alongside the remnants of a once mighty riverbed that had sustained countless lives, now reduced to arid ravines. The living conditions in Asia have devolved into three distinct tiers. The third tier comprises uninhabitable zones, severely afflicted by disaster. Here, the land is parched and cracked. With no water sources for hundreds of miles, some areas remain frozen year-round, while others have transformed into vast oceans. Prior to the calamity, the government had deployed extensive technological measures to combat the disasters. Yet these efforts ultimately succumbed to the relentless forces of nature, leaving behind a plethora of hidden dangers, such as nuclear remnants and hazardous chemical sources. Presently, these areas have become places where no one dares to tread. Perhaps it will take several decades for them to gradually recover. The second tier consists of planned areas where, despite the harsh environment, the populace can still adapt. However, due to geographical limitations and the scarcity of resources across the 9 districts, they remain unable to evolve into officially sanctioned zones under the protection of a unified government, characterized by stable social environments and relatively comfortable living conditions. The first tier is comprised of genuine living zones established by the federal government, divided into 4 regions in Asia, 4 in the Euro-African Union, plus a specially designated 9th district. Our Chinese compatriots possess substantial influence in both the 7th and 8th districts, wielding considerable authority within a unified government. When disaster truly struck, the world bore witness to the might of one. For billion people, their collective roar and miraculous resilience. The Jiangzhou planned area, situated near the 7th district, boasts a relatively better geographical environment compared to the north, with several thriving urban centers. Among them is the Jianzhou living area, as mentioned by Brother Kong, while the entirety of Jiangzhou is referred to as the quasi-10th district. 2 years prior, the unified government seriously contemplated establishing a new city here. Yet due to limited resources, the challenges of managing a large populace, and the complexity of various factions, the plans ultimately fell through. After nearly 3 days of relentless travel, Qin Yu, Qilin, and Old Cat finally arrived at Jinzhou. Their journey, characterized by cross-regional challenges, was fraught with trials and tribulations aplenty. Later, the Old Cat conceded that had it not been for Qin Yu's presence in the car, coupled with his wealth of life experience, both he and Qilin would have likely faltered midway, for certain matters cannot merely be resolved through audacity. Though the journey was fraught with obstacles, they ultimately reached their destination. Upon entering Jiansan, the trio indulged in a brief meal of warm sustenance. And after a short respite of a few hours, they hastened to the Buckingham Palace Entertainment City as night descended. The entertainment venues of this era starkly differ from the earlier clubs and nightclubs, lacking both scale and grandeur. When individuals can scarcely afford a meal, there is little time for frivolous pursuits steeped in revelry and excess. The Buckingham Palace comprises merely 3 floors, featuring over 20 private rooms, a handful of guest accommodations, and a lounge akin to a casual bar. Presently, the clientele frequenting this establishment are seldom those seeking mere leisure. The vast majority are engaged in business gatherings, attending to serious matters. Due to the scarcity of resources, the standard of consumption naturally escalates. Following Brother Kang's guidance, Qilin reserved a private room on the 2nd floor, and shortly thereafter, a service attendant ushered in a dozen striking young women. "Is this all the beverages available?" the attendant inquired politely. "Yes," Qilin affirmed with a nod. "Then please select your companions." The attendant grinned, adding, "We cater to all types, and our talents include singing, dancing, and more." Qin Yu and his companions were present to engage in serious discussions, their minds far removed from such leisurely activities. Thus, they politely declined, stating, "Let us wait a while longer. Our guests have yet to arrive." As the words left his lips, the attendant was about to nod in acknowledgement when, unexpectedly, a young woman stepped forward from the far left, her face aglow with a smile. "Hey, why not just choose 3 of us? We have our tasks, and without a spot to occupy all day, not only do we earn nothing, but we also risk penalties." The Old Cat, a charming fellow, turned his gaze towards the speaker. After a thorough appraisal, he noted her bright eyes and beaming smile, her figure alluring, exuding an innate charm. With a grin, he retorted, "With looks like yours, how could you lack clientele?" Upon realizing the Old Cat was engaging her, the young woman approached eagerly, declaring, "We have women of every hue, and the competition is fierce. If I don't work hard, I won't earn a penny." The old cat turned to Chinyu, whispering in his ear, "In such places, we ought not to draw too much attention. Why not let a few sit down, and when the main guests arrive, we can have them leave? After all, you'll surely want to entertain them as well." Considering the old cat's reasoning, Chinyu nodded in agreement. "Let us keep 3 then. What do we call you? Young lady?" The old cat inquired, turning to the girl. "Coco," she replied. "Then let 2 of your close friends sit down as well," he casually suggested. Coco paused momentarily, then exclaimed, "What? Do you have no friends here?" The old cat teased with a sidelong glance. "I do." Coco regained her composure, pointing to 2 girls on her left. "You 2 come sit." With that, the 2 young women approached and seated themselves beside Chi Lin and Chinyu. The service attendant bowed slightly and courteously remarked, "Enjoy yourselves, esteemed guests." After exchanging pleasantries, the remaining attendants departed. The old cat, feeling quite bored, lowered his gaze to Coco's long legs and instinctively reached out, saying, "Sister, you possess quite a bit of elasticity. Brother, you're truly outrageous." "Not outrageous, I merely have a hint of charm." Chi Lin, seated nearby, overheard this exchange and, feeling a slight headache, leaned toward Chinyu, muttering, "He certainly has a big heart." Coco, crossing her legs, unconsciously removed the old cat's hand from her thigh, remarking, "Your little hands are quite attractive." Downstairs, a middle-aged man with a buzz cut entered the hall alone. A young attendant hurried over and asked, "Sir, are you alone or with friends? Do you have a reservation?" "My surname is Kong. I have booked a suite on the 3rd floor for a meeting." The man with the buzz cut replied, surveying his surroundings. "Very well, please follow me," the attendant said, stepping aside with a smile to lead the way. Chapter 57, The Long Coat and Ponytail. Under the attendant's guidance, Brother Kong entered the suite on the 3rd floor. After glancing around, he bent down on the bed to retrieve his phone and sent a message. "Boss, I have arrived and am ready to make contact." "Understood," came the prompt reply. With permission granted, Brother Kong dialed Chi Lin's number. "Hello?" "Greetings, Brother Kong," Chi Lin responded, having learned the man's name through previous interactions. "We have arrived at Buckingham Palace." "Where are you?" Kong inquired. "In the private room on the 2nd floor," Chi Lin answered honestly. Brother Kong licked his lips and, after a moment of contemplation in the dimly lit room, replied, "Come to Suite 09 on the 3rd floor." "All right," came the affirmation. After their communication concluded, Brother Kong approached the room door and peered through the peephole at Suite 09 across the way. In the private room on the 2nd floor, Chi Lin secured his phone and immediately turned to Chinyu and the old cat, announcing, "The person has arrived, and he is on the 3rd floor. Did we not agree to meet in this private room? Why has he suddenly gone to the 3rd floor?" The old cat frowned and replied, "Does this old fellow have something up his sleeve?" Before he could finish, Chinyu swiftly pinched the old cat's wrist and looked up at the 3 ladies, instructing, "You should leave for now." The old cat fell silent. Coco, slightly taken aback, quickly said to the other 2 ladies, "Let us step out. We shall allow the boss to handle his business." Once Coco and the others had left, Chinyu, seated on the sofa, turned serious and said, "We have rushed in without a clear understanding of who we are dealing with. It is better to be cautious. We should guard against the cunning rather than the honorable." Hearing this, the 2 men drew the handguns they had acquired from the military along with their off-road vehicle, checking them thoroughly before retrieving their personal bags to distribute spare magazines. Suddenly, the door to the private room creaked open. Coco blinked, taken aback by the sight of the 3 men handling firearms. Chinyu turned to the doorway, his gaze icy as he questioned Coco, "Who the hell let you in?" I left my bag on the sofa." "You gentlemen carry on. I will come back for it shortly," Coco stammered, quickly pushing the door shut. The old cat glanced at the sofa, confirming that Coco's bag was indeed there before turning back, urging, "Hurry up." Once adequately prepared, the 3 individuals swiftly departed from the private room, making their way towards the 3rd floor. Upon reaching the upper level, Kong received a phone call. He glanced at the number and, as he was about to answer, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the corridor. In the hallway, a young man clad in a long leather coat, military green tapered trousers, and soiled leather boots, with a broad leather belt cinched around his waist, strolled leisurely towards Suite 09, hands tucked into the sleeves of his coat. His long face was adorned with a thick, unkempt beard, sharp eyes glimmering with a subtle smirk. He turned briefly to survey the corridor behind him before stating, "The person is right here. Let us proceed." No sooner had he spoken than his companions quickened their pace towards the staircase leading to the second floor, when suddenly, a voice erupted from above. Brown, I've entrusted you with all my capital. What do you mean by treating me this way? Dear Wu, please refrain from behaving like a gambler. I am not a deity. I cannot assure everyone profits, came the retort. Bullshit. You have betrayed me, yelled the voice from the second floor platform. The man closer to the left side of the corridor immediately turned to the leather-coated figure and inquired, Are we still on? Pay them no mind. Continue with your business. The man in the coat replied, still with his hands tucked away. With that, the two companions hastened their steps. Meanwhile, on the second floor platform, three middle-aged men were embroiled in a fierce altercation with three Caucasians, hurling insults while reeking of alcohol. The narrow staircase leading to the third floor became a bottleneck, effectively trapping Qin Yu and his companions below as they attempted to ascend. Noticing the inebriated individuals were engaged in a prolonged dispute, Qin Yu reached out to one of the Caucasian men, saying, Please step aside. Do you have any idea how expensive my suit is, you filthy bastard? Get lost. The Caucasian replied arrogantly. Old Cat, hearing the commotion, stepped forward, revealing his firearm, and with a swift motion, struck the man across the face with his left hand. You're in our territory. Do you not understand the meaning of discretion? Move aside. Upon seeing Old Cat's weapon, the Caucasian was momentarily taken aback. Qin Yu pushed through the crowd, forcing his way up alongside Old Cat and Qilin. In less than 10 seconds, the trio reached the third-floor corridor. Just as they turned to locate Suite 09, according to the signage, they were startled by a loud bang, the sound of a door being kicked open from the left. Qin Yu turned his head at the noise. Bang! Gunfire erupted, resonating throughout the Buckingham Palace. What is happening? Qilin instinctively reached for his waist. Qin Yu, reacting swiftly, scanned the signage and discerned that the source of the gunfire originated from the direction of Suite 09. Simultaneously, at the far end of the corridor, Kong's face was a mask of panic as he looked at the leather-coated man. You bastards! With a smile, the man withdrew his right hand from his sleeve and playfully patted Kong's cheek. Are you feeling exhilarated to see me? You! Don't shout, if you do. I'll put you down, the leather-coated man replied with a grin, then waved his hand dismissively. Let us go. Gunfire has been exchanged. One of his companions pointed at Kong, cautioning, this venue has certain ties to his boss. The man in the trench coat, with a calm demeanor, casually brushed his ponytail and exclaimed, It's too cumbersome to go through the front door. Let's jump out the window. At his words, the crowd hastened toward the window. In the corridor, after a moment of hesitation, Qin Yu broke into a sprint, rounding two corners before he stumbled upon the scene of Brother Kong being dragged toward the window. Lao Mao stood slightly behind, gazing up at the spectacle on the windowsill, and with a quickened mind, shouted, Brother Kong. Upon calling out, Lao Mao seized Qin Yu and concealed them both around the corner of the corridor. At the window, Brother Kong, upon hearing the call, struggled to look back. Noticing the corridor was empty, he too, drawing upon his experience, shouted, Help me. Bang! No sooner had the words left his mouth than the man in the trench coat yanked Brother Kong and leapt downwards. Back at the corridor's corner, Lao Mao snapped back to reality and told Qin Yu, It's over. This rascal is in trouble. Below, the sound of hurried, heavy footsteps echoed deafeningly. Damn it! Qin Yu cursed, scratching his head. What kind of predicament is this? Why does trouble always seem to find us? We must save Brother Kong, otherwise, our efforts will have been in vain. Qilin called out, his eyes filled with urgency as he rushed towards the window. Chapter 58, The Kidnapped Liaison, Additional Update 1. Qin Yu, Lao Mao, and Qilin dashed to the window, peering down to discover a landing on the second floor. The ponytailed man and his accomplices had jumped down to this platform before descending the adjacent staircase. Qin Yu stood at the window, looking ahead, and saw the ponytailed man and his cohorts hastily escorting Brother Kong across the street and into an alley. Brother Kong called out for us to save him, which indicates he is aware of his perilous situation. Qilin urged, his tone urgent. We must rescue him. Otherwise, our efforts will have been futile. Understanding the gravity of Qilin's words, Qin Yu knew there was no time for further hesitation. He turned to Lao Mao and said, You go get the car. Qilin and I will follow. You two be careful, Lao Mao cautioned. I'll grab the car and make a call. Qin Yu tossed a remark over his shoulder and climbed onto the windowsill, calling to Qilin, Let's go. With that, the two leapt down from the windowsill, while Lao Mao turned and hurried toward the staircase leading down to the second floor. After navigating two corners, just as Lao Mao was about to descend, He heard the sound of rapid footsteps below. Shortly after, he spotted 7 or 8 young thugs in Buckingham Palace uniforms, armed and charging up. Locking eyes with them, Lao Mao reacted swiftly, his face pale as he pointed down the corridor and shouted, "Thank goodness you're here. Someone just fired a gun and abducted a person who jumped out the window." "How many of them?" the lead thug asked, frowning. "I didn't see clearly. Maybe 4 or 5, Lao Mao replied, stepping aside. Seeing Lao Mao alone and unarmed, the group dismissed their doubts and rushed toward the window. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Lao Mao hastened down the stairs, muttering to himself, "Good grief, life has become unexpectedly thrilling." Behind Buckingham Palace, after Qin Yu dashed down the steps of the platform and was about to cross the road, Qi Lin suddenly pulled him back. It seemed the other party had yet to notice someone was following them. "Let us not rush in too recklessly. Let us get closer before we take action." Qin Yu paused at his words, glanced back at Qi Lin, and replied, "I understand." After their brief exchange, the two hastily crossed the road and entered the alley. The power supply system in the planned area was notoriously inadequate, and after 10 o'clock at night, the majority of residential areas were shrouded in darkness, especially in these unmanaged, dilapidated alleys. Thus, Qin Yu and Qi Lin walked slowly within the alley, able to discern only distant silhouettes, while the other party struggled to detect their presence. They maintained a safe distance, managing to follow without undue peril. The alley was somewhat narrow and elongated. Holding their guns, Qin Yu and Qi Lin trailed for about 200 meters, making 2 turns before reaching the end. At the street corner of the alley, a dilapidated off-road pickup truck was idling. The ponytail man had his gun pressed against Kong Ji's head as he approached the vehicle, when a young man clad in a black leather jacket approached him, engaging in hushed conversation. Due to the distance, Qin Yu and Qi Lin could not discern the contents of their exchange, but both sensed that this group might be preparing to withdraw. "Should we rush in and grab them?" Qi Lin asked, furrowing his brow. Qin Yu, illuminated by the vehicle's headlights, could see the ponytailed man and his companions clearly and shook his head in response. "I don't think these people are benign, with their leather coats and combat boots. They seem to have spent time in lawless regions. Moreover, we only have these 2 short guns. If we confront them up close, we have no idea what they might pull from their pockets." After contemplating for a moment, Qi Lin gritted his teeth and declared, "If this doesn't work out, you can always return to the planned area. Old Cat has Li CS protection, so he will never have to worry about survival. But what do I, Qi Lin, have? I've only managed to survive this long thanks to the 2 of you. The drug line is my only chance for a turnaround. I must take the risk, even if it costs me my life." Qin Yu was taken aback by his words. "Even if I could pull out a mortar from my pocket today, I would still engage with them." With a steely resolve, Qi Lin grasped his gun and moved forward. "I'll fire first." By the roadside, the ponytailed man retrieved a stack of money from his coat and tossed it to the young man in the black leather jacket, saying, "Thanks for this. We'll meet again. Don't mention it, Brother Xiao. If you need anything, just give me a call. There are too many eyes here. I'll be on my way." The young man in the leather jacket nodded respectfully. In the alley, Qin Yu and Qi Lin advanced side by side, their eyes fixed intently on the ponytailed man, ready to pull the trigger at any moment. 15 meters. 10 meters. As the distance closed, Qin Yu looked up at Qi Lin and whispered, "We can't engage directly. I'll take out the 2 beside him, and you can capture the leader." "Understood." Qi Lin crouched, preparing to sprint. Just then, a rapid phone ring pierced the air. The ponytailed man turned sharply. 2 minutes earlier, Old Cat had burst out of the chaotic Buckingham Palace, swiftly crossing the road and diving into a car. Virum. After starting the engine, Old Cat reached for the gear shift, heading towards the back of the entertainment complex. A flurry of hurried footsteps approached, and a stunningly attractive young lady gracefully emerged from behind the car, reaching out to pull open the passenger door. The Old Cat turned at the sound, momentarily frozen in place. With a charming smile, she slid into the passenger seat, a waft of fragrance accompanying her. She casually closed the door and remarked, "Hey there. I'm coming with you tonight." "Kiki?" The Old Cat recalled the name of the enchanting woman who had just shared drinks with him in the private booth. "Oh, you remember my name?" Kiki responded with a smile. The Old Cat, unable to engage in idle chatter, frowned and urged, "Get out of the car. I'm busy tonight." "What's the rush?" Kiki inquired, leaning closer. "I said get out." The Old Cat shouted urgently. "I have something to attend to." "Planning to slip away after getting what you wanted?" Kiki fixed her gaze on him. The Old Cat, taken aback, asked, "What do you mean?" "Tell your 2 friends to bring Kong back to me." Kiki's smile had vanished. The Old Cat, momentarily stunned, instinctively reached for his waist. Nearby, 3 men in suits quietly encircled them from behind, remaining still and unarmed, standing expressionlessly beside the driver's window, coldly observing the old cat. "Don't move, or things will get messy," Kiki said, her delicate finger tapping his chest. "Call your friend." "Who are you?" the old cat asked, astonished. Kiki, with her bright eyes, reached into his pocket and retrieved his phone, saying, "I am the boss." The old cat was left dumbfounded. Kiki held the phone, her voice clear as she commanded, "If you don't want to meet your end in Jiangzhou, unlock it and call your friend." Chapter 59. The Sudden Burden from the Sky. Additional Update 2. On the street, a man with a ponytail, known as Brother Xiao, turned to look down the alley upon hearing the phone ring, raising 2 fingers. Meanwhile, 2 young men shoved Kong into a car, while 2 others pulled out shotguns, racking the bolts with a distinctive sound. A man in a black leather jacket, visibly anxious, turned to Brother Xiao and asked, "No one will see me, right? That would be troublesome. If anyone shows up, take care of him," Brother Xiao replied, gesturing to the armed men. Following his cue, the 2 men dispersed, shotguns at the ready as they moved toward the alley. Brother Xiao followed behind at a leisurely pace. In the silent alley, the dull sound of footsteps echoed as the 2 armed youths advanced several meters, turning left to see a wooden door ajar behind a building. A flicker of light visible within. Brother Xiao licked his lips and approached, first signaling his companions to remain still. He then glanced inside before abruptly pulling the door handle. The door opened, releasing a whiff of cooking oil into the air. Brother Xiao, maintaining his impassive demeanor, peered inside and discovered a small restaurant kitchen, where a chef was busy frying something. Hearing the noise, the chef turned around, a jovial smile on his plump face. "The main entrance is in front." Brother Xiao glanced at the chef, hesitated for a moment, and then nodded. "I must have taken a wrong turn." The chef, hearing his response, turned back to continue cooking. Xiao Ge cast a brief glance inside the room and, upon detecting no abnormalities, closed the door and departed with his 2 companions. Just as they left, the storage room door in the kitchen swung open. Qi Lin brandished his gun at another chef, his gaze fierce as he threatened, "Prepare your dishes well. Do not let your own demise be served on a platter." "Understood, understood." The chef by the stove nodded vigorously. As they exited through the front door, Qin Yu secured his firearm and urged Qi Lin to hurry. On the street, Xiao Gu settled into the car and turned to the young man in the black jacket, saying, "That was merely the back kitchen of a restaurant. It must have been someone from the establishment stepping out to make a call. There's nothing to worry about." "Oh, that's a relief," the young man in the black jacket replied, visibly easing. "If there's anything, just make a call." Xiao Ge tossed this remark over his shoulder before shutting the car door and commanding, "Let us go." The driver shifted into gear and accelerated away. Once the vehicle vanished from sight, the young man in the black jacket excitedly retrieved the money Xiao Ge had just given him, counting it with his thumb while walking and spitting in delight. At the front entrance, Qin Yu walked briskly with his head down, remarking, "These individuals have an insider, otherwise their Operation Wound Tea have been so seamless." The one in the black jacket, Qi Lin's mind raced. "You mean someone from the establishment?" "It must be. He just took the money." Qin Yu nodded. "What do you mean?" "I'll give Lao Mao a call and ask him to drive over first." Upon hearing this, Qin Yu took out his phone and dialed Lao Mao's number. A few seconds later, the call connected, and Qin Yu immediately exploded with fury. "Tiger, is that you? You knew we were working, yet you still had the audacity to call, nearly putting us in jeopardy. Why are you so worked up?" "Your friend can't take calls right now," came the voice of Kiki. Qin Yu paused momentarily. "Who are you?" "I am Brother Kang's boss," Kiki replied succinctly. "We met earlier in the private room." Qin Yu, with a sharp memory, quickly recalled the voice and inquired, "You were the one who came back for the bag?" "Yes." "What do you mean?" Qin Yu found himself perplexed. "How long is gone? We were prepared to abandon the line in Songjiang, but Brother Kong insisted on helping you. And yet you engaged in actions that defy the rules," Kiki said, her brows furrowing. "Return him to me. I want one of your friend's legs, and then we can consider this matter resolved." Stunned, Qin Yu quickly retorted, "You are placing the blame squarely on us. You know in your heart whether it's your fault." "That's nonsense. Kong is not in our possession. He was taken by someone else." Qin Yu's eyes widened as he explained. "We haven't even had the chance to see him. Kong arranged to meet you tonight. The time and place were known only to you and us," Kiki replied coldly. "He came to harm as soon as you brandished your weapons upstairs. If you tell me it wasn't you, who would believe that?" Qin Yu felt utterly at a loss, his frustration reaching a boiling point. "I don't care if you are from the Yuan family or some pawns of a pharmaceutical company. If anything happens to Kong, I assure you, you won't even know where to bury this fellow tomorrow. It truly was not us. Cheney responded almost with a roar. We are here to secure a supply channel. Coco lightly drummed her fingers on her thigh with her left hand while thoughtfully holding her phone in her right, replying, I lack a foundation of trust with you. Your words are difficult for me to believe. How about this? If you claim this matter has nothing to do with you, then come find me, and we shall discuss it face to face. Do you take me for a fool? You don't believe me now, and you think I will convince you by meeting in person? Yu furrowed his brows and retorted, if the two of us fall into your hands, will our heads still belong to us? You neither return people nor dare to meet. Do you think I am merely a drinking companion? Coco sneered. Then let us not discuss it. Tomorrow, I will inform you where to burn paper for your friend. Wait. Yu, sweating profusely, pleaded, give me some time. I can prove we are not involved in this matter. Coco paused, deliberating for a moment, then glanced at her watch. Before dawn, if I do not receive a call from you, we need not communicate further. After speaking, Yu heard the busy tone as the call ended. What happened? Lin urgently inquired as Yu removed the phone from his ear. Damn it, Yu cursed, responding with a dejected expression. The woman accompanying Old Cat tonight is Boss Kang's superior. She suspects that we orchestrated Kang's predicament, which is why Old Cat was captured. Damn, Lin exclaimed, kicking over a nearby trash can in frustration. Why is everything going so poorly? Not a single thing goes right. On the street, Coco sat in the car with her legs crossed, resting her chin on her hand, lost in thought. Boss, anyone bold enough to come to our territory to capture Kong must be reckless, the driver remarked with a stern expression. Since they have succeeded, it is highly likely they will no longer concern themselves with their companion, which puts Kong in danger. This situation carries an unusual scent, Coco said. Her brows slightly furrowed as she gently shook her head. Inquire if Kong has offended anyone recently. What do you mean? The driver asked, somewhat perplexed. Ask less, act more. Coco replied, her expression devoid of emotion as she gazed at the driver. Understood, I will call immediately. The driver nodded repeatedly. Chapter 60. Before Dawn, Additional Update 3. On the street, diagonally opposite Buckingham Palace's main entrance, Yu observed the customers hastily departing due to the recent gunfire and spoke rapidly to Lin. I need to go inside. You wait at the entrance. Let's go together. No need. Yu removed his outer coat, preparing to wear it inside out. It's chaotic in there. Even if we encounter him, it would be unwise to act. I will gather some information and return promptly. I will wait nearby. If anything goes wrong, you shoot, and I will assist you. All right. After donning his reverse garment, Yu glanced around before stepping forward to cross the street. At that moment, footsteps approached, and someone nearby was speaking on the phone. Something happened at the store. I need to take a look before heading home. Don't worry. Yes, I'll take a leave tomorrow. Haha, it's nothing. Just had great luck today. The boss gave me a bonus. I'll take you out later. Yu turned his head upon hearing the sound, his gaze instantly fixating on the man on the street who was engaged in a phone call. Clad in a thick down jacket and sporting a short hairstyle that appeared somewhat unfamiliar, he nonetheless recognized this individual as the man in the black jacket who had just spoken with the ponytail figure, based on his trousers, physique, and gestures. Lin, having a background in law enforcement, possessed a fundamental memory and investigative acumen. Thus he too identified the individual. After a brief pause, Yu turned around and said to Lin with a lowered voice, this simplifies matters. There's no need to proceed inside. I'll handle it. Lin nodded in agreement and promptly moved forward with haste. Once the man in the black jacket ended his call, he prepared to cross the street, heading directly for the store's entrance. Hey buddy, Lin called out, catching up and tapping the man on the shoulder from behind. The man turned around, his tone brusque as he demanded, who are you? Lin, expressionless, pressed his gun against the man's waist and replied, watch your tone when speaking to me. The man froze in surprise. Minutes later, in the dimly lit street filled with a foul odor, the man in the black jacket lay on the ground, bloodied and clutching his head, pleading, stop hitting me, please. Yu, rolling up his sleeves, shouted, where is he? Which person? The man, in a state of confusion, protested. You must have mistaken me for someone else. Lin, reacting swiftly, kicked the man in the head, demanding, where's Brother Kong? I don't know him. The young man insisted, shielding his head with his arms. Yu seized the collar of the man, gritting his teeth as he scolded at the alley entrance. Next to the car. Did you take the money? Damn it, do you dare to lie? Do you believe I gather a whole nest of little rats and shove them down your throat? The young man, upon hearing this, blurted out. Was it you who called in the alley? Now you finally understand, Qin Yu said, striking the man's head with his fist as he demanded. Where is he? Where is Brother Kong? Brother, I'm just a messenger, the young man stammered. With his patience utterly exhausted, Qin Yu forcefully pushed the young man away, raising his right leg and delivering a swift kick to the man's left knee. The sound of bones dislocating echoed instantly. Ah! A piercing scream reverberated through the alley as the young man knelt, clutching his knee, and cried, Stop! I'll tell you. The one who orchestrated the kidnapping is Brother Xiao. He is from the No Man's Land, and he worked for the Leaf family in Jiangzhou. As for why they targeted Brother Kong, I'm not sure, but he might have been taken to Jianshanbai. Be precise. Qi Lin shouted, hands on his hips. Yes. Brother Kong has indeed been taken to Jianshanbai. I'm certain. I overheard their conversation. The young man, no longer daring to argue, pressed his forehead against the ground, his voice now tinged with tears. In a certain cargo yard on Zhongxing Street in Jianshan, Lao Mao, with his pants wedged, sat awkwardly on the edge of a chair, grinning at Kiki as he said, Sister, it's truly a misunderstanding. We are here for business, not for kidnapping. To be honest, I'm a police officer, a decent person. How could you think I would engage in such illicit activities? Decent? Kiki removed the hair tie from her wrist, letting her hair flow freely. You weren't acting like this in the private room. At that time, I may have been a bit unruly, but I never considered you as part of the service industry. Before the words could fully escape her lips, Coco reached out and grasped the old cat's chin, gazing down as she spoke. Do not attempt to sweet-talk me or procrastinate. Speak the truth. Are you here for Brother Kong? Absolutely not. We came to make friends. The old cat retorted, his eyes wide with indignation. My brother Qilin's elder brother met his end at the hands of the Yuan family. Do you truly believe we would deliberately set a trap for Brother Kong? There is no profit in that. Who killed Along is inconsequential, Coco replied coldly. What matters is who can ensure Qilin's future flourishes. The old cat fell silent at her words. I'll wait until dawn. If your friend does not return, you and your loathsome mouth will remain in Jiangzhou forever. Coco released her grip on the old cat's chin, turning to shout. The fact that they could so effortlessly abduct Brother Kong suggests that the Golden Han Palace may have their insiders. Find them and eliminate the threat. Understood. Boss. The driver nodded before departing. After Coco finished speaking, she ascended the stairs. The old cat watched her retreating figure, an inexplicable chill creeping into his heart. In this era, even a man of 5 feet finds survival challenging. Thus, a frail woman who could step into the limelight and assume the role of a boss indicates a great deal. At the very least, she is not a character prone to softness or hesitation. Meanwhile, on the road, Qin Yu tugged at the young man beside him, whispering, How far is Jianshan north from here? Just over 10 kilometers, the young man replied, limping along and nodding submissively. Qilin furrowed his brow and inquired, What are they planning to do with Brother Kong? I'm not sure, the young man shook his head. I don't pry into such matters. Asking too many questions is of no benefit to oneself. Brother Kong is in danger, Qin Yu stated tersely. That fellow with the little braid, daring enough to flaunt money in front of Brother Kong, clearly indicates they have no intention of allowing him to return alive. Qilin felt a jolt in his heart upon hearing this. 10 kilometers is too far. Without a vehicle, by the time we walk there, it will be too late. Qin Yu glanced at his watch. We need to think of a way to get there quickly. Hearing this, Qilin scanned the street, and after a moment's pause, suddenly approached a restaurant, shouting, Is the owner in? What's the matter? The owner asked from behind the counter. Is that motorcycle for sale? Are you out of your mind? It's not for sale, the owner replied, settling back down. Qin Yu entered, pulling out 1,000 yuan from his pocket. Is it for sale now? The owner was momentarily taken aback, then leaned back with a smirk. Add another 1,000, and I'll sell it, haha. With a bang, Qin Yu slammed his gun on the table. The money is gone. Will this suffice? The owner recoiled in fright, his body leaning back in alarm. Minutes later, amidst the howling wind, Qin Yu, and the young man found themselves riding a small motorcycle, speeding towards Jianshan North. Chapter 61. The Dashing Hawk Brother, Additional Update 4. In the dead of night, within a building by the roadside in Jianshan North, Hawk Brother sat at the dining table, leisurely enjoying exquisite dishes and sipping strong liquor. After approximately 10 minutes, the door to the second-floor living room was yanked open from the outside, as a young man in his 20s led a burly middle-aged man into the room. The two individuals are core members of the Leaf family from Jiangzhou. The young man, named Li Tong, is the son of the family's second-in-command. Following closely behind him is a middle-aged man named Dong Chung, who is Li Tong's maternal uncle. The Li family initially made their fortune by trafficking permanent residency permits in the 7th District. They later ventured into the trade sector, yet clandestinely dealt in scarce commodities such as firearms, food, cotton, and crude oil, among others. Over the past 7 to 8 years, this family has grown exponentially, akin to a snowball effect, culminating in substantial capital accumulation. However, this expansion has come at the expense of the impoverished populace in the vicinity, as inflated prices have emerged, leading to the burden of payment falling upon the shoulders of the needy. The Li family's objective has become increasingly clear. They aim to profit from the poverty of others. In recent years, the social environment in the 7th District has gradually stabilized, with various beneficial policies being implemented. Furthermore, the population growth in this region has not been as ferocious as in previous years, resulting in a decreased urgency for resources like food and cotton. Observing the downturn in their industry, the Li family swiftly pivoted their focus toward the pharmaceutical sector, and their conflict with brother Xiao arose from the interests in this lucrative market. Upon entering the room, Li Tong, with a face full of enthusiasm, inquired of brother Xiao, "How is it? Is the food to your liking?" To which brother Xiao nonchalantly responded, "I find everything tastes the same, as long as it fills me." Brother Xiao merely glanced at Li Tong, showing no intention to rise in greeting. Li Tong, grinning, bent down to sit beside him and replied, "With your stature, how could you not find a hearty meal wherever you go?" "Haha, you flatter me." Brother Xiao set down his chopsticks and reached for the cigarette box on the table. Li Tong poured himself a glass of white liquor and, with a cheerful demeanor, leaned forward and said, "Honestly, Brother Xiao, I hold you in great esteem. Why not stay, and we can prosper together, pursue a better life?" "Thank you for your kindness," Brother Xiao replied as he lit his cigarette, his gaze fixed on Li Tong. "However, my heart is not in this place, so let us keep our dealings straightforward." Dong Chung interjected, "Consider it further. There's a certain comfort in having a stable position rather than wandering aimlessly outside. If you decide to stay, I will personally speak to my brother-in-law and ensure you receive at least 300,000 in dividends annually. It's not merely about the money. I intend to go to the 9th District." Brother Xiao waved his hand dismissively. "What a pity," Li Tong sighed, lifting his glass without further persuasion. "Brother Xiao, since you wish to leave, I shall not press you. If you ever need anything, do not hesitate to call upon me. You know what kind of person I am, and we shall settle matters as needed." "Agreed." Brother Xiao crossed his legs, lifted his glass to clink with Li Tong's, and downed the contents in one go. "Uncle, please give Brother Xiao his payment," Li Tong called out. Dong Chung nodded and retreated into the inner room. In less than 3 minutes, he emerged with 10 bundles of cash, placing them on the table. Brother Xiao paused. "Wasn't it agreed upon for 50,000? The remaining 50,000 is my personal contribution for your travel expenses," Li Tong replied with a smile. "Do not be modest, just take it." "Your generosity makes me a bit uneasy," Brother Xiao chuckled, rising to count out 5 bundles of cash, weighing them in his hand. Lila Bruta. I appreciate your goodwill, but this 50,000 is rightfully mine. The other 50,000 is a gesture of goodwill. Money is easily spent, yet the bonds of friendship are not so easily forgotten. I have grown accustomed to a leisurely life and am not inclined to owe anyone anything. When we meet again, I shall treat you to a meal." Li Tong paused, taken aback. "Xiao Gu, you're being too formal. Each person possesses their own character." Xiao Gu, adjusting his money, instinctively tucked his hands into his sleeves, saying, "Well then, I shall take my leave. I will see you out." "No need. I remember the stairs downstairs. Ha." With a smile, Xiao Gu turned and departed with an air of nonchalance. Li Tong exchanged a glance with Dong Chung, both shaking their heads in resignation. "Sigh, this person, if kept around, could accomplish great things," Li Tong sighed. "These late brothers have become too wild. They are not easily tamed." Dong Chung gently reassured. "Moreover, they are unaccustomed to rules in their usual dealings. If they suddenly find themselves here, they might inadvertently cause trouble. Well then, it's better this way. Have we extracted the information regarding Kong?" Li Tong shifted the topic. He asked quite stubborn. Refusing to divulge who supplied him in Phone Bay, Dong Chung replied with a smile. "But fortune favors us. I found some information on his phone. We can send someone to verify in Phone Bay, and we'll be able to take action." "That scoundrel has snatched our major deal in Phone Bay," Li Tong said, hands on his hips, his gaze darkening. "Now that we have the information, you can handle the rest." "Understood," Dong Chung replied, rising. "You eat for a bit. I'll head down now. All right, Li Tong nodded. 7 or 8 minutes later, in the basement, Dong Chung led 2 subordinates, tilting his head to scold the bloodied Kong. Look at you, such a coward. I advised you to partner with us back then, but you refused. Now look, your life is at stake. Groggy, Kong raised his head, cursing through clenched teeth. I accept my fate, but after what you've done to me, you need to be wary of my boss. Your boss? Who? That girl named Kiki? Dong Chung chuckled, hand behind his back, teasing. Haha, I'll remember that. I'll find an opportunity to defend myself against her in bed. Get lost. Kong glared, furious. Dong Chung tilted his neck, laughing as he commanded. Get to work. At that moment, the phone rang. Everyone paused, and Dong Chung answered. Hello? Is this Chung Gu? I'm Xiao Wan from the Platinum Palace. Which Xiaowen? Have you forgotten me? I'm the one who relayed messages to Xiao Gu, which led to your capture of Kong. The young man in the black jacket spoke urgently over the phone. Ah, I see. Dong Chung signaled to his 2 companions to hold off on Kong, stepping outside to ask what is going on. Why the sudden call? After Kong's incident, the higher-ups became anxious. They seemed to have figured out it was you. That woman has somehow gathered news and sent people toward Jinshan North. There are quite a few of them, and they're coming with deadly intent. My advice is for you to lay low for a while. Is the information credible? Dong Chung inquired. Yes, it is. All right, I understand. Dong Chung nodded. Thank you. Xiaowen. You're welcome. Changge. All right, take care. The 2 concluded the call. In the uninhabited yard across from the building, Qin Yu stood on tiptoe, gazing intently at the road ahead, licking his lips as he declared, it's time to get serious. This will be a life-or-death endeavor. Qi Lin furrowed his brow and inquired, is this strategy truly effective? If they succeed, there is no need for such desperation. Qin Yu replied with unwavering conviction, they will undoubtedly emerge. Trust me. Chapter 62. Confrontation with the Li family of Jiangzhou. The reason the young man in the black jacket suddenly contacted Dong Chung was entirely due to Qin Yu's coercion, and the latter's action was a reluctant necessity. Currently, Qin Yu had only Qi Lin by his side, and they were entirely in the dark regarding the opponent's level, the nature of their organization, or the circumstances within the building. Recklessly charging in would significantly increase their chances of failure. Even if they were to fight, it must not be done without strategy. After all, they were not invincible, and life was precious. Approximately 10 minutes after the call was made, figures began to appear at the entrance across the street, as 2 drivers moved towards the rear of the yard to retrieve a vehicle. Qi Lin squinted, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he remarked, there appears to be quite a number of them. If we fail to rescue Brother Kong, our trip to Jiangzhou will have been in vain, and we won't even recover Old Cat. Qin Yu clenched his teeth in response. There's no turning back now. We must take the plunge. Hearing this, Qi Lin looked at Qin Yu and resolutely stated, this time, we either accomplish our mission and return as 3, or we perish together here. Whoever shows cowardice and flees first will be deemed a coward. With that, they steel themselves for action. Qin Yu nodded and drew his pistol. On the opposite side of the road, Li Tong stepped forward, frowning as he queried Dong Chung. Is the information reliable? The caller was the informant who relayed messages to the gang, so it should be trustworthy. Dong Chung frowned and replied, they are aware that we are behind Brother Kong's situation. They are undoubtedly enraged. Their intent is to fight to the death. Our mission has already been accomplished. There's no need to engage them directly. Li Tong responded with his hands behind his back. Call the security team station here. They will arrive shortly to apprehend them. Trustworthy. Dong Chung smiled as he took out his phone. By the roadside, 2 vehicles had come to a halt, and Li Tong and Dong Chung were surrounded by 6 individuals, one of whom had already sprinted ahead to open the car door. In a diagonally opposite yard, after surveying the opposing group, Qin Yu turned and said, do you see it? The young man in the center and the one on the phone are the leaders. Indeed. Qi Lin nodded in agreement, but I do not see Brother Kong. Just as he spoke, 2 more individuals burst from the building, carrying a large black bag, which they shoved into the trunk of a car. Is he inside that bag? Qin Yu's eyes sparkled as he urged, quick, get in the car. Qi Lin mounted the motorcycle's rear seat, his right arm holding the gun at ease. Let us go. With a roar, the motorcycle's engine thundered to life, shooting forth like an arrow released from its bow, heading straight for the 2 vehicles. On the roadside, some in the crowd turned upon hearing the motorcycle's roar. However, the vehicle moved too swiftly, and the gunfire erupted just as quickly. Bang! Qi Lin, seated behind, fired first, aiming directly at the crowd. Someone! Dong Chung shouted as he reached for Li Tong, who had already arrived at the car's side. Bang! A muffled thud resonated as the motorcycle crashed heavily into Li Tong's waist, propelling him forward and causing him to collide with the car door with a dull thud. Qin Yu slammed on the brakes, his feet hitting the ground as he swiftly yanked Li Tong by the collar. Qi Lin, vaulting over the motorcycle, aimed his gun at Dong Chung and bellowed, "Everyone freeze. Step back." The suddenness of the situation left the onlookers bewildered, prompting them to instinctively draw their weapons. Li Tong, struck hard by the motorcycle, felt a sharp pain in his lower back. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he leaned against the car door, his expression contorted in agony. Dismounting the motorcycle, Qin Yu gripped Li Tong's collar, shielding him with his own body, while brandishing a green fuse from his pocket, shouting, "I have something explosive on me. Anyone who dares to take a step closer will go with me." 7 or 8 individuals, witnessing the fuse, immediately retreated several paces. Scattering their formation, Li Tong, supporting his back with one hand, turned to Qin Yu and remarked, "Is it the Yu family? They've sent fewer than expected. We have no ties to them." Qin Yu, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, replied, "But Brother Kong has been taken by you, and we, unfortunately, have been wrongly accused. We've brought this fuse to confront you and clear our name." "So it's about Shao Kong?" "Yes," Qin Yu affirmed. "If Shao Kong comes with us, there will be no explosion and no lives need be sacrificed." Qi Lin, forcing Dong Chung at gunpoint, shouted to the crowd, "Do you not understand human language? Step back and raise your hands." Suddenly, Li Tong, leaning against the car, erupted into laughter, his gaze fixed on Qin Yu. "Brother, you truly must bear this burden." Qin Yu was momentarily taken aback. "You're late. Shao Kong is gone," Li Tong added with feigned composure. "You're talking nonsense." Qin Yu's heart sank, his complexion paling as he retorted, "Don't play games with me. If I cannot clear my name, 2 of you will certainly pay the price." "Do you still not believe me?" Li Tong turned to glance at Qi Lin, responding tersely, "He in the trunk." Upon hearing this, Qin Yu felt an ominous premonition intensifying within him. He hesitated for a moment, then pulled Li Tong back, cautiously approaching the rear of the car before opening the trunk with one hand. Inside, a black bag emitted a strong metallic scent of blood. Qin Yu swallowed hard and pulled aside the bag's opening. Brother Kong lay inside, unrecognizable, 2 gaping wounds in his throat, still oozing blood. Qi Lin, holding Dong Chung hostage, sensed Qin Yu's prolonged silence and trembled as he asked, "How is everyone?" "They're gone," Qin Yu replied, his face ashen. "Damn it." Qi Lin's composure shattered, the pent-up rage, blame, and despair rushed forth uncontrollably. At the back of the car, Li Tong, hands raised and a smile on his face, suggested, "Brother, look, the man is dead. It seems you too will struggle to clear your names. How about this? Put down your guns, and let us sit down and talk." Bang! Qin Yu, hearing the suggestion, pressed Li Tong's head down forcefully against the car door and roared, "Talk? My brother has been taken away. Whose life matters more, your brother's or your own?" Li Tong turned his head to Qin Yu and remarked, "With so many people here, do you really think you two can come out on top?" After much deliberation, Qin Yu fixed a piercing gaze on Li Tong and replied, "Since Brother Kong is no longer with us, I regret to inform you that I must take you along and extricate ourselves from this predicament." Dong Chung, who had remained silent until now, turned with a grim expression and asked, "Do you think that's feasible?" "I have a detonator attached to me. Anything is possible," Qin Yu said, tugging at the green wire with his left hand before suddenly turning and shouting, "Damn it, which is more effective, a bullet or a bomb?" At the sound of his voice, the scattered henchmen all turned their attention to Dong Chung. "You're truly terrifying," Dong Chung replied, tilting his head to gaze at Qin Yu. He then raised his arm, pointing at him, and said slowly, "In all my years in the planning district, no explosive has ever managed to take me down. Go ahead, pull that wire. Let's see who meets their end first." Upon hearing this, Qin Yu's left hand trembled involuntarily. The 3 brothers had arrived in Jiangzhou with firearms and vehicles supplied by the military. Where could they possibly procure explosives? The green wire had been yanked from a motorcycle, and the other end was merely tied to Qin Yu's waistband. In truth, he had nothing on him. He was only trying to intimidate. However, the ruthless members of the Li family in Jiangzhou were not easily swayed. What to do? Pulling the green wire would certainly not produce a sound. But if it remained silent, how could they suppress the Li family henchmen who relied on a life of desperation? Chapter 63. Twin Stars Shine Over Jiangzhou, Part 1. On the street, 7 or 8 henchmen were already aiming their weapons at Qin Yu and Qi Lin, while Dong Chung, with a fierce glare, bellowed, "There are at least 800 heavily armed men in Jiangzhou, but go ahead and inquire. Who dares to challenge the Leaf family? If you stand here and shout, only silence will echo back. Then what right do you have to bear the Leaf surname? You little brat, I dare you to pull that bomb. Veins bulged on Chin Yu's forehead as he clutched the fake wire in his left hand, momentarily frozen in place. His bomb was a ruse, and the opposing party was not intimidated. What was he to do? I've already said it. If you sit down and talk properly, we could still become friends. But now, you've made the situation so awkward that there's no way out for yourself. Li Tong leaned on the car, smiling as he called out, "Come on, kneel down and toss that worthless gun away, and we can still negotiate." Chin Yu grabbed Li Tong by the hair and forcefully knocked his head against the car 3 times. His right hand instinctively reached for his pocket, preparing to draw his weapon and fight back. "You're too scared to pull it, aren't you? Let me ask you this. Are you brave enough to shoot?" Dong Chung turned around and suddenly waved his hand, shouting to his men, "All of you who eat from my plate, gather around. We have plenty of guns, and we can stand our ground. Are we afraid of these two, who might have a couple of lives more than us?" "You talk too much," Chi Lin suddenly shouted. "Damn you." Dong Chung pointed at Chi Lin's head. "Ask yourself, if the gun goes off, can you escape? If I can't escape, then I'll be buried in Jiangzhou." "What of it?" Chi Lin yelled back, pressing his left hand down on Dong Cheng's head, the gun's muzzle directed downwards as he cursed. "The last person who tried to take me down is dead." The echoes of their shouts lingered, followed by the sound of gunfire. The bright flashes of gunfire erupted as bullets instantly penetrated Dong Cheng's skull. The onlookers were left in a state of shock. Li Tong, who had just felt a surge of confidence, stared wide-eyed as he witnessed his own uncle collapse into a pool of blood. "Xiao Yu, get in the car," Chi Lin exclaimed, releasing Dong Cheng's head and stepping forward with sudden determination. "Kill him," Li Tong shouted, losing all semblance of reason. Chaos ensued as gunfire erupted. Chi Lin stood firm by the roadside, not flinching as he unleashed his fire upon the nearest 2 assailants. In a close-range exchange, Chi Lin, boasting superior marksmanship and fierce resolve, swiftly incapacitated one individual while 2 fiery bursts erupted from his chest, blood gushing from his shoulder. "Damn it! If you dare to disrespect me, then none of you will leave." Seeing Chi Lin seize the initiative, Chin Yu immediately drew his weapon, lowering the barrel. A gunshot reverberated as Li Tong cried out in agony, collapsing to one knee, his right leg bleeding profusely. "Come on, I'm right here. Shoot me, and I'll take him down with me. Whoever hides is a coward." Chin Yu's eyes blazed with fury as he pressed down on Li Tong's head with his left hand, aiming his gun at his chest with his right. "Who dares? Step forward." Nearby, 5 or 6 henchmen scattered, panic-stricken as they beheld Dong Cheng's lifeless body and the wounded Li Tong. "Forget about me. Just kill him," Li Tong yelled in madness. Chi Lin turned back, aiming at Li Tong's thigh, his eyes bulging with rage. "You think you can intimidate me? I've lost everything. My brother's gone, my family's gone. I've faced countless perils to reach Jiangzhou. If I don't fight today, I may not survive tomorrow. Don't even mention the Leaf family of Jiangzhou. You think you're the special district leader? If you dare to choke me, I'll take him down too." As his words echoed, 2 more gunshots rang out on the street, shattering Li Tong's right kneecap. He writhed in agony, rolling on the ground before losing consciousness. Chi Lin suddenly turned, pointing his gun downward, coldly surveying the crowd. "Who among you is a warrior? I ask again, who among you struggles more than I do? Is there anyone?" His words lingered in the air as none of the armed henchmen dared to respond. "No one? Then let us go." Chin Yu gripped Li Tong by the collar. "We're leaving. Chi Lin, you drive." 10 seconds later, Chi Lin started the car, and after Chin Yu fired 3 shots into the crowd, the 2 of them fled in disarray. In the back seat, Li Tong lay unconscious, blood streaming from his thigh, while Chi Lin, driving, stared blankly at the windshield in silence. Chin Yu took a couple of deep puffs from his electronic cigarette, quickly shedding his jacket and tearing at the inner lining. "Take off your vest. You've been shot in the shoulder." "Have I?" Chi Lin had not even realized he had sustained a gunshot wound. "Just drive. Don't move. I'll handle it." Chin Yu reached over to unbutton Chi Lin's shirt. As the car cruised along the quiet, dark streets, the 2 brothers remained silent, one driving while the other tended to the injury. After a long while, as they left Jianshanbai, Chin Yu handed the electronic cigarette to Chi Lin, his voice hoarse. "You've really changed from before. Life hasn't given me a choice," Chi Lin replied. Chi Lin's face was devoid of expression as he hoarsely replied, "Once in Songjiang, once in Jiangzhou, I have come to comprehend certain truths." "What?" Chin Yu inquired. "For someone like me, lacking connections and burdened with numerous liabilities, The only advantage I possess in this era is the potential to exchange my miserable life for that of another's better fate for their affluent existence. Qilin turned his head, his gaze vacant as he looked at Qinyu. In life, the rewards gained through 100 steps back can never compare to the tangible benefits wrested forward with gritted teeth and bloodshot eyes, like a wolf seizing its prey. But with but one life to live, how many times can we truly fight? Qinyu, equally stunned, stared at the windshield. To me, Qilin died in Songjiang. From this day forth, every day is a gain. With that, Qilin smiled and pressed down hard on the accelerator. Approaching 3 in the morning, at the main entrance of Buckingham Palace, Qinyu flung open the car door and leaned down at Qilin, saying, "You've been injured. I'll handle the rest." Qilin pressed down on his shoulder wound, responding, "Be careful." "It's nothing," Qinyu retorted before turning to stride toward the entrance. A few minutes later, in the grand hall of Buckingham Palace, "Sir, who are you?" "I am here to see your boss," Qinyu replied, casually leaning against the bar. "Do you have an appointment?" "No, just tell him I am from District 9. "Understood. Please wait a moment." The other party nodded. After a brief interval, Qinyu was escorted to the top-floor office by 3 thugs. In the spacious lounge, a middle-aged man in his 40s, dressed in a plaid shirt, sat on the sofa engrossed in a streaming program, not lifting his head as he asked from Songjiang, "I don't recall having any dealings there." Qinyu boldly approached and sat beside the man, saying, "Call Coco and inform her that you've discovered who captured Brother Kong." The middle-aged man froze at this statement. "Who exactly are you?" "Slap." Qinyu delivered a resounding slap. "I said to make that call." "Damn it." The middle-aged man cursed, prompting the 3 young men beside the sofa to step forward menacingly. Qinyu leisurely raised his arm, pointing at the middle-aged man. "If you and I touch, Brother Kong will die instantly." Chapter 64. Twin Stars Shine Over Jiangzhou, Part 2. The middle-aged man observed Qinyu coldly for a while before lowering his head to retrieve his phone. Around 4 in the morning, 2 hybrid vehicles came to a halt at the entrance of Buckingham Palace. Coco, clad in a woolen trench coat, alighted and gracefully approached the main entrance. Speaking urgently into her phone, "Yes, it was Old Bai who called me. He said he has clarified Brother Kang's whereabouts." "Yes, I have arrived. I will meet shortly." "All right, we will talk soon." As she hung up the phone and was about to ascend the steps with her entourage, Qinyu emerged from the inner door, casually wrapping his arm around her neck. "Beautiful lady, what a pleasure to see you again." "Indeed," Coco replied, her gaze filled with surprise. "It was I who had to make that call." Qinyu indicated the boss, continuing, "Do not blame him. I used Brother Kong as leverage." "What do you intend to do?" Coco asked, her face calm and composed, showing no signs of panic. "Speaking on your turf leaves me quite uncertain," Qinyu said with a playful grin. "Shall we find another place to discuss our feelings?" Coco pondered for a moment. "What if I choose not to go? Then Brother Kong will be lost, wouldn't he?" "If Brother Kong is gone, so is your friend," Qinyu replied. "I still possess leverage," he added, wrapping his arm around Coco's neck and leaning close to her ear. "I have a young man from the Li family of Jiangzhou in my grasp." Coco was taken aback. "I apprehended him under the banner of your group," Qinyu chuckled. "Would you like to meet him?" "Your claims are hard to believe without evidence," Coco retorted. Hearing this, Qinyu raised his arm and waved towards a distant car. Qilin lowered the window, revealing Li Tong's head. "Does this convince you?" Qinyu inquired. Coco glanced towards the vehicle, and upon seeing Li Tong, her surprise flickered momentarily. "Fine, he is worth a trip with you." "Let's proceed," he said. "Do not take advantage of me. Remove your hand." Coco pointed at Qinyu's arm. "No way. I need you to protect me," Qinyu responded, pressing a gun against her waist. Coco hesitated, then turned to the others nearby, instructing, "Bring out the young man who captured me. Await my call." "Boss, you cannot accompany him," the driver implored. Coco calmly waved her hand. "It's fine. Even if negotiations fail, those 2 men can hardly harm a young lady." Qinyu scoffed. "Do not refer to yourself as a young lady. I can see through that. Let us go." Coco smiled. Half an hour later, in an unremarkable wasteland of Jiangzhou, the car came to a halt. Coco followed Qinyu out, teasing, "You are quite clever. You knew to draw me out using Lao by first." "We are utterly unfamiliar with the situation here in Jiangzhou," Qinyu said, rubbing his palms together and cursing. "I arrived here only to be blamed for something I didn't do. I must tread carefully." Coco remained silent upon hearing this. Qinyu turned to survey the surroundings, walked to the back of the car and opened the trunk. A pungent odor of blood wafted out, causing Coco to frown slightly. Qinyu lifted the black bag's opening and murmured, "We did our best, but he is still gone." Coco glanced at Brother Kang's lifeless body, her eyes turning cold. You see, I didn't directly call you to meet out of fear of your overthinking, Qin Yu quickly explained upon observing her expression. His death is not our doing. Let me hear your side, Coco replied, unperturbed by Brother Kang's corpse, stepping to the side of the trunk to cover his head with the bag. Qin Yu organized his thoughts, standing beside the car, and elaborately explained the events leading to this moment. After listening, Coco's eyes widened in surprise. Brother Kong was captured by Li Tong? Yes, otherwise why would I have brought him back? Qin Yu nodded. I cannot save him. But Li Tong is sufficient evidence that this matter is not our fault. Coco silently turned to glance at Li Tong, gagged inside the car, pacing in place before stating, I will release your friend shortly. Let this matter conclude here. That is unacceptable. Qin Yu shook his head. I have come to take over the pharmaceutical dealings. I have always opposed Brother Kang's continuation of business in Songjiang. Coco calmly declined, stating, your environment is too chaotic, and many voices hold sway there. Since Along's demise, that Yuan family has been investigating his supply channels. I'm not inclined to take risks for the time being. Moreover, with Brother Kong gone, there is no one left to oversee matters in Songjiang. Qin Yu tilted his head to observe Cuckoo, a frown creasing his brow as he remarked, unless we clarify the issue regarding the drug line, the three of us will be unable to return to Songjiang. That is your problem, Cuckoo replied tersely. If you hand over Li Tong, I will ensure your friend is released, and this matter will conclude. Sighing, Qin Yu pointed at Cuckoo, stating, do you still not grasp my meaning? What do you mean? If you abandon the business in Songjiang, Li Tong will not accompany you today. Then do you no longer want your friend? Cuckoo asked with a cold smile. I have said, without securing the drug trade, the three of us cannot return to Songjiang. Qin Yu, his expression stern, pointed at Cuckoo, emphasizing, if you choose to abandon us now, I will take Li Tong and leave immediately. He has already spoken with me in the car. If you are unwilling to engage in business, he is open to negotiation with me. Cuckoo was momentarily taken aback. Why did Brother Kong have to die? Do you think I am unaware? Qin Yu's gaze bore into Cuckoo as he added, the Li family also wishes to enter the drug business. There is conflict between your factions, is there not? Cuckoo fell silent. If you do not engage in the Songjiang market, the Li family will seize it. Qin Yu pressed further now. I require a straightforward answer from you. Will you release the drugs or not? If not, I will take Li Tong and depart immediately. Do you not consider your friend's well-being at all? One person dying is preferable to three, is it not? Qin Yu replied coldly. After a moment of contemplation, Cuckoo looked at Qin Yu and asked, are you not afraid that once I have Li Tong, I may backtrack? Do you take me for a fool? If your goods do not reach Songjiang, do you truly believe I would hand Li Tong over to you? Cuckoo remarked, her hands clasped behind her back. Her toes pointed in a teasing manner. You possess more wit than Along. I'm simply more desperate than he was. Qin Yu responded with resignation. Very well. You have persuaded me. Cuckoo extended her delicate finger to point at Qin Yu's chest, stating, however, my agreement is not born out of fear of the Li family encroaching upon our market. Qin Yu was taken aback. I value the two of you enough to secure Li Tong for us. Cuckoo added with a smile. Collaboration is contingent upon the individuals involved. Then you will not misjudge character. At that moment, Qin Yu realized that Cuckoo had likely contemplated agreeing to his proposal regarding the drug line before their encounter. This woman was astute and deeply strategic, testing whether she possessed the capability to grasp the conversation and fulfill the task at hand. After exchanging a glance, Cuckoo suddenly smiled, saying, your previous words were somewhat hurtful. What? Qin Yu was momentarily stunned. Here. Cuckoo pulled out her phone from her pocket and handed it to Qin Yu. Qin Yu hesitated for a moment before accepting the phone, only to discover that the screen indicated an ongoing call. The call is active. Speak, Cuckoo reminded him. Furrowing his brow, Qin Yu answered the phone. Hello? What the hell? I must express my disappointment in you. Qin Yu. I misjudged your character. You incessantly proclaim brotherhood, while behind my back, you suggest that selling me out is preferable to the death of one rather than three. How about you take your own advice and perish instead? Old Cat, in a fit of rage, exclaimed, in the realm of society, choose your companions wisely. Do not associate with dogs. This truth I have come to fully comprehend. Qin Yu, sweating profusely, stepped aside while covering the receiver. Are you out of your mind? Wasn't that a negotiation? I had to intimidate her. You understand nothing. I'm heartbroken. She's not easily soothed. Hurry and leave. Don't speak to me. Old Cat angrily ended the call. What an utter fool. Qin Yu rolled his eyes and muttered under his breath. Beside the vehicle, Coco reached for the door, peeking inside. Oh, young Masterly, you're awake? Li Tong looked up at Coco, his gaze filled with trepidation. Chapter 65. The Nature of Wolves. 2 days later, in a lodging house approximately 80 kilometers from Jiangzhou, Qin Yu quietly inquired of the proprietor, "How is my friend's condition?" "Our medication is insufficient. He is still running a fever," the owner replied in hushed tones. "It would be best if a professional doctor could come and examine him." "Can you find one?" "Money is not an issue," Qin Yu asked. "I can locate one. But these people are rather unpredictable. I fear that once summoned, they might create complications for you," the owner delicately warned. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Yu resigned himself to the situation. "Then please procure some effective medicine for me, at least something to reduce the inflammation and fever." "Very well. I will send someone to Jiangzhou to bring it," the owner nodded. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu retrieved cash and discreetly handed it to the owner. "Thank you." "You're welcome," the owner responded, pocketing the money without pretense. He then turned to leave. "I will bring you your meals shortly." Such lodging houses, common in areas with relatively good security, primarily serve transient individuals. However, the internal conditions are often subpar, and the food depends on what the proprietor has available, with little choice offered. Fortunately, the prices are reasonable, and most owners are astute, observant, and discreet. After concluding his discussion with the proprietor, Qin Yu returned to the left side room, where Qi Lin lay pallidly on the bed, anxiously inquiring, "What is the situation? Any news from Coco?" "Do not worry. I am handling everything," Qin Yu gently reassured him. "Focus on your recovery." During this period, Qi Lin had lost no less than 20 pounds. His once plump cheeks now appeared gaunt. "I fear old cat has been with the other party for too long. It could lead to trouble. I can sense that Coco is inclined toward cooperation, especially now that we have Li Tong." Qin Yu comforted him once more. "I can reach old cat any time. There is no need for concern." "That is reassuring," Qi Lin nodded. "Just endure a little longer. I have instructed the owner to fetch medicine." Qin Yu smiled, revealing his teeth. "If your fever does not subside, I will have to call Coco and ask her to bring a reliable doctor." "I can hold on." Qi Lin coughed a couple of times, his gaze fixed on Qin Yu, his expression somewhat hesitant. Qin Yu, perceptive to nuances, casually picked up his e-cigarette and asked with a smile, "Is there something you wish to say?" Qi Lin scratched his head, chuckling softly. Qin Yu took a puff of his cigarette, his gaze fixed on Qi Lin as he spoke candidly. "We've risked our lives more than once together. Is there anything you wish to discuss that you haven't already said?" Qi Lin, by now accustomed to seeking Qin Yu's counsel in times of uncertainty, found himself instinctively turning to him for approval. Qin Yu blinked and furrowed his brow, responding, "That was not my initial thought." Qi Lin paused, surprised. "What do you mean? Are you planning to let the Ma family handle the route?" "That's out of the question." Upon hearing this, Qin Yu immediately shook his head. "The three of us have fought hard to establish this line. Do you think I would allow them direct contact with Kiki? If the sellers maintain a close relationship with the suppliers, what purpose do we serve as intermediaries? Although the Ma family is temporarily aligned with Li Si, if they establish direct communication with Kiki, it would inevitably diminish our leverage." Qi Lin had not anticipated that Qin Yu had already considered this scenario, and he involuntarily nodded in agreement. "You are right. I initially intended for you to oversee the goods on Keek's side, while I would facilitate the connections in between." Qin Yu, while smoking, elaborated. "This task is fraught with danger, requiring travel between Jiangzhou and Songjiang, and you have your mother and younger sister to care for. If anything were to go awry, it would be catastrophic. Moreover, as an intermediary, you must engage frequently with both the Ma family and Kiki, and during these interactions, you need to exert pressure and manage situations effectively." After a few moments of silence, Qi Lin once again pressed, "Xiao Yu, I wish to give it a try." Qin Yu turned to Qi Lin, gently advising, "Please don't misunderstand my words. The fate of your elder brother, Along, is still fresh in our memories. This work is not easy. If the Yuan family discovers that the drug line has been reestablished, they may seek to exploit weaknesses in the intermediary. Even if the Yuan family remains quiet for now, you have seen how tragic Kong Ji's demise was. This field is lucrative, yet fiercely competitive. Old Cat and I are genuinely reluctant to involve you. I understand your concerns. You and Old Cat believe that my attachments to my sister and mother render me vulnerable." Qi Lin's eyes glistened as he gazed at Qin Yu, pondering deeply before he said, "But I cannot always rely on you to protect me. Xiao Yu, I no longer wish to entrust my fate and hopes to others. During this time, I have come to realize that one must rise on their own merit." Qin Yu was taken aback by his words. "Let me handle it. I will perform better than anyone else." Qi Lin asserted once more, having been pushed to the ground. If I do not take initiative now, I will never rise again. Have you truly thought this through? I have, Chi Lin affirmed resolutely. Very well. Then you shall take responsibility for this matter. After much contemplation, Qin Yu declared, from now on, Old Cat and I will manage the official channels, while you will oversee the operations on the ground. We three are bound together, engaging in ventures that will make a mark. Agreed, Chi Lin responded with a smile. With that, Qin Yu set down his electronic cigarette and stood up, reaching for his phone. I need to call Old Ma. Are you requesting a goods list? Yes. And also asking for a loan, Qin Yu replied casually. Upon hearing these words, Chi Lin was somewhat bewildered. What does borrowing money mean? Coco would never provide goods for free at this moment. We must pay for the first batch of goods. Qin Yu shrugged and inquired. But who among us has the money? Who can afford to pay for the goods? Chi Lin felt even more perplexed at this statement. Surely the payment should come from Old Ma, and I believe he would be willing to contribute. If worst comes to worst, I could simply call Li Si. He should be able to resolve the financial matter without us having to borrow, right? No. Qin Yu shook his head. This money cannot come from Old Ma, nor from Li Si. Chi Lin listened, deep in thought. Qin Yu flashed a grin and softly explained. Old Li holds a high position as the police chief, possessing significant influence in official matters. Although Old Ma has recently faced severe setbacks due to Yuan Ku, suffering some losses within his team, he still has the charisma to rally his team once the supply line resumes. But consider this. What do we possess? Aside from your willingness to take risks and Old Cat's vet, what do we have that can stand on its own merit? After pondering for a while, Chi Lin blurted out, we have Coco, we have suppliers. Exactly, Qin Yu immediately affirmed. The suppliers serve as the essential cohesion that unites everyone. Now that this power lies in our hands, we must seize this opportunity to reconstruct the pharmaceutical business around us. Thus, we cannot let Old Li finance this, nor should we negotiate everything with the Ma family. You must understand, he is the buyer, and moving forward, he will depend on us for his livelihood. Chi Lin, upon hearing this, narrowed his eyes and scrutinized Qin Yu, giving a thumbs up and stating, no wonder even Old Cat, who is so proud, is willing to listen to you. Li Si is also inclined to support you. You indeed possess something we lack. What is that? Qin Yu asked playfully. Sensing the implication, Chi Lin's eyes glimmered with determination as he made a direct analogy. Hee. Qin Yu displayed a seemingly guileless smile and lowered his head to dial Old Ma's number. After several seconds, a voice emerged. Hello? Uncle Ma. Please prepare a shipment list detailing the required medications and their previous purchase prices. I need it. All right. Old Ma nodded with bright eyes. Additionally, lend me 150,000. I have a use for it. Qin Yu stated resolutely. I will repay this money gradually. Old Ma frowned upon hearing this. Do you really need to borrow that much? I have limited funds. Think of a solution. I am in urgent need. All right. Old Ma nodded. Thus, after concluding the call, Old Ma set down his phone and immediately shouted to a nearby person. Bring out the previous purchase order. I need to review it again. Also, gather 150,000 immediately. Is that a considerable amount of money? A middle-aged man asked with a frown. Gather it. Qin Yu accomplished the task, and the supply line will soon be established. Old Ma, with resolute determination, declared, Yuan Ku has left us with no space to breathe. If we do not take a risk this time, we will have no opportunities in the future. Chapter 66. A few words determine the kingdom. Another day passed. The funds from the Ma family, after passing through 2 intermediaries, ultimately flowed into Coco's account, while Qin Yu and Chi Lin began to await the delivery of goods to Songjiang. The 2 parties had already agreed that Coco would be responsible for transporting the first shipment. Around 10 o'clock in the morning, Qin Yu dialed Chief Li's number. Hello, Director. He inquired. Has everything been finalized? Chief Li's voice was steady. Yes. The supplier's goods are already en route and will arrive in Songjiang within 3 to 4 days at the latest. Qin Yu replied with a smile. I have informed Zhu Wei. Once the goods arrive, they will briefly take over to deliver to the Ma family. Isn't it a bit risky to have Zhu Wei handle such a large quantity? Chief Li expressed his concern. He won't encounter any issues. He's a member of the 3rd team, one of my own, Qin Yu asserted firmly. He saved me when they tried to set me up last time. Since you are confident, I won't say more, Chief Li acknowledged. Make sure to wrap things up quickly and return as soon as possible. All right. I'll let you get back to your work, Director. From now on, call me Li Go. Qin Yu was taken aback. Chief Li had already hung up. Contemplating with his phone in hand, Yu shook his head and chuckled. Ah, having an old cat like this foolish nephew will make my path more challenging. It's quite worrisome. What's going on? Lin asked, looking up. Nothing much. Oldie wants me to call him Big Brother. Hey, why don't you ask him if he needs more brothers? They both laughed heartily, exchanging amused glances. Dressed in a well-fitted casual coat, Chiefly stepped out of his office and turned to his secretary, saying, Please give Base Station a heads up. I'm heading to Phone Bay and need them to arrange a carriage for me. Understood, the secretary nodded. Around 4 in the afternoon, Chiefly arrived at Phone Bay City, the capital of the special zone, via light rail, and then took a car to a cadre compound in the city center. Seated beside an antique tea table on the second floor, he savored a strong brew, smiling as he remarked, Teacher, I have been longing for your tea here in Songjiang. I'll bring some back for you when I return, an elderly man in his 60s replied, hands clasped gently. Have matters on your end reached a resolution? Yes. It has been accomplished, Chiefly said, looking up at his counterpart, speaking in a calm tone. The Academy faction has been gaining traction in various departments in recent years, and some officials are solidifying their positions by aligning with local enterprises and powers. Therefore, we, the old guard who entered the government early, have had to tread carefully in recent years. You flourished for 3 years, I shined for 5. Isn't that the essence of politics? The teacher responded lightly. In times of peace and prosperity, the winds of change are ever present. How much more so in our current climate? Fluctuations are quite normal. Yet, those fluctuations are also tied to people's sentiments. If one lacks drive, how can we expect the winds of change to continue? Chiefly replied with a smile. Regarding pharmaceuticals, I seek not profit but space and balance. Indeed, the teacher nodded. Pursue your endeavors. When necessary, I will speak to the higher-ups. Recently, make sure to visit Phone Bay more often. As I age, there will come a day when my words carry less weight. If you wish to accomplish something, you must mature swiftly. Thank you, teacher, Chiefly expressed his gratitude. In the realm of pharmaceutical interests, there are many you must satisfy. The teacher pointed out once more. Since ancient times, matters concerning money have always been intricate. I will pave the way for you. But you must decide whom to grow close to, how much to give, and to whom. You must have your own understanding of this. Understood? Well, let's have some tea. The old man spoke in a measured tone, choosing not to delve further into the subject. As night descended around 7 o'clock, Yu sat eating a dry bun, frowning as he looked at Lin and asked, Do you feel any better? A bit better, Lin replied, still suffering from a low fever. His lips were chapped, his face devoid of color, and he was persistently coughing. Damn, the new medicine isn't very effective. Yu set down the bun, furrowing his brow as he said, How about this? I'll find a boss and ask him to recommend a doctor. I'll go myself. No need, Lin waved his hand. Li Tong has been in our grasp for several days now, and we don't know what is happening in Jiangzhou. It will be dangerous for you to go. If I don't go, you might burn up, Yu insisted, placing the bun aside. Rest assured, I have a plan. Really, it's unnecessary. Lin, fearing for Yu's safety, reiterated, Let us wait 3 or 4 days. Once the goods arrive in Songjiang, we'll inform Kiki of our location. When they come to retrieve Li Tong, they will bring a doctor. We can't afford to wait any longer. Yu reached for his coat. A high fever that lingers can lead to serious complications. I must see a doctor. I said no need. You should listen to me. The two began to argue over the matter of the doctor within the confines of the room. Boss, what's going on in there? Just then, a voice from the courtyard outside reached them. Yu turned at the sound, intending to step towards the door and see who it was, when he suddenly caught sight of 7 or 8 individuals striding towards them through the window. Who are they? Lin inquired from the bed. Furrowing his brow, Yu drew his gun, flicking off the safety. Open the door. A clear female voice rang out from outside. Yu hesitated for a moment, then opened the door. Outside stood Kiki, clad in a black trench coat and knee-high boots, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, exuding an alluring and enchanting aura. What brings you here? Yu was taken aback. Just came as I pleased, Kiki replied playfully as she stepped inside. Yu's eyes followed Kiki's silhouette, and he asked with a frown, How did you know we were staying here? Just found out, Kiki remarked, hands clasped behind her as she surveyed the room. A chill ran through Yu at her words, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of foreboding. If it hadn't been Kiki who had discovered their whereabouts, but rather someone from the Li family in Jiangzhou, then the implications were dire. Kiki turned back, smiling as she reassured Yu. Don't worry, the Li family won't find this place. They can't match our cunning here. Yu gazed at Kiki in astonishment, feeling as though she had seen through his thoughts. Qi Lin, sitting on the bed, suddenly asked, "What about my brother?" Damn it. I came to Jiangzhou with such fervor, and before I even started rocking out, I find myself imprisoned by a woman. Lao Mao stepped in from outside, looking worried as he inquired, "Are you injured?" Seeing this comical figure, both Qin Yu and Qi Lin breathed a sigh of relief. "I'm fine, just a hurt arm." "Damn, I thought you were in trouble," Lao Mao exclaimed, urgently calling out, "Come, doctor, quickly check on my brother." As the last words fell, a middle-aged man entered, carrying a suitcase. "Are you here to collect Li Tong's package?" Qin Yu asked Kiki. "Indeed," Kiki nodded. After a brief pause, Qin Yu replied with a stoic expression, "Isn't this somewhat irregular? I mentioned that Li Tong could only hand it over once the goods arrived." Kiki responded playfully, "The goods have already reached Jiangzhou." "Impossible. The money just reached your hands today," Qin Yu retorted skeptically. Kiki, with her hands clasped behind her back, replied softly, "Before the money arrived, I had already arranged for the goods to be sent to Songjiang." Qin Yu was momentarily taken aback, pondering the depth of this young woman, who was of similar age to him. "At 9 o'clock, have someone pick up the goods," Kiki declared, extending her palm and her eyes curving into crescent moons. Here's to a pleasant collaboration. In Chapter 67, as the team took shape and the core emerged, the doctor inside the room carefully cleaned Qi Lin's wound anew and administered intravenous medication for 3 consecutive days before turning to say, "Young man, your resilience is commendable. Just ensure you keep warm and avoid catching a cold. You'll be just fine." Kiki nodded in acknowledgement. "Thank you, Dr. Songjing." "You're welcome," the doctor smiled, picking up his suitcase as he made his way outside. Kiki glanced at her watch and then cheerfully addressed Qin Yu. "I will stay here tonight. In an hour and a half, come to my room. I shall treat you to something delightful." "All right," Qin Yu nodded. After calling to her companions, Kiki stepped out of the room. Qin Yu closed the door behind him and playfully kicked the old cat's rear. "So, how is your suffering over there? What kind of intellect do you think I possess, allowing a woman to handle me?" The old cat retorted with a scoff. "They captured me, and when they didn't strike, I immediately realized that you two must have secured some leverage outside. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been so courteous. So, during these past few days, I lived like a lord, indulging in food and drink, and managing to slip away from that young lady's driver quite skillfully. Haha." Qin Yu, at a loss for words, scolded, "You reckless fool. Aren't you concerned? How could I not be? If I appeared too humble, Kiki might genuinely believe that Old Kong had us under control." The old cat, seemingly fierce, actually possessed a calm demeanor in the face of challenges, a trait shaped by his privileged background, which had subtly influenced him, rendering him less intimidated by difficult situations. "Brother, I've heard about the situation," the old cat said, sitting beside Qi Lin and speaking with rare admiration. "Without you and the foolish you, Jiangzhou might have truly fallen into chaos. Not to mention, your handling of this matter has been quite impressive." Qi Lin smiled. "Everyone has their role to play. Oh, by the way," Qin Yu suddenly interjected, "I plan to have Qi Lin act as the intermediary, responsible for coordinating the medication and distributing the profits." The old cat paused. "That's quite a challenging and perilous task. I am not afraid of danger. It is what I must do," Qi Lin replied softly. The old cat, upon hearing this, instinctively turned to Qin Yu. "Do you think this is feasible?" "Yes, I agree," Qin Yu nodded. "Then it's settled as you say." The old cat finally expressed his approval. At a crucial juncture in Songjiang, it was Qin Yu who secretly reached out to the Ma family, safeguarding Qi Lin at the most critical moment. After a tumultuous journey to Jiangzhou, it was again Qin Yu who devised strategies and ideas, enabling Qi Lin to decisively kick away the burdens that had fallen upon them. Now, with the matter of the medicinal line undergoing a significant turnaround, it was Qin Yu who formulated a plan, allowing everyone to navigate various relationships toward a favorable outcome. Consequently, both Old Cat and Qi Lin found themselves unconsciously regarding Qin Yu as their cornerstone of support. This subconscious shift proved beneficial, for when brothers collaborate, they cannot deliberate on every matter. A decisive leader is essential. Old Cat, with a somewhat reckless disposition, often displayed a hint of impulsiveness and idealism. As for Qi Lin, while he possessed ample resolve, he lacked experience in dealing with people, especially the nefarious characters from the planned district. Thus, both understood that only Qin Yu, with over a decade of survival experience, decisiveness, and sharp insight, was truly suited to occupy that leadership role. As Qi Lin lay on the bed, receiving an intravenous drip, he pondered for a while before asking, "Xiao Yu, how do you plan to negotiate with Kuko?" Will the price remain the same as before? No, Chinyu replied, shaking his head. We are not like your elder brother. He was in a position where one person's hunger did not affect the rest of the family. This time, we aim to distribute profits among many. He continued, if the cost of the medicine is too high, our profits will dwindle, making it difficult to satisfy all parties involved. Old Cat, with a crude manner, interjected succinctly, Old Lee is already in Phone Bay. He might demand 50% of the profits. 50%? Chi Lin frowned. Old Lee is not primarily focused on profit. He seeks to suppress the Yuan family while creating some space for himself, Old Cat explained softly. That 50% is largely for higher-tier relationships. He won't keep much for himself. That still seems excessive. Chi Lin turned to Chinyu. The Ma family will also take a cut. 50% is understandable, Chinyu replied with a smile. The greatest leverage in this business lies in Lee's background. If he can ensure the smooth sale of the medicine, although our immediate profits may be modest, the stability it offers is invaluable. If we cannot earn substantial amounts in the short term, we will rely on time to accumulate capital. There is no rush. We will take our time. Indeed, Chi Lin nodded. The three brothers engaged in light conversation while keeping an eye on the time. An hour and a half later, Chi Lin finally removed the needle and followed Chinyu and Old Cat to the room diagonally opposite. Inside Kuku's room, a savory aroma filled the air. A rusty copper pot simmered with boiling broth on the table, accompanied by plates of thinly sliced frozen lamb, artfully arranged in alternating shades of red and white, evoking an insatiable appetite in this era. The lamb and vegetables are from me, while the broth is prepared by the owner. Kuku, clad in a loose high-neck sweater, waved her hand invitingly. Come, sit down and eat together. Then I shall not hold back. Old Cat, unable to contain his eagerness, stepped forward to grab a hefty pair of chopsticks and tossed a generous portion of meat into the pot. The last time I had hot pot was 2 or 3 years ago. We, who dine on official rations, seem to have it less easy than you fellows from the Plan District. He chuckled heartily. Coco smiled and turned to Old Cat. Your Old Lee is sitting right there, casually waving his hand at people. Do you still act for lamb hot pot? Upon hearing this, Old Cat immediately put on a facade. Sister, you have no idea. I'm a person of strong principles. Although I have a familial relationship with Old Lee, my dignity does not allow me to rely on him for sustenance. Now, please just eat your meal. Chinyu was on the verge of retching. Isn't what I said the truth? Old Cat asked with a sideways glance. It is indeed the truth, Chinyu replied ambiguously. Come now, everyone, take a seat, Coco graciously invited. At her invitation, everyone gathered around the round table, while Coco's driver and others did not join, opting to dine separately in another room. After pouring drinks for the three, Coco raised her glass, spiritedly declaring, Firstly, let us toast to a prosperous collaboration ahead. Secondly, with your capture of Litong, you have avenged Brother Kong. Thirdly, as long as you engage in business with me, it allows me to profit, so I must express my gratitude. I shall drink 3 glasses in honor of this. Old Cat gazed at the poised Coco and shamelessly remarked, This woman has quite the tolerance for alcohol. It is a pity she is not performing at Buckingham Palace. You should be quiet, Chinyu chided, playfully swatting at Old Cat's head. Chapter 68. This young lady is named Eugenian. At the dining table, Coco commenced the evening by downing nearly 5 tails of white liquor without flinching, her composure unwavering. Seeing how the young lady handled her drink, Chinyu felt embarrassed not to join in, so he and Old Cat also downed 3 glasses in her company. Chi Lin, unable to drink due to an injury, could only sit at the side with a plate of vegetarian dishes. As the drinks flowed and the dishes were savored, everyone began to feel a bit tipsy. Chinyu then smiled and asked, Coco, what is your full name? I am Eugene Yen, Coco replied, wiping the grease from her lips with a crisp tone. Chinyu was momentarily taken aback. That sounds a bit like a boy's name. It is quite melodious, but feels a little misplaced for a girl. Old Cat chimed in. It shows excessive sharpness, which is not favorable. You know nothing, Coco rolled her eyes. In ancient times, Jean was used to describe beautiful jade as a name. It is grand and succinct, with a splendid meaning. He lacks education. Don't follow his lead, Chi Lin advised. I can see he is illiterate, Coco nodded. I think this name suits you quite well, Chinyu observed, tilting his head to look at Coco. You are more formidable than many men. Not all. Coco shook her head. I merely inherit my father's legacy. Does your family lack men? Old Cat inquired. No, Coco replied, cheerfully picking up lamb. But the men are not as capable as I am. The 3 were momentarily stunned, and Coco playfully added, Just kidding, my 2 older brothers handle other affairs, haha. Chinyu looked at Coco and suddenly asked, "May I visit the pharmaceutical production workshop?" Coco immediately shook her head. "Of course not. Why not? Your client level is insufficient, and I do not fully trust you. How could I possibly allow you into the workshop?" Coco decisively refused. "Then how can I ascertain the quality of the drugs?" Chinyu pressed. Coco responded in a calm tone, stating, "After 2 shipments, you will understand that the name Eugene Yin is a guarantee of quality. Mere words will not suffice." Chinyu blinked, grinning as he inquired, "How about this? You need not show us the workshop. When we return for the second batch, I can provide you with a portion of the advance payment, and once the goods are sold, I will settle the remaining balance." "Goodness, you appear to be quite robust and earnest, yet your business acumen seems rather shrewd," Coco remarked with wide eyes. "Is it possible you're facing financial difficulties? Are you worried about unsold inventory, hence the excuse to inspect the workshop?" Chinyu was momentarily taken aback, finally retorting shamelessly, "I believe this way. Everyone has their assurance." Coco paused with her chopsticks and replied, "The advance payment must exceed 50% for me to release the goods." "No, let us reconsider." Chinyu attempted to persuade further. "Do not push your luck. The terms I've offered are already quite generous," Coco interjected decisively. Seeing the negotiation falter, Chinyu nodded reluctantly. "How about this? Could you lower the purchase price a bit? You know, Songjiang has the Yuan family, and there might soon be the Li family as well. My pricing lacks competitiveness." "Impossible. The price remains as previously agreed. Mine is already quite low," Coco firmly rejected. Frowning, Chinyu looked at her and quietly urged, "Times have changed. When a long-supplied old ma, there weren't so many competitors, nor was there such open hostility. Consider this. If you cannot secure the Songjiang market, not only will you earn nothing, but you will also be inadvertently aiding the other 2 families." Coco regarded Chinyu. "You are indeed quite cunning. If you offer lower prices, we are genuinely interested in engaging." Old Cat chimed in, "To be frank, in this line of work, all relationships must be maintained, so the profit that comes to us is quite meager." "How you distribute your profits is of no concern to me," Coco stated, turning away. "My goods are already reasonably priced. If I offer further concessions, how can we survive? I doubt you wish to witness the Yuan and Li families encroach upon your market." Chinyu pulled out an electronic cigarette. "Establishing channels and attracting customers with a lower profit margin is a sound strategy for all of us." Coco observed the two, a faint smile gracing her features, remaining silent. "Do not attempt to charm me. We're discussing serious matters," Old Cat remarked playfully. "Ha," Coco chuckled. "Being here to negotiate indicates that you have accepted my pricing, correct?" Chinyu was momentarily taken aback. "Do not use the market as leverage. We all understand that the Yu family must compete with the other 2 groups, but it is merely a matter of market share. However, you are different. You depend on this for survival, do you not?" Coco questioned Chinyu again. Gazing at her, Chinyu felt a slight headache coming on, for this girl was indeed more astute than he had anticipated. "Sitting down for a meal is simply to ensure we handle matters well. I shall refrain from speaking in that manner. At this price, take it or leave it, but you ought not to be unreasonable." After pondering for a considerable time, Coco succinctly remarked, "Let's each take a step back. I can offer a 10% reduction on the drug price, provided that your monthly order volume exceeds 200,000 yuan. If it falls short by even a fraction, I shall revert to the previous pricing." Upon hearing this, Old Cat excitedly exclaimed, "You truly excel in commerce. A monthly order of 200,000 units? You are compelling us to compete fiercely with the other 2 companies for market share. Izuhu stated that if I offer you a discount, you would capture the market. If it were otherwise, what reason do I have to grant you a reduction?" Coco inquired with a smile. Old Cat was momentarily speechless, giving a thumbs up as he remarked, "If you were a man, you would have already outdone the Li family." Coco, lifting her warm wine, confidently replied, "The downfall of the Li family is merely a matter of time." Observing Coco, Chinyu felt a mix of admiration and an inexplicable assurance regarding their future collaboration. Initially, Chinyu believed that despite Coco's astuteness, her gender rendered her somewhat less experienced than her male counterparts in the business realm. However, upon closer interaction, he discovered that this woman, who often appeared as a carefree girl, was remarkably clever in her dealings. She could engage in light-hearted banter over drinks, resembling a friend in casual conversation. Yet when it came to business and profit, she was unwavering and resolute. Her clarity of thought and concise speech often rendered the lengthy, meandering comments of men inadequate compared to her directness. As the business discussions concluded and the banquet neared its end, Just as Chin was preparing to retreat to arrange matters for Li Tong, Coco suddenly called out to him. I have a favor to ask. I apologize, but I can't accept the collaboration. However, I cannot serve a female boss. That is my bottom line. Chin responded, turning back with a smile. Old Cat immediately raised his hand. I have no bottom line. I can serve. Just let me know what you need. Chapter 69. I wish to drink with you at night. Coco looked at the two of them, speechless. Could you both leave? Huh. Just tell me what you need. Chin grinned. I would like some skincare products. They are unavailable here, and the prices in Zone 7 are exorbitant. After you return, could you have someone help me procure some from Fombay? It is more affordable there. Coco's lovely face blossomed into a radiant smile once more. Very well. Provide me with a list tomorrow, and I shall have someone assist you. Chin readily agreed. I will send you my account details, and you can transfer the money. Do I really need to pay? Coco asked with her big, watery eyes wide open. Chin paused. Isn't your father a high-ranking official? Do you not have to pay for cosmetics? Coco spread her small hands. After I facilitated such a significant matter for you, shouldn't you offer a little rebate? This is quite inconsiderate. Chin gazed at her, speechless. But you two are a boss. This seems excessive. Regardless, I am still a woman. Women are often frugal. You will gradually come to understand. That is sufficient. If it is too expensive, I cannot afford it. Chin hastily uttered a phrase and dashed out, fearing that the other party might impose further demands upon him. After the crowd dispersed, Coco retrieved her bed sheets from her luggage and laid them upon the chilly bed, promptly sitting down. Moments later, she dialed her father's number. Hello, Dad. How'd everything go? A warm voice replied, it's all settled. For the second shipment, they provided an advance payment. I negotiated a 10% reduction, but on the condition that they must place orders worth $200,000 each month. That's good. Better than I anticipated, she responded. The other party nodded in satisfaction. Have you returned? Not yet. I'm staying here tonight. Coco shook her head. The conditions are quite poor. Why not come back? Oh, I've endured worse accommodations before. You needn't worry. I'll return tomorrow. With a cheerful tone, Coco added, please tell my brother to expedite the second shipment. All right, I'll urge him. Now, I'll freshen up and get some rest. Yes. Take care of yourself, and don't overexert. Her father expressed concern for his daughter. In the adjacent room, the old cat sat on a chair, reeking of alcohol, and asked, how are we supposed to sleep on this 2-meter bed? Brother, must you be so finicky? Lin replied, exasperated. Given the circumstances, having a place to stay is a blessing. We can manage to squeeze in together. I'm not accustomed to being cramped, the old cat remarked, taking a puff from his vape. Chin carelessly shed his clothes and flopped onto the bed, cursing, you're such a pretentious fool. It's not like you're compelled to share a bed with me. Forget it. I'll 1T crowd with you. I'll find somewhere else, he decided. The old cat, buoyed by the liquor, stood up. Where are you going? Lin inquired curiously. Didn't you notice? Coco has had a bit too much to drink and seems rather lonely. I'll fetch some drinks to cheer her up. The old cat's inner fervor was becoming difficult to contain. You should give it a rest. Chin retorted from the bed. And didn't you say you liked Lin Yinlei? Who doesn't like her? Lin commented dryly. Just sleep, you two, the old cat said, adjusting his pants and leaving the room. Lin lay on the bed, frowning as he asked, do you think this fool will upset Coco? The old cat knows his limits. It'll be fine, Chin replied, flipping over and resting his hand on Lin's abdomen. Brother, would you mind shifting a bit this way? I'm feeling cold. Lin was taken aback. What do you mean? There's an idiom about not using the back door. Have you heard of it? Get away from me. Lin pushed Chin aside, exclaiming, what kind of people am I surrounded by? I'm still injured, and they 1T leave me be. Half an hour later, the lights in the lodging courtyard dimmed, and most occupants had drifted into slumber. The old cat, having procured some drinks and snacks, lightly knocked on Coco's door. Are you asleep? After a brief pause, Coco, with a pink towel wrapped around her head and clad in a thick nightgown, opened the door. Her gaze blank as she stared at the old cat. What do you want? It seems you haven't fully sobered up, and I suspect there may be some flaws in our collaboration. The old cat scrutinized Coco from head to toe and suggested, shall we chat a bit more? Coco paused, took a moment to observe the old cat's visage, and suddenly smiled, saying, sure, come inside. Upon hearing this, the old cat felt a rush of warmth in his heart and promptly stepped into the room, nudging the door shut with his behind. Sister, let me tell you, from the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I sense that you possess a generosity surpassing that of any man and an exceptional acumen for business. Please have a seat. I will just go to the restroom for a moment. Coco acknowledged him and casually closed the door. All right, go ahead, the old cat nodded eagerly. As Coco, clad in slippers, approached the restroom door, she turned back and asked, Hey, it's quite chilly, and you've been holed up in my warehouse for several days now. Would you like to take a shower? There's hot water. The old cat was taken aback by her words, his heart racing. Why are you looking at me like that? Are you going to wash or not? Coco asked playfully. Is that appropriate? The old cat stood up, swiftly shedding his outer coat. Oh, come on. We're not sticklers for trivialities in our line of work. Go take your shower. We'll have a nice drink together afterward. Coco regarded the old cat, her cheeks slightly flushed, and said, Honestly, I admire you. What do you admire about me? The old cat pondered, somewhat perplexed. You, my friend, displayed absolute composure while at my place, Coco gently remarked. Over the years, I've dealt with many people in business, but few possess your kind of fortitude. Upon hearing this, the old cat felt a surge of excitement. He swiftly removed his sweater and dashed into the restroom without a shower head, exclaiming, Sister, please wait a moment. I have much to share about my past. Coco rolled her eyes slightly, then settled onto the worn sofa, immersing herself in a book. After 20 minutes, when the sound of water ceased, Coco, still seated on the sofa, calmly called out, Cat, use the large towel hanging on the rope. Don't bring your clothes out. They're filthy. Upon hearing this, the old cat grabbed the towel from the rope, shaking his head in disbelief, muttering, What an opportunity. If I don't seize this, it would be a waste of my name, Li Fugue. A few minutes later, the old cat emerged. A towel wrapped around his waist and a coat draped over his shoulders, only to find Coco at the door, fiddling with something. What's wrong? He asked, steam rising from his head. I'm not sure what happened, but the door suddenly 1T lock. It swings open with the slightest breeze. Let me help you with that. No, just hold it from outside. I'll adjust the lock. Coco brushed her hair back and instructed, stand outside and brace it. All right, the old cat responded, dutifully stepping out to stabilize the door. Coco twisted the lock a couple of times and then smiled, saying that should do it. Step back. Let me see if I can close it securely. It's so cold. The latch must have frozen. No worries, go ahead. I'll give it a tug. The old cat nodded in agreement. As the words left his mouth, Coco smiled at him and reached for the iron door, pulling it shut. The elderly cat, brimming with enthusiasm, grasped the doorknob and pulled it forcefully, exclaiming, It's secure, quite sturdy, it won't open. Silence enveloped the room. The chill of the wind sent a shiver through the old cat, who chuckled and called out, Open up, it's rather cold outside. Let me in. Still, there was no response. Momentarily taken aback, the old cat pounded on the door, shouting, Open the door. Inside, Coco lay sprawled on the bed, laughing uncontrollably. You don't respect me enough. I want you to cool off. The old cat, mouth agape, allowed the frigid air to rush in as he yelled, There's wind outside. Speak louder. I can't hear you. Coco chuckled again and casually switched off the light. After knocking for a good 2 or 3 minutes, the old cat realized he had been tricked and bellowed, Sister, this is a bit excessive. You're not drinking, so at least give me my clothes. How am I supposed to go back like this? Damn, it's freezing out here. Coco remained unresponsive. Damn it. The most venomous of hearts belong to women. The old cat muttered through gritted teeth, glancing around. A gust of cold wind swept over him, causing goosebumps to rise on his skin, and he instinctively wrapped his arms around himself. To his dismay, as he shifted, his bath towel slipped off with a sharp sound. The chill in the air made his face pale. He bent down to retrieve the towel. Suddenly, the small door creaked open, revealing the innkeeper, with a flashlight in hand, had just finished inspecting the courtyard. Upon noticing the old cat in his vulnerable state, he froze in shock. The old cat, equally astonished, stood there as the innkeeper, after a moment of hesitation, asked in bewilderment, Brother, what on earth are you practicing? Don't make a fuss. Do you have any clothes? The old cat inquired, clutching his towel. The old cat remained silent for a long moment before his face flushed with embarrassment. Do you have anything serious? Chapter 70. The Journey Home. The following morning, in the inn's dining area, Chinyu, while enjoying breakfast, cast a sidelong glance at the old cat and asked, Where did you sleep last night? Where else could I have possibly slept? I spent the night in the front hall with the innkeeper. The old cat grumbled through clenched teeth. That woman is truly ruthless. If you're not going to take things seriously, why strip me of my clothes? You really ought to be taught a lesson. Chinyu laughed heartily, retorting, Even a fool could deduce that she is not just anyone. She is the daughter of the supplier's boss, and she is quite clever. How could she casually engage with someone like you? Is that realistic? I thought she was hinting at something at the dinner table, you know? The old cat replied with a sidelong glance. I expected a tale of kindling and flames. Instead, it turned out to be a story of worms and cold winds. Didn't he it? Chi Lin interjected. This is too much. Can we even eat this meal? The old cat exclaimed, growing agitated. Ha ha ha. Chi Lin and Xin Yu laughed uncontrollably, raising their thumbs in a gesture of respect towards the old cat. Just as the three of them finished their breakfast, Coco entered, radiating warmth and cheer. Upon seeing her, the old cat ground his teeth. Oh, you're up early? Good morning, Coco replied with a smile, glancing back at the old cat. You seem quite well. Despite the cold, you haven't caught a cold. This is impossible to discuss. I'm stepping out for a smoke, the old cat declared, rising to leave. Coco smiled and said, I had the boss help wash your clothes, and I covered the cost. The old cat was taken aback. Well, it seems you possess some humanity. Coco turned to Qin Yu and declared, Today, I intend to take Li Tong with me. Yes, we have completed the delivery and will be heading back. Qin Yu extended his hand. Let us stay in touch. Upon hearing this, Coco's playful demeanor faded, and she shook Qin Yu's hand, saying, The prices I offered you were deliberately low, aimed at capturing a share of the market. I sincerely hope you take this matter seriously, ensuring everyone achieves a satisfactory outcome. Absolutely, Qin Yu replied. Let us not waste words. I wish you a smooth journey. All right, he waved. I'll see you off. Oh, by the way, Coco suddenly exclaimed as she reached the doorway, tapping her pristine forehead. How could I forget the important matter? Hannah Kaysen, come here for a moment. After calling out twice, a burly man approached from a distance, carrying some items. Coco swiftly took them and turned to Chi Lin, saying, Here's some money, medicine for the elderly, and clothes I bought for your sister. Please accept them. Chi Lin, surprised, looked at Coco. What is this? I am deeply saddened by the incident involving Along in Songjiang. Although I hardly knew him, he assisted us greatly and never betrayed us in our direst moments. I'm grateful for his support, Coco stated politely and formally. Chi Lin, taken aback, felt a wave of emotion. My brother has been out there for many years, always telling me about the friends he made. After his mishap, you are the only one who remembered him and considered his family. Thank you. You're welcome, Coco replied, handing the items to Chi Lin with a warm smile and a nod. Well then, we shall take our leave. Indeed, let me escort you, he said. A little while later, Qin Yu, the old cat, and Chi Lin accompanied Coco's team down the road. This girl is remarkable, the old cat remarked, hands clasped behind his back. She is both scholarly and martial, and she is meticulous in her work. Who would have thought she would bring something for Chi Lin in honor of Along? Indeed, Qin Yu concurred. You didn't see it. Chi Lin whispered to the old cat. When Li Tong saw Coco in the car, his expression was quite telling. What was it? It was as if he had encountered a fugitive intent on killing him. Chi Lin responded without hesitation. His eyes betrayed a hint of fear, unmistakable. That suggests there are aspects of this girl we remain unaware of, the old cat mused thoughtfully. Regardless of what we know or don't at this moment, our relationship with her is harmonious, Qin Yu said with a smile, patting the old cat on the shoulder. Wouldn't you agree, brother? I don't think our rapport is quite as harmonious, came the reply. Ha! Qin Yu chuckled. Let us pack up our things and return triumphantly to the city. In the afternoon, Qin Yu handed money to the boss and waited patiently for over 2 hours before the gasoline and matching bullets were brought back. Once everything was in order, the trio set off on their journey home. However, their mindset had shifted. They arrived with feelings of oppression and anxiety, but now returned with hearts full of joy and limitless ambition. In Jiangzhou, 3 individuals fervently seized the opportunity presented by the drug trade, thus finally acquiring the means to establish themselves in Songjiang. One evening, within a certain office building of the Yu family in Jiangzhou, Kiki, sipping her self-crafted lemon tea, reclined on the sofa and inquired of Li Tong, Have you contemplated the repercussions of those who seek to harm me? Li Tong feigned calmness, smirking as he replied, You dare not touch me. Should you choose to sever ties, it would not bode well for you either. Such confidence, are we? Kiki placed her teacup down, challenging him. As for this matter, I have resigned myself to acceptance. I shall remain silent, awaiting communication between my family and yours. Li Tong was acutely aware that his father and uncle were already engaging with the Yu family. You are quite audacious, Kiki remarked with a smile. After you murdered Brother Kong, not a word of remorse escapes your lips? In the realm of competition, is it not expected that lives are lost? Li Tong softly countered. Kiki rose, hands clasped behind her back, gazing at Li Tong. Do you genuinely fear me, or is this merely an act of composure? Li Tong clenched his fists, asserting, I am no mere street thug. I have the backing of the Lee family. Ah. Kiki nodded, suddenly pivoting and calling out, Hanakason. The door opened, revealing a robust man clad in black, who bowed and addressed her, boss. Teach the young master of the Lee family how one ought to converse with me. Kiki commanded before turning to depart. Hanakason drew his firearm, expression impassive as he aimed it at Li Tong's knees. Kiki, what the hell are you doing? This will lead to an all-out conflict between our families. Bang! Bang! 2 shots rang out, shattering Li Tong's kneecaps. Li Tong recoiled in pain. Toppling the chair, Kiki turned, hands still clasped behind her back, and scornfully remarked, You are but a distant relation of the Lee family. Why do you put on such airs? Is it worth it for the Lee family to face us head-on now? Hanakason, drag him to Brother Kang's wake. Tend to his wounds no further. Let the bullets remain lodged in his bones as he kneels in torment for the night. Understood, Hanakason nodded. An hour later, the eldest brother of the Yu family called, his tone tinged with reproach. Kiki, what are you doing with Li Tong? We've concluded our discussions. Are you foolish? With Li Tong in our possession, his uncle's demise will undoubtedly be attributed to us. If we have already severed ties, why allow him to swagger back? Kiki frowned slightly. Our subordinates toil diligently for us. If someone of Brother Kang's stature meets misfortune and I remain unresponsive, will it not dishearten the others? Chapter 71. A Good Deed by Day. At around 3 in the morning on the highway, Old Cat, having awoken from a brief slumber, drowsily glanced outside. Where are we? Having left Jiangzhou some time ago. Qin yawned in reply, but we still have a ways to go. Pull over ahead. I need to relieve myself and grab a bite to eat. Then you can rest while I drive, Old Cat said, rubbing his face. All right. Qin resumed driving for a short distance of less than 2 kilometers before stopping in a clearing. Old Cat casually retrieved some provisions from the back of the vehicle and covered the already sleeping Qi Lin with a thick military coat before finally attending to his own meal. Qin stepped out of the vehicle, took a couple of puffs from his cigarette, and turned back to retrieve some tissue from inside the car. Here, you can have this. I need to relieve myself. Do you have any sense of decency? I'm in the middle of eating. Mind your own business. I'll take care of mine, and you can enjoy your meal without interruption. With a smile, Qin took the tissue and made his way towards the expansive field, seeking a spot with favorable feng shui before squatting down. Inside the car, Old Cat had finished a bun with smoked meat and washed it down with a couple of bottles of water before stepping out to unfasten his belt and relieve himself as well. From the field, Qin shouted, Hey, I'm not done here yet. Are you already finished? You eat faster than a pig. Finish up quickly, or I might just leave without you. Old Cat retorted, fastening his belt as he waited impatiently. Just a moment. I'll be done soon. Qin wiped his almost frozen backside, stood up to fasten his belt, and began to head back. Old Cat was already in the driver's seat, warming the engine. As Qin trudged through the snow, he suddenly stumbled over something. What on earth is this? Though the night was dark, the faint moonlight illuminated the basic contours of the ground. Qin lifted his leg to kick the object beneath him, bending down to investigate, only to find a face. A purplish hue staring back at him. Good grief. Even with his bold demeanor, he was startled. He stepped back a couple of paces and scrutinized the scene, discovering a boy, approximately 15 years old, lying amidst the snow. Clad in heavy clothing, he lay motionless, his eyes tightly shut, frost covering his hair, resembling a super scion in his frozen state. In a designated planning area, such occurrences were not uncommon. Every year, many lost souls succumbed to the harshness of the winter, freezing to death in the icy wilderness. After a moment of hesitation, Qin began to turn away. Help me, please. A weak voice called out from behind him. He paused, then swiftly turned back to the snow. The boy remained still, merely repeating, Help me, please. How long have you been lying here? Qin asked, standing in place, contemplating. Help me, please, the boy echoed. How do I know what you're about? Besides, you're in dire straits. It's a burden for everyone involved. Qin tossed out his words before decisively walking away. The boy's faint cries continued, but as Qin moved further, the voice became inaudible. Back in the car, Old Cat noticed Qin approaching and scoffed. What took you so long just to wipe your backside? Qin glanced back at Old Cat and replied, Let us go. Old Cat shifted the car into gear and slowly pulled away from the spot. Inside, Qin furrowed his brow, his jovial demeanor replaced by a somber expression. What's wrong? Did you encounter a ghost? What kind of face is that? Old Cat sensed something was amiss and curiously inquired. Qin silently reflected on the boy in the snow, feeling an unexpected softness in his heart. Had this been in the past, while in the planning area? he would have undoubtedly disregarded such matters, feeling no sense of guilt whatsoever. The arrival of this mysterious child could easily bring trouble. Moreover, during that time, he was homeless and struggling to protect himself, let alone assist anyone else. However, the circumstances have changed, his life has gradually improved, and the child still possesses breath and the ability to speak. If he were to feign ignorance, this fragile life would surely perish amidst the icy wilderness. As thoughts raced through his mind, Yu, while contemplating the little boy, seemed to see a reflection of his own childhood, one marked by neglect and solitude. The similarities were striking: a thick cotton coat, worn-out boots, an endless expanse of snow, and a child left to fend for himself. Yu closed his eyes and, after a few moments of silence, suddenly commanded, "Reverse." "What for?" Lao Mao asked, perplexed. "Just hurry and reverse," Yu urged. Curiosity piqued, Lao Mao complied but grumbled. "Are you out of your mind? Why are we going back? Do you feel guilty for leaving something behind? Just drive back quickly," Yu insisted. Minutes later, the vehicle came to a halt in an open area once more. Yu pulled a military coat from the trunk and strode purposefully into the snow, wrapping his arms around the child. Lao Mao, standing by the roadside, watched in astonishment and inquired, "Where did you find this person?" "I encountered him just now while he was in distress," Yu replied, panting. "He is still breathing." "Goodness, he is barely a child. Is he even of age?" Lao Mao glanced at the boy, noting his purpling face. Holding the child tightly, Yu immediately instructed, "Quickly fetch the heating lamp from the car and light it, placing it in the open area." "Understood." With a kind heart, Lao Mao rushed to the vehicle, retrieving the lamp from the trunk. Yu placed the child down gently and turned to ask, "Is there any alcohol in the car?" "Not much left. We need it for the lamp," Lao Mao replied. Holding the lamp aloft, Yu surveyed the surroundings and instructed, "You must remove his clothes slowly. His body is frozen stiff, and any sudden movements could injure him." "What kind of weather is this for undressing?" Lao Mao retorted, but Yu dismissed his concerns and dashed into the snow, gathering handfuls of white powder before returning. Lao Mao ignited the lamp and cautiously began to remove the child's clothing. Yu, clutching the snow, exerted all his strength to rub it against the boy's back and chest. Initially, the snow did not melt upon contact, but after several minutes of effort, water began to flow from his hands. After half an hour of relentless labor, sweat dripped from Yu's brow as he pressed against the child's chest. Calling out, "Can you hear me? Open your eyes, or I might just throw you away." After repeating his plea 6 or 7 times, the child softly murmured, "Help me." There was a response at last. Lin, who had just exited the car, called out from the side. Yu exhaled a sigh of relief, stating, "Whether he survives now depends solely on him." "Are we taking him back?" Lao Mao inquired. "Without a doubt. He is a neglected child. If we save him, we must bring him along," Yu affirmed. "Lift him into the car." After rescuing the child, the trio hastily continued their journey to Songjiang. The following day, Lin alighted midway to return home, while Yu and Lao Mao drove for another hour before finally making their way back to Songjiang. In the back seat of the car, the child, who had been lying there for 2 days, gradually regained color in his face and began to consciously call out, "Is there anything to eat? Give me something, please." The old cat was momentarily taken aback by the child's words. "Little master, what kind of attitude does this child have? We saved him out of kindness, and he thinks he is a master?" Chapter 72. The shift from covert to overt conflict. Upon returning to Songjiang, Yu and the old cat drove back to number 88 courtyard with the child they had found along the way. Inside, Yu removed the child's foul-smelling clothes and tossed them at the door, then bent down to splash his face with cold water. "What are you planning to do with this child? Are you going to let him stay here?" The old cat casually inquired. Yu, drying his face with a towel, shook his head in response. "I don't have the time to look after him. Once he recovers, I'll ask Zhu Wei if he can help arrange some work for him in Songjiang, just enough for him to get by." Finding him some work is feasible, but he lacks residency rights. As an undocumented individual, he could be expelled at any moment, the old cat pondered for a while. "Never mind. I'll help you inquire about it later. I know some truck owners who operate within and beyond the district. Although they don't venture deep into the planned area, they come in and out often enough that he could obtain a temporary residency permit every 30 days. That works. Since we've taken him in, please think of some solutions." Yu nodded in agreement. "Shall we go? We need to return to the police station. Old Li is still waiting." "All right, let us go." After a brief discussion, they locked the door and departed from number 88 courtyard. In the afternoon, inside the office of the police chief, Chief Lee looked at Qin Yu with satisfaction and said, "Have a seat." Qin Yu, grinning, sat down in the chair opposite him. "Uncle Lee, did you just return from Phone Bay?" "Yes." Chief Lee casually tossed a cigarette to Qin Yu and spoke in a steady voice. "I've finished discussing matters in Phone Bay. However, you still need to inform the Ma family to be discreet in their operations. The higher-ups want to observe the profits before causing any complications." "I understand." Qin Yu nodded and softly asked, "Now that the drug line has been re-established, do you think we can proceed with Malara's case?" Chief Lee contemplated for a moment. "Yes, proceed, but ensure that no flaws can be pointed out in the process. In the near future, Yuan may scrutinize you closely." "Got it. I'll keep that in mind," Qin Yu acknowledged. Chief Lee took a puff of his cigarette, a smile playing on his lips as he opened the drawer and produced 2 certificates along with corresponding shoulder and arm insignias, saying, "Take a look." Qin Yu paused, took the items from Chief Lee, and, after a cursory glance, exclaimed, "Oh, thank you, Chief. I've been promoted to second-level officer so swiftly. From today onward, your team will officially transition to the 4th squad, and you will formally assume the role of team leader for the 3rd group. Make sure to coordinate with Yuan later." Chief Lee watched Qin Yu with a smile, continuing softly, "You'll spend some time in the 4th squad, and I'll have the team leader reassigned, allowing you to serve as the acting team leader before eventually transitioning to a permanent position." Qin Yu understood that his smooth ascent in the ranks was not merely due to the influence of any senior figure, nor solely because of Li Si's admiration for him. Rather, it was the result of the relentless efforts he, Qi Lin, and the old cat had expended in Jiangzhou. It was from this moment that Qin Yu began to distinctly sense the presence of connections and a solid backing behind him. "Thank you, Uncle Lee." Qin Yu expressed his gratitude earnestly. "No need for thanks. This is what you deserve," Li Si replied with a wave of his hand. "Now go ahead. I will have the office prepare the handover documents for you. As for the reallocation of dormitories, you can discuss that with Sister when from logistics." Qin Yu nodded as he stood up. "Understood. Work hard. Your path ahead is becoming broader," Li Si said, puffing on his cigarette, his face radiant with joy. "Haha, certainly." Qin Yu grinned, nodding his head before turning to leave. Half an hour later, in the dormitory of Group 3, Qin Yu sat on his bed, perusing Ma Lao Air's case file. Holding the phone, he spoke. "Yes, Li Si has already briefed me. Proceed as I've directed. Let the Min handle everything. And make sure Ma Lao Air doesn't speak out of turn. Right? You needn't worry about the prosecution. Li Si will handle that." "Yes." "Min is charged with illegal possession. While he won't face death, he should prepare for around 15 years. No, there is no need for the lawyer to contact me. Just have him meet Min directly." "All right, go ahead and take care of it." "That's all." As Qin Yu ended the call, Guanxi entered with a sullen expression. "Why is that fool Lao San acting like he just lost his mother? I really want to scrub that mouth of his with a steel wool ball." The handover work was initially meant for Qin Yu, but he was reluctant to engage with Yuan Ku and others, thus delegating the task to Guanxi. However, he did not expect that Guanxi would encounter issues as well. "What is going on?" Qin Yu inquired. Guanxi loosened his collar, his face grim as he responded. "Remember the major crackdown on Tuzhou Street? Didn't you have trouble at the butcher shop? When we went to rescue, we used some of our team's firearms and ammunition, along with 2 grenades. Lao San claims this incident wasn't reported in advance, and after verifying on-site, he stated that it contradicted our account. So, he has demanded a detailed report from me, or else he will escalate the matter to the office." "What will it matter if he escalates it to the office?" Qin Yu, still unfamiliar with the intricacies of the rules, questioned. "All equipment, firearms, and ammunition we use during operations must be applied for and approved to ensure strict management," Guanxi explained quietly. "But in the current chaotic environment, encountering unexpected situations or unanticipated equipment and ammunition losses during patrols is absolutely normal. Yet he is using this to nitpick, claiming that the equipment was allocated to Team 1 and that we misused it, which he cannot reconcile with logistics. This person's mindset is limited to trivial office matters." Qin Yu muttered irritably. "Ignore him. If he wants to create trouble, let him." "No, Captain," Guanxi immediately advised. "The usage of ammunition ultimately needs to be reported to the police department, as this concerns whether officers might be hoarding important equipment or weapons. Thus, if the 3rd brother decides to make things difficult for us and scribbles nonsense in the files, it could very well lead to your reprimand." Qin Yu furrowed his brow and exclaimed, "He truly is a nuisance. I shall go take a look." After a brief interval, Guanxi and Qin Yu returned to their designated office area. The third brother was lounging with his legs crossed, engrossed in watching a live stream on his computer. Qin Yu, exercising patience, approached and gently tapped his shoulder. "Third brother, are you busy?" The third brother turned around, glanced at Qin Yu, and remarked, "Oh, isn't this Qin Group? Haha, congratulations on your promotion to level 2. I still have a long way to go compared to you." Qin Yu smiled, cutting to the chase. "I came to inquire about when we can finalize the handover work. I am eager to expedite this process, but the last case you handled at the butcher shop was rather unclear. After visiting the scene, I failed to see where the explosives were deployed." The third brother responded with an air of nonchalance. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Yu leaned in closer, whispering in the third brother's ear, "You see, those 2 explosives were never used. I concealed them because someone is always trying to set me up. I must keep a few assets for self-defense. Would you like one? I could arrange to pass one to you one evening." The third brother's expression darkened as he slowly rose to his feet. "Are you trying to scare me again?" "Haha." Qin Yu flashed him a grin. "So, just how timid are you?" Chapter 73. I do not wish to grow up. The third brother fixated his gaze on Qin Yu, sneering. "When you first arrived, you were nothing, and now you've become a team leader. You still attempt to play the outlaw with me? Do you really think I would be afraid? Even if the police department has given you special permission, allowing you to kill without consequence, you still wouldn't dare to act on it." "Third brother," Qin Yu retorted, pointing to the third brother's chest. "Do you know why you can only serve as team leader Yuan's lackey? It's because your vision is limited. You've grown accustomed to being a dog, and you've never developed the mindset to take charge. At your current level, do I even need to compete with you? My friend who killed Yuan Wei is still alive. Do you believe that one day he might just return and have dinner at your house?" Upon hearing this, the third brother's heart sank as he understood that Qin Yu was alluding to Qi Lin. "Team leader Yuan hasn't said anything, so why are you putting on airs?" Qin Yu scoffed. "When our team was reassigned to the 4th squad, it was a directive from Director Li. You thought you were obstructing me, but in reality, you were just making things difficult for Director Li." "Third brother," Qin Yu derided, "when will you finally grow up?" If the third brother were to mature, would he have acted heroically when encountering Matsushita at the restaurant? Guanxi interjected, "He is simply a kind-hearted person." The third brother, upon hearing this, exploded in anger. "Am I, perhaps, a bit too lofty for you?" With that, he swung a punch towards Guanxi's head. "Don't hit him. Don't resort to violence, third brother." Qin Yu had anticipated that he would lose control and strike first, stepping forward to wrap his left arm around the third brother's arm, while clenching his right fist, declaring, "Third brother, listen to me. We can exchange words here without any issues, but if you resort to violence, that will escalate matters significantly." The third brother had previously held Guanxi in contempt, and now, upon hearing his taunts, he unleashed a flurry of punches. Thud! Guanxi dodged, pretended to be struck in the face, and fell backward, immediately shouting, "Why are you hitting me? What gives you the right to strike someone?" "I am to compose a report for the police station and submit materials to the supervisory office. I am determined to confront you. Come on, rise. I am prepared to endure this." Lao San, infuriated, raised his foot to kick Guanxi. Qin Yu wrapped his left arm around Lao San's neck, his right fist clenched, and delivered a series of blows to his chest. Initially, Lao San had no intention of engaging Qin Yu, but after receiving 2 hits, he was thoroughly provoked. Turning around to grapple with Qin Yu, shouting frantically, "Beat him!" Members from another team, upon hearing Lao San's call, surged forward and began to tussle with Qin Yu. At that moment, there were at least 7 or 8 of them, while only Guanxi stood by Qin Yu's side. However, neither was an easy opponent. Both had a cunning disposition and had even prepared themselves not to retaliate. Guanxi, lying on the ground, shouted, "Lao San, if you don't kill me today, I will make you pay dearly." "I'll make you pay," Lao San snarled, his yellowed teeth bared, as he picked up a stool to smash it down. Just then, Yuanka happened to enter through the main door, glaring and shouting, "What is going on? Have you lost your minds?" With a single roar, the room fell silent. Lao San, panting, looked at Yuan Ku and declared, "Captain Yuan, today you must not interfere. I would rather take off my shirt than let this go." Hearing this, Yuan Ku felt a headache coming on and scolded darkly, "Shut your mouth and put down that chair." Lao San momentarily calmed, holding back for a while before tossing the chair aside. Yuan Ku frowned and scanned the room before stepping up to Qin Yu, asking, "Oh, so you believe you're quite the big shot now? Planning to fight here without a care in the world, are you?" Qin Yu smiled and replied, "Captain Yuan, I'm just a poor fellow. How could I be so arrogant? Today, Director Li ordered us to assist Team 4, and I had Guanxi come over for the handover. However, Lao San insisted that the equipment I used during the last case at the butcher shop didn't match, leading to this argument. You see, we have surveillance in this room. If you don't believe me, we can check the footage. Upon hearing this, Yuan Ku's expression darkened further. Xiao Qi, go to the surveillance room and have the clerk pull up the footage. Qin Yu quickly added, never mind. Yuan Ku waved his hand dismissively, his expression unchanged as he instructed Lao San, hurry and complete the handover. They had indeed used explosives in that case, which did not align. Lao San attempted to argue, but was met with a sharp reprimand. You will do as I say, if it doesn't team match. Figure it out yourself, Yuan Ku shouted, glaring. Lao San bit his lip, falling silent. Yuan Ku turned to Qin Yu, smiling as he asked, Qin team leader, do you have any further instructions? I will arrange it for you. No, nothing at all. Qin Yu quickly gestured. Ah, well, if you have any requests in the future, just come by and let me know, Yuan Ku said, hand behind his back. You are a favored individual before Director Li, and now the whole police department revolves around you. Captain Yuan, you jest, Qin Yu replied, helping Guanxi to his feet and turning to leave. Yuan Ku watched Qin Yu depart, still smiling as he called out, Qin team leader, I wish you smooth sailing in the police department. Thank you, Captain Yuan. Qin Yu responded without looking back, leading Guanxi away. In the confines of the room, Yuan Ku turned around, his expression dark as he addressed the third officer. Can this deputy leader truly fulfill his role? It is not that I lack understanding, but that Guanxi dares to speak to me in a mocking tone. The third officer defended himself vehemently. What did he say that was so mocking? He had the audacity to claim that I haven't matured, the third officer retorted, his eyes wide and breath heavy with indignation. Yuan Ku remained silent for a few seconds before sitting down and responding, what a succinct summary. The third officer felt a surge of embarrassment, his face reddening as he cast a glance at the police officer beside him, his frustration simmering as he contemplated retorting. Yuan Ku, looking at him, suddenly shouted, Li Si has made it clear that he intends to support Qin Yu. Why would you impede him over such trivial matters? Are you capable of thwarting team leader Qin, or merely infuriating Li Si, wearing the title of deputy leader and engaging in such foolishness? This is an office, where we must master the art of smiling while striking, not a street brawl where every problem is met with threats of violence. The third officer, chastised, found himself at a loss for words. Without a solid grip on the situation, he should refrain from making moves over petty issues. It only serves to make one appear foolish. Yuan Ku furrowed his brow as he regarded the third officer. Li Si has already chosen his side, and it is not ours. Therefore, you cannot conduct yourself as you did in the past, acting as you please within the precinct. Otherwise, if you provide them with leverage against you, it could result in dire consequences. The older third officer, scolded for an extended period, simply replied, I understand. Yuan Ku recognized that despite the third officer's limitations and average capabilities, he remained steadfastly loyal to the Yuan family and himself. Thus, after calming his emotions, he offered an olive branch. Tonight, you shall accompany me to our elder brother's place. Recently, there have been rumors that Old Ma's men are once again distributing goods, which may correlate with the time Qin Yu has been missing. Understood, the third officer nodded. Later that evening, after Qin Yu had treated his team to a meal, he returned home early to prepare for rest. Upon entering, he found Lin Nianlei seated, her chin propped in her hand as she conversed with the child he had brought home. Chapter 74, Codename 3088. Qin Yu, regarding the pair with a curious gaze, inquired, Oh, have you two become friends? Lin Nianlei chuckled in response. Well, as soon as I got off work, I saw him prying at my door. When I asked what he was doing, he said he wanted to borrow something to eat. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu turned to see the child sitting on the bed, slurping noodles. Wait, isn't this a bit inconsiderate? Don't you know the saying, a rabbit doesn't eat the grass by its burrow? Why would you steal from a neighbor? The little boy, dark-skinned with long hair and a grimy face, looked at Qin Yu defiantly. I didn't steal. I borrowed. I was hungry and couldn't find anyone, so I had to go to a familiar place to get something to eat. Breaking into someone's home unannounced is borrowing. Qin Yu ruffled the boy's hair. Keep this up, and I won't hesitate to toss you in. I'm just borrowing. I plan to return it tomorrow, the boy replied, devouring his food with an air of streetwise bravado. We are all children of the rivers and lakes. Even a spit is a nail. I want to take advantage of her. I'll definitely return it tomorrow. Qin Yu was taken aback. What nonsense are you talking? You have no understanding of what it means to be a child of the rivers and lakes. With a chuckle, the young lad remarked, quite amusingly, having engaged in conversation for quite some time. Lin Yinlei, her large eyes squinting with mirth, inquired, "Hey, brother, what will you return to me tomorrow?" Each creature has its own way of life, and I assured him I would repay him. Why the unnecessary chatter? Given your feminine nature? The young boy rolled his eyes in response. Qin Yu, overhearing, also rolled his eyes and turned to Lin Yinlei. I found him wandering in the planning district, likely uncared for, accustomed to being free roaming. A wild donkey would be no surprise. You have quite a kind heart, Lin Yinlei remarked, gazing at Qin Yu with a hint of astonishment. What can I say? It was fate that brought us together. Qin Yu deftly shifted the topic. Have you eaten yet? I had a meal at work, Lin Yinlei replied, stretching her arms. Oh, by the way, the gloves you lent me are washed. Wait a moment. I shall fetch them for you. Did you buy yourself a pair of gloves? Qin Yu inquired. Oh dear, I've been swamped lately. Where would I find the time to shop? Lin Yinlei pouted. It's been ages since I last went shopping, and I need to return to Phone Bay next month. Keep the gloves. Consider them a gift, Lin Yinlei declared. Qin Yu grinned. Just so happens, I have a favor to ask of you. Go ahead, what do you need? When you return to Phone Bay, could you bring me some cosmetics? Qin Yu pulled out a list from his pocket. A friend requested my assistance. Just purchase what's on this list, and I'll reimburse you in the next couple of days. Upon hearing this, Lin Yinlei's eyes sparkled mischievously. Oh, buying for your beloved? The old cat lady? Scram. Are you dating someone? Lin Yinlei pressed further. Not all, just a regular friend, Qin Yu replied. Standing beside the cabinet, his thoughts wandering. Suddenly, he asked, why the curiosity? Are you jealous? Lin Yinlei's face flushed at his words. Are you out of your mind? Jealous of you? Dream on. With that, she turned and left. Qin Yu watched her graceful figure and called out, Is he eating? Should I come to your room for a chat? Get lost. Lin Yinlei retorted sharply, hastening back to her room. Look at you, quite the flirt. The young boy remarked with wide eyes, sitting on the bed. Qin Yu turned around, pulling out a cigarette. What's your name? I'm Wang Henan. Some friends in the world call me Big Tooth, the young boy replied, wiping sweat from his brow while sipping noodle soup. Sighing, Qin Yu glanced around his humble abode. As you can see, my life isn't much better, but it seems fate has brought us together. You can stay here for a while, and I'll help you find work later. It's the least I can do. Wang Henan set down his bowl and looked at Qin Yu earnestly. Though his tone feigned maturity, you saved my life. Henceforth, we are brothers, and I will do whatever you ask. First, wash the bowl, and I'll get you some hot water, Qin Yu instructed. Afterward, return the bowl to Lin Yinlei. Remember to speak politely. Upon hearing this, Wang Henan became displeased. Damn. How can a lad let me do the chores of a woman? Qin Yu was taken aback. What do you expect? Do you want me to serve you? Get on with it and wash the bowl. Master, who are you to speak to me like that? Qin Yu retorted, delivering a sharp slap. Hurry up. Over an hour later, as the myriad lights of the city dimmed, Qin Yu bathed Daya in a wooden tub and proceeded to use his razor to trim Daya's hair. Having eaten his fill, Daya's fatigue overtook him, and he sat quietly in the chair. How old are you? Qin Yu inquired. 18. Don't be ridiculous. Speak the truth. I'm 3 years younger. That's nonsense. That makes you 15, Qin Yu replied, rinsing the razor. How did you end up sleeping in the snow? I ran out from the hillside. I had run out of food, and it was freezing. I was so exhausted that I collapsed in the snow and fell asleep. Daya's body and face were covered in frostbite, and as the warmth of the room enveloped him, the itching intensified, causing him to unconsciously scratch his skin raw. His frail condition left him limping painfully, evoking sympathy. Why did you go to the hillside? My older brother took me. Daya paused momentarily, but maintained his composure, articulating clearly. We were gathering scarce food and catching some live animals. Are there still live animals up there? Yes, but one must venture deeper. Daya replied in a flat tone. Last month, we ventured into the heart of the mountain. The snow pits were several meters deep. The human trafficker held a gun behind us, forcing us to collect ginseng. Everyone was terrified. He shot 3 people. My brother was among them. Qin Yu was taken aback upon hearing this revelation. I am still young and unable to seek vengeance. But one day, I will bury that trafficker's head in the very snow pit where my brother perished. Daya spoke softly, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Qin Yu furrowed his brow, continuing to shave Daya's head under the dim light. My brother is gone. Every time I sleep in the shed, I remember him. Daya lowered his head slightly. I feared I would always think of him, so I ran away that night and then encountered you. What about your parents? Qin Yu asked, his voice trembling. They were lost during the chaos before the establishment of the 9th District. They probably perished long ago. Just like me, Qin Yu replied, momentarily pausing. Responding in a teasing tone. Dia was taken aback. Guess we share a bond. Are you seeking revenge? Qin Yu feigned indifference. After he killed my only kin, I will definitely make him pay, Dia stated without hesitation. Then live well, Qin Yu nodded. In the dim light, Dia's unkempt hair fell gracefully to the ground. In no time, he was left bald, and it was at this moment that Qin Yu noticed 4 tattooed numbers on his neck. 3088. What does that mean? In the mountains, when the snow collapses, everyone gets buried. There are too many of us, and since we are often managed in teams, the boss cannot remember us all. Hence, numbers are used as substitutes. If something happens, we can verify the numbers at night to see who is missing. Dia cursed vehemently. We are shovels, we are baskets. We are tools for gathering ginseng, but we are not human. Ha! Hearing this, Qin Yu felt a sudden sting in his eyes, memories flooding back to him. He reached out and ruffled Dia's head, scolding, "You little brat, speak quite provocatively." Chapter 75. The Remarkable Ma Lao Heir. In the blink of an eye, 5 days have elapsed. During this period, Qin Yu remained unaffected by the sudden intrusion of Dia into his life. He was engrossed in the transition of his work responsibilities, the operation of the pharmaceutical line, and matters pertaining to the Ma Lao Heir case. Meanwhile, Dia continued to recuperate at home. Each day, Qin Yu would allocate a fixed sum of 2 yuan for Dia's lunch, while they often shared their other meals together. Following the public revelation of his conflict with Lao San in the office, Qin Yu encountered no further impediments at work. Yuan Ku and his associates had begun to overtly disregard his presence, while the business of the pharmaceutical line was managed by Lao Ma, yielding acceptable initial profits. Overall, the streets were remarkably tranquil during this time. Not only had confrontations among drug dealers ceased, but even other industries operating on the fringes had grown remarkably quiet. It was within this serene atmosphere that Ma Lao Heir was finally released from prison. Ma Lao, too, enlisted the help of a lawyer, and, employing the subtle methods Qin Yu had taught him, discreetly signaled to the men to take the fall for the situation. The latter, valuing the deep bond of loyalty shared with Lao Ma, readily accepted the core responsibilities of the case without hesitation. Subsequently, with astute maneuvering and various connections, Ma Lao Heir managed to extricate himself from the situation. Ultimately, he was sentenced to 3 months of controlled release for the crime of aiding in the concealment of illicit drugs, required to report periodically to the police and pay a fine of 10,000 yuan. While Ma Lao Heir emerged unscathed, the men faced a dire fate, being incarcerated in a high-security prison, enduring the agonizing wait for a sentence of no less than 15 years. Qin Yu's previous impression of Ma Lao Heir was limited to viewing him as somewhat reckless and impulsive, often acting without much forethought and possessing a quick temper. Yet, he also recognized that beneath these flaws lay a deep sense of camaraderie. When Ma Lao Heir was initially apprehended, Qin Yu was aligned with the Yuan Ku faction and had subjected him to considerable pressure, attempting to coerce him into abandoning the case. However, Ma Lao Heir steadfastly refused to betray to Min and Lao Ma, opting instead to endure the situation with resolute silence. Thus, Qin Yu did not perceive him as irredeemably malevolent, but rather as someone whose flamboyant approach to matters made him somewhat difficult to engage with. To Qin Yu's surprise, on the day following Ma Lao Heir's release, he personally called to invite Qin Yu to a meal, hoping to gather for a reunion. Prior to this, Qin Yu had not contemplated forging a deeper connection with Ma Lao Heir, mindful of their previous clashes and fearing potential awkwardness. However, given Ma Lao Heir's earnest invitation, Qin Yu felt compelled to accept, recognizing that fostering a more amicable relationship would benefit both parties. After careful consideration, he extended invitations to Lao Mao, Zhu Wei, and Guan Qi to accompany him, aiming to facilitate an introduction among this small circle, thus easing future collaborations. On Friday evening, shortly after 7, the group convened at a well-known Chinese restaurant in the Dark Street district, though both sides maintained a degree of formality during their meal and drinks. As the gathered company comprised mostly of individuals who had previously dealt with Ma Lao Heir, aside from Lao Mao and the 2 companions opposite, the atmosphere, while not overtly awkward, was confined to mere superficial niceties. After several rounds of drinks and an array of dishes, Ma Lao Heir, having imbibed a bit too much, began to revel in his inebriation and insisted on inviting Qin Yu and the others to have some fun at Tuzha Street. Reluctant to decline, Qin Yu and his companions exited the restaurant, preparing to head to Tuzha Street. However, to their surprise, Ma Lao Heir put on an amusing display of drunken antics right at the entrance, which left Qin Yu and Lao Mao quite entertained. The incident transpired as Qin Yu, Lao Mao, Ma Lao Air, and others were idly chatting while awaiting the arrival of their vehicle. Nearby, an unkempt old man was embroiled in a dispute with a young worker from the restaurant. To the left of the steps, a tall young man donned an apron, shoveling the freshly fallen snow from beside the steps, while the disheveled old man protested, "Why can't I go in and order food? You come here every day just to buy 50-cent buns. Who do you think is serving you?" The young man retorted vehemently, "Look at your shoes, they're covered in snow. If you step inside, it will be a mess, and I'll have to clean it up. Just go away. I want to serve you." The elderly man, who appeared to be over 60, turned crimson from the reprimand and, with clenched teeth, began to leave. The young worker, in a fit of frustration, kicked a ragged bag resting on the low windowsill and shouted, "Take your rubbish with you. Don't leave it on the windowsill. It leaks oil, and it's a nuisance to clean. Is it necessary to kick it? If you don't want it there, just say so." The old man retorted, visibly trembling with anger. "Do you think I want to be a bother? I still have to live. Why do you have so much to say? I told you to get lost. Can't you understand?" The young worker glared. With a sharp intake of breath, the old man bent down to retrieve his tattered bag, brushing the snow off it. At that moment, Ma Lao Air, who had been conversing with Qin Yu, suddenly turned and slapped the young worker on the head, exclaiming, "What is the matter with you? Haven't your parents taught you how to speak to the elderly?" Caught off guard, the young worker stammered, "What is your problem? I've been listening to you for ages, and you're not exactly polite yourself." Ma Lao Air seized the young worker by the collar, declaring, "Such arrogance for someone who merely serves tea and water. What makes you superior to anyone else? This old man comes here daily for 50-cent buns, and he is dirty and wet from the snow. I'm just trying to maintain a decent environment for everyone." With a temper flaring, Ma Lao Air delivered 2 sharp slaps, demanding, "Apologize. Apologize." The young worker, intimidated and inherently timid, felt tears welling up after the blows. "Brother, I only said a few things to him," he protested. "I said apologize." Ma Lao Air barked at the old man. Swallowing hard, the young worker turned to the elderly man and, in a barely audible voice, said, "I'm sorry, sir. Everyone ages eventually," the old man replied calmly. Ma Lao Air, with his thick eyebrows and big eyes, sported a buzz cut that gave him a rather fierce appearance. His eyes narrowed in irritation as he glared at the young worker, ultimately seizing him by the collar and bellowing, "Go inside and prepare a table for me. Order 4 dishes. I'm treating this gentleman to a meal. You worthless wretch. Grab a mop and follow him to clean the floor. If it's not spotless, I'll make you regret it." "Thank you, but I want to be buying any steamed buns," the old man chuckled in response. Ma Lao Air raised an eyebrow at the man's words. "What is the matter? I've just given you a beating, and you won't even show me some respect? Ha ha, I appreciate the sentiment. But I can't afford to eat at this restaurant every day," the old man replied, still smiling. "My grandson had his stomach cut open and can't eat anything too hard. They have good noodles here, and whenever I pass by, I think of buying a couple of soft buns for him." After a moment of contemplation, Ma Lao Air pulled a wad of cash from his pocket and boldly declared to the old man, "Then today, I want to treat you to a meal. I'll treat your grandson to a year's worth of steamed buns." The old man was taken aback, as were Qin Yu and the others, their faces reflecting astonishment. Ma Lao Air counted out 500 yuan in cash and handed it directly to the young worker, saying, "From now on, at this time every day, you will prepare buns for this gentleman. If I find out you haven't done your job, you'll be responsible for shoveling all the snow off to Jia Street." "Understood," the young worker nodded. As the words settled, Guanxi and the others drove the car over, and Ma Lao Air waved goodbye to the old man with a smile. "Take care, my friend." The old man stood in a daze for a moment before bowing deeply to Ma Lao Air. "Thank you, child. What is there to thank me for?" "Ha ha, I'm young and money comes easily," Ma Lao Air replied, not engaging in further conversation, before hopping into the car. Old Cat, having observed the entire affair, shook his head in amazement. "This kid is truly generous, handing over 500 yuan without a blink. He has someone worth befriending." Qin Yu smiled and offered his own assessment. On the way to Jia Street, Qin Yu jokingly asked, "Old Air, that old man clearly needs money. If you want to do something good, why not just give it directly to him?" Ma Lao Air, reeking of alcohol, paused for a moment before delivering a classic line. "I can afford to treat his grandson to a year's worth of buns, but I can't save him. Those are 2 different matters." "You are indeed an interesting person," Qin Yu remarked, contemplating the statement for a while before breaking into a thoughtful smile. Inside a mid-range entertainment venue on Tuzha Street, several of Yuan Hua's men were reveling in the atmosphere. Chapter 76. In a chaotic world, one lacks this kind of nonchalance. On the third floor of one Sure Entertainment City on Tuzha Street, a row of young ladies stood elegantly. Ma Lao Air, puffing on a cigarette, turned to Qin Yu and said, "Come on, you all choose first today. If you're not satisfied with one, we'll order 2 or 3. I'll cover the costs. I want that one. Yes, the one gazing at me with such affection," Old Cat declared without hesitation, waving for her to come over. "Good evening, Appa," a striking young woman approached with a smile, greeting Old Cat in Korean. After Old Cat made his selection, Qin Yu and the other 3 each chose one to sit beside them, and then Ma Lao Air called over the service staff to bring drinks, personally launching into a song to liven up the atmosphere. Setting aside trivial banter, let us focus on the moment when, under the influence of alcohol, the bond between them deepened. Ma Lao Air, taking a seat beside Qin Yu, raised his glass and declared, "Xiao Yu I Ma Lao Air, am not one to indulge in frivolity. While we may have had our differences in the past, due to our opposing stances, I have my reasons for not dropping the case, just as you have yours for occasionally giving me a beating. However, from this day forth, we shall share the same table, and thus, let us turn the page on past grievances, shall we?" "Agreed. Let us turn the page," Qin Yu replied succinctly, raising his glass to clink with Mahler's before downing the contents in one go. Mahler, somewhat uncouth, spat and wiped his mouth, addressing Qin Yu. "My uncle is aging and cannot remain active much longer. Henceforth, I shall take the lead in business matters. Xiao Yu, I am straightforward by nature. When we interact, feel free to express your thoughts directly. If I disagree, I will explain my reasons. Let us avoid any guessing games. They serve no purpose." "Very well," Qin Yu nodded, his gaze fixed on Mahler. "If business is to be entrusted to you, I must offer a word of caution." Mahler nodded in agreement. "When I returned, Lisi had a word with me, specifically advising us to maintain a low profile in our business dealings," Qin Yu said in a hushed tone. "The Yuan family has strong ties with several major pharmaceutical companies, and we have only just begun to establish our connections. Li CS associates are observing us to determine our capabilities and whether we can deliver results. Thus, it is imperative that we avoid unnecessary troubles at this juncture." Upon hearing this, Mahler immediately waved his hand dismissively. "Oh, we are no novices in the pharmaceutical industry. Rest assured, I know the ropes." To be candid, Qin Yu continued, producing an electronic cigarette, "The suppliers have set a stringent target for us. If we wish to secure lower procurement prices, we must achieve a minimum monthly sales volume of 250,000. Do you grasp the implications of this?" Mahler, though taken aback, was not slow-witted. He quickly responded, "It signifies that our relationship with the suppliers is rather tenuous, does it not?" "Precisely," Qin Yu affirmed. "The suppliers are keen to ascertain our viability as partners. Consider this. If they were to manufacture drugs clandestinely, they would be a thorn in the side of several pharmaceutical companies. Therefore, if a partner proves incapable, the suppliers would prefer to forego the business rather than take a risk." "I comprehend your point," Mahler nodded. "In the initial stages, we must prioritize stability." Qin Yu poured himself another glass of wine, stating, "Once we have solidified our relationship with the suppliers, we shall stand tall." "You need not worry. I am well aware," Mahler replied boisterously. "Now let us toast." Feeling satisfied with his discourse, Qin Yu raised his glass again. The two exchanged smiles and downed their drinks once more. With business matters addressed, Mahler then called out to a burly man with a stern visage, marked by a scar on his left eyelid. "Zishu Gu, come here. Let me formally introduce you." The man, who had been conversing with Lao Mao and others in the distance, approached, glass in hand. "This is Lu Zishu, who has been accompanying my family's old ma for nearly a decade, and can be said to have witnessed my growth." Mahler introduced with a smile. He had some matters to attend to earlier, so he missed dinner. "You two should get acquainted. I am Qin Yu." "Greetings, greetings." Lu Zishu replied with a warm smile, his tone steady. "I was indeed preoccupied earlier and could not free myself. Please take care of me in the future, Qin Group." "You are too kind," Qin Yu chuckled. "Just call me Xiao Yu." Although Lu Zishu bore a prominent scar on his face, giving him a somewhat fierce appearance, his voice resonated with depth, lacking any pretense of a seasoned veteran, exuding a composed demeanor. After the two had made their acquaintance, Mahler cheerfully explained to Qin Yu, "My family's old ma wishes to delegate authority to me, yet he fears I might falter, Hence, he has asked Brother Zishu to work alongside me, providing some guidance. Thus, I often consult him on various matters. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu felt an inexplicable sense of relief. That's rather good. Having an elder like him around can certainly keep you in check. Otherwise, you might end up causing a scene with the waitstaff even during a meal, which is quite concerning. Huh. Laughter erupted among the group. Come, come. Today we shall not speak of anything else. Let's enjoy our drinks and revel in the festivities. Malayer enthusiastically called out to the young women beside him. Go. Fetch me a few who can dance. I want to showcase a Latin number. Qin Yu, with a hint of exasperation, tugged at Malayer. That's enough. You've already spent quite a bit today. Malayer waved dismissively. What is the purpose of earning money, if not to spend it? To put it bluntly, if it weren't for you and Brother Min's meticulous handling of the situation, I surely would have faced dire consequences. My life would have been forfeit. If life is lost, what use is money? Qin Yu found himself a loss for words upon hearing this. I have 100 in my pocket today. I'll spend it all. If I were to die tomorrow, I wouldn't regret it. Malayer proclaimed with remarkable nonchalance. Ladies, let us get the party started. Ensure my friend is entertained. Soon, I shall scatter 2,000 atop the tea table. Oh wow, up amazing. The young women cheered and hollered in delight at Malayer. Qin Yu sat on the sofa, smiling as he observed Malayer, inwardly reflecting. Some people claim they are indifferent to wealth. Perhaps they are merely feigning. Or perhaps they truly lack it. However, to embody such carefree spirit is a rarity I have encountered in my 20 years, and Malayer is undoubtedly one of them. This man lacks refinement, his speech filled with the raw essence of the underworld. If one were to scrutinize closely, countless flaws could be discerned in his character. Yet this genuine disposition is indeed admirable. Living one's life with such abandon is no easy feat, regardless of whether one hails from a peaceful and joyous era or the current chaotic times. Though Qin Yu possessed a decent tolerance for alcohol, he was no match for a person like Malayer who set the pace. Within an hour, he was completely inebriated, supported home by Zhu Wei and Guan Qi. Meanwhile, Lao Mao gradually found his rhythm, as if encountering a kindred spirit in Malayer, feeling an overwhelming sense of having met too late in life. As midnight approached, the old cat was thoroughly intoxicated and was being supported by a young lady. Grasping the hand of Malayer, he said, Brother, I can't take it anymore. I'm heading back to wash off the liquor. Tomorrow, I shall treat you to a bath. He chuckled. You've had too much to drink. All right, you go back. I'll settle the bill and leave as well. Thank you for your generous hospitality. Please provide me with an oral report on this young lady's character tomorrow. Sure. After their pleasantries, the old cat was assisted away by the young woman. 15 minutes later, after Malayer, Lu Zishu, and others settled their tab and were about to exit the entertainment complex, a brother of Yuanhua suddenly called out from inside the music bar, Dongge, I bid 500. Damn, they're here too? Upon hearing the shout, Malayer turned around and squinted his bleary eyes at the figures seated in the music bar. Chapter 77. Overindulgence or Intentionality. Seeing Malayer in such a state, Lu Zishu immediately advised, what does their presence have to do with us? Let's hurry back and rest. Who's performing today? Malayer, swaying slightly, inquired of a nearby companion. Is it Yao Hong, the one from Thailand? He asked again. Yes. His companion nodded. Malayer let out a drunken belch and grinned at Lu Zishu. Let us go in for a look. I tried to arrange a meeting with her last time, but she wasn't there. It's getting late. We should head back. Lu Zishu frowned. Yongdong is also here. We should go over. Damn, he does his thing, and I do mine. What's the problem? Malayer retorted, glaring. The place is small. Am I supposed to avoid them every time I see them? Lu Zishu was rendered speechless. Come on, let us go in and take a look, Malayer called, leading the way into the music bar. The music bars of this era bear little difference from those of the past, with perhaps the only distinction being a greater emphasis on performances. This means that various performers with unique talents often grace the stage. Moreover, the majority of patrons tend to be older, as younger children lack the financial means. In such an environment, even dining can pose a challenge, with affluent heirs being a rarity. On the stage of the music bar, a strikingly dressed and statuesque young lady was performing a somewhat risque act. Her style distinctly Thai and provocative. Malayer, being a man of diverse tastes, found himself quite taken with the enchanting performer. However, after 2 failed attempts to meet her previously, coupled with the recent turmoil that had befallen the Ma family, he felt a pent-up frustration. Thus, when the host announced an auction for a midnight snack with the enchanting lady, he unhesitatingly interjected, "I bid 1,000. As his words echoed, the spotlight shone upon him as he approached a nearby table, where no one was seated, and flashed a smile while waving at the enchanting performer. The owner at the entrance matched his bid of 1,000. The host exclaimed, "Friends, the opportunity is fleeting. Miss Yaoong will be performing in Fombay next week. It will be difficult to arrange another meeting. Wealthy patrons, indulge while you can. Now, who will bid higher?" This auction for midnight snacks is designed to enliven the atmosphere, with most guests participating simply for amusement. Many individuals, in truth, harbor no desire to engage in any form of intimacy with the performers. Moreover, even if a performer were to accompany you for a meal or a drink, it does not guarantee that they would spend the night at your place. Furthermore, given that the enchanting lady is indeed a person, it can be inferred that Yeongdong's actions were merely for amusement, perhaps indulging in a bit of bravado after a few too many drinks. However, the atmosphere shifted inexplicably with the arrival of Ma Lao Air. Yeongdong, a longtime companion of Yuan Hua, although not directly involved in the ground-level competition, possesses 2 formally registered companies and manages numerous business dealings for the Yuan family. Thus, he harbors a degree of disdain for the grassroots, lower-class individuals from the Ma family. Seated on the sofa, Yeongdong adjusted his black-framed glasses and curiously inquired of a nearby friend, "Has this fellow made his appearance?" "Yes, it is said that Inspector Lee assisted him." His friend nodded in affirmation. "Ha, he is lucky to have escaped with his life, yet he seems oblivious to his own surname." Yeongdong laughed, gesturing playfully, "Xiao Lu. Why not entertain him a little?" The young man standing at the front immediately raised his hand and exclaimed, 1,005. 2,000. Ma Lao Air did not even blink. 2,005. 3,000. In less than 5 seconds, the bidding escalated to 3,000, a figure that had already surpassed the bounds of mere amusement. The guests present were acutely aware that both parties were no longer treating this lightly. At the entrance, Lu Zishu frowned and cautioned Ma Lao Air, "Is this worth it? 3,000 for a woman?" "It's not merely about the money," Ma Lao Air replied, crossing his legs and fixing his gaze on Yeongdong, a smile gracing his lips as he called out, "Hey, do you have any bullets left in your pocket? If not, I'll have her come over for a drink." Meanwhile, the young man who had been standing at the front returned, bending slightly towards Yeongdong and asking, "Brother, shall we continue the bidding?" "No more," Yeongdong replied darkly. "Let him pretend as he wishes." 3,000. Is there anyone willing to bid higher than 3,000? The host inquired. Silence enveloped the room as no one responded. "Now, let us invite the enchanting lady to toast the boss at the entrance," the host announced. Ma Lao Air rose and turned to Lu Zishu, asking, "Do you still have money?" Lu Zishu, taken aback, responded with incredulity, "If you lack funds, why shout? Do you have any?" Ma Lao Air pressed impatiently. "Yes," Lu Zishu nodded. Upon hearing this, Ma Lao Air pointed at Yeongdong and shouted to the host, "I shall forego my drink. Let the lady go to their table. That big guy's been calling out for a while. He must be a bit thirsty, haha." As soon as the words left his mouth, the room fell into an immediate silence, leaving even the seasoned host at a loss for words. Yeongdong sat on the sofa, his face darkened, remaining utterly silent. "Damn it, not too long ago you were in dire straits, and now you come here to play the part?" A burly man suddenly leapt from the sofa, seizing a bottle from the table and hurling it towards Ma Lao Air with a swift motion. Crash! The bottle shattered upon impact with the table, and a predictable altercation ensued. A group of 7 or 8 individuals rushed forward, engaging in a flurry of blows with Ma Lao Air and his companions. Yeongdong, standing before the sofa, shouted multiple times in an attempt to intervene, but to no avail. Having indulged in drink to the point of inebriation, Ma Lao Air, despite his boisterous demeanor, found himself at a disadvantage due to the smaller number of his allies and the staff of the entertainment venue siding with Yeongdong. Consequently, he was swiftly cornered by 3 or 4 individuals at the entrance. Lu Zishu, entangled with 3 of the venue's henchmen, managed to evade serious harm but was nonetheless detained. A chaotic scuffle ensued for approximately 7 or 8 minutes, culminating in Ma Lao Air receiving a thorough beating. The manager of the entertainment establishment hurriedly intervened, separating the combatants, and then admonished Ma Lao Air, saying, "What are you doing? We all know each other. Causing a scene here only brings me embarrassment." Wiping the blood from his nose, Ma Lao Air chuckled nonchalantly, replying, "It's nothing, really. It has nothing to do with you." "Damn, a good beating is just what I needed to sober up." He then inquired if there was a vehicle available to take him to the hospital. "No need. These minor injuries are nothing to fuss over, he said with a smile, wiping the blood off his hand. Though he appeared intoxicated, his demeanor remained surprisingly composed as he addressed the manager. I apologize for the trouble. I'm fine, but the boss might not be pleased. Just hurry and clean yourself up. No need. I'm leaving. He gestured dismissively and departed the entertainment venue. Outside in the car, Lu Zishu expressed his discontent. What was the point of this? We spent money and got beaten up. When we return, Uncle Ma will surely scold you. Wasn't it just a little push earlier? I got carried away with the drinks today. Ma Lao Air retorted crudely, stuffing a piece of tissue into his nose. Let's go home and get some rest. Lu Zishu sighed. When will you learn to avoid trouble? Inside the music bar, after the commotion outside had been resolved, the manager approached Yong Dong's table and, taking a seat on the sofa, advised, Brother, don't drink anymore. Trust me, it's time for you to head home. What is the matter? Yong Dong asked, tilting his head. Originally intending to leave, he felt reluctant upon hearing the manager's words. Haha, are you trying to chase me away? Ma Lao Air was known for his resilience on Tuzha Street, and the manager quietly urged, he has had plenty to drink today. I suspect he'll be back shortly. Although Yong Dong internally cursed the manager for his meddling, he recognized that Ma Lao Air was not someone to provoke unnecessarily. Thus, he felt cornered, contemplating the loss of face while simultaneously fearing potential trouble if he remained. After deliberating, Yong Dong responded with a smile, no worries. If he doesn't return today, I won't leave either. Why engage in a battle of wills with him? The manager inquired. It's fine, pour another round. Let us continue drinking for a while. Yong Dong maintained a facade of nonchalance. With a sigh, the manager stood up. Once he departed, Yong Dong immediately instructed a nearby friend. Call home and have 2 people come over, just say there is an issue with the company. After the chaos subsided, Lu Zishu, residing close to Tuzha Street, found that the drive home took less than 10 minutes, and Ma Lao Air soon dropped him off at his residence. On the roadside, Lu Zishu leaned on the car window, advising, hurry back and rest. There are matters to attend to tomorrow. Call me when you wake. All right. Ma Laonya nodded. I'm off then. Drive carefully, brother. After a few more instructions, Lu Zishu turned and left. The young man, driving, glanced back at Lu Zishu's retreating figure and asked, heading back? To the warehouse, Ma Laonya replied, rubbing the scab on his face. His demeanor remarkably composed. 20 minutes later, as the newly arrived liquor was just being placed on the table, 2 young men hurriedly arrived at the entertainment city. Bursting in to say to Yong Dong, brother, there has been an issue at the company. President Yuan wants you to return immediately. What is the matter that is so urgent? Yong Dong inquired in front of the manager. I don't know. Just said to hurry back. This weekend is certainly not quiet. Yong Dong feigned resignation as he stood, frowning. Then let us save the liquor. We'll head back first. All right, the manager agreed, rising as well. If there is something, just go quickly. Seizing the opportunity he had created for himself, Yong Dong smoothly exited, leading his companions towards the entrance of the entertainment city. Outside, the tires squealed against the packed snow as they came to a halt by the roadside. Ma Laonya, accompanied by the 2 brothers who had just been beaten, stepped out, bundled in their clothing. Just then, Yong Dong and the others emerged from the main entrance, and the 2 groups collided. Are we leaving? Ma Laonya, with blood still smeared on his face and reeking of alcohol, asked. Yong Dong paused. What the hell do you want? I want to deal with you. Ma Laonya pulled a gun from his coat and strode up the steps. The manager of the entertainment city rushed out upon hearing the commotion and immediately frowned, urging, Olnyo, can't you see this has gone on long enough? Can you give me some face and stop this? Ma Laonya tilted his head, looking at him. Where was your face when I was getting beaten? The manager was left speechless. Do you think this main road belongs to your family? Ma Laonya shoved the manager aside. Stay out of it. It's none of your business. Yong Dong stood his ground, coldly asking, haven't you felt the pain for what happened previously? Your old Ma hasn't dared to show his face since. Do you have any idea? Ma Laonya raised the gun, pointing it at Yong Dong's head, inquiring, what's the count? 1, 2, 3, or 4, 5, 6? Faced with the seemingly intoxicated Ma Laonya, Yong Dong found himself at a loss for words. Let me give you a number. Ma Laonya gritted his teeth, pressing the gun's muzzle against Yong Dong's temple, speaking deliberately, 1, 2, 3. Either you kneel and bow to me 3 times, or I shoot you dead. You're boasting. Yong Dong sneered. Do you really think no one could take you down? To the left, one of Yong Dong's friends reached out to grab Ma Laonya's arm. Ma Laonya pivoted the gun and pulled the trigger. Bang! The shot rang out, the bullet piercing through Yong Dong's friend's palm, blood gushing forth. The crowd on the steps fell silent. Ma Laonyo seized Yongdong by the collar, his eyes reddening as he shouted. Do you know how many of those captured and killed recently were my friends, my relatives? Do you know? Yongdong was momentarily stunned. Do you think I'm drunk? Ma Lao slapped Yongdong's cheek and said, I am speaking to you with a gun and bullets, do you understand? Yongdong's face flushed crimson as he inwardly cursed his misfortune for encountering such a reckless and desperate individual. Today, I have but one request. Will you kneel and bow to me 3 times? Ma Lao suddenly shouted, pointing at the ground. 1. Yongdong clenched his fists, fixing his gaze on Ma Lao without uttering a word. 2. Ma Lao's chest heaved, his finger already resting on the trigger. Yongdong's expression fluctuated. He glanced at the onlookers and whispered to Ma Lao, this territory of Tukajang is not that extensive. Can you not leave yourself some room for maneuver? What do you mean by room for maneuver? Today, I hold the gun and 1 T let you down. Tomorrow you can strike me. That's what you call room for maneuver? Ma Lao bellowed like thunder. Can you kneel or not? The force of his shout reverberated in Yongdong's head as he once more surveyed the reactions of those around him. Come on, stand straight. I'll fire 3 shots to send you off. As Ma Lao seemed poised to unleash his fury, Yongdong instinctively raised his hand to open the gun's barrel. All right, I yield to you. Ma Lao, upon hearing this, tilted his head back and stepped back with a grin directed at Yongdong. Yongdong's cheeks were so flushed they seemed ready to bleed, his chest heaving violently. Do you see the south? Kneel over there. Ma Lao gestured to his left. Have fine. Yongdong chuckled, pushing Ma Lao aside, and with a thud, knelt on the ground, his spine straightened, shouting loudly, Second brother, do you find me satisfactory in this posture? Ha ha. Ma Lao laughed, ruffling Yongdong's hair about your head. Yongdong bent down, touching the ground 3 times. Damn, your posture is quite a sham, but I'm satisfied. Yongdong, you've learned to read people well, Ma Lao remarked, giving Yongdong's head a couple of pats before turning and descending the steps while calling out. Let us go. As his words fell, the 2 brothers who had come with him slid their right hands into their pockets, backing away from the entrance. Once inside the car, Ma Lao spat onto the road and cheerfully called to Yongdong. Go back and tell Yuan Hua. There's an old saying, do not mock others for their tattered clothes. Fortunes turn over the years. The Ma family cannot always be the underdogs, and Yuan Hua cannot remain prosperous forever. The feng shui of Tukajang needs to change. A few minutes later, inside the car, the driver, still shaken, turned to the drowsy Ma Lao and asked, You were too reckless. Yongdong is a person who can stand firm in this area. Have you considered what would have happened if he hadn't knelt today? If you must ponder a matter thrice, you're already hesitant, Ma Lao replied nonchalantly. Why think so much? Just charge ahead. If he refuses to kneel, I'll shoot him. The gun is in my hand. What do I have to fear? Chapter 79, Power and Money. Every person possesses their own share of strengths and weaknesses. The distinction lies in the fact that some are apparent, while others only become clear when faced with challenges. Ma Lao is one such person, with his traits laid bare for all to see. His personality leans towards impulsiveness, and he often acts without considering the consequences. However, from another perspective, he is warm-hearted, never petty with friends, and is indeed a reliable companion. In contrast, had it been someone else, they might have chosen to lay low for a few days after the incident with Yongdong, observing the reactions from a distance. Yet, this fellow didn't even bother to change his lodging that night. He simply returned home and fell into a deep slumber, as if nothing had transpired. The following morning, old Ma arrived at his nephew's residence and kicked him squarely on the head. What the hell? Who is it? Ma Lao groggily awakened. Old Ma, hands clasped behind his back, glared at him, his face a shade of purple from anger. Have you been drinking again? Do you not have any sense left? Who told you to stir up trouble with Yongdong? Ma Lao, bare-chested and sitting up in bed, blinked with a hint of impatience in his tone. They struck me first. Everyone at the music bar witnessed it. What was I supposed to do? Just sit quietly and say nothing? Do you think I'm unaware of everything? Why didn't you confront them before they acted? Could they have dared to touch you then? Uncle, regarding that matter on Tuza Street, we lost Ma Guang, and my little nephew was taken in. We've already lost so many people. Ma Lao exclaimed, his eyes reddening. We make our living in this underworld. If you keep letting others suppress us, who will stand by you? 5 kilograms of drugs is enough for a death sentence. The risk is the same for everyone. Yet, they work for the Yuan family, enjoying wine, meat, and face, while helping you means worrying about being caught by the police and getting slapped in the face. Isn't that infuriating? Old Ma felt a twinge of empathy at his words. Last night, I indeed lost control, but it's not entirely my fault. If they hadn't attacked, I would have walked away. Malayer, demonstrating his filial piety, replied, Uncle, I know what you're getting at. I'll be more careful in the future. Please don't be angry, all right? You need to mature a bit. Life on the ground is not just about fighting and killing, Olma sighed. Didn't Tichin mention it to you? Oldley has repeatedly advised us to keep a low profile lately. If you cause trouble now, the higher-ups won't be able to support you. Understood, Malayer acknowledged. Appearing rather disheveled and weary from a night of heavy drinking, his eyes red and his complexion pale. Look at you, what a sight, Olma scolded, glancing sideways at his nephew. Hurry up and wash your face. We need to head to the warehouse to sort out the goods. All right, Malayer nodded eagerly. Thus, this episode of drunken turmoil quietly passed without further incident. Over the next week, the streets remained unusually calm, seemingly unaffected by Malayer's actions that had forced Yongdong to kneel. One afternoon, at a small restaurant opposite the police station, Qin, dressed in casual attire, entered with Zhu Wei. Hey, Captain Qin, over here, over here. A young man, around 26 or 27, immediately stood and waved his hand. Qin glanced at him, his expression devoid of emotion, and approached. Captain Qin, is it too noisy? If so, we can reserve a private room, the young man offered, bowing slightly in inquiry. Before Qin assumed the position of the leader of Group 3, he had not perceived any advantages bestowed by power. However, since his official appointment, this subtle awareness began to emerge. The young man before him was engaged in residency brokerage, primarily assisting individuals from the planned area in applying for permanent residency in District 9. Yet his connections were mediocre at best, and he was involved in numerous illicit activities. Recently, one of his aides was apprehended by Zhu Wei. Subsequently, this young man managed to establish contact with Qin through Lao Mao, hoping to solicit his assistance for leniency. After taking a seat, Qin gently beckoned, Please, make yourselves comfortable. The young man quickly called over. Bring us some dishes for this table. Qin, crossing his arms, fell silent. Group leader Qin, you must be quite busy lately? He ventured. It's manageable. Qin replied nonchalantly. I've heard there have been significant personnel changes within the police department. It seems Elkison has been reassigned? I'm not very clear. As I've been out on field duty, Qin responded with a stoic shake of his head. Throughout the meal, the young man desperately sought conversation. Yet Qin's terse replies rendered him increasingly awkward. Most importantly, he felt an escalating trepidation towards Qin, unable to decipher the leader's demeanor. After a brief lull in conversation, the young man extracted a gift box from his bag, beaming as he addressed Qin. Regarding that matter, I sincerely hope you can extend a helping hand. We will certainly avoid repeating our mistakes in the future. Moreover, Lao Mao is aware of this situation and has given me quite a scolding. In these times, making a few bucks is no easy feat. Qin paused momentarily before pushing the gift box back, stating, I shall decline the offering. Please don't. Just hear me out, the young man implored. Qin furrowed his brow, interrupting, Since Lao Mao has put in a good word, I will endeavor to assist you. However, let this be clear. Should you continue to engage in fraudulent activities involving the residency of deceased individuals, selling them at exorbitant prices, you will face consequences. Understood, understood. The young man nodded vigorously. What is your name? Qin inquired. You can call me Xiao Lu, he replied. Very well, await my news. Qin acknowledged with a nod. All right, the young man exclaimed cheerfully, let us eat. Less than 5 minutes later, having taken only a couple of bites, Qin abruptly sought an excuse to leave, instructing Zhu Wei to remain behind and discuss the case with the young man. Upon returning to the police department, as Qin was about to call Qi Lin, Zhu Wei sauntered back, the gift box from the young man tucked under his arm. Why have you returned? Qin asked, slightly bewildered. Well, since you left, I had no reason to continue dining with them. Zhu Wei chuckled. Didn't you want me to stay behind to retrieve their gift? Upon hearing this, Qin sighed in exasperation. How could you not grasp such a simple intention? What do you mean by that? Zhu Wei was equally perplexed. What valuable gift could someone who profits from residency transactions possibly offer you? Qin furrowed his brow in response. I wanted you to stay so you could engage more with him. In this line of work, we must maintain a keen awareness on the ground. Though his status is not elevated, the company he keeps is rather diverse. If utilized wisely, could he not facilitate your casework significantly in the future? Ah, so that is your intention, Zhu Wei finally comprehended. Qin cast a sidelong glance at Zhu Wei, reached under his arm to retrieve a box, and upon opening it, discovered a rather ordinary watch and 2,000 in cash. Well, this is quite generous, Zhu Wei remarked, grinning at the sight of the money. If you do not accept his money, he will never gauge your worth accurately. However, once you take it in his eyes, you will be merely valued at 2,000 in a watch, Qin Yu stated bluntly, tossing the box onto the table. Zhu Wei pondered for a while before nodding in agreement. That makes sense. Qin Yu then extracted the cash from the box, counting out 500 for himself before declaring, I'll take this. The rest you gentlemen can divide among yourselves. Aren't you reluctant to accept money? Zhu Wei asked with a sidelong glance. Then why take 500? Nonsense. You've already taken it. Would I refuse? Qin Yu retorted shamelessly. Recently, there's a little one at home. I need to get some medicine for him to bolster his health. Finances are quite tight. What about the watch? Are you not taking it? Do not wear a new watch in front of the police. It could create a negative impression, Qin Yu quietly advised. Best to sell it somewhere. Understood. Remember what I've said, Qin Yu reiterated while seated. In the future, let us be astute with those we encounter on the streets. We should neither demand their respect nor hesitate to extend them certain conveniences. Comprehend? Zhu Wei finally grasped Qin Yu's meaning completely. Elsewhere, Yuan Hua sat within the company, glaring at the sales report and cursing vehemently. Damn it, sales have plummeted by 30% this week. Can anyone explain why? On the sofa, a balding middle-aged man, nonchalantly crossing his legs, responded, What is there to explain? Old Ma has started distributing drugs at prices more than half lower than ours. Unless someone is a fool, they will undoubtedly purchase from him. Chapter 80. Yongdong offers a strategy. Yuan Hua, incredulous, inquired, Can he truly undercut us by such a margin? Indeed, more than half, the balding man replied, his teeth gritting in frustration. I cannot fathom what Old Ma is thinking. If you wish to compete, at least set a comparable price. Such practices will ruin the market. Moreover, I am perplexed. Where are they sourcing their supplies? It's as if they are obtaining them without any expenditure. After glancing at the report again, Yuan Hua, slightly agitated, paced the room before stating, Notify the heads responsible for distribution to convene here immediately. By 2 in the afternoon, a dozen executives responsible for distribution gathered in the conference room, including Yongdong, who had previously clashed with Old Ma. At the head of the conference table, Yuan Hua, smoking a cigarette, squinted at the assembly and said, Sales have decreased by 30%. I expect you all to propose solutions. As his words hung in the air, a brief silence ensued, followed by a younger individual who interjected, I have received information indicating that their supply channel has set a sales target for Old Ma, requiring him to sell over 250,000 worth of goods each month to maintain access to lower pricing. The agents of the Ma family are currently in a frenzy, desperately accumulating sales due to the plummeting purchase prices, which in turn inflate their commissions. This is sheer nonsense. With a monthly turnover of 250,000, does Old Ma intend to seize half the market in the Black Street? Another rugged man, glaring fiercely, retorted, If the market is so aggressively invaded by them, next month we might not merely witness a 30% drop in sales. We could very well see our operations come to a complete halt. Then why don't we engage in a price war with them? Interjected another voice. We could lower our prices. Yuan Hua immediately dismissed this notion. Selling at a reduced price is the folly of fools. Setting aside the detrimental impact this competition would have on the market environment, consider how our customers would react. For instance, if a customer previously spent 2 yuan with us for medication and we suddenly drop the price to 1 yuan, what would they think? They would be furious, feeling we had exploited their hard-earned money. Even if we matched the prices of the Ma family, they would still choose to purchase from the competitor, refusing to do business with us. So what shall we do? Underprice the Ma family? A heavy silence fell over the room as the crowd absorbed his words. Is there any way to continue undermining the Ma family through official channels? Suggested the bald man. That would be difficult, a young man responded, shaking his head. The Ma family was severely affected last time, and they have become quite wary. They no longer distribute goods in the dirt street. All their previous storefronts have closed, and they now only communicate privately with their respective suppliers, distributing quotas in layers. Moreover, every transaction occurs at different locations and involves small amounts, carefully navigating legal boundaries. Even if you manage to catch them, the most they would face is a year or so in prison. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the crowd darkened, and silence enveloped the room once more. After 5 or 6 minutes, just as Yuan Hua was about to pose another question, the previously silent Yongdong suddenly spoke up. Old Yuan, I have but one question for you. Yuan Hua paused. What is it? Firstly, tell me your stance regarding the Ma family. Do you intend to confront them directly, or would you prefer to endure their market encroachment for the time being? Yongdong inquired with a furrowed brow. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted. Is that even a question? Of course, we must retaliate. Indeed, are you not stating the obvious? If we allow them to continue their assault on the market, we are doomed. How will we earn a living? The agents below would hardly follow your lead. We must devise a strategy to counter them. The Black Street is not extensive, and with their monthly sales goal of 250,000, our share will undoubtedly diminish. Without even waiting for Yuan Hua to speak, the heads of the drug trade had already voiced their positions. This matter directly concerns their absolute interests. And upon seeing the dismal figures on the reports, they had become thoroughly incensed. Yuan Hua pondered for a moment before urging, if you have something to say, do not keep us in suspense. Speak swiftly. I have a plan that could swiftly eliminate the Ma family from the equation, Yongdong said with a smile. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Then please, do tell us quickly, the bald man urged. After a moment's contemplation, Yongdong rose and stated, this plan requires a private discussion with old Yuan. Yuan Hua was taken aback by this declaration. 10 minutes later, Yuan Hua allowed everyone to take a brief respite while he retreated to the office with Yongdong. Once the door was closed, the two engaged in a hushed conversation. What do you propose we do? Yongdong, with his head lowered, whispered to Yuan Hua. Later that evening, around 8 o'clock, on the streets of a residential area in Songjiang North, Qinyu, clad in a thick military coat, sat in the passenger seat and inquired of Lao Mao. Is Ma Lao Air pestering you every day? Ma Lao Air is a good man. Lao Mao effused without hesitation. Ever since I met him, I've been so busy every night that I hardly find time to put on my trousers. Qinyu fell silent, bewildered. I must commend you. As men, we all have needs that I can understand, but I have never encountered anyone as insatiable as you. Can you really endure his nightly visits? I find it quite perplexing myself. Every night is like this, and rather than feeling fatigued, I grow increasingly exhilarated. Lao Mao replied, shamelessly. Look, even chatting with you elicits a reaction from me. Isn't that curious? After a moment of stunned silence, Qinyu responded, you are incorrigible. I concede. I wish to restrain myself, yet my willpower simply cannot withstand it. Spare me the useless chatter. Qinyu turned around to admonish him. For heaven's sake, exercise some restraint. Stop seeking out Ma Lao Air every day. He has just taken on the responsibility for the drug line. You both must not let your leisure interfere with your duties. Surely that cannot be true. Despite my indulgences, it absolutely does not affect my responsibilities. I still show up for work on time, don't I? Lao Mao countered earnestly. Not everyone is like you. Some lose control when they indulge. Qinyu replied softly. Just your best to temper it. All right, understand, Lao Mao nodded. Keep an eye on things. I need to step out for a moment, Qinyu said, casually pushing open the car door. At that moment, illuminated only by the moonlight, a young man with braided hair approached and entered a vehicle, calling out, see you. Qinyu stood outside the car, momentarily stunned, his expression one of shock. The engine roared to life, and the car across the street drove away. What's wrong? Lao Mao asked, noticing Qinyu's hesitation. Damn it, that person looks so familiar. Qinyu muttered. Who? He resembles some of the thugs who apprehended Brother Kong. Qinyu recalled after a moment of contemplation. Chapter 81, A Dispute Before the Battle. Inside the Royal Palace Entertainment City on Tujia Street, Yuan Hua, weary, returned to his top-floor residence. He sat on the bed, lost in thought for a while before deciding to remove his outer garments and take a shower to rest. Suddenly, a knock on the door broke the silence. Yuan Hua paused and called out, Who is it? It's me, came a familiar voice. Yuan Hua was taken aback, stepping forward to open the door. He greeted his brother, Yuan Ke with come in. Are you heading to bed? Yes, a bit tired. I'm about to take a shower and sleep. Yuan Hua closed the door behind him. What brings you back so suddenly today? I need to return to the team shortly to discuss the case. Yuan Ke retrieved a can of beer produced in Fongbei from the refrigerator and settled onto the sofa. I heard you were planning some moves against the Ma family again? Yuan Hua sat across from him, lit a cigarette, and responded indeed. Upon hearing this, Yuan Ke immediately shook his head and said, I disagree. What do you disagree with? Yuan Hua was taken aback. I disagree with your continued dealings with the Ma family. Yuan Ke took a sip of beer and continued. I believe we can afford to be patient right now. Patient? Yuan Hua replied, his brow furrowed. Our sales have dropped by 30% this week. Do you understand what that means? It signifies that the operational costs of our entire pharmaceutical team are soaring uncontrollably. During today's company meeting, The expressions on everyone's faces were far from pleasant. It's not merely my anxiety. The entire company is in a state of urgency. Do you comprehend? These individuals are not anxious for the company's welfare. Yuan set down his beer and countered, the veterans around you only recognize profit. When sales decline, their share diminishes, which is why they are aggressively pressuring you to engage with the Ma family. However, you're the one in charge, the one at the helm. You cannot view the issue from a singular perspective, but must consider the broader picture. Our previous dealings with the Ma family had already strained our relations with the police. And now that the storm has just begun to subside, what do you think will happen if you take further action? They want to blame the managers below you. They will question your capability to lead. Nonsense. Yuan Hua, already in a foul mood, was further incensed by his brother's words. He abruptly stood up and shouted, "In this day and age, can we still compare it to the past? In the past, if you made a mistake, you could be done for before even making it out of the city. But is it the same now? Qi Lin committed murder and plunged into an area still under planning. What can we do about it? The struggles over interests on the ground are inherently bloody. This, you understand, I understand, and the higher-ups understand it even better. If you wish to confront the Ma family, there will inevitably be a price to pay. It is a matter of time that we must face. Otherwise, you will be usurped in the market, losing your space to survive. Brother, your reasoning is flawed. You are still viewing conflicts of interest through the lens of the past." Yuan Ku retorted, unwavering. "I have told you more than once the 9 districts, including the area under planning, will eventually have a complete system in place. If we approach every situation with a kill or be killed mentality, we will inevitably be eliminated." Yuan Hua, hands on his hips, looked at his brother and asked, "Then tell me, what kind of approach one to be eliminated? Right now, I need you to resolve the issue of declining sales. Provide me with a reasonable plan immediately. We can allow the Ma family to develop, temporarily relinquishing a portion of the market to let them expand rapidly." Yuan Ku replied without hesitation. Yuan Hua stared in disbelief, asking, "Repeat that. What do you propose we do with the Ma family? Allow them to expand rapidly and seize the market?" Yuan Ku reiterated. "Nonsense." Yuan Hua erupted. "If the market is seized, how will you reclaim it later? How much have we lost on the black market just to open up our pharmaceutical line? You think you can simply suggest giving up with a mere flick of your lips? Are you joking, or have you had too much to drink?" "I'm not speaking nonsense," Yuan Ku responded, his eyes gleaming with intensity. "If the Ma family seizes the market, who will be more anxious than you? Have you considered that?" Yuan Hua froze at his words. "I inform you that the Ma family is making significant moves in Songjiang. The most anxious parties are not us, but several pharmaceutical companies. The emergence of suppliers producing drugs independently signifies that the pharmaceutical companies collaborating with us may face considerable disruption in their businesses across the entire 9th district. Do you understand?" Yuan Ku exclaimed passionately, gesturing with his hands. "Therefore, we need not confront the Ma family directly. We merely need to wait for them to expand rapidly. This will compel the pharmaceutical companies to act, leveraging their formidable connections to eradicate the Ma family. In this manner, we can avoid direct confrontation, merely striking when the opportunity arises, which would be sufficient to bring our adversaries to their downfall. Should the pharmaceutical companies become overly aggressive, they might even target Old Li as well." Yuan Hua pondered for a moment and suddenly posed a question. "However, if the pharmaceutical companies deal with the Ma family and Old Li, only to later perceive our actions as too passive, lacking effective countermeasures, what would prevent them from seeking a different partner? What would we do then? We would lose our market presence and suffer losses from our initial investments. Trust me, the pharmaceutical companies will certainly deduce our intentions, yet they will not change partners. Our political ties in the region are unparalleled. Only by working with us can they achieve complete autonomy, thereby avoiding numerous complications," Yuan Ku insisted. Yuan Hua shook his head. "Your proposed approach is excessively risky, and I cannot endorse it. Losing our current market and reputation would render us sluggish in the short term. Moreover, if the company fails to mount an effective counterattack, the upper management will undoubtedly be dissatisfied, potentially leading to significant issues. They are losing tangible assets, which is a matter serious enough to incite drastic reactions. Brother, you must adopt a firm stance. I have previously told you that while these elders have helped you establish your domain, they also bring a multitude of troubles. They congregate incessantly, appearing to obey you, but that is contingent upon the wealth you can provide them." Yuan Ku continued to press. "This matter is no longer open for discussion. I will proceed according to Yongdong's method." Yuanhua interjected decisively. Brother, do not be so obstinate. Stop shouting at me. I am quite fatigued and do not wish to argue with you. Yuanhua smashed his water cup in frustration, glaring with intensity as he shouted. Can you allow me to sleep peacefully? Yuan could gaze at his elder brother, rendered speechless for a prolonged moment, then sighed. Very well. I shall say no more. You may proceed as you wish. With that, Yuan Ku, simmering with frustration, stormed out, neglecting to change his slippers. On the sofa, Yuanhua let out a long sigh. Who can truly comprehend my difficulties? Even my own brother fails to understand. The following morning, while Ma Lao Er was still asleep, he received a phone call from a friend claiming that Lao San wished to meet him to resolve their previous misunderstandings and discuss matters regarding the drug line. Chapter 82. The Negotiation Genius. At home, Ma Lao Er, still groggy, answered the phone. What does Lao San want to talk to me about? What we have to discuss? I am not sure. He simply asked me to relay a message to you, saying he wishes to meet and chat. His friend replied softly. After contemplating for a moment, Ma Lao Er smiled and responded. All right then, let us talk. However, it is impossible for me to seek him out. I will provide him with an address tonight. You may ask him to come over. Very well, I shall inform him shortly. Thus, the conversation concluded. Ma Lao Er did not regard this matter as significant, continuing to slumber soundly. The street names in Songjiang are quite eclectic. While most are of Chinese origin, there are also European-style names. This diversity stems from the rich ethnic tapestry of the 9th district, where individuals of all hues reside, thereby fostering a sense of belonging among the inhabitants through such details. At 8:30 in the evening, on Charlie Street in the southern city, Lao San led two friends into a dilapidated building. Ascending to the 3rd floor, they entered a bustling mahjong parlor filled with smoke. Ma Lao Er sat at a table within, draped in a padded coat, smiling and waving. Come, take a seat. Lao San grinned, baring his teeth, and promptly sat opposite Ma Lao Er. Shall we play a couple of rounds? Ma Lao Er inquired, idly manipulating the mahjong tiles in his hands. Sure, let us play. Lao San replied with a nod. Come, bring 2 more players to join us, Ma Lao Er called out. Before long, 2 young men emerged from the parlor and joined them at the table, where the 4 began to engage in the game. After playing 2 rounds, Ma Lao Er did not inquire why Lao San sought him out, remaining focused on the game. Noticing the lack of discussion on serious matters from Ma Lao Er, Lao San took the initiative to speak. Xiao Er, the incident on Tuzha Street, is now behind us. The back and forth between our families has led to considerable losses on both sides. You see, upon your return, we remained silent and did not cause trouble. A few days ago, you handled Yongdong, and Huagu said nothing, correct? 30,000, Ma Lao Er replied, his gaze still fixed on the tiles, choosing not to engage further. As the saying goes, harmony fosters prosperity. Lao San patiently continued. By compressing the drug prices so low, once buyers become accustomed to it, everyone's profit margins will be squeezed. To put it bluntly, we are all in this line of work to seek wealth. None of us aim to save the world, do we? If we continue to compete in this manner, you will be forced into hiding while we struggle to sell our goods, leading to a mutually destructive outcome. With a chuckle, Ma Lao Er looked up at Lao San and replied, in the beginning, we were willing to be your underlings, to follow in your wake and gather the scraps. Yet you would not tolerate that, insisting on driving us to the edge. Now that you are wounded and in pain, you wish to negotiate? Is that feasible? Ah, does Yuan Hua believe himself to be a deity, thinking he alone can sing hallelujah in Songjiang? Ha. Lao San's expression darkened upon hearing this. Such remarks are unproductive. If we wish to negotiate, it is for the benefit of all. Really wish to negotiate, do you? Ma Lao Er retorted, stretching his neck. Then why would I come here if not to negotiate? To play mahjong with you? Lao San replied with a resigned smile. Very well. I shall state my conditions, Ma Lao Er said, wiping his eyes and focusing on the mahjong. The market in Songjiang is divided into 2 parts. The Black Market District and Tuzha Street are ours, while the remainder belongs to you. Your people must not encroach upon our territory. In return, I will raise the retail prices to match yours. Lao San was taken aback by this proposition. Are you jesting? I find myself quite idle, merely attempting to elicit a smile from you, who might bestow upon me an award for such efforts. Ma Lao Er took a drag from his electronic cigarette. Lao San, with a face ashen, glared at Ma Lao Er. Do you really believe we can acquiesce to your proposal? In the entirety of Songjiang, the most gluttonous area is the Black Street, and Tuzha Street accounts for 70% of its output. If we were to cede both of these locales to you, would I be left to subsist on the barren winds of the Northwest? You are the one insisting upon this discussion, and should I engage, I must voice my thoughts. Correct? You are free to disagree, and I am not compelling you, am I? Ma Lao responded with an impassive demeanor. Lao San clenched his jaw in silence. I find it perplexing. Yuan Ko holds no authority in your circle. So what do you intend to negotiate with me? Ma Lao tilted his head, his tone dripping with sarcasm. If I were to request 5 yuan from you, would you not have to seek approval from above? Tell me, what is there for us to discuss? Therefore, relay to Yuan Hua that if he truly possesses sincerity, he ought to come personally to negotiate the division of territory. What the hell do you mean by that? Lao San, insulted, stood abruptly and shouted. When will you ever grow up? Ma Lao inquired, looking up at him. What? Do you intend to confront me? Upon hearing this, Lao San felt an internal pressure nearing explosion. Yet, recalling the purpose of his visit today, he could only endure. As I have stated, if you wish to negotiate, let Yuan Hua come personally to delineate the territories. Ma Lao inhaling his smoke, glanced down at the cards and declared, I've got a winning hand, pure and complete, with a sequence of 1s and 9s, plus a self-drawn victory. Settle the stakes and depart. Lao San clenched his fists, reaching into his wallet. Ma Lao you are truly embodying the role of a big brother more and more. If that's the case, you might as well join me. I genuinely need someone with your negotiation prowess. Go on then, Lao San cursed. Tossing the money down, I will discuss your matters with Brother Hua upon my return. I await your news, Lao San. Ma Lao accepted the money. A few minutes later, inside a police vehicle, Lao San dialed Yuan Hua's number. Brother Hua, I have met with Ma Lao What did he say? He insisted that we hand over the entirety of Black Street along with Tujia Street. And what did you say? I didn't dare to finalize the conversation. I merely mentioned that I needed to consult with you first. Lao San replied candidly. Understood, return at once. All right. With that, the two ended their call. Within the Grand Palace, Yuan Hua turned to Yong Dong and remarked, This Ma Lao is becoming quite audacious, seeking to monopolize the drug distribution rights for both Black Street and Tujia Street. Yong Dong chuckled. This fool might fare well as a thug in the planning district, but in business and negotiations, he has much to learn. What is our next step? Yuan Hua inquired. For now, let Lao San handle it. Yong Dong whispered back to Yuan Hua. At the entrance of Courtyard 88, Qinyu locked up the motorcycle he had borrowed from Old Cat, carrying some dinner as he approached his home. However, before he could enter, he was met with an unbearable cacophony emanating from within. Xiang Xiang, in the stillness of the night, my love for you runs deep. Come, let me read your palms. Thea, let me go. Little sister, do not push me. Qinyu, upon hearing these sounds from outside, was momentarily stunned. Chapter 83. The Taste of Home, Additional Update 1. Damn, this fellow is truly lewd. After eavesdropping for quite some time outside the door, Qinyu, his face flushed with embarrassment, muttered a curse under his breath, realizing that if he did not enter soon, Dia might very well finalize matters within. With a forceful bang, Qinyu yanked the door open and shouted, Open up. Who is there? Dia called out in response. Are you deaf? Hurry up and open the door. Qinyu barked impatiently. After about a minute, Dia, his face glowing and sporting a shaved head, opened the door, exclaiming, Oh, brother, you're back. Get out of the way, Qinyu said, pushing past Dia's round head. As he stepped inside, he spotted a young girl sitting on the bed, blinking her large eyes at him. Xiang Xiang, this is my brother, Dia introduced. Xiang Xiang stood up and greeted, Hello, brother. Which family are you from? Qinyu asked, puzzled. She is the daughter of Sister Hua. We get along quite well, Dia interjected hastily. Qinyu retorted with a kick. I can see you two are quite close. Brother, I should head back, Xiang Xiang said, noticing Qinyu's shyness, and dashed out. Sister, I'll come help you with your work tomorrow. Dia called after her, lingering at the door. Qinyu delivered a sharp kick to Dia's waist, sending him staggering, and scolded. What an extravagant personal life you have. I haven't even found a wife, and here you are bringing someone home. Are you feeling a bit too self-satisfied? He chuckled sheepishly. I just got to know her not long ago. Not long ago. And you've already brought her home? Qinyu questioned incredulously. She came to help me with chores, Dia pointed out, gesturing at the room. Look how clean we VE made it. Qinyu turned to survey the surroundings, and indeed found the room much tidier than before. The cabinets and floor gleamed, and even his dirty clothes and bed linens had been washed. Moreover, Dia had somehow procured a single bed placed against the inner wall. Did that girl tidy up? Qinyu asked, frowning. I took care of the heavy lifting, and she handled the smaller tasks. We worked together, Dia replied. Despite having recovered from his injuries, Dia still retained the demeanor of a little ruffian, yet he had become quite industrious. Whenever Qin Yu was away, he would take on manageable tasks, such as clearing snow from the entrance or maintaining the outdoor toilet. Qin Yu shut the door with a sigh, looking at Dia quizzically. How did you meet this girl? Well, there's an indoor bathroom in Lin Jie's place, and our outdoor toilet is in dire need of cleaning. I was just tidying up when I happened to meet her, Dia explained with a smile. Xiang's mother runs a butcher shop named Sister Hua. She has 6 or 7 older women working there, and during their breaks, Xiang would help out. We kept running into each other, and eventually we got familiar. Familiar or not, you can't just bring someone into your home. You need to check their palm reading first. Qin Yu exclaimed, cursing. You're even more reckless than an old tomcat. I didn't intend anything. We were just chatting, Dia said, adjusting his pants. You keep claiming you've been around, yet you handle matters so poorly. Qin Yu solemnly admonished. Even rabbits do not consume the grass near their burrows. What makes you think you can contemplate such matters at your tender age? I advise you to tread carefully. Those around us are closely connected, and should any trouble arise, do not expect my leniency. I understand. I won't, replied Dia with a smile. As Qin Yu prepared to dine, carrying the dinner he had packed from work, he approached the table. Taking the initiative, arranged the dishes, and poured Qin Yu a glass of warm water before squatting on one leg at a nearby chair, eagerly devouring his meal. What are you doing over there? Come and eat, Qin Yu called out. It's fine. I'm good here, Dia replied, his mouth smeared with grease. When Dia was first rescued, he appeared disheveled, with tattered clothing and unkempt hair. However, now with a shaved head and fitted attire, he presented a rather handsome figure. His skin was fair, and his bright eyes sparkled with intelligence, accentuated by long lashes reminiscent of girlesses, lending him an inexplicable charm. At merely 15, he was still growing, standing close to 172 meters in height. Though his physique was not as robust as Qin Yu had imagined, he had a large frame, yet his body was lean. While eating, Qin Yu often found himself observing Dia. He noted that despite appearing carefree and brash, Dia was quite cautious in their interactions. For instance, when reaching for food, he avoided the center of the dish, only consuming the edge. Though he made smacking sounds while eating, Qin Yu could clearly sense that he was attempting to control it. The moment he realized his noise, he would adjust immediately. Even at bedtime, Dia exhibited similar carefulness. As soon as Qin Yu settled into bed, he would promptly turn off the light without making a sound, regardless of his own fatigue. The more Dia behaved this way, the more discomfort Qin Yu felt. Indeed, he saw his own reflection in the boy. It was reminiscent of his own experience when the elder in the planning district first took him in. Their mindsets, postures, and behaviors seemed to emerge from the same mold. Both feigned strength while harboring a fear of abandonment. Both lived under someone else's roof with trepidation, meticulously considering even the act of breathing. Turning to face Dia, Qin Yu suddenly exclaimed, "Don't squat there to eat. Come to the table." Dia paused, taken aback. "We can chat," Qin Yu added with a smile. "Chat about what?" Dia queried. "Whether or not you're still a virgin," Qin Yu teased, eyeing him playfully. Dia's face flushed at the remark, and he quickly responded, "That's definitely not the case. I was with someone when I was 13. Qin Yu was momentarily stunned, then waved him over, saying, "Come, let us discuss the details. You truly are a boy with stories." "I didn't mean the eagle in the flying sense," Dia stammered awkwardly as he approached. "Haha, come, let us talk," Qin Yu said, lowering his head to serve Dia 2 pieces of meat with his chopsticks, adding succinctly, "We're both men, so let us conduct ourselves without unnecessary hesitation. If I allow you to stay, there's no need for you to be so reserved." "I do not," Dia argued. "I'm not reserved with anyone." "Stop the nonsense, and let's discuss the matter of the eagle," Qin Yu inquired with a smile. "How did you ascend to the heavens?" "I have already mentioned, it is not that eagle." In the dark district, on a certain street, Yong Dong sat in a car, turning to a young man and saying, "Observe him for the next few days. Note which days he is absent from the warehouse, and then give me a call." Chapter 84. The Undercurrents Approach, Additional Update 2. A fortnight passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Qin Yu focused his efforts on the upcoming secondary police officer assessment at the year's end. Li Si had clearly informed him that at the beginning of next year, he would be promoted to the rank of team leader. Thus, he needed to learn how to write performance reports, prepare for the examiners from the police department, and compose quarterly work reports, among other tasks. With Qin Yu preoccupied, The matters concerning the drug line were largely entrusted to Lao Mao and Zhu Wei. Fortunately, Coco's team was quite professional and consistently delivered on time, alleviating any additional concerns. Meanwhile, the officials had their own affairs to tend to, and Ma Lao Air was not idle either. He continued to argue with Lao San, as the latter seemed genuinely inclined to sit down for a discussion rather than perpetuate their conflict. That night, around 9 o'clock, Ma Lao Air sat in the warehouse. Speaking on the phone with Lao Ma, Lao San has been in touch with me these past few days, wanting to continue our talks. Lao Ma pondered for a moment before responding. If we lower our prices, the sales from the Yuan family will plummet. It is only natural that Yuan Hua cannot remain idle, but his desire to reconcile is somewhat surprising. What is surprising about that? Ma Lao Air retorted with a scoff. Yuan Hua is unlike us. He is entangled in numerous interests and must heed the opinions of those above him. We essentially acquired the sales rights from Xiao Yu, granting us greater freedom. Frankly, as long as we can sell, we need not consult Xiao Yu on the operational methods. Thus, it is perfectly normal for Yuan Hua to feel anxious. If he cannot eliminate us, it signifies a continued decline in sales. When the higher-ups become impatient, how will he justify himself? I believe Yuan Hua genuinely wishes to negotiate, but we should merely engage in banter with him, neither agreeing nor disagreeing, buying ourselves some time to seize the market. Lao Ma, who had been unwell and coughing intermittently, replied, "Do not underestimate the situation. I am familiar with Yuan Hua's character. He is accustomed to being domineering and will not permit a team of similar stature to encroach upon his business. Even if he appears somewhat lenient now, we cannot afford to be careless. Uncle, I believe you are being overly cautious, perhaps shaken by the events in Tujia Street." Ma Lao Air countered, frowning. "You must understand, the rhythm of drug pricing is currently in our hands. Our costs are lower than his, and Yuan Hua, backed by large corporations, must appease his interests. His prices cannot compete with ours. Therefore, I think we need not concern ourselves with them. We should boldly expand our reach and capture the market. Today, during our meeting, I mentioned that among the 100 or so drug couriers we have, each individual carries only 200 grams of narcotics per day, and they are prohibited from making large shipments. This way, if they attempt to trouble us through official channels, they will find it futile. Even if they were apprehended, the maximum sentence would be merely a year and a half, which is utterly meaningless. This method is indeed safer. However, I reiterate, although they may appear subdued now, we must not let our guard down. With the new year approaching, it is best that we do not give Old Li any reason to cause us trouble." Old Ma reiterated his caution. "I understand," Ma Air nodded in response. "During this time, you should focus on recuperating at home. I will keep an eye on the streets. So there won't be any issues." "Yes, and you should also refrain from being too ostentatious. Just keep watch at the warehouse to avoid giving anyone a reason to create trouble." "All right, then it's settled. I have a headache and plan to take a nap." "Okay." After a brief conversation, the uncle and nephew concluded their call. Later that night, around 10 o'clock in the warehouse, Ma Air, draped in a military coat, sat in a chair feeling somewhat bored, only able to occupy himself by fiddling with his phone while watching a live stream. The door creaked open as Lu Zishu stepped inside, and he remarked, "I've just sent 2 more boxes. There are fewer than 10 left now, and will run out by the end of the week. Should we notify Qin Yu to replenish the stock?" Little Yu has been busy with his studies lately and hasn't had time for this, Ma Air yawned in response. "But I spoke with Old Cat, and the delivery will arrive in the next few days. Just be ready to receive it." "All right," Lu Zishu nodded. Ma Air, watching the variety show on the streaming platform, exhaled smoke and said, "Damn, this is rather dull. Why don't you bring a couple of people over to play some cards?" "I can't. I have to head out soon," Lu Zishu replied, shaking his head as he sipped water. "I've negotiated a few agents in the suburban village. They're interested in placing orders, and I'm going to check on them. So what am I supposed to do?" Ma Air, a man who found it difficult to remain idle, felt restless if he did not venture out for even a day. "Just stay here. I've been here all day. It's unbearable." Ma Air inhaled deeply, switched off the stream, and began flipping through his contacts. Ding, ding, ding. Just then his phone rang. Ma Air's eyes brightened as he immediately answered, "Hello? Cat, are you missing me? Where are you?" Old Cat inquired. "I'm at the warehouse." "What is up? Are you busy?" "Old Lou from the security team is here with me," Old Cat said quietly. "If you're not occupied, come over and settle a bill. I'd like to introduce you." "The captain of the security team?" Meyer asked. "Yes," Old Cat nodded. "If you're busy, you can come tomorrow. We've had some dealings lately, so you've been in frequent contact." "I'm not busy at all." Ma Air stood up, saying, I'm feeling particularly restless. Where are you? I'll be over shortly. At Air GS place. All right, wait for me. Ma Air hung up and swiftly grabbed his coat from the hanger. Lu Zishu, seated on the sofa, furrowed his brow and asked, "What are you up to now?" Old Cat wants to introduce me to the captain of the security team. I need to go. You're just making excuses. You want to go drink, don't you? Lu Zishu questioned with exasperation. Damn, making new connections is serious business. Ma Lauer hurriedly stepped out of the room, exclaiming, Xiao Chu, I'm stepping out for a bit. Please keep an eye on the warehouse and dispense the medicine as per the usual quantities. A young man downstairs inquired, Aren't the keys with you? I tossed them on the table. Just take them, but don't let anyone else have them. All right, understood. After hastily relaying his instructions, Ma Lauer departed the warehouse. Lu Zishu, having his own matters to attend to, soon followed suit and made his way to the living village. As the clock approached 11 o'clock at night, a car sped to a stop on the street behind the warehouse. A young man stepped into the vehicle, frowning as he asked, Is everything ready? Yes, replied the driver. Is he not here? No. The young man promptly instructed, Unload the goods at the back door and leave quickly. Understood, the driver nodded. 5 minutes later, the driver, gripping the steering wheel with one hand, drove away while sending a text message. Boss, everything is in order. Chapter 85, a series of misfortunate events. At 11:30, a young man clad in a thick cotton coat entered the warehouse, cheerfully calling out, Ergo, come down for a moment. I'm here to collect my quota. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Chu, sporting a buzz cut, opened the door upstairs and leaned out to ask, Here for the quota? Yes. I just got back and am preparing to hit the streets shortly. Please wait a moment. Xiao Chu greeted him before turning to fetch the keys, locking the door behind him before heading downstairs. When the young man saw Xiao Chu holding the keys, he expressed his confusion. Have you started dispensing quotas already? Wow, you've been promoted. Huh, not really, Xiao Chu chuckled. Erge is out on business, and Zishu isn't here either, so I'm covering for them for a bit. Still, that is quite an important role, the young man remarked. Enough of that. Erge is just a bit scatterbrained. Xiao Chu replied casually. The old man Wu Ti let me handle this task anyway. As they conversed, they walked to the door of the room at the back of the first floor. Xiao Chu unlocked the door, instructing, Wait here. Sure. What medicines do you need? Xiao Chu asked. 5 boxes of malinfazin injectable, the young man quietly responded. Xiao Chu nodded, proceeding to the storage area, where he retrieved 5 boxes as labeled. Meanwhile, at a nightclub, Ma Lauer embraced the captain of the security team, assuring him, Rest assured, brother, as long as you look after me, I will certainly reciprocate. In a while, I'll let you head downstairs to choose a girl. If you're satisfied, you can take her with you. What if I don't find anyone appealing? The captain retorted, Come on, do you have such high standards? Ma Lauer laughed, ruffling his hair. If you don't find anyone to your liking, I'll have to go myself. Let me tell you, brother, in this world, I've never met anyone who could outdo me. Laughter erupted among the group. The captain turned to Old Cat, giving him a thumbs up. Your brother is quite the talent. Old Cat raised his glass, responding, We get along well. If anything comes up, you'll have to look out for me. A small matter. Captain Liu waved his hand dismissively, secretly acknowledging Old Cat. The precinct is yours. How could I not comply? Let us not discuss that here. Do you wish to put my life at stake in public? The two individuals exchanged flattery in a business context, jovially indulging in their drinks. In a certain street of a dark alley, a dealer, who had just procured goods from a nearby establishment, stood in the alley with one hand in his pocket, surveying his surroundings. After a brief wait, a gaunt old man approached briskly, wiping the frost from his beard. Have you arrived, sir? Where's the medicine? The old man inquired bluntly. The dealer glanced around once more before retrieving a box of medicine from his coat and handing it to the old man. 2 boxes in total, 120. The old man paused, surprised. Give me 2 more boxes. That's not possible. The dealer shook his head. A person can only purchase 2 boxes. Hurry and pay. Please, just give me 2 more. It's chaotic right now, and if the supply runs out suddenly, my son could perish, the old man implored. I'll give you an extra $5. How about that? It's not about the money, the dealer replied, visibly conflicted. The higher-ups, 1T, allow me to distribute more. Just give me 2 more boxes. No one will know. Please, the old man insisted, desperation in his voice. I'll bring you more customers from my street. Many are suffering from radiation exposure. The dealer regarded the old man with sympathy, pondering his plight. How do you know about the radiation and still work there? If I don't work, I starve. If I do, I fall ill. What am I to do? The old man sighed. Reluctantly, the dealer discreetly produced another box of medicine from his coat and handed it over. I can only give you 3 boxes at most. If the higher-ups find out, I'll be in trouble. All right, I'll give you 185. That's unnecessary. I'm not short of $5. Take it and buy something for your children, the dealer replied softly. Thank you, the old man said, taking the medicine and payment before hastily departing the alley. The dealer lingered for a moment before disappearing into the night, preparing to head to his next delivery location. Inside an entertainment venue, an older man was drinking when his phone rang. After a brief call outside, he returned to the private room. Damn, I thought you had slipped away again, his companion. Ma Lao Air said, his face flushed as he waved his hand. Come, let us play a little game. Not yet, the older man replied, pulling Ma Lao Air aside. Did you make any deliveries tonight? Every day, Ma Lao Air replied. Then you need to call below and halt tonight's shipments immediately. The older man frowned. The police are conducting a street sweep tonight, and I was informed beforehand. It's likely to be severe, so please make arrangements to avoid any issues. Ma Lao Air was taken aback. What street sweep? What is going on? Probably the authorities from Fong Bay are visiting. I'm not entirely certain. Just make sure to stop everything. Understood. Ma Lao Air stood up and stepped outside to call the dealer, but the line rang unanswered. Ultimately, he had no choice but to shout to his subordinate, Lu Air. Hurry back to the warehouse and tell Xiao Chu to stop the shipments and lock up for the night. I understand, the subordinate nodded. Subsequently, Ma Lao Air called several other dealers to ensure they ceased all shipments and returned home to rest. At that moment, the young man who had just sold medication to the elderly gentleman had completed his sales of 5 boxes. It was past midnight. Upon returning to the warehouse, he called out to Xiao Chu, Ergo want to speak with you. Why haven't you answered? Damn it. My phone is nearly broken and hasn't been ringing. Xiao Chu explained as he descended the stairs. Ergo asked me to inform you that the police are conducting a street sweep tonight. All our activities are halted. The young man exclaimed, we must quickly tidy up and leave. Xiao Chu was taken aback. Why are the police suddenly sweeping the streets again? I have no idea. The young man replied, shaking his head. Let us hurry, lock the door, and take the ledger before we go. All right. Xiao Chu nodded with a strange expression. In the impoverished outskirts, after the elderly gentleman returned home, he personally administered a drip to his son lying in bed with a disposable syringe. Dad, please don't buy me any more medicine. It's a waste of money, the son weakly remarked. I would rather not purchase it for you. But who could resist when you are my son? The old man sighed. Open your mouth and eat something. In the dimly lit room, the father fed his son in the dark, then settled into a chair to doze off, preparing to remove the needle shortly. Approximately half an hour later, the son, who had been lying quietly in bed, suddenly gasped for breath, his eyes wide with panic, and struck his father's face, exclaiming, Dad, I feel terrible. My chest hurts.